I think the max it's ever going to go to is maybe $15, but that's a stretch.
I think it could do 25 by 2030. I think that's possible.
If
It's
it's still relevant, it's possible.
I think it'll still be relevant over the next 5 years. That's not that long away, you know. I think that that's very possible, especially if they get rid of their supply and they're no longer dumping it. You'll see it do crazy stuff. Alexa says, "You're the goat." XRP rugged us. What did I tell you guys? What did I tell you? XRP.
That's what I'm saying. What they're doing is sketchy.
Yeah, it's like the biggest scam of all time. And maybe it's on purpose to scare people away from it. Like, who knows? George Orwell says XRP is overrated. Absolutely. 100% overrated. I think that it will serve a purpose, but not what everyone's saying. Come on. Let's be real here. So many people talking about market cap and everything, but that isn't the only thing that determines. Dude, market cap matters, bro. Okay? And supply matters. Okay? And who holds the supply matters. This is a fundraiser, baby. This is a pyramid scheme at its finest. If you've ever done multi-level marketing, okay? Let me tell you right now, my family used to be all deep into the multi-level marketing. My mom sold Amway, all right? And so many other different products. And it doesn't mean that the product's not good, but the people on the top will always dump on the people on the bottom. That's just how it goes. That's the name of the game. XRPS sidechain is what I'm interested in, not XRP itself. I sold 75% of mine at the last high. George, what is XRPS? That's interesting. Jesse, can you look into XRPS? I guess it's a side chain. I'm more interested in Ripple. I think I would rather hold Ripple IPO stock than I would rather hold XRP. You know, XRP is just the token, and people always think that Ripple means XRP. XRP means Ripple.
Are you sure it's XRPS? I can't even find it.
Yeah, it looks like XRP sidechain. XRPS.
So is it XRPS or XRPSC?
George, help us out, buddy. George, we want to get rich too, bro. Don't gatekeep. Yeah, I'm all about looking into different stuff, but I don't think that XRP is this end all be all. No, it's XRPL EVM sidechain. Yeah, okay, XRPL. I've heard of this. Look into XRPL EVM sidechain. It's risking 1K for retirement. Now you're just jeebling, okay? We don't jeeble. We're investors. We're traders. All right? We are looking to become financially free. We're not just going to throw money at something and forget about it and hope we wake up one day rich. That's not how this works. That's hopium. And I get it. You all need hope in order to wake up every morning and go to your shit job. But if you really want to get out of that shit job, follow me. Become a subscriber. Become a deluxe subscriber. Let me coach you. Let me teach you how to actually become financially free. All right, go ahead, Jesse.
So XRPL EVM sidechain. It's a new development that merges the speed and efficiency of the XRP ledger with the smart contract capabilities of the Ethereum virtual machine. It operates as a separate sidechain connected to the XRPL mainnet Axlar bridge, decentralized interoperably protocol.
This guy
Ethereum
Jay,
capability. What?
hold on. I gotta address this guy Jay real quick. We'll circle back to that. So leave it pulled up. This guy Jay says,
Okay.
"I'm 20. That's how it works. So you just buy something and you hold on to it forever and hope that you get rich from it. That's how it works. That's how BTC work. No. That is not how it works, bro. People get rich on crypto because of its volatility. And with volatility, you can swing trade this thing and you can make some serious money. And you can do it quickly. Yes, you can gamble. You can put some money into something and hope for the best, have the hopium, and just hold on tight and never sell, and then one day only wake up $1,000 broke. Or you can take that $1,000 and trade it. Trade it and you can grow that bag. I'm not saying XRP isn't going to make you money, but you can grow so much faster by trading. You don't even have to day trade. You can swing trade this thing, right? And XRP is beautiful for swing trading. But telling people that the hopium is going to make them rich and it's going to 10K is a disservice to the crypto community. All right? So Jay, Mr. 20-year-old that drives a Mercedes, okay? I drive a Mercedes, I drive a Corvette, I drive a lot of different cars, okay? I'm 37 years old and I'm actually retired, okay? And my cars are paid off. I don't have payments on them. My house is paid off. My land is paid off. Everything that I own is paid off, okay? So enjoy your car payment on that Mercedes, all right? You better trade crypto to make that payment. Sorry, Jesse, go ahead.
Well, I pretty much said everything. Ethereum capability. Developers can leverage familiar Ethereum tools like MetaMask, HardMask, and Remix. Leveraging XRP serves as the native token, facilitating transactions, network fees, and smart contract executions. Proof of authority. It utilizes a POA census model, prioritizing speed, efficiency, and security with faster block times and low transaction costs.
Nice. I actually like that. We're going to do more research on that. Put a pin in that, Jesse. I like XRPL. I think it runs quickly and efficiently and cheap. So I'm not turned off to the idea, but do I think XRP is the answer? No. Let's see here. MMG says Bullish Babe looks different. We've got Jessie, the revolution. She is on the front lines of freedom over here, ladies and gentlemen. She is fighting the good fight. And she does more than just crypto. So she is our political journalist. So Jessie, tell them about your show and what you do.
I just do recent headlines, what's going on in the world, what's going on here in America, and it's different perspective because I'm libertarian. I'm not one side or the other. I'm in the middle. So if I think something's bad, I'll post it, but majority we just talk about the news and go down lots of rabbit holes because sometimes those rabbit holes lead to another side.
Yeah, and I think that your show is actually really fun. I really enjoy watching your show. So if you don't follow Revolution, that's Jessie, our fact checker. Make sure you follow her. She's going to be doing her own show in her own lives, and it's going to be a more political based show. And but still fact-based, right? Because we don't want to create
Yeah.
echo chambers, and we want to allow people who have an opposite opinion to basically have the floor. Because if they're going
Absolutely.
to be screaming Hail Hitler, we want to know who these people are so that we can distance ourselves from them, right? Let them say it.
That, yeah.
Oh my God, chat, you are so bad. I can't even read some of this stuff. I can't.
I'm kind of glad I can't see it.
Oh my God, chat is so bad. They're talking about you, Jesse. Apparently, you are
Oh.
beautiful.
Aww.
Big Baller
that's
says, "Wow,
sweet.
so nice to look at someone so beautiful." I told you she's beautiful.
Aww.
I'm not allowed to ask for pineapples anymore. That's on you guys. Mother of Dragons is our. Oh, there she is. As soon as I said it, she pops in with the. She's our
She
HR
felt
now.
it in the force.
I'm buying another 10K of XRP this week. Oh, Josh.
Let him have his dream. He's out there trying really hard, and he seems to be doing well on his own.
You know what? I have to give this to Josh. He's 18 years old, and he's at least in XRP and not in the trenches trying to trade butthole coin. So.
Oh my God.
I give him that. He's at least somewhat educated and like trying to do something. So he's a smart kid. I think he's just caught in the echo chamber right now. That's all. But he's here now. He's part of the show. I'll tell you what, he's become a lot more conservative with his price numbers and the things he says now. He holds back a little bit because I'll tell you what, a few weeks ago when he was here, he was preaching 25K, 100K, something XRP. Now he's like $4. That's a big swing. That's a big swing in the right direction. Let's see here. What does chat say? I want to do TikTok shop tactics. Help. TikTok shop. We love TikTok shop. We love TikTok shop. Fredrum, become a deluxe subscriber and I can help you to get onto TikTok shop immediately without any restrictions, without any thing holding you back as a creator. It doesn't matter how many likes you have, how many followers you have. I can get you on the TikTok shop selling within the week. I have connections. Oz, you're in
Mine
your
just
own
opened.
live. It says, Oz, you're in your own live in chat. Imagine that. Am I really? Oz is in the live. Goat, come up here. We want to have the goat as a guest on the show. Send the goat. I'm going to send a multi-guest request for the goat. No guest request invites yet. Let's see here. Where's Ozthecryptogoat? Oh, look it. Oh, it won't let me invite him. Oh, man. There is an Ozthecryptogoat in the live right now. I see it, but he won't come up. Come on, bro. Sell me some XRP. Sell me on the moon cheese. I want to buy it. Goat, let me ask you a question. How's your trading experience going? That is crazy. Let's see here. XRP will be at 298 at 2 a.m. buy. It will go up to 250 next day by 10 a.m. And then, oops, 350. That's possible. Marco says, I'm buying another 10K of SXT. With the money faces. Money faces on SXT, okay? SXT lags a little bit, but, bro. And the narrative is not even there yet. Wait till the narrative comes, bro. Jesse, what
Do
can
you
you,
think it's going to stay at $3 and not go down?
what XRP? Are you talking to your chat?
Yeah. Yes.
Oh, okay. Do I think it's going to stay at $3 and not go down? No. I think depending on how high it goes will depend on how low it goes. But eventually when this cycle is over, it will come back down. Unless we're in like a long extended cycle and we go into a bear market where we come back to like $2 again. But it won't stay at $3 forever. No, it will fluctuate forever and always. Just
All right.
imagine.
What did you need?
I forget. Oh,
Sorry.
let's talk about SXT. Looking, obviously there's some people that know SXT and those that don't. Let's let them know what we stumbled onto. The greatest crypto in the history of crypto. I'm just kidding. But it's great. It's a one of a kind, that's for sure. And I think once the narrative is there, and I think the narrative is being built right now. So Trump had done some things recently with data. Oh, my foot massager's going off under the desk. Hold on, guys. Have the awesomest foot massager underneath my desk. It is amazing. Highly recommend. Sharper image, baby. Sharper image. Let's see here. When SXT wants to pump, you will know exactly. When you see the football goal posts on SXT, buy. Yeah, SXT is basically one of those. It's the canary in the coal mine, right? So it has a canary. It will scream when it's about to pump. It will tell you when it's time to buy. It is so... It is perfect for the new trader to learn from. That's why I chose it. What brokerage is that I'm using? This is TradingView. Oz, I never said it won't hit 10K anymore. I just said $4 for the next move. Oh my God. Josh, you're still on the 10K Mooncheese. Josh. I feel like we need to
He's talking about XRP?
Yeah. He's still on the 10K
That's
train.
like saying Bitcoin's going to be relevant in 5 years. It's just not. That bubble's going to pop. And
it'll
by
still
that
be
time,
relevant.
nobody's going to care. Not really. Nobody's going to invest in it like they are now.
STX makes it relevant. You showed us that. I think it does something amazing. Bitcoin will always be a placeholder in this place. It's not going anywhere anytime soon. Give it 20 years, maybe it goes away. Anonymous says, Oz, have you changed your mind on the bull market? What do you mean, changed my mind? That I think we're going up? I've been saying we're going to go up since XRP hit 163. And then I said it was going to go down a couple times, and it did. And then I said it's going to go up. Now I'm saying it's going to go down. I think it's got a little bit more downward movement, just a little bit. That's why the red light's on. And then it's going to go back up again. That's what it does. It goes up and it goes down. Who unalived Hulk Hogan? Interesting question. I had that same thought. But we're going to talk about that on Twitch. There's been a lot of mysterious, prominent people. And let me tell you right now, I have to have surgery. That's how Hulk Hogan died, surgery complications. I'm probably not going to have surgery just because of who I am. I think I'm going to end up having to deal with this pain and just go on living.
Look what happened to Ozzy Osbourne. He had that surgery and he was never able to walk again without being in severe pain.
Right. I'll tell you what, I had back surgery before and it just made it worse. It just made it worse. Why are you on the list? Mastrotech. Why am I on the list? That is the right question. That is the questions you should be asking yourself. But those are also the questions I can't answer just yet. I do use cold wallets. I have several. Oz, I'm no longer looking at you since Jessie is on my eyes. Are all on her, LOL. Oh, Jessie is a star. Here, let me help you. Is that better?
Stop it.
Is that better, chat?
Stop.
Or maybe I
Stop.
should put the moon guy up here. I have a moon man. Can we speak on healthcare triangle stocks? What are your thoughts? My thoughts are, you tell me. This is more of a crypto show. I think healthcare stocks are good. I'm more into defense contracts. Alexa says, Oz gonna get jealous. Oh, I'm already jealous. I'm a ham. I want all the attention on me. And here's this beautiful young lady soaking up all the attention. I'm sure everyone is rushing to her side of the live for a better view.
It's the same view.
Jake Claver is so right. I'm not even funny, to be honest. Oh my god, the Jake Claver guy. Dude, I looked into Jake Claver, bro. I've seen enough moon cheese. I'm good. Jake Claver moon cheese. My word. Thoughts on SXT? Oh. Since you should mention it, Jesse. What are your thoughts on SXT and what does it do?
Okay, so this one's a lot of fun and actually has done really well for me and I'm sure other people. It's a native utility token of the Space and Time Network, a decentralized data warehouse that aims to bridge the gap between traditional data systems and blockchain technology. Securing the network, validators to the Space and Time Network is required to stake SXT tokens to participate in security networks. I think the most important part is their partners, which is Microsoft and where's the other one?
Chainlink.
Chainlink, yep. And Chainlink. Those are its partners, and anybody who's bought Microsoft knows how it goes.
Exactly. And Primes, we're just going to call you Primes. Dude, where did you hear about SXT? SXT could do 50x long term. I think it could do more. I really do. I think it could do 100x. And with the right narrative, like if it had the XRP narrative behind it, which it could potentially get, I could see it doing way more. The market cap is so low on it. It's in like 150 million. Wait till it gets in the billions. It's newish on Coinbase. Look at chat. Look, Prime has discovered SXT on his own. All right. People are starting to find the narrative. The narrative is creating itself.
Yeah, Big Baller said that this is going to be big. SXT could do 500 times what it is, and I agree. I think this is going to blow up.
I think it could do 1,000x by 2030, to be honest with you. And that's obviously like a moon cheese pipe dream. Okay. But I've seen other projects do that. And you have to understand that the market cap is so low and the coin supply is so low that it's actually possible. Because, and that's why it's not as possible with XRP, because the market cap's already so high. It would take trillions upon trillions. Hi, AB. How are you doing? How's adoption for SXT currently? They're actually pushing for these data infrastructure. So Trump just did something on it. Big Baller knows more about it.
Yeah, he just said this is the easiest coin to take profits. I agree. I took a little bit of profits this run. Obviously just a little bit, and then when it dropped I put the rest back into it. But yeah, this one's going to be fun because we bought in so low.
Justin just said, why is no one talking about XRP ETFs tomorrow? And I have the answer to that. Let's see here. Where is it? SEC grants, then halts approval for crypto ETF with XRP. Expert calls it a bizarre situation. So, XRP's ETF is on hold. It's not happening. That's why, and we'll get into this more later. Let's talk more about SXT though. But there's your answer. What is SXT? SXT is space and time. It is off-chain data verification. It's the only thing that does data verification off-chain. The most secure way to store your data, period. Basically, it can't be hacked.
I think you're right, Big Baller. The banks are going to start fighting back, and that's the whole thing. They're going to get regulated. They're not going to be able to give people these ridiculous loans or mortgages. Everything is going to come down to investigating them, and they're going to fight that tooth and nail, because one thing banks don't like is being investigated.
You know, the banks are already on the verge of collapsing.
And last time they got bailed out. There is no bailing them out. We're too far in debt. That's just not a possibility.
Crypto is the bailout, in my opinion. It's the race to the bottom.
Yeah, absolutely.
We've got
Trump just signed a bill for AI storage, and that's SXT. And if that's true, that's a big deal.
Exactly.
Oz, unless you figured out a way to live forever. He probably does. He came from Hollywood. I couldn't imagine he doesn't.
Adrenochrome.
Shh, no, you didn't.
Bro, Big Baller can't see your messages. That's because he's on Jesse's live. He's a traitor.
No, I can actually see their messages and comment. You get too many, so I can give them each individual attention. That's the only difference.
I'd stop watching
Oh,
if
thank you,
did.
Callie. No.
Dude, I would never do the adrenochrome stuff. Come on.
Yeah,
you know better.
They're saying they're Switzerland. Yeah, and that's down a terrifying road. There's not one you can come back from.
Don says, anyone holding XRP? I'm not holding it, I'm trading it. Jesse, are you trading XRP?
No, I'm just letting it sit because I bought so low, and I still believe that it's gonna go higher. Maybe not today or tomorrow, but probably in a couple months, and I'll pull out then.
Right. Yeah, if you're not a day trader, you're not a swing trader, I get it. Buy and hold, you
Hi,
know,
Callie.
but buying right now at $3, you got Crypto Callie in your live too? Jesse, you're going to be
I
more
don't know who's
popular
in
than
my
I
live,
am.
but I know the name and I've watched him before, so it's called Just Being Kind.
Jesse's gonna push me out.
Oh, thank you, Big Baller. That's so sweet. Here's my question for you about crypto, though.
TikTok seller says
Everyone's
Jesse could definitely be more popular.
No, I'm not smart enough about crypto. I look at the news of crypto, but I can't do price points, which is why this works, because I can look at the news, evaluate it, but there's no way I can look at a chart and be like, this is happening. That just wouldn't work. But my thing is on just your stance. Is Bitcoin going to be more popular in 5 years, or will it be XRP or ADA or Solana or Ethereum? Like, what's the reality? Like, who has the most utility?
I don't think XRP has the utility that's being pushed out. I think Ripple does. I think stablecoins are going to end up being it. I really do. The future is bleak for crypto. Decentralization is going out the window. We're marching
Thank
in
you.
lockstep for it too. Everybody wants their bags to pump, so they are cheering on things like the stablecoin bill, which basically lead us down that road.
Right.
People always march in lockstep for the opposite of what they want, because they want a short-term goal. They'd rather slap a band-aid on something than actually try to dig out the bullet from the bullet wound.
So just like a band-aid on a cracked cement block. So that's pretty much what it is.
Won't inflation eat your stable coin? That's
a good question.
That is a good question. That's why I like RWAs. Why would I want something that's backed by fiat when I could have something that's backed by a real world asset? Here's the thing. I'm not sure inflation will affect the stable coins. You're getting all the gifts too, huh? Dang.
No, they're easy gifts.
Dang. All right.
Can you stop
You're
for
about
5
to,
seconds?
You're
The whole
about to get
world doesn't
rugged.
revolve around you.
Jesse's about to get rugged.
Hi, Crypto Callie. Thank you.
Crypto Callie's coming on the show tomorrow.
I know. I'm excited for that.
That'll be fun. I'm excited to talk crap about XRP. Simon with the hand hearts.
You say that, but you invest in it.
I don't invest. I trade. There's a difference. I invest into stocks. Okay? I trade crypto. There's a big difference. Let's see here.
Okay.
I need a live goal. You gift to send me. Gift to send me.
Thank you, TikTok seller.
Gift to send me. Let's do heart me's. Gift to send me with the heart me's. And make sure you're sending Jessie gifts as well. I'm just giving her a hard time. I'm actually really glad to see. What's your viewership at right now?
Not high, but I appreciate all the people in the chat and on my side. I have 6 people and they're awesome and being really supportive.
That's great. Now I don't feel so bad. Just kidding, Jesse. If you guys don't follow Jessie, make sure that you follow her. Send her a heart me. Let's promote her channel. Let's promote her as a creator. She is an awesome, phenomenal creator, and she is going to be doing her own show. She's going to be doing a more political side of journalism, right? So we're financial. She's going to be more political and current events. And I think it's good. What are you going to talk about, Jesse? What's your next live?
We're still on the Epstein files. We haven't gotten past that yet. It's all tied up in the court, and the problem is, you know, anytime there's redaction to anything, which you do have to keep the survivors and the victims' names, you know, out of it. But what happens is there's a state of mind when people look at things and something is scratched out, their first thought is, what are they not telling me? And even though it's a victim's name or a survivor's name, it's irrelevant because people, and it's just automatic. If you see something scratched out, you're going to try to read it. You're going to try to see what they wrote. And that's what's going on. And until, like, you can put the cane sugar in the Coke, you can do all these things, but we want the list. I don't care who's on it, right, left, middle, elites, company, I don't care. We all want the list. And I think all of us are really in agreement about that. And until that gets more sorted out with the courts, I think that's just been the number one thing everyone talks about.
Even if my name is on the list, I want the list released. Okay? Even if my name was on there.
Yes.
I don't think it's on there. But if it is, I still want it released.
See, oh, also I'm doing a women-focused show, and we're going to be doing it on Sunday. So hopefully you guys, with Francesca and Mother Dragons and Belle, and hopefully you guys are able to join that as well because they are amazing women.
So
the queens of the chain.
MMG and Josh are having it out in the chat. If you guys want to squabble on Discord, click the link on my bio, go to my Discord, because I want to be a part of that. I want to hear this stuff. So please take it to my Discord. I want to hear it because I will be the neutral party there. Jesse's there as well too. We're there to fact check things. So make sure y'all squabble on my Discord. Yeah. I feel like we should have Josh up here to squabble a little bit. Should we bring up Josh?
I don't mind. I don't completely disagree with him, but I noticed with the both of you, there's some, like, yes, you're right sometimes, yes, he's right sometimes, but really you guys are arguing about the same thing, and it's pretty much the middle ground that you do agree on. You just don't agree on the extremes, if that makes any sense.
Let's see, how do I call Josh? Forget how to do this all the time. I told Josh that he was going to come on today.
Okay.
And then, oh, here it is. I figured it out. Let's see. Is he going to show up? Or is he squabbling with MMG? Thank you for the gifts. We don't want the list. We want the videos. Anyone can put a name on a list. We want the goods. Okay, let's be clear about that. We do not want child pornography released to the internet. But what we would like is the clips from the videos that show the faces of each individual person. Definitely. But we need to redact anything that's criminal.
No, you know what the problem I have with it is, the people who, and I'm saying list because that's what people want, they already have it. The depositions, all of it. If you just listen to the survivors,
Yo, can you hear me?
the hundreds of them,
Yes, I
That's
hear
all
you.
you need, but they don't listen to women. They only
Perfect.
listen to men.
So we got Josh. Can you hear Josh, Jesse?
Yes, I can.
I just want to
Thank
close on this fact. Boilermaker says a list means nothing. And we're going to talk more about this on Twitch exclusively at the end of the live. The last hour, we're going to talk about the Epstein stuff. I'm going to do some more story time. And we're going to talk about the DJ story.
Oh, God.
But we'll talk about that. But I just want to close on this last fact real quick, that there may not be a list, but there's definitely evidence that needs to be released so that we can create said list. Okay, there may not be a list in quotations. Okay, and that's where they play semantics to get you. All right. Hi, Francesca. All right, Josh, what's going on, buddy? How are you doing?
I'm doing good. You think we can get MMG in here too or not?
Yeah. Do you know how to bring him in?
I know he's in the Discord server, so I mean we could create like a temporary messaging group chat and I'll add the both of you in there.
Yeah, go ahead and do it.
And then all right.
Francesca says, much love to Oz, but I'm headed back to Jesse. Jesse with all the love.
Fredrum said,
MMG
Oz,
is in
thanks
your
for your
lounge
time, buddy. I
voice
love you.
chat on your Discord server.
All right, let me see here. I'm not good at this. Let's see. There should be admin lounge. No.
I believe it's the open one under voice channels.
Okay, let's see here. Okay. I'm in MNGs now. There it is. What up?
Bonjour.
Hey, MMG, you're a little quiet. Can you turn your mic up a little bit?
Yeah, I might have to turn it up on Discord. Let me look. Or sometimes also you can turn up the mic if it doesn't let me. Let me see.
So we're gonna squabble this one out here. Let's get to the bottom of it. The gloves are off. XRP is a scam. I'm just kidding. I don't know if it's a scam. I'm not 100%.
Yeah, I'm not. It's a scam cam.
Yeah, I know. I'm just being hyperbolic. Okay, like, and we have Jesse here. Jesse's gonna fact check anything that should come and rise from this conversation here. So let's start with MMG since he's a newcomer here. Welcome to the live.
Thanks for having me.
I've been trying to get you on for a while, bro.
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like, especially like recently, I've been like having some long work days, so I haven't even been able to have my own live streams. I'm starting earlier than I'd like to and going a little extra long. I work in crypto, and so it's been a fun time in the market. And certain clients are a little demanding.
Work in crypto. Elaborate.
Yeah. So, I mean, like a few years ago, like I would have said work in crypto as in like I just do DeFi for myself, right? But then I was brought in-house for a DeFi protocol on Ethereum about 3 years ago, and so I did that for a year or so, and then transitioned from that to working for an agency. And so now it's a marketing agency, but yeah, I write blogs, threads, and documentation for different blockchains. I work for different blockchains, DeFi protocols, games, etc.
Okay, cool. That's actually pretty awesome. So
yeah, it's like a dream job to me.
Yeah, so you're
like,
in
I
it,
get
man.
to wake up and do crypto. Yeah. I've
You're
been like full time for over 5 years, like haven't done anything other than crypto for like 5 years, and only because I had taken like 2 years off, just like being like a trench like degen, and I was like, I should probably get an actual job before it looks really weird on my resume.
Facts. So from the trenches to the blockchain. That's amazing, man. So as you all know, and hello Josh, how are you doing?
What's up?
Glad to have you. You all know Josh here in the chat. Josh comes on quite often and we squabble a little bit, and then usually by the end of the live Josh is on our train. We'll see. Josh, I believe in you, bro. And I believe that you have a bright future. I just believe that because you're young, you're like, I'm okay, I can lose, right? So I feel like you're just feeding into the hopium because of your situation. Maybe I'm wrong.
I mean, I wouldn't say hopium because I originally got into XRP before I even heard people talk about it.
All right. So what is do you think that this thing's going to go to 10K?
I think it certainly has the ability to do that, but there are like certain catalysts that have to play out. Because, I've been very vocal, like this can't happen with like retail alone.
Obviously. But if there's an injunction, how do we get institutions into it? And hold on.
You want to start?
Go actually go ahead. Answer that question.
Yeah, I was just going to respond to the injunction question. I saw the other day that they ruled Ethereum won't be in security, which I know we talked about that. So I believe even if there is like a slight chance that it was, I don't think that they'll care. I think that they would just move through with it. And that's like the greatest opinion that I could give on that.
What do you think, MMG? You think we're going to 10K with this thing?
10K per XRP. No, I don't think so.
Why is that?
I think simple, like, I know tons of people in the XRP community hate to hear it, but like when you compare the market cap, so like, which is just a simple like equation to value that asset, like it doesn't really make sense. It would be worth more than the entire crypto market, like, and then some. Like the leaps and bounds that you have to take to get there just don't add up. So like that would be like one thing to say. Then like outside of like the market cap equation in itself, just like logically speaking, like when people make up a lot of these arguments to get there, like when they try to like reason, well, here's how it could happen. They're like, well, if XRP took over the entire world and then all of the money went into this one centralized company and did what no other company has ever been able to do in the history of mankind, and what people have for the history of mankind stopped individual companies from doing for things like monopoly purposes, etc. But XRP, well, Ripple's going to do it. Like it doesn't. It's not really rational.
I agree with that sentiment 100%. I think it's irrational to think that a company that is basically there's other rival companies is going to be this end all be all. I mean, David Schwartz himself at the XRP conference out of his own mouth said that XRP won't be this end all be all one world thing and control everything, that it will be an ecosystem. And if that's the case, how does it reach 10K? Even with institutional money, there's just not enough liquidity because market cap does matter.
I think like the counterpoint, and I just want to be clear, I don't associate myself with the group of people that just post about it. Like they just say it's going to go to 10K. Like I have my actual reasons for it. But I think like the overall point to look at here is David Schwartz also hasn't ruled out that a $10,000 price is impossible. And he's actually tweeted multiple times in the favor of that happening under circumstances, which in my opinion would have to be settling the derivatives market, which is an actual issue. And then obviously XRP right now, that I know of is the only blockchain that does real time uh what do you call it? Basically the audit of the transaction. So like Solana, for example, can take up to 3 minutes to validate a transaction. And that's like a huge thing, especially for banks. Like if you're operating in the SWIFT system and the government passes some sort of legislation that tightens the rules on that, you would need something that can validate during a transaction and not after.
Okay, let's back up to what you said about what David Schwartz said. Okay, David Schwartz and Brad Garlinghouse, all these people that are affiliated with Ripple, they have everything to gain from keeping the price up. So they're never going to openly come out and admit that those prices are or are not possible. You know, so that's not really an argument for me, because I take everything that they say with a grain of salt, because just like Brad Garlinghouse saying that they could potentially take over 14% of Swift, of course they could potentially, but even that is probably not going to happen.
I mean, it would just depend. I think like overall, if we were to address it, I mean, there's so many millionaires just even on the planet alone. So, assuming like ETFs came in, that would boost the overall liquidity. And if they decided that they were going to use it, it could become an actual asset. And I mean, they've been very vocal that Ripple's going to use XRP. So I, there's like, I don't see how that's a contrary. Like, just because they have everything to gain doesn't necessarily mean that they're lying, right? Like, at the same time, they've basically already gotten rich off of it. So at this point, they don't really gain that much extra about saying it if it wouldn't even happen in the first place.
Well,
I would jump
greed.
in and
Yeah, go
say
ahead.
I don't think it's that they're lying. It's just that they're avoiding telling the truth in some of these cases. Like they don't want to Oz's point, like they're not going to go out there and bash their own token. And it's not really even bashing the token, but they're not going to talk. Number one, from somebody who works in crypto, it's like a no-no for you to talk about price whatsoever. For you don't really talk, if you're a blockchain, you don't talk about price or yield, period. It's not allowed. Like, so they're going to avoid that conversation. And when people bring up those numbers, they're going to avoid answering it most of the time. Like, it's just something they're not going to do. And so that's kind of on the community. What they could do a better job of, though, however, is like reeling people in and educating them, like how to actually find these valuations, how to actually study the blockchain, how to it kind of baffles me that they don't do that more when when everybody else in crypto, it's again, as somebody in crypto, and I've also seen, I forgot his name. He works for Cosmos Blockchain on here, but he mentioned this in one of his videos as well. It's kind of like the laughing stock behind the scenes too, and it's like not the laughing stock because XRP is a bad product or something. It's just because like this community like throws out these like astronomical numbers, and it's just like, man, this is like it really comes off as the most uneducated like sector of crypto, specific to like how crypto actually works.
Right. Throwing out these crazy numbers does a disservice to the entire crypto space. You know, we have to, if we're going to say something that something's possible is going to happen, we need to have facts to back it up. Like, this is how it's going to happen. And like MMG said, a lot of those facts don't add up because no company ever in the history of mankind has ever amounted to the aspirations that they are giving Ripple. And look at Circle and Coinbase working together. They now are in direct competition with Ripple and can do everything that Ripple can do.
Yeah, I would comment that with a question to Josh, like, because I don't believe this is the case, and so if you have an example of this, please share it with me. But like, why, like, because in your assumption here, like this, like, well, Ripple would do this for the derivatives market. Why would somebody use an individual cryptocurrency, like a volatile asset? Because even if Ripple or XRP doesn't move a whole bunch compared to like some of these other like like other altcoins or Bitcoin or whatever, it's still a volatile asset compared to a stable coin. And so I'm like, why would somebody use that versus a stable coin? Like when we look at all other markets and all over, they don't they don't use any cryptocurrency. They could be using a cryptocurrency right now. They choose not to. Whenever they're going to use like a stable coin. So like, why would we suddenly shift to this use of XRP? Also, you mentioned like the finality thing of like XRP handling things so quickly, and you mentioned that sometimes Solana might take 3 minutes. However, Solana's actual finality is a lot shorter than that, right? Um, I believe it's like a few seconds or like a few milliseconds. It's like not very long actually. And when you were bringing up that sometimes it takes Solana longer, uh, that's because Solana handles like the most transactions of like on average of like any blockchain. And like in comparison, XRP Ledger has never handled that many transactions. And so like they're not battle tested either.
It's
Like when you compare the two.
theoretical still.
I think
Unused.
the biggest point is that all these other cryptocurrencies use smart contracts. And when you actually look at banks and how they're currently using Swift, they actually don't prefer smart contracts because they're more vulnerable to hacks. And there's a lot of things that can go wrong with smart contracts. So they actually don't prefer smart contracts. And XRP makes sure that everything is on the layer one side of it. So you're avoiding smart contracts by using XRP. And since XRP can be, I mean, it's basically part of the XRPL, and they plan on combining it with their stablecoins. So the slippage argument, it's realistic, but it doesn't work in that way. And it would just be that they're using the liquidity that XRP has to offer and to swap between different currencies or liquidity pools. And I think even David Schwartz has said this before in an interview not too long ago that if he had to make the strongest argument for why banks would use XRP over other assets is because it can connect with different coins. Like XRP could co-interact with other countries' CBDCs, whereas that's not exactly possible with other assets.
MG, you got a rebuttal on that one?
Yeah, my rebuttal on that would basically be that like, yeah, well, it doesn't have like support for like full smart contracts, or at least as logical as like you see on like Ethereum or so. It does still have like smart contracts on the XRP ledger. Like yeah, they're not it's not Turing complete. It's like akin to like a Bitcoin level. So it's like the logic is not nearly as sophisticated. But yeah, uh, I have nothing to the banking side of things. I also don't think that they would do things entirely off chain. I don't know. To me, the argument kind of falls flat, but might need
Brian in the
to hear
chat
more.
says that burn rate will have to increase, and that's what's going to make the price go up. But let me tell you right now, the supply of XRP, it would take like 1,000 years if XRP was used on a global scale to burn enough for it to actually increase the price to some of these like the $1,000 price range. That's not even $10,000.
Another fun thing to look at with that Oz is like, because like you can compare existing products, right? And so like Ethereum is an existing product that burns with each transaction. And actually there's like millions of dollars of Ethereum that burn like on a daily, weekly basis, like millions of dollars in comparison to XRP. It does like what XRP does in a year in like a few days. Like right. If that like it's just it's above most, and it's not moving my point here is that it's not moving the price. Like,
Exactly.
so if you have this thing that's burning millions of dollars and XRP hasn't caught up to that yet, it's like we're seeing the proof in the pudding that like just burning millions of dollars is not enough to move the price of an asset that has a smaller supply.
And correct me if I'm wrong, but I believe XRP can operate fractionalized so that they don't even need a whole XRP to facilitate a transaction.
Yeah, that's correct as well. And also for like when people bring up the argument of like, because I've seen this argument around sometimes, and there was like an article a while ago where they were like, well, if XRP moves back and forth between hands this much, I'm like, they threw out like this theoretical number of XRP that if this much move back and forth, then this would happen. And it's like, but you don't even need to move that much back and forth. Like, quite honestly, if there's not enough, like, if you're moving $100,000 at a time, like, then you're just moving 100. You can, sure, you could maybe do the full 100,000 if you had enough liquidity and that you didn't have to incur slippage. But if you did not, have enough liquidity, like what would you do? You do the same thing that we've learned, like well, like that I've learned on decentralized. You transfer smaller amounts, and that's how you would get the transaction across. You just wouldn't transfer the largest amount of XRP. And a lot of people have this like argument. They're like, oh, it has to have this certain value so that it can handle that much volume. And not really. Like, not really. You've maybe gone to Chat GPT and asked it this question, and you haven't like rebutted it enough. You haven't like countered its arguments enough. Because when you do, you get more full answers. Because that's like the truth of it. That's what you do with any money market. It's like, okay, we don't have enough money, but this person needs this. Like, well, we do multiple transactions.
I think like overall the burn argument is pretty lame inside the XRP community. I think that's like a really bad basis point to argue for a higher price. I would see honestly it's more likely for maybe 5 million millionaires deciding that they want XRP or they were advised by their financial advisors or whoever they have in their circle to purchase XRP. And if that were the case, that would limit it to about 7 to 8 XRP per person, which significantly lowers what Ripple has to work with. But going to the divisibility part, it would be down to 6 decimal places or drops. So it lets basically XRP handle tiny transactions, which is good because, I mean, in theory, it could basically process millions of small payments or move billions in a single transaction, unlike stablecoins, which would be my argument against stablecoins.
Hey Ray, thanks for deluxe subscribing. Appreciate you.
What was the unlike stablecoins part? Sorry, I missed that.
So like basically, because it has 6 decimal points, it basically allows XRP to process millions of small payments and move billions of dollars in a single transaction, unlike stablecoins.
But like wouldn't you just like go to like a smaller like you don't necessarily have to move a full dollar. Like that's kind of like how dollars work, right? Like it's already down to decimals. So I'm kind of like missing like what part you're saying is the unlike stable coins part.
So like I would say like the reason why banks would need an asset that can scale for both retail micropayments is because trillion-dollar flows and derivatives and cross-border payments and all these things, you get really low fees per transaction, unlike other coins. And like even like with stable coins, it doesn't really work because if everybody has their own stable coin, now you run into the issue where people have to move their money between the stable coins, which unless you're doing it through XRP, you have to pay a ridiculous amount of fees to move it back and forth, and then you have liquidity issues again. So
Well, in the case of that argument alone, like at least the part where you ended it, like unless you're doing it in XRP, that's like assuming the XRP is the only option. Like it's not even the fastest blockchain. Like it's a
Exactly.
right.
blockchain. It's a blockchain, but there's tons of blockchains that are faster and cheaper than XRP at this point. Like most blockchain developers go, okay, speed and cost don't really matter as much as like security, and then we figure out these other things. You need security, you need adoption, period, and then you figure out the other steps because like the speed and like they can only get so fast. Like again, we got blockchains that are down to like a millisecond, under a millisecond and stuff now. Like XRP is not at that level. And so, like, if we were just talking about speed and cost, then it loses, and then we'd be talking about these other blockchains that are faster.
Let me tell you something that in that argument is security will always trump speed and cost. People want secure transactions, especially if this is institutional at a global scale. They're going to want to make sure that their money is secure.
Right.
100%. I like to break that down. Like, explain this one time because like somebody was on one of my live streams and they were arguing. They're like, "Oh, well, the security doesn't matter. Blah blah blah. This is what matters: the speed." And I was like, "It's not even the fastest." But then I explained it this way, and like some of the stuff. Like again, I came from like being a poor degen to making a decent amount of money in crypto, and then like being being truly like immersed in the industry. And like when I was immersed, I'm like working with hedge funds and stuff and institutions all of a sudden. Like, so all of a sudden I get to see like, I'm coming from the side of like, how do I increase $5 to $20 to $100 to 1,000, etc. And then I'm being met with people that are millionaires, plus that are like, okay, well, we can't even enter the liquidity pools that you're talking about because like we'd incur too much slippage. And like that stuff didn't even cross my mind. Um, but then they like also mentioned that like, yeah, like that's when I first heard like, security is the thing that matters the most. And so I like to kind of explain that by going like, if you were a millionaire or a billionaire, right, and you needed to move your funds from wherever you were to like some bank downtown or whatever building downtown in your city, like, and you have two options. You have the option of like somebody with like a rickshaw who can get you there in 10 seconds. He'll transfer your $4 billion or $4 million downtown in 10 seconds, but he's gonna put your money in a rickshaw. It's like there's no windows, there's no security, it's not bulletproof, etc. Or you can get it downtown in an armored vehicle that's going to take 10 minutes. As you're always going to choose the armored vehicle. You're not going to risk your money, your capital, for speed. That does not matter to you. What matters to you is that at the end of the day, your money gets to where you thought it was going to get.
Exactly. And
I
right
think
now, the narrative is utility. The next narrative coming is going to be security. And that's why I'm so bullish on SXT, because SXT basically is security. But please go on.
I think my like core argument is I'm not really on the speed side. I'll be the first person any day to agree that XRP isn't the fastest blockchain out there. But the reason why banks would use it is literally just due to the fact that it has validation while the transaction is going through. And that's something Solana or Ethereum both do not have. And banks would prefer that over anything else any time of the day, even if we're talking about cryptocurrencies or not. Being able to validate a transaction while it's happening and not after is much, much safer. So, if we were to talk about stablecoins, why would banks just use stablecoins over XRP? Stablecoins are infinitely, like, there's no supply limit to stablecoins. We see it with Tether, what they're doing with Bitcoin. So, stablecoins, they just don't serve the same purpose as you could with XRP. And I mean, we could go back and forth on this any day, but I don't think that stablecoins in the long run would win here. I just don't think they would. Liquidity would be too far spread out. And then, I mean, we talked about this last time. If Walmart wants their own stablecoin, Amazon, even if that were the case, at the end of the day, they would still have to use XRPL to connect them all. So at that point, XRP wins regardless because of the volume that's being, created over the ledger. And then, a lot of people like to argue, well, the transaction is going in and back out, which is correct. It is going in and back out, but it's using the original liquidity inside of the ledger and then replacing it with whatever transaction is coming in front of it. So when you have banks using it 24/7, it just creates total 24-hour volume, which then, because there's only a limited supply of XRP, would then create the supply shock to where you have a larger asset price. And then obviously, if they were to do this, many people would probably most likely buy the asset. And when you really point it down, it's about 7 to 8 XRP per person, assuming everybody who is in crypto would want to hold XRP. So
Well, with this limited supply you speak of, yes, there is a limited supply, but there's also Ripple dumping on people constantly. And I have an article right here. XRP news today. XRP dips 17% after Ripple's co-founder moves 175 million in XRP. So, and XRP, or excuse me, Ripple has restructured the way that their escrow operates, where they can unlock more than they ever have, and they're moving it into private wallets. And they're unloading it when not just at the end of the beginning of the month, but whenever they see fit. And the reason that they said that they do this is to stabilize the market. So how does that skyrocket the price if Ripple continues to dump on it?
I don't think them dumping it will long-term affect it at all. Like I get people's concern with it, but I don't personally see it as an issue. I mean, people were dumping billions of dollars in Bitcoin the other day, and it's like nobody talks about it then. So I think the only difference is that they're part of the project. But the other thing is XRP wasn't even called XRP when it was first created. And, you know, even the Bitcoin maxis argue that Bitcoin's going to be used for payments, right? So it's literally the same argument, just different blockchains. And the only the side that everybody argues about is supply. If you were to run every single bank transaction on Bitcoin, which is impossible because it's way too slow, but if hypothetically you could, the price would be way too high. So when we're talking about $10,000, that's just a sweet spot where you can use less XRP per transaction over it being too expensive, because there's also issues on both sides. If it's too inexpensive, you run into issues, and if it's too expensive, you also have issues. So 100 billion tokens was thoughtfully thought out before they even created it, which is what many people fail to understand. So even if they unload, and let's say we have entire 100 billion circulating supply, it would get eaten up like insanely fast if it gets adopted. So that's why I've always said it's non-retail. It's just if they adopt XRP, the supply, like 100 billion, really isn't that much realistically.
I don't really think that adoption is what you think it is, though. I think adoption is more or less use case and utility, it actually being used. But I don't think most banks are going to use XRP. And like MMG had stated earlier, it's about security. Banks are going to want security. People, institutional money, big players are going to want security. Retail is going to look for quick, fast, right? But the big players, they want security. And that's why I think I used to be, really bearish on Ethereum. But I'm starting to realize that Ethereum is probably going to be the one because it's the most secure and it's becoming more affordable every day. It's becoming faster as well. So unless Ripple can offer that security, I don't think that it actually gets adopted on this global scale like everyone thinks it's going to be, this global adoption of XRP. No, there will be some adoption where there are different use cases and it will be used, but it's not what you think, in my opinion.
I think to argue that Ethereum is safer than XRP is kind of a joke. I mean, I've already like backtracked this. I don't like XRP. Like I said, I'll be the first person to admit other blockchains are faster. But Ethereum at the end of the day uses smart contracts, and the goal is to use XRP and not have smart contracts, because smart contracts are actually more unsafe. So like even XRPL uses a unique node list, which is a UNL consensus mechanism, and it uses, trusted validators and not miners, which confirms transactions in around 3 to 5 seconds. Whereas, you have Ethereum and it's more proof of stake, POS, which they've been using since 2022, and is still exposed to risks. You could have chain reorganizations,
But
and,
can't you argue that the UNL is also exposed to risk and more risk than Ethereum and its thousands of validators? The UNL is nothing more than, like, if you want to compare the UNL to Ethereum validators, all that's saying is that, like, instead of having Ethereum's thousands and thousands of validators, not just nodes, because there's a difference between nodes and validators, but instead of having Ethereum's thousands and thousands of validators that operate trustlessly, you have a list of 35 that run the entire blockchain in a trusted manner. Like 35 versus thousands. 35 is a lot easier to corrupt than thousands of validators that you need to corrupt. Like,
the difference I would say is that Ripple has private validators and trusted validators, whereas Ethereum, like anybody can just become a stakeholder and hold large amounts, right?
that's a
So
reason why Ethereum is more secure. It's permissionless. Anybody can run a validator versus you requiring, like, number one, like, they have this list of 35, and so it's trusted. And so there's concepts in crypto as trusted, which is where you get like this federated consensus model, or trustless, which is like Bitcoin, where you don't have to trust anybody. It's trustless. You can run your own validator on Bitcoin, essentially. Like, right? You can run your own validator on Ethereum. With XRP, even if you strike up a node today, you can verify your own transactions. However, you do not just automatically get in that. You can't just become a validator. That's not possible. You need to have everybody else, like a large consensus of the network, go, yes, let's put that person, we're going to put that person on our UNL. This person is trustworthy. We trust them. They have to say that they trust you versus nobody having to say that they trust you and you still being able to use the network.
I mean, that would just be like more like open use. I mean, like at the end of the day, it comes down to who banks trust more, right? So like if they decide that they trusted Ethereum more, then that would be a good argument. But like so far, Ripple by far has way more NDA agreements.
Well,
And
it would be banks saying that they trust themselves more in this case, right? That they trust themselves, that they trust versus the list of 35 people that has already been predetermined and that has influence by a centralized company. They don't need that centralized company's list. They can just strike up their own validator and they can just confirm transactions and be a validator themselves.
And with the NDAs, man, that's not really a solid argument because every single person working at Ripple has an NDA. Every single it the number of NDAs isn't really indicating that there's NDAs for multiple companies for adoption or all these different things. That's very speculative.
I mean, at the end of the day, the only person I saw at the White House was Brad Garlinghouse really representing on that edge. And at the end of the day, I mean, whichever way you want to look at it, I would still have to say that Ripple and like the XRPL ledger is far safer for banks. I mean, Ripple is already trusted by major banks. They're already working with them. So it would make sense. And literally the whole reason why Ripple even was continuing to develop on the XRPL is for this exact reason, right? Like that was the whole reason they were doing it. And they have the most connections. They have more insight. As a lot of people deny this, but they've been using the private XRP ledger this whole time testing, and they've already been doing it. So, I don't think there's any sort of issues on the XRP side because if there was, they would have already presented them.
I don't think that Brad Garlinghouse being at the White House is also a good indicator of what you think it indicates. Okay, he's basically the face of the SEC's witch hunt that Trump has thrown out there that is happening, right? And that's part of why they're at the White House, because they're trying to figure out how to get this injunction lifted from them. And they're that voice of, we're in the crypto space and we're being attacked. So that doesn't really tell me that, oh, he has this what do you call it, like influence. What it tells me is that this is the face of the company that has suffered the most from the prior administration.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go
Right?
ahead.
I mean, I'm not using it as like my
hold on,
whole
Josh.
argument.
Jesse, go ahead.
Okay. The thing with Brad Garlinghouse is he's a perpetual liar. He leaks out misinformation. The thing is, my thing is, I'm not saying either way how you guys feel or believe, but he has so many times just leaked information when he wants it to pump right before they dump a whole bunch of. He does a lot of things that are sketchy, and the newest thing with XRP is there with the just putting away in random wallets has been sketchy, and I don't think you should trust Brad Garlinghouse. That's just my opinion.
I don't trust him. I don't trust anything they say, anything they do. It's all a theater to me. And I notice, and like Jesse said, the timing is just so impeccable of when these things happen. What do you say, MMG?
Yeah, I mean, I don't think there's a lot of weight to somebody being at the White House. I wouldn't give that too much attention. Like honestly, it's like it's a nice camera moment, but I would pay more attention to where people are putting their money, right? To your comment to Josh's comment about Ripple having more institutional partners or more bank partners, I think it was like that's been their goal, to work with banks specifically versus a blockchain that has had the goal of being decentralized and permissionless, as I stated earlier, where anybody can just choose to build on it. And so when people choose to build on Ethereum, they don't need a partnership. They just go and build on Ethereum. And that's why we've seen, when we look at the juxtaposition between like Ethereum and XRPL, where are people choosing to actually build? Where's JP Morgan choosing to build? Where's Franklin Templeton choosing to build? Where is BlackRock choosing to build? And like, how much money are they putting into these projects? Where is Robinhood choosing to build? Where's everybody choosing to build? Where's like, when you look at Ripple's own product, right? They started a stable coin recently, RLUSD. Where's RLUSD majorly? It's like 84% on Ethereum and like 16% on their own blockchain. Like, regardless
Precisely.
of the partnerships, all the money is going to one place. Like, the vast majority of money in DeFi is on this one place because of the argument that we made earlier, security. Like, kind of like, regardless of how, more objectively, 35, a list of 35 individuals that you can contact versus thousands of validators. The thousands of validators went out over decentralization and security. That's just how that works out.
Yeah,
So I mean,
there's a bit of a trend with Ripple that I'm seeing, and it's that it's narrative, you know? So go ahead, Josh. Didn't mean to.
no, I would just say like at the end of the day, Ethereum has had the highest transaction fees overall. Like to make an argument that that would be suitable for transactions is kind of ridiculous in a bigger sense, right? Like you can fractionalize transactions on XRP, and the congestion on ETH would also become an issue because we're talking about moving trillions of dollars around. So that would be like my core arguments.
And yet people still choose it, right? But like, for example, like a lot of these institutions that I just mentioned, the Black Rocks, the JP Morgans, the the Robin Hoods, like, where are they building right now too? Like, yes, most people come in and they settle on Ethereum mainnet because of security purposes, because big money wants security above all. They don't care about the cost that you care about. They care about that
Facts.
security. But then when they want to like do more transactions and higher volume and micro payments, they do what Robinhood did recently. They build on Ethereum L2. And Ethereum L2 still utilizes Ethereum mainnet security. It batches up tens of thousands of transactions into one transaction and puts them on the Ethereum mainnet because that's where the security is, versus having them on some other blockchain where it's not as secure. That's a roll up. That's how that works. And that was Ethereum's goal with their initial roadmap. Now, Vitalik has like mentioned that like in the next year, Ethereum is planning, like, because like they've gotten a lot of pressure from people because they've had a whole bunch of upgrades that focused on making things cheaper and expanding the blockchain or the network, not just the L1 blockchain, but the entire network, which is why we have all these different L2s that aren't just like, well, that are official L2s, not side chains. A side chain is not an official L2. A side chain is its own independent blockchain, if we're going to be honest. And then you have a roll up, which is an official L2. And so Ethereum's idea was to have all these rollups that post to the mainnet. However, it's cannibalized the profits of the L1. Like, these individual rollups can make their own money. And so now they're focusing back on, okay, well, how do we just straight up, like, number one, the L1 has already become vastly cheaper than ever before, like compared to like a year ago or something. Like you look at like, I think a lot of people like often miss like our uh assume that the cost on Ethereum is like still like, oh, it costs this much money. Oh, if I wanted to send a like you hear people be like, if I want to send a transaction on Ethereum right now, it costs me $10 or $50. And it's like, you haven't looked at Etherscan in years, and it shows, because most transactions on Ethereum are like 50 cents or less. Like, that's just the case because they cut everything down by over 99%.
Right,
And now
and
they're looking to increase things by 10x within the next year.
yeah, they're
They're going to
looking to
continue to develop.
change the fees to become even more affordable than they are now, and the transaction speed. And I think it's a realistic goal to see it grow if If other companies can be faster and cheaper, why can't Ethereum?
I think like this is really the part where I would have to say like this is perfect because if you really think about it, even if Ethereum fixed all these issues and they started using it to move in between all these different coins, you would still need XRPL ledger anyway. So like the goal has never been for XRP to be this one stop all, but it's going to be the thing that connects everything, and I truly believe that, right? And then like even the fact that XRP can already fractionalize at the millions means it's already steps ahead, and at the end of the day, I could actually argue that I think ADA or XLM would be better than Ethereum over. If I had to pick, it wasn't XRP, I would honestly pick XLM or ADA
Have you
over just.
used either of those blockchains?
I'm particularly looking at ADA the most. It's
Have you used Cardano?
I haven't used it, but I have traded it.
Because it's like I haven't used it in some years because the first time that I used it, like, and again, it was congested at the time, so it became congested. But I wasn't very much of a fan of using like a full Cardano for some of my transactions. Like,
Right.
so it's not exactly the best. Like, what I've seen is it's not exactly the best blockchain. I would argue that like XLM is a lot better than XRPL, or
Agreed.
Cardano. Like, so I agree with you there. However, from what you just said that I disagree with is that XRPL would be needed to move between all of these different coins. It's currently not needed to move between all of these different coins, and it's currently lagging behind most other like contemporary popular blockchains in terms of interoperability. You need to point at Bitcoin to find a blockchain that's not as interoperable of such like a high name. Like XRP just got a connection. Like they're praising a side chain that has like, I don't know, less than $100,000 on it right now. They have like a connection. They just got their connection from that side chain, again, not a true roll up, to Axlar and IBC, and they just got an interoperability like integration with Wormhole, which isn't even like really being used yet. There's no bridges using it yet, but they're lagging behind. Every like Ethereum, like all these things start on Ethereum, and then they go to all these other chains. Like there's a reason why their side chain is an EVM sidechain, Ethereum virtual machine, so that they can tap into Ethereum's interoperability and its volume, and its TVL, like all the money, the liquidity over there. But like, yeah, I'm curious to hear from you, Josh. Like, why is it that you think that like if all these tokens are already able to interop with each other, they're already being traded between different blockchains and whatnot. I went from base to Avalanche last night in about 5 seconds because I saw a good yield opportunity. Like, I didn't use XRPL for that. Why would all of a sudden everything as we know it change and we have to use XRPL?
So first, what we were talking about earlier, the only reason I said ADA is because it's in my opinion the most decentralized. And then when we're going to the reason why XRP would be needed to, connect with all these other blockchains, it's simply just from a point of if we start seeing trillions of dollars flow over the crypto market, right? Because when I'm talking about like adoption, I just use it as a word, but if all of these chains started being used, I don't really like I think every chain is going to get adopted. I think every chain is going to be used, but if trillions flow, the other side of it is which coins are regulated in other countries to be used. XRP has that. XRP has more contracts in every single country than any other chain in the world, which makes them perfect for it. And when we're talking about liquidity, XRP is so close to flipping ETH even. The minute we get ETFs or even more open interest or people start finding out what they're actually trying to build, the liquidity is going to be massive, and that could be a huge hedge on it. And it's just regulated in more countries. So even if something is usable, the question is where is it usable also? Because we have to look at, is Europe going to want to have their transactions over Ethereum? Would China want to have their transactions over Ethereum? Or would
Well,
China and
I think
Europe.
so. I think so because they could just spin up their own Ethereum L2.
You
Like
know
they
what?
can just they can make their own regulatory compliant blockchain on Ethereum and have it be super cheap and use Ethereum security.
UB says in the chat, it's not about who's the most decentralized, it's about what big money will use. And big money will use secure transactions.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, TikTok seller.
I mean, like I said, like
Hold on a
XRP
second,
has.
Josh. Hold on a second, Josh. Go
Oh,
ahead,
sorry.
Jesse.
I'm not on the TikTok live, so.
Oh no. In reality, any of us, our first priority is going to be security. You don't leave your house without locking it. You don't leave your car without locking it because it is a source of value. So here's my thing. Even if you have to pay a little bit more, you're going to go with the secure option. And the reason is you would rather have Tommy with the gun next door than little Susie with the plastic scissors to protect you. So the problem is people, and myself included, I'm going to pay a little bit more for that security than pay a little bit less and feel uncertain. That's all I had to say.
Right, what if, let's say I had some money, right? And I wanted to keep it safe. Am I going to give it to some guy standing on the corner and say, hey, can you take this and run this down the street and go deposit it for me real quick? And you know, he's on crack. He can pedal that bike twice as fast as anybody else. But am I going to give it to him, or am I going to give it to the armored car to have them go drive it down the road? You know, it's literally that simple. Like, I don't trust some random dude on a bike to go make sure that my money gets delivered. I trust the armored car because I have a lot of money and people want that. Go ahead, guys.
Oh yeah. Before Josh takes the floor again, I would also just like to throw something in there. Like, you made a comment that, and we don't have to stay on this. I would just like to say that, well, I've argued this with people in chat before. Decentralization is like not black or white, right? Decentralization is a spectrum, and so there's various things that play into what is actually decentralized, right? So it could be the validators, it could be your ability to vote, it could be the supply, it could be, there's all sorts of things, like, you know, how it's distributed. All sorts of things play the decentralization, and the sense of like calling like Cardano the most decentralized. I think maybe you're like focusing on like maybe the set of validators or something, but you can easily like counter that by saying I believe Bitcoin probably has more, or like Ethereum might have more, or in terms of voting, like Polkadot has what's known as the largest on-chain governance ecosystem. So they have the most people that actively participate in voting, and that could be considered decentralized. But yeah, I don't. I mean, I'm not that I'm saying Cardano isn't decentralized. Obviously, it's decentralized and more than some other blockchains that we've talked about today. But I don't know that I would just free-handedly give it the top dog spot.
What do you think of this? Trends to You says in the chat, bro, would you trust Ripple is secure once they're a bank? What do you think on that comment?
I would trust them the same as I trust any other bank. There's a reason why I like cryptocurrency to begin with. I
Exactly.
don't necessarily trust the banks.
Do not
Like, when you
trust
put
the
money in a
banks.
bank, you don't own that money anymore. The bank owns your money. I want to own my own money.
Yes. And that's why I brought it up, because I was like, that is the worst argument I've ever heard. That's why we're all here in crypto, because we don't trust the banks, right?
Yeah, 100%.
Right.
But go on.
So, is everybody? I'm assuming, kind of our kind of basis argument right now is over smart contracts or XRPs.
Well, no, like mine was that, like, I would call Ethereum more decentralized due to like the number of validators and it not relying on a trusted base of UNL, the UNL list of just 35, which not only is it just a list of 35, like similar to like Binance Smart Chain, but like, well, again, similar to Binance Smart Chain, Ripple, a centralized company, has influence over that list, and that centralized company also owns the majority of the supply, which they release to the public whenever they like feel like it. Like, if they like, yes, it gets released from escrow monthly, but if we look back to the past, there was times where they like it just wasn't being released. It's like okay, it unlocks and we keep it. We just kick it down the road. Like, when I say they keep it, they lock it back up. Maybe they lock up all of it, but in general, they like choose how they choose, because when you read their website, when you read their documentation, they own all of that XRP. It's theirs. They do whatever they want with it. They
Exactly.
own the vast majority of the supply of that token. That's not decentralized. And so, like, yeah, my argument is that like the Ethereum ecosystem is wider. It's the biggest DeFi ecosystem in cryptocurrency. There's more new addresses being added to Ethereum than XRP or the XRP ledger. Somebody was just like celebrating in my comment section the other day where he was like, "Yay, we had the 14th. They added 7,000 new wallets today. That's a win." I'm like, Ethereum is adding like 100,000 plus wallets a day. Bitcoin is adding like nearly a million new wallets a day. That's like nothing. That's like nothing. That's like
Exactly.
congratulations, but that's peanuts compared to everybody else. So like on the decentralization of the supply, on the validator nodes, on the size of the ecosystem, on the TVL, on the number of transactions going across, on the active users, on the developers in the ecosystem, all of these things, Ethereum is winning. And I don't want to give all this attention to Ethereum because I like other blockchains too. Like I'm not a maximalist for Ethereum or
Facts.
Bitcoin. I'm chain agnostic. I've deployed capital in more than 20 plus blockchains. But if we're putting apples to oranges and it's like, oh, XRP versus like something like, I'm like, well, here's an example of something that's like beating the crap out of it. And like, if we're being objective, like it's not winning, it needs to catch up. And I don't think it's ever going to actually catch up if the community doesn't get more realistic about what it needs to improve on. Like I just saw the other day, it was their side chain was like making a joke about Bitcoin, and they were like, "Haha, this meme that the Bitcoin account posted like aged so well." And I'm like, "Why don't you guys focus on your own volume? Your exchanges have like $5,000 of volume a day for an entire blockchain. That's pitiful. Like incentivize your blockchain and get some liquidity over here before I move my money off." Like but
Exactly.
but those conversations aren't being had enough. People are like in the comments clapping it up like, "Oh, it's so good. We got a wormhole partnership now." It's like it's an integration. It's not a partnership. But like, man,
And I'll say this, okay? And there's a lot of people in the chat that were like, I'm not buying XRP anymore, blah, blah, blah. I got turned off to it. And then it ran up and they were salty about it. I never said that XRP won't go up and won't make you money. The narrative behind XRP is so phenomenal. And the cult like following for it is just beyond what I've ever seen before in crypto. And one thing that I've noticed is a lot of people that are in XRP are religious. And so they treat this almost like a religion. And because of that, it's going to do phenomenal numbers. It's going to go crazy. And Ripple's going to make a lot of money dumping on those people. Right. And the fact of the matter is that a lot of those people will not sell if it hit even $25 because it's not the price that they're being fed with the moon cheese. They're waiting for that $1,000, $10K, $100K price that's probably never going to come. And I think that's why the narrative is those numbers, is to get retail to buy and hold forever, to keep it from being sold, to keep it running up. But that doesn't mean that you won't be able to make money off this thing. The narrative is just ridiculous, and that's why I still trade it. But I trade it because I know it's going to swing very volatilely because of the people buying it and holding it forever, and the people and then Ripple selling off on it, and it's going to make it swing, which is beautiful. That's what you want in crypto, right? That's how we get money here. But at what cost? Somebody has to lose, right? Somebody has to lose. And that's what I'm trying to educate people, is that just because there's a narrative there doesn't mean that the narrative is true, but it doesn't mean that you can't make money from it.
I would say, and this is a really probably not the greatest thing, and I'm not using this as a debate, but just for a factual point, Ethereum was actually formally developed and it began through a Swiss company. And right now, through our current administration, I don't see any chance that a company that is not from the US would basically be adopted and like for many good reasons. I mean, you already see Trump coming after every single other country with these tariffs, and everything is going to be US prioritized. US companies are going to be prioritized. So, not that that's a strong argument, but it is one. And at the end of the day, if, going back to which is safer or more secure, Ethereum or XRP, I would still say smart contracts are never safer than what XRP has right now. And when you want to argue, well, yeah, but it's not as decentralized, banks don't really care if it's decentralized. They've always been pro centralization. So they're not really going to be like, oh, well, I want to use Ethereum because it's more decentralized, because banks don't care about that. And at the same time, the fact that they can validate transactions while the transactions are being made and not after makes them a lot safer.
To that argument, like because that's like similar to like why a Bitcoin maxi likes Bitcoin and they don't want to introduce more smart contract ledger to, or logic, excuse me, to Bitcoin, right? Because they don't want to expose Bitcoin to all these like vulnerabilities. Like you enter more logic into the equation, there's more opportunity for people to get smart and create things that expose your ecosystem. So yes, that's part of like why these blockchains aren't fully Turing complete in terms of XRPL and Bitcoin. However, if we're just talking about like straight up like transactions, like going peer to peer, wallet to wallet, you're not interacting with a smart contract. That's something different, and that's that ability on your blockchain, but you're not sending your money necessarily through a smart contract. That's just more opportunity for your blockchain. It's having more programmability options. So like I hear that argument that you were making, but I'm also like, well, there's a reason why XRP keeps trying to, or XRPL say, keeps trying to advance, or is made the side chain to begin with, or is working with Flare to begin with, because they realize that they do need that programmability, um, even if
Right.
that isn't the like what all the transactions, the basic level peer to peer like type of transactions are going through.
Yeah, I wanted to ask Revolution. I sent a video in the general group chat, which is from a German financial company talking about Ripple, which I thought was really interesting.
Was it on X? Was it in the Discord or on X? Where was it?
I sent the video like in the general group chat.
Okay, I don't always get them, so I'd have to look into it because I'm not trying to be mean, but anytime it says X, I don't really read it. So I will look into it when I can because I don't have Discord on here while I'm on my phone.
Let me see. I could probably pull it up. It's in the general.
Yeah.
And do you know when you
It's
sent
above my
it?
comment.
Is it recent?
Yeah, it's right above my wave comment.
Oh, is this the one that says Josh at Revolution?
Yeah.
This video? Let's take a gander.
Der zeitliche Druck, so schnell wie möglich etwas zu tun gegen diesen drohenden Kollaps. Und da wird man natürlich auf das zurückgreifen, was da ist. Ripple ist da mit seinem Angebot, und wenn die Zeit für Ripple spielt, dann kann Ripple durchaus die World Reserve Bridge Currency werden. Und wenn das der Fall ist, dann kann man das hier streichen und eine 4 oder eine 5 hinmachen.
So he's basically saying Ripple can become the world bridge currency.
Yeah, I mean, at the end there, he also said that it could be a 4 to 5 digit price, which is what I was saying. Like, even people in Europe are looking more towards the XRPL. It just depends on like who you're going to. But
Who is this guy? Anyone can
I
say
don't
that.
I don't exactly know who he is, but I could probably find so many other articles and companies and videos of like these similar high net worth people talking about.
How much you want to bet he holds XRP?
Well, I mean,
That
yeah,
part.
he obviously holds it, but I don't see why he wouldn't.
He served me food in Germany last time I was there. Oh my God. We don't know who this guy is. We don't know who he represents. So I wouldn't say that this is a valid source.
I mean, I was just like putting it like as a general idea because I mean, even if we went like back and forth on this like all day, like even if you ask AI, there's like an actual reality in where a high price on XRP is definitely plausible.
UB
Like,
says I have info for that. I'm from the EU. UB, if you want to jump in Discord and get in the debate, you're more than welcome to come up. I can't bring you up on the live with TikTok because it'll rug Jesse.
To Josh, like, what do you have to get to with the AI for it to go, okay, yeah, that's more probable. This is a likely outcome that XRP would reach these 4 to 5 digits.
that's actually an interesting question. I don't think I ever go too deep into it, but I just kind of ask it general questions. Like, here, let me actually. I wonder if there's a way that I can share this because I just did this recently. Actually, my last conversation, which I think, as we said, we were going to talk about this, but my last conversation with AI was about the cycles. How I told you I don't think we're going to see a bear cycle anymore because I said it was unrealistic for BlackRock, MicroStrategy, and all these other people to dump their Bitcoin. And the fact that even if they tried to create a bear market, people would buy up these dips so quickly, it wouldn't really even be a bear market. So I got into that, and then I was asking it about like XRP, and I asked AI from a non-biased perspective if it thinks CBDCs or XRP are more likely to be adopted to settle these transit dollars and transactions. And it said, due to the fact that Trump is anti-CBDC, uh, it's leading towards XRP. And that's like literally like the greatest
Could
thing.
you could you expand it then past that? 'Cause I get that, but like I feel like even when you're like asking a question like that, you're giving it two options versus being a little bit more objective and giving it the full optionality of what's available in crypto and what we see actually being practiced.
Like, do you have like examples of like other ones you'd want to also have in
Like
that list?
an example would be like throwing any other cryptocurrency or blockchain that's
Right,
faster
right.
or cheaper than XRP into the equation. Throwing just straight up stable coins into the equation. There's a stable coin for like all these different countries. Like they all have their own stable coins at this point, as well as we have USD peg stable coins. There's a Euro peg stable coin. There's a Brazilian Reals peg stable coin. Those Juan peg stablecoin. I would throw them all into the. I wouldn't limit it to only two options, and then be like, well, it picked my one option of the two options. I would give it all of the options.
Right. I'm not opposed to that. Again, I'm just more leading to the fact that like Ripple and XRP is a US company, and especially here in the United States, that's what they're going to prioritize. And it has the capability to do it. So it's just kind of a matter of fact on who they basically choose for it. And I'm just betting on the fact that that's going to be Ripple. And I don't think I could give a deeper explanation than that.
I would like my last, and then I'll like leave the floor to us, or you can go ahead again. But I'd be like, my pushback would be like, we chose gold, like the United States and the world at some point chose gold. Like, and gold isn't owned by like it's not a company, especially a centralized company. I think that like weighs into things a lot more than you're like giving credit to. I don't think anybody wants to give any one centralized company control of the world. Probably
Facts.
not going to happen. Like that's very, very, very unlikely that any other country, especially, is going to like forget the United States. Like probably not the United States too. Like there's a reason why we have a treasury and a Federal Reserve. Like there's a reason things are split up the way they are in some form of decentralization, even though it's very centralized. Like they still try to make it somewhat decentralized, even in that aspect. And like what you're suggesting is let's give it all to this company. Like, I don't think so. And also historically, to my point with gold, we chose gold before, and gold isn't owned by one company or one country, and gold isn't primarily in the United States. You like mine it like other countries like more gold than the United States. And we chose that before. So I don't know that giving United States based companies all this credit as like, well, because it's a US based company, then that's going to be the option. I think to our earlier argument, the stability, the security is going to factor in a lot more than it being owned by any one country. And that's partially why Bitcoin, like other than first movers advantage, like first movers advantage alone, if Bitcoin wasn't more secure than all these other blockchains and stablecoin, or not stablecoins, and meme coins and altcoins and whatever else, then we wouldn't be talking about it like we do today. They'd be like, all right, it was cool, but Litecoin is superior. Like it's just vastly superior. And so that would be the conversational topic.
I think like I could give you a really good counter argument, and basically when I talked about this before with Grok too, but I do want to answer your first question.
With Grok.
What I told basically when I asked it around like the $10,000 XRP price, the only thing that I said is that the XRP's circulating supply does not limit it if enough demand comes from people buying it in institutions, and that's where it agreed that it's unrealistic to say that that supply is too much to get bought up. And then to counteract what you said about it being centralized, or you said decentralized, yeah. So Federal Reserve, I think that they're going to get rid of it, to be honest. If not, they're going to appoint somebody new. And then the other thing that I asked, where you said with gold, is I think we should get a new U.S. dollar that's backed by gold. That's one thing. And then two, if every country wants their own CBDC, and the reason why, like even with the U.S. dollar, these other countries they don't like it because it's the U.S. dollar, right? Like you could argue China doesn't like the US dollar currently being, you could say, the leading currency. And so if every country has their own CBDC or their own, stable coin that runs for their country, then you could basically have XRP connect them all to trade seamlessly. So it's less about giving XRP, like XRP becoming the main thing that everybody uses to pay with, but more of a way to connect every single country's asset, which in turn would actually make it less centralized and more decentralized, because it could allow every country to use their own types of technology, currency, and it doesn't even need to be crypto. Like the XRPL can interact with different, how do you say this? Like
But
different
the X,
technologies.
but as we talked about earlier, it wouldn't be the XRPL necessarily connecting to all these things. Otherwise, the XRPL would be connecting itself to Ethereum and to the Cosmos ecosystem and all these other blockchains. But it wasn't able to without a sidechain. It doesn't have the programmability to do so. It's not Turing complete, similar like Bitcoin as we discussed earlier. And so like it can do a lot of things, but I don't think to the degree that you're like giving it credit to.
I think
Right.
more
Like,
like
and
liquidity.
I also just wouldn't like. I will also again like I wouldn't limit it to just XRP being able to do these. Like I think like yeah, possible, but like of all the options and like of what we see adopted on like from blockchain technology, it's got to like forget price. Like price of an asset is one thing. There's other tokens. I'm sure other people don't necessarily know this, but did you know there's another token out there that's worth $95,000 right now? And I'm not talking about YFI, but YFI was, approaching $90,000 like last cycle. There's tokens out there that have extremely high valuations. That doesn't necessarily matter. That the price of an asset doesn't matter. It going up whatever percent doesn't matter. Like the true adoption of that blockchain, of that ecosystem, how much money is there to be used, those things matter more.
Right.
I agree.
I think
And all the things that you're saying, Josh, like let's just say that all that happens. Let's just feed into the moon cheese for a minute, right? None of that necessarily indicates these crazy prices that you're talking about. Because let's say mass adoption for XRP, it's still not going to go to 10K. It's like XRP is like trying to fill a bucket with no bottom in it. The liquidity doesn't stay in XRP; it flows through it. What do you think about that? Oh, hold on, I want to see where MMG.
He's gone right
So.
now. He
Oh,
said he's
okay.
going to be back.
Got you. Brooke is here. She's not happy. Hi, Brooke. How you doing?
We should get Brooke in here too.
I'd love to have Brooke. Brooke, if you want to come and yell at me, come on Discord and join the lounge voice chat. And we're on Discord doing that so that way we don't have to rug Jesse. Hi, Jesse. How are you?
Good. We're having our own conversation listening to you guys.
That's awesome. And make sure you follow Jessie. Jessie has her own live going on, and she's doing a more political type show. And so make sure you give her a follow. Go check her out. She's a cute one.
Can I say something real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
And I know this generation is very different from our generation, but the more you talk to these AI things and you bring up specific things, it feeds its algorithm and will feed you back specific things it knows you want to hear, whether they are probably true or probably not true. And we did a test case with Oz's computer, and the more he pushed a certain thing, the more it started giving him what he wanted to see.
Exactly.
So be very careful. Have one account where you do it, and another account that is so just out of left field, and see if you get the same answers, because more times than not, you just don't.
AI tells you what you want to hear.
And it doesn't mean it's not true. It just means
like,
it's
I would agree with
conflated.
that. And I do want to, before we continue, I do want to state, like, again, I'm not bearish on XRP.
Same. I'm
I
not
do
bearish
think
at all.
I think it'll go up. I think, like, again, like when most people talk to me, I'm like, I think a 5x is possible. That's 500%. Within, like, I think that's possible within a year's time. 500%. What I don't think is possible is 300x. I don't think that's possible.
Well, they're saying more than 300x.
Facts.
Well, I think it's around like 300x just to get to like the 1,000 like price range or so. But I'm like, that's like, guys, like if you were to ask your GPT today, like ask it what top 10 cryptocurrencies or assets in general, stocks or crypto, has done a 300x, being in the top 10 spot already.
But also at the same time, which cryptocurrency has ever settled trillions of dollars a day? So that's basically like the weight that you're like balancing in between.
I don't think it's going to
And-
settle trillions a
Yeah, I don't think
day.
it's going to do that. And like that's like extreme speculation. It's just like it's never even handled that like anywhere near that amount of money. So like I hear that, and like that's interesting speculation, but it's not battle tested, as we like talked about before, where people were like, they like to, and like I've been just as negative on Solana at times as anybody else, but like it's one of the more battle tested blockchains at this point. When Solana goes down, it's because it's handling more transactions, more volume than any other. Like XRPL has never done that. Like you don't know that we just straight up don't know that if it starts to handle even a fraction of the volume that Solana has handled, that it doesn't just crash. It's never been tested like that. And I don't think major like big money is willing to just like throw it all at this thing and be like, well, it's never been tested like that, but let's try this one right now.
Right.
I think if anything, it's super incremental, and like we can all watch it happen over time, but that incremental is not going to happen in the next year. It's not going to happen in the next 2 years. It's not going to happen next 3. It's going to take a while.
That's what I like what Brooke just put in chat. Like they are testing it. They've been testing on the private ledger. So like I don't agree with anybody who says that
I
because
didn't say
like
they aren't testing up to the degree that we're talking about. You think they're doing more money than we're seeing on Solana?
I think they're like the price has already been like leaked on the thing. It was like upwards of $130,000 last I
Okay.
checked.
First of all, let me reel that
Sure.
one in. Okay. The private ledger thing, yes, they are testing and they are doing all that, but those numbers have not been confirmed that that's the transactions that they're facilitating. The official story is these were glitches, and it's not just happened with XRP, it's happened with Bitcoin, it's happened with Ethereum. They're just glitches.
I'm not talking about like the actual glitches on regular XRP listed on exchanges. So I'm more about like the private ledger.
I do agree with Brooke. Solana is a very different use case. I agree with that 100%. And I think all these different blockchains are going to facilitate different use cases, but that doesn't mean that XRPL is going to facilitate Swift. Okay, that's what I'm trying to say. It could, you know, but it's kind of a reach right now just to even speculate that.
Right. I mean, like it is a reach, but at the end of the day, like that's based off of the research that we've all done. Like even Brooke has said in chat, like trillion's easy, right? And it's like it just depends like who you're asking. Like I've looked into stuff for years, and it's just like when I'm debating people and they go to a different topic, it's just like I don't like to go too deep into it because I don't even have to answer it that much. My consensus is just it's gonna be used, and I'm not saying other chains won't be used, but I think I made a pretty strong fact when I say other countries don't like that the fact that the US dollar is so inflationary. They don't like the fact that it's the main currency everybody's using. So the fact that every country could have their own CBDC or all these other things and the XRPL could connect with it, that's a very, very strong use case that can't just be ignored, right? Even if the US decided we're going to abolish the current US dollar and we're going to make a new one backed by gold, which I think is going to happen, which again is also speculative, but it is a possibility. And that's where everybody who is pro XRP, I'm not talking about the people who just go on Twitter and they post it's going to go to these prices. The ones that actually think about this, yes, it's speculative, but it's also not unreasonable. Like it is something that could happen, and there's actual use case to this.
I just still think that as far as XRPL goes, it's probably more or less retail that would use that for the speed and for the low fees. But like we had said before, is institutions are going to be looking for security. Big money is going to be looking for security. The amount of fees that they pay is worth it because of the amount of money that they have at stake. So I still think that the security narrative is the real issue here. If Ripple had, you know, the security that Ethereum had, I would lean that direction. But it doesn't. So institutional adoption for XRPL just seems unlikely right now.
Yeah, I would also like if I could make a comment on that. Like Josh stated, like, okay, well, what if all these different countries, like they all have their, you said CBDC specifically, not just stable coins, but tomato to some degree. Like one just has more control.
Yeah.
But then you were like your statement was that like that they all choose to use XRPL for interoperability essentially. And like my pushback to that would be like and for that to be their only option, like number one, like you have a bunch of options, but you choose to only use one option, right? I think that would be kind of odd. The second pushback to that would be like, why would you choose specifically? Like if you have the option to use like again, Bitcoin L2s are coming and they're working on having them be trustless and have interoperability and everything else. Like so you have the most secure ecosystem with trustless, not trusted interoperability. I think that becomes really attractive, especially to big money. So like you have like these type of options and stuff coming through. Why wouldn't you choose one of these options, an Ethereum, a Bitcoin, or something like that, versus choosing a centralized United States owned company because you want to get away from the United States dollar ruling things? You're going to go to a centralized United States company, or like I say company specifically because like like possibly like RippleNet, but if you want to keep it to just the blockchain, like it's still a situation where again that company owns the vast majority of the tokens for that, so that company owns like the circulating supply essentially of that blockchain. They can inflate it whenever they want, they can make it like crazy numbers whenever they have that control. And at the end of the day, who has control over that company? The United States. And so
Brooke,
like I don't understand, like how are you escaping it if you're still giving United States so much control versus something that exists outside of that?
Brooke, hop in the Discord. Come on into the chat. Come up
Yeah,
here.
I was gonna ask Brooke to elaborate on what she was.
Yeah, Brooke, come
in
up
chat.
here. UB, come up here as well, man. Go in the Discord and in the lounge where we've got a voice chat. All right, no
Oh,
problem.
she can't.
No problem. UB, come on down. UB says major institutions are building their own L2s on Ethereum because it's safe. Exactly. security is the next narrative. Right now, the narrative is utility. Okay. Everyone's looking for utility right now. Okay. And right now, XRP is going to do phenomenal things, and you're going to see major price movement, and you're going to make a lot of money off of it because of the narrative behind it and because of its utility, which is great. Right. But the next narrative coming will be security. And that's what this show's about, is about being ahead of the wave, thinking fourth dimensionally where things are going to go, so that way you're not buying something and get stuck holding the top of it and then it just comes right back down. This way we can get into projects that are, because we understand that security is the main thing that is going to play a role here in the future. To get into security now, before it's ran and done crazy phenomenal things just like XRP has. That's all I'm trying to say is, if you got into SXT, which is on the Ethereum network, okay, it's the only one that does what it does. There's no other crypto, whatever you want to call it. I don't claim to be know everything about crypto, but I'll tell you this, that SXT is the only one that does off-chain data verification, and that's security. And that's also going to be interoperable with AI. And it has use case with military intelligence, storing intelligence information on the chain, but verified in a data center off the chain, which makes it secure. So that's why I'm like, okay, like SXT is going to do phenomenal things, but you're not looking at billions of dollar market cap on it. You're looking at a low coin supply, and you're looking at $100 million market cap. So when XRP runs like crazy, you made what, 20% on a bad day? On a bad day, SXT is going to give you that same return. So when it actually does run, you're looking at 30, 40, 50% returns. That's what I'm talking about. It is why get stuck in a monocular vision on one project when there's so much more to be had in this whole space. That's all I had to say.
That's
Yeah.
a good point. Before Josh says something, just good point there. Like, I think it's really important, again, to not be like, you could say tribalistic or whatever, but like to take off the blinders and to look at the entire space, and like not just the entire space for, okay, these are options, and then like outside of looking at the options, look at what's actually being built on. Look at where developers are building. Look at where the money is. Like, there's the saying, follow the money. Actually follow the money.
Absolutely. We don't have to be tribalistic in crypto, right? We don't have to be, but we've chosen to become tribalistic. And that's Cosmic Crypto likens it to the cell phone era, right? Everyone had their own different cell phone data carrier that they were, super into. And obviously one day there will be whatever is adopted and used, like iPhone or Android, right? But the issue is that what it'll come down to is real world use case. Retail and institutions are going to choose what will be supreme based off of ease of use and based off of security and based off of what is fast, what is secure, and what is the best option out there. The market will decide. Okay, so being stuck on XRP because it's fast and it's fast and it can do all, I can't think of all of it right now. Everything that everyone's saying, right? There's so many other options out there that can do what XRP does, if not better. That's all I had to say.
Brick says there's tribalism and XRP hate, but is it tribalism to like have an open mind to other ecosystems and not to just feel like one is the solution when it hasn't been adopted by all these other things? Like I get the speculation like portion of things. You can always speculate on an asset, but I feel like that's much more tribalistic to like be like I speculate on this asset and I see a future where this could happen, and so I believe that's going to be all of these I statements have to come from that. Like versus it could be any one of these, and it's maybe the one that has the most builders. It's maybe the one that has the most money on it. It's maybe the one that has the most transactions on it. All of these options that I've listed so far, and none of them are XRP.
I
So
think
I choose to keep my mind more open because of that.
my speculation is it's going to be what is the most secure. This is money we're talking about. People want their money safe. Period. They don't care how fast it can move from one place to another. They care how fast it can move there safely.
I like what Brooke put in chat there. She said, most XRP holders I talk to own many others because they understand the structure. And I would agree with that, because just because I think XRP is going to go to a high price doesn't mean I don't think any of these coins won't play a role. I think all of them will be used. I think that's the main thing that people get wrong is when I'm saying XRP could get adopted and go to these high numbers, I'm not saying that that's the only thing that's going to be used. At the end of the day, everything could have equal use. But I mean, you know, XRP could use things like Interledger. We have R3, so many of these other things. So
But a lot
I
of these
don't.
numbers that are thrown out factor that like make that not possible. Like when we use math to have these extraordinary numbers that people are throwing out, that's the counter argument. Is that for you to do that, then all the money needs to be absorbed from all these other assets. They like all need to go to zero for you to have these valuations. And then people go, well, that's not likely. Like it's probably going to be a mix of all of them. And then somebody still goes, well, it's still going to reach these high numbers because it has to. And it's like it doesn't have to. You can just do
Exactly.
more transactions. And then some other thing comes up. And like I'm just gonna go from like historical, like we like been in crypto for 8 years. We see so many like it's a joke also on the inside of crypto that like you don't make an announcement before the announcement. Like it's just like stop doing the announcements. But like we see so many announcements from XRP community. It's like if it's not this date, it was like I believe like in 2024 it was something about like early July or January, and then it moved to later, and then it moved to sometime in spring, and then it moved to July 14th. And then people were like, well, it's not July 14th. It's going to be sometime in November. That's when
November
the actual deadline.
22nd.
Yeah, now it's November 22nd. It's going to keep moving. They don't do nothing but move the needle.
Yeah.
And it's like at some point you have to take a step back. Like again, been in crypto for 8 years. So I've drank at one point I drank the XRP Kool-Aid. At one point I drank some other tokens Kool-Aid.
Same.
And I was all about that token and stuff like that. And then at some point you like snap out of it and you start to go, okay, well, wait, if there's all these quants and all this big money and all these people are like, that's just not the way to approach this. That's not like what this says. Here, read this documentation, read XRP Ledger's own documentation. Like you read all these things and it's like, okay, that makes more sense. Maybe I am being a little tribalistic when I'm just choosing this one and all be all more so.
Right.
And it all falls into line.
You know what I try to tell people is don't be a bear, don't be a bull, be a goat. All right. And what I mean by that is the bears are always trying to push it down. The bulls are always trying to push it up. The goats, all right, in this space, we ride the wave down. We ride the wave up. That's how you should be handling crypto right now. Okay. Because everyone's talking about mass adoption is happening tomorrow, or it already happened on July 14th, or it's happening November 22nd. Okay. Y'all, we're here because of volatility. That's where the money is made. Being a trader, those of us that are buying and holding are the ones that are pretty much gambling. We're hoping, living on the hopium, that something's going to take off and we're going to have chose the right one. All based off of speculation, right? But if we're in here and we're trading, you can literally write all of them down on a hat or on a piece of paper, put them in a hat, shake it, and pull one out, and there's money to be made if you're trading. That's the whole point of this. Otherwise, I'd be trading in the stock market. I trade in crypto because I want the volatility. I can make what I make in a year on the stock market in a matter of days here. And that's the point that I think that people don't get. They got this idea of mass adoption and this new paradigm, and all these things are happening now. That's literally the top of the cycle, is the new paradigm, the adoption. Okay? And that's the goal of what I'm trying to reach people with here, is that there's money to be made so much better and faster with any coin you pick. Any single one of them is going to be a great swing trade. Where do you guys fall on that one?
Do you have something you want to say, or?
Oh, I was trying to give you the floor.
Go ahead, Josh.
I don't know. I mean, I would still counter argue. My thing is, I don't think that all the money would have to flow into XRP for the high price. That's kind of a misconception. I don't know if that's what everybody else in the XRP army says, but based on what I've found, that's not how it would work. Just to clarify on that.
What have you found?
So basically, I could probably start the reusability, which a lot of people see as a disadvantage. But the fact that an XRP can technically be reused an unlimited number of times for transactions with, tiny fees, like, it just means that a single XRP can facilitate millions of transactions. And with that, it actually needs less capital. So you can't even put a market cap on a cryptocurrency the same way you could the stock market, because basically XRP would gain its value from its use case. So even if all the money from the other coins isn't inside XRP, the only thing that's bringing up its value is the sheer volume, the severe volume that's running over the ledger. So it never needs to be inside of it. As long as it runs over it, that alone just brings up its market cap. And there's so many other people that say it the exact same way. I mean, I've told you, like, even Jake Claver gives very clear examples of that. And I don't know how far you've looked into it, like, besides just the short clips that people have of him, but he explains it all.
Before we go any further, because I want to stop at that point, like, and I'm sure I want you to continue, but like, how does a blockchain, which was your point, then having more volume run across it, equate to that blockchain's asset then having a higher market cap? Because the two are separate. That's like saying, like, Ethereum has a ton of money moving across it. That doesn't equate to the token's market cap going up. Like you need demand for the token itself to go up for that to happen. Also, you made a point about like XRP being able to be used reusable millions of times. I agree with that. And I think that's also why I don't believe that it needs to go up to some extreme valuation, as I said earlier.
Exactly.
I'm like, if it can be reused a bunch of times, then you can do a bunch of transactions versus needing the token when people are like, well, it has to be $10,000 because that's the only way that you're like, no, there's stable coins. You just need liquidity in general on that blockchain. It doesn't have to be that blockchain's native asset. You just need liquidity. And then number one, even if you're using that token, you can, if it's so easy to move it back and forth, then you would just move it back and forth. You wouldn't buy a bunch of it. You buy $5 if that's the cheapest option you can do, and you can move all the money for $5. You're gonna do the cheapest option.
My Discord link is in my bio.
I would say the biggest thing is, like, it would still require more XRP if it's a lower price. So, like, these transactions are still using XRP to go through, but they're not holding it. It's just using the liquidity that was already there. So if you can use less XRP, it's actually faster. And David Schwartz said that himself. So it's pretty straightforward.
XRP gets its value from the people that hold it, not the liquidity that will flow through it with adoption. Okay? It's like trying to fill a bucket with no bottom in it. The moment the money goes into it, it leaves it. It happens instantaneously. So how does that drive the price up? It's a liquidity pool.
I would say, I mean, technically both would play a factor. I'm not really understanding how it would just be the holders.
It would affect the price somewhat, but it would be the splashes of drops of water that hit the side of the bucket, not the actual money flowing through it.
But like transaction volumes would still basically drive demand for XRP as a bridge asset, though. Like that's still the same concept.
I just don't see it.
Would it? Would it? Especially if like what we currently see right now is that like because your whole argument is based around like institutional adoption. After the institutions buy enough money, buy enough XRP, why do they need to keep buying more XRP? They don't. Then they have enough liquidity of XRP to make these transactions. You only need so much, like, and then you can make the transactions. Like you need, if you want to make $1 billion, then we get $100 billion, and then we don't need any more XRP. We can start making $1 billion transactions like that. Like
Exactly.
at some point, they no longer need any more XRP, and that factors out like the volume thing. Like if we're just talking about like demand and that type of institutional buying for that purpose,
And
then
people,
it has a ceiling, and then I'll give this to Oz really quickly. But then like we're constantly seeing that like retail, by and large, doesn't use XRP. They don't actually use the blockchain. They don't use the EVM side chain. They don't use other blockchains. they they don't use these chains, but these other ecosystems do have that more so. So I'm just like,
and
I don't think it's going to come from retail.
they act like, okay, it's going to be trillions of dollars, if not quadrillions of dollars flowing through it. What makes you think that these institutions or banks or Swift or whatever is only going to use the XRPL? You know, like mass adoption is not just going to be with XRPL. By that time, there's going to be so many different options. Some will use it, but we're not talking about all of it going through one pipeline. Think of it like water flowing, okay? That's what I'm trying the analogy is water. Okay? Right now the water faucet is not turned on. It's just dripping out of it, right? Eventually the water faucet will turn on, but it's not going to go through one hose. It's going to be, you know, one of those four-way valves with multiple different hoses going from this place to that place, and with other hose attachments that take it to other places, all throughout the entire garden. It all comes from one spigot, possibly, or even multiple spigots, but it's not one hose being used.
I think the main thing is like demand would still outstrip like supply. So if you have ETFs, obviously, and you have all these people holding it, then realistically, even though it can be used in a limited number of times, the fact that people are holding it and the fact that there's volume on it, and then you can also put real estate on it, all these other things, like XRP has so many use cases. So I still, like, we could go back and forth on this, but to be completely honest, throughout our whole conversation, I still haven't really shifted my opinion just because, you know, if I talk to somebody like Brooke about it, we would understand the same points that we're relaying. Whereas if you were talking to somebody who has counter arguments would say the same thing. So
My thing is
Because to our first point earlier, you still believe XRP Ledger is more decentralized than an Ethereum or a Bitcoin, right?
I think it's safer.
Well, that would be in like its decentralization would make it safer. Like, because
It,
again, like
yeah,
the peer-to-peer payment system is what it is. You don't have to use smart contracts. That's an option that people have on those chains.
I'm thinking they don't use smart contracts, is what I'm saying.
do 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 do.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, it just depends who you talk to about this. You know, I think it would be really cool and I know Oz might hate this, but if we had Jay Claver come in here and debate Oz, that would be something cool to watch.
I'd love to have him come on. Have him on.
We should figure out a way how to do it.
I
Because
tell people that I don't claim to know everything about crypto, but what I see is the reality of these situations, that a lot of this is just pipe dreams. Okay? And you can come up with every kind of avenue for speculation, but the reality is that what we've seen happen in the past? It's understanding the past to predict the future. Have we ever seen anything like that happen in the past? No, that's just not how the world works. So thinking that XRP is going to take over everything and so that it reaches these numbers, yes, there's probably a situation where you could come up with any kind of speculation to create a narrative that fits your price that you're looking for. That doesn't mean that that's exactly what's going to happen. And that's where I'm with it. Is like, it seems a little too good to be true. And maybe it does. Fine. I'd be happy with $10. Great. $5. Great. But holding on to something, waiting for something that's going to be super crazy is a disservice to people, because the real people that are making it in crypto are the ones trading it. There are a few people who have gotten lucky. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not about rolling the dice over here with me. For me, it's about creating wealth and doing it as fast as possible for everyone. Is XRP crashing? Kind of. It's coming back to about $3, maybe $3.04.
I mean, even like Brooke said, most like their actual XRP holders, they hold everything. They hold XLM, they hold XDC. A lot of them hold Quant, which Quant is actually great because it has half the supply that Bitcoin has. Like, we're not really placing all our eggs in one basket.
But they're all just
And
holding.
And it's also a very similar narrative. Like it's almost like I call it like the X basket personally. 'Cause I'm
Yeah.
like, it's like almost like they all got attracted to the X name. They must be the same. It's like XDC, XLM, XRP, and then you get like HBAR, and they're all to some degree more centralized projects in the space versus like the more decentralized projects.
they all serve different use cases, though. Like, if you look in
Honestly,
like
I like XLM better than XRP. I think XLM is going to do far more than XRP will.
It does more numbers, has more daily active users, has more institutions are actually building on it and using it. And instead of like, because they have a similar like type of setup with their consensus, but instead this one's run by a nonprofit.
Exactly.
I like that.
You don't
much
have Ripple dumping on it every month. That
I mean,
money,
I don't really, yeah.
that liquidity that's extracted from XRP every month goes right to Ripple. Whereas in XLM, it goes to you, those who are trading it. That's the
I mean,
difference.
I hold XLM personally.
Right, but what I'm trying to say is like, when you're just holding, right? You're holding and you're hoping. You're on hopium. You're hoping that you pick the right one, that your lottery ticket is gonna hit. All right? Your lottery ticket doesn't have to hit if you're trading. And that's why I'm teaching the TA class. I'm teaching people how to trade. And that's why I'm offering the deluxe subscriptions, because if they don't have the time to learn to do it themselves, I'll do it for them. Because you don't have to pick the right one. You can pick any single one of them and you're going to do well. That's what I'm trying to teach here. That's what I'm the fact that I'm trying to shill out, I guess, is that you can get rich guaranteed with crypto if you're doing it right. It's a guarantee so long as it stays volatile like this. You don't have to hope.
Similar to like Oz's like pitch for like why trading. Like that's why I fall more toward like blockchains with like not just decentralized DeFi, so decentralized finance. And I would be that much more interested in XRP Ledger if it had like decentralized finance projects that like actually did anything or like had any real like yields on them. Like when you look at it, it's like sologenic yields are like pathetic. It's not comparable to anywhere else in the space. You can get that like anywhere else times 10. So like you don't see it there. You don't see this many builders and stuff like that in that over there. And like over the years, you have to start to question like similar to like the just straight up volatility like question. You'd be like, okay, well, why aren't they building over here? Why don't I have that opportunity here? And I have that opportunity on all these other blockchains. And like that portion of things like makes me go, okay, there's something going on. If I have that opportunity on Sui, on Tron, on Solana, on Ethereum, more so on XLM, even though the yields are great over there, but I have it on all these other chains. They're starting to build those opportunities on Bitcoin, and they still don't exist on XRP. I just have to hold my token and pray. Like I'm going to choose one of these other options to make a bunch of money.
Exactly. With SXT, if you're going to buy and hold that one, you're going to do way better than if you buy and hold XRP. But you don't have to. You can swing trade it.
I mean, just like a counter argument, not that trading is bad or anything, but a lot of people also aren't that into it. So like you could be out of a trade and the asset gains adoption all of a sudden and you're out of that trade when that happens, then you're locked out. So there's where those issues come from. And also like me saying I think XRP is going to go up. I also hold XLM. I hold these other assets that I also think are going to get adopted because we're leaning more towards crypto being adopted as a whole. So I don't really think it's a one-sided thing, to be honest.
But that's
I
just
mean,
greed. That's just greed and hopium. Right?
is it though? I mean, like if I'm saying,
yeah, because you're like, oh man, I missed out on adoption. Something else is going to come along. Okay, that's what I'm trying to say is you're looking for a winning lottery ticket, and you're locking up your liquidity.
but like Apple, for example, if you invest into Apple now than before when they first blew up, that's a huge difference in returns.
But you
Like if
had
I
to
invest into,
know that Apple was going to do something, and
right, which
no
is the
one
same
knew.
as,
No one knew who it was going to be. There are just some that chose it, and they had the winning lottery ticket. Same thing here with XRP.
a lot of people knew
you
what
can
Apple was going to do.
Yeah, but even it, you can know what something's going to do. Even if XRP does get adopted, and you got out too early, if you're not being greedy and you're taking profits, you're at least securing your wealth. Greed is what burns people here in this space.
I mean, I guess it would just be different if we're looking in terms of like adoption, because like crypto isn't really being adopted like at that scale. So like it still doesn't exactly make sense. Like I'll be the first to say I don't really like Ethereum, but can it hit $42,000 within a year or two? Absolutely. Like
Honestly, I think it could hit 5K, maybe even 10 by 2030.
Yeah, I think that's possible, and I think like to the adoption conversation, like yeah, like crypto as a whole isn't like totally like adopted. We haven't had our point where like yes, the entire world is using cryptocurrency, but we do have blockchains that are more adopted than other ones. Like that's something that we can look at data for. Like we look at Bitcoin. There's a lot of active addresses on Bitcoin. We look at Ethereum. There's a lot of active addresses on Ethereum. We look at Solana. Solana currently, I believe, has the most active daily addresses. Like shortly down that list is XLM. They have a lot of daily active addresses doing remittance and stuff. Like Tron has a lot of daily active addresses. It takes us a while to get to XRP. It's something like its average, I believe, for the year is something like 20,000 daily active addresses compared to other blockchains that are in the 100,000.
Exactly.
It's just like it's behind the party. And like I get that a lot of people hold it on exchanges and are waiting for it and stuff like that. But like that's my point. Like it's not being adopted on chain. Those people like people on chain, like even if they do go, they're not using it for its like actual like DeFi like uses. Like so you can say it's a decentralized blockchain or whatever. Nobody's using it for those purposes. It's not being used.
Yeah,
It just does
Follow
not
the
have that
money.
adoption.
Follow the money. Where's the money?
And it could change someday. I won't say that it can't change someday,
Absolutely.
but like I will because like I changed my mind on Solana. Like I was like, all right, well, change this thing up. They're more centralized, and eventually they change things up. I'm like, okay, cool. And like I need to see more than it just being like an NFT space. Cool. They started building more DeFi applications on Solana. I will change my tune. I have not seen these things from from XRP, and I don't think the like number one, I don't think Ripple does it a very good like service. They do a disservice when they don't like correct the community in certain things and like actually help educate them, which they should be doing,
And
in
that's
my
because
opinion.
Ripple
And
has
then the
everything
community
to
hurts.
gain from that. That's why the
True.
narrative has been created and pushed the way it's been pushed.
Yeah, I think so. And then yeah, the community doesn't like because of these reasons they just like a lot. I feel like a lot of people are like I did research and it's like okay you read an opinion article or you listen to somebody talk about their opinion on YouTube and
Or
they're
on
running a
X.
speculation. Yeah, their speculation on this or that. And like what I consider research is like looking at data, like actually going to the documentation to figure out how it's supposed to work. Like how is that new application going to work and what else does it work with? These are things that I would consider more toward like actual research versus like somebody's opinion on whatever. Data. Data and what's actually happening is what I would consider research. And like what's the trend that you see from that data?
Absolutely. And that's why I've been more like, you know what, Solana. Solana is going to do something phenomenal as well.
I mean,
It
yeah,
doesn't
as
even
much as I
have,
did not like it.
yeah, I didn't like
Totally
it
different.
at first. I was like, oh, that's going to be where all the collectibles are at, right? It's going to be the collectible blockchain. And it very well could end up falling into that niche. It pretty much already has, but that doesn't mean that it's not going to do something phenomenal. XRP doesn't mean that it's not going to do something phenomenal because the narrative behind it. But like MMG said, I'm looking at real use case and I see XRP and I'm like, why would I buy XRP when I can buy XLM? Why would I buy XRP when I could buy something that doesn't have a crazy market cap already and a low coin supply? There's so many more options, but most of the retail is low information, uneducated, and force fed the moon cheese through the algorithms, through the social media, which is the only reason why it's doing what it's doing. There's no actual real use case that's causing these prices to go up.
right. I mean, I was the first person to say that on your live the other day ago that all the recent price appreciation hasn't been towards utility. But that's why it's like I'm over here fighting for the fact like I'm not even trying to convince people to really buy. I just have a deeper understanding that other people just can't seem to see. And it's like, yeah, like right now there's no utility on it, but that doesn't factor out the fact that it has it. It's not being used, but it has it. And when it's being used, like besides what other people say, there is 100% a chance that it's going to be a high value. I don't see why it wouldn't. Like all this global adoption, I don't even think it's going to take 50 years. It doesn't even make sense that way. Like that's like being an XRP maxi that disagrees with the people who think it's going to go up to a high price in a short term, but say, well, XRP is going to be worth $8,000 by 2070. That doesn't even make sense. That's like saying one bank is going to use XRP and another bank is going to use it 7 years down the line from that. Like the slow appreciation model doesn't work the same way for Bitcoin. That's why I don't think we're going to see a bear market for Bitcoin, because why would they sell Bitcoin if somebody else is going to come in and eat their position up at $50,000 per Bitcoin when they could just keep loaning against it and bringing it up and using it as a store of value like they're marketing to everybody right now?
MMG, you got anything to say on that?
Um, yeah, I started to type something because I wanted to get the specific numbers, but I'll just mention it like off the top of my head. And it's kind of somewhat related to that what Josh just said. And Josh, I didn't get like I feel like I drifted in and out, so correct me where if I fall flat on this. But somebody mentioned in chat also that like we're here for what did he say? It's like we're here for the real wealth, like not like chump change. I think it was. Yeah, we're here for real wealth, not chump change. I think that's his argument for like
That
why
comes from
XRP.
trading.
Yeah, that why and yeah, I would argue Oz's point. I say yes, that versus like what this person is more so assuming from XRP, where like again it has this narrative that like, well, if you choose this one, it's going to outperform all the other ones by so much. And like, do I agree it'll likely outperform Bitcoin and Ethereum? Yes. Partially because like the market cap is smaller. So I think that like in like general like supply and demand and market cap and like it makes sense that the lower market cap token would outperform larger market cap token. So I would say, yeah, sure there. But do I think it's going to be some massive outperformance? No, I don't think so. And like this number has probably changed, and this is why I was going to look for the specifics on it. But when you like earlier this year when I had gone back and I had looked at, and it's like only like within like the last few months, when I had gone back and I had looked at the price appreciation of XRP, Ethereum, Solana, and Bitcoin from the bottom of the market in 2022, Solana had outperformed everybody. Solana was the best performing asset from the bottom of the bear market, not XRP. XRP had outperformed Bitcoin by a little over 100%. However, like a little over 100, and they both went up. It was like something like Bitcoin went up like 500%, XRP went up like 620% or something like that from the bottom of the bear. It was some type of numbers like that. However, the narrative on TikTok and a lot of influencers like to push to you is that like, oh, it's definitely way outperforming Bitcoin. They can't catch up to it. You're just going to waste your money, put it in this other asset. Meanwhile, they were all around the same, like give or take this 100%.
Exactly.
But like that's the number one asset. You could have gone with number one overall, done no thinking, and still made out like a bandit. But the narrative being pushed to you is that like if you don't choose this one, you're going to miss it all. And it's like that's just not been the case, and it hasn't been the case historically as well. When we go back 5 years, it's also not the case. I'm looking at price performance over the last 5 years, and this is a little bit more distorted now because like we do have that most recent run up again. So I'm not looking at like a shorter time frame, but this is even Bitcoin 111,000%. Uh, Ethereum same. So 1,200%. I should say 1,100%, 1,200%, XRP 1,400%. You would think with the narrative being pushed that XRP is at least 2x more than these other ones, not just inching above them. But it's just not the case. That's just not historically what it's been. And it's partially because they're all large caps. They're all mega caps. These are the biggest market caps in them. Like it takes a lot to move these. And when they move, they typically move together. Like they might run at different times, but you don't get that much difference. Like for one of them to like all of a sudden, for us to get the numbers that people are pushing, again, like not just the 5x, where I'm like, because like that's like, do I think Bitcoin's going to do a 5x this cycle? I don't think so. I think a 2x is maybe in the cards. Maybe. I don't even know about that, right? We've already moved up so much. So that 2x is already partially played out. Same thing for though I think a 5x is more likely from Ethereum. Cool. Yeah. We're moving down the line of market cap though. And so yeah, it's more likely for that one than the higher market cap. And then we would look at XRP. Do I think that 5x is that's the one where I give the most credit to the potential for a 5x. I'm like, sure, we've moved
Absolutely.
down that much more. This has way more potential to do that 5x. However, where I start to call BS is at a 300x. I'm like, no,
Absolutely.
it's not going to do a 300x, guys. We've never seen a 300x of any asset in a year's time. Period. It's not about to happen with this one, not from a top 10 asset in any market. It's no.
Exactly. And you have to understand the way the money works in Bitcoin, Ethereum, all these different cryptocurrencies is it flows into Bitcoin, it flows into Ethereum, it flows into the other alts, and then it flows into the meme coins, and then it comes back around. And that's the cycle that we talk about, the bull cycle. But that cycle happens over and over and over. So you can buy Bitcoin, then trade it to Ethereum, then trade it to XRP, and then trade it to HBAR, then trade it to Algo, and then trade it to SXT, and then trade it to meme coins, and then back around. When you're trading it, you're just exponentially doubling the X's that you can rack up. This was meant to be traded, not bought and held. That's why we're here. We want to be rich, right?
I would just say with Bitcoin, trying to time Bitcoin hasn't really been that beneficial for people up overall because anybody who's bought at any point in the chart is currently up. So, and like also the thing with Bitcoin is I don't think it's done this cycle because we're gonna have a huge supply crunch because a lot of the correct me if I'm wrong, but I'm pretty sure we're at like 19 million circulating supply. We're approaching 20, and then they won't get done with mining the last Bitcoin for a long, long time from now. So we're going to reach a point very soon here where there isn't Bitcoin left, and it would cause the scarcity to push it up dramatic numbers. And I actually ran these numbers through, and if every single or a huge chunk, I think it was 30, if 30,000 millionaires out of the 22 million we have in the US all of a sudden decided they wanted to buy Bitcoin, all the supply would be gone and it would shoot up to incremental numbers. And that could genuinely still happen this cycle. I don't even want to put this cycle into it because I don't think we're getting cycles anymore. I don't think seeing Bitcoin dump is realistic. It just doesn't make sense to me. But when you're looking at the same thing, it's like, especially for XRP, the only reason why I'm holding it is because I got in so early. So for me to get out and in, it doesn't really make sense because what I believe is going to happen, it would be a rapid price jump and not something that's going out. And it's okay if people don't agree with me or like it's correct to say that it's never happened before, but that doesn't make it something that can't happen. And I'm sticking by the narrative that I have, and it's a narrative that I put together. I'm not on the side with every single other XRP maxi, but I'm accumulating multiple different tokens that I think are going to have significant price appreciation. And it's the same like the influencers who were trying to push we're going to get a bear market. They have everything to gain from a bear market and nothing to lose because they basically time it at the end of the day. It's like, why would somebody sell their Bitcoin now? Because like if Bitcoin went back down to 50,000, why would somebody wait 3 years before an influencer says, okay, bear market is over, we're going to go back into a bull cycle. So Bitcoin is just going to supposed to hover at $50,000 a coin for 3 years. Like that doesn't make sense to me.
Well, let me tell you something. Okay. Crap, I forgot what I was going to say. Oh, you said you're accumulating these coins, right? For a long-term hold. Accumulation is not done in the middle of a bull cycle. It's done in the years between. All right? So now is not the time to be accumulating. Now is the time to be trading. And then once the bull cycle is over, then we go back into accumulation. And I know you think that the cycles are never going to end. That was the narrative every cycle. Okay? The bull run, I think, continues from here on out. I do have a speculation that we are going to redefine the bear cycle. Okay. And what we're going to have is we're going to have a bull cycle that runs for the next 5 years, I think, until things stabilize. But we're going to have bearish trends in there, and there'll be flat zones. And this is speculative if what you're saying is right. But either way, there's going to be a time and a place for accumulation. And that's not right now. Right now is the time to be trading it, not accumulating it. That's all I'm trying to say.
But like, how would that work in a sense? Like if people took profit on Bitcoin and it went back down to 50, why would people wait to reaccumulate?
That's when you would reaccumulate, is when it drops. But trying to
Right, but
accumulate XRP at $3 is not the right move. There are other things that you can accumulate that aren't running yet.
But also, it's getting more expensive. Like if I were to not
Look at
like, by the way, I
SXT, man. SXT was prime for the picking, and you bought some, right?
right,
You did amazing, right? And it hasn't even
yeah.
really ran yet. That's what I'm trying to say is those are you got to look for the right project to be an accumulation before you start accumulating. XRP has already passed that accumulation point. It was accumulated around 50 cents.
Right. And I got a lot there too, but my point is trying to like I can trade and buy these other assets, but I'm talking about Bitcoin and XRP specifically. Like people are so eager to take up positions. How do you get to the point where, for example, if XRP ran to $15 this cycle, right? Let's just hypothetically say that there was an adoption and it just ran to 15 off of the hopium that people are spreading, right? Let's just say that. Am I ever going to get an entry lower than 50 cent? That's highly doubtful. And the XRP you get
Maybe a
when you buy
dollar,
at 50,
maybe
and
$2.
even then is really speculative. We've touched the $2 floor so many times, and
Yeah,
once we get
it could be
ETF
$2.
approval,
It could be $2.
the
I
whole
could agree
crypto
with
market.
that, but I'm thinking more like a dollar, dude, and maybe even lower.
But that's like speculative because the whole crypto market is only 4 trillion. The stock market is 111 trillion dollars, and they're going to open the floodgates from retirement accounts and ETFs, which means I don't even think it's speculative to say trillions of dollars are going to flow into the market. So when you have that much price stability, there could be a real chance that if you take profit early, you are never going to get a better entry. And then you're just going to be buying on top of all these new people who come into crypto.
That's
And
greed.
that's why
That's
but
greed.
it's really not like it's a possibility. And that's why I'm just trying to not outweigh that
I
because
understand what you're saying. Okay, and you know we've been back and forth on this already. It is 8 o'clock, and we have to go to Twitch exclusively, so we can talk about the Epstein stuff. But I'm not discounting what you're saying. Yes, there is a possibility, but for me, that's just a lottery ticket. Okay, you don't need a lottery ticket to win in this, is all I'm trying to say, buddy. Right? And if that's how you want to play the game, I'm not saying that you're not going to make money doing it. I'm just saying you're limiting yourself. That is all. Hey, buddy. You know, I appreciate you, and I love these debates, but I got to let you go, buddy. It's 8 o'clock.
all right.
Thank you for coming on. MMG, thank you for coming on. Appreciate you
Yeah,
as
good
well.
job.
Is there any last things you want to say, MMG, before you go?
Yeah, I guess the last thing that I would say is, yeah, Oz was like talking about trading a lot and totally agree. But like more so than just trading, like, yeah, I suggest that people like take your crypto learning like past just learning about like price and charts if you have it that in you, and learn about like actual activity on chain. Because I think like once you start like actually interacting with like applications and stuff like that on chain, you don't have to use all of your assets. You can even use test nets. So it's basically paper trading. But once you start to do that more so, I feel like you learn a lot more about the market. And it also opens you up to more opportunities. You can trade more assets. You can trade assets before they get on these exchanges. And so you're able to experience pumps before they get on the, Uphold or Coinbase or wherever else. You
Absolutely.
experience the pump before it ever gets there. And then it pumps when it gets to that platform. You're open to way more opportunities outside of that in terms of like what's available in DeFi and TradFi. You need like certain amounts of money in like certificates and whatever else to be even eligible to use certain financial tools and investment like routes. Like in DeFi, it's all just open to you, and there's more and
Absolutely.
more coming every day. And so I would say like if you're actually like interested in crypto, you like like you can always speculate on price, but like diving more into like how things work and how they work on chain, and like yeah, experimenting in that world is where the most money is to be made.
Yeah. What I say is invest in yourself before you invest in the market. educate yourself first. Don't just listen to a creator on TikTok that's shilling you some coin. Invest in yourself, become educated, and then invest into the market. Thank you, MMG. Appreciate having you on.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
No problem. All right, that was a great debate. Revolution. Hi. So you want to promote your show real quick, and everybody go follow Jesse.
I'm usually on Wednesdays or Saturdays, and then Sundays we'll have the Queen of Chains, and that'll be, I think it'll be 3 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. And there'll be 4 amazing, beautiful women that are going to talk about politics and crypto and all of it. So I'm really excited about that.
Awesome. And we're always happy to have you, Jesse. Thank you for being here, and thank you for all the gifts that you guys went over and sent Jesse as well. Thank you for the gifts you sent here. So many gifts.
We had a great time over here.
I saw you. You guys were having fun.
We were. Thank you guys, whoever switched over here and talked with us, and you guys are amazing, and I can't wait for the next time because that was a lot of fun.
Yeah, this was a cool way to do it. Have you on the camera here, and if you want to continue doing this chat, how do you feel about having Jesse on the camera? Better than looking at my ugly mug, right?
This isn't an ego contest.
No, I think you're going to do phenomenal. I really do. You're going to surpass me. People will come here
I don't know
because,
anything to make people money.
yeah, they'll come here for me to line their pockets, but they'll watch your live to see your face.
Well, that's why we have both.
Yep. All right, Jesse.
All right, Twitch.
I will see you guys on Twitch. Jesse,
Bye, everybody.
Do you want to get mic'd up for Twitch? How can we do that?
Yep, I'm pretty sure I can figure it out.
Okay.
I'm like dumb, but not like dumb. So
I don't know how it works.
I'm sure I can use the
and
same
I'm
microphone.
Here.
I know, but I can figure it out.
All right,
It's
we'll
called
figure it out.
Google. All right.
All right, we'll figure it out.
All right.
All right.
See you over there.
Bye. And if you're not watching on Twitch, we'll be live on Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces. Come on over. We're going to talk about things that we can't talk about on TikTok. Buy high, sell low. Yeah, that's the way to do it. Buy high, sell low if you're in a short. Make sure you come over to Twitch. That's Ozthecryptogoat, all lowercases, no spaces. We're going to talk about things that we can't say here on TikTok. It's going to be a little bit more spicy, a little more less family friendly. And if you are not trading crypto and you want to learn to trade crypto, join on Discord. We have the TA class that we're offering. I also offer one-on-one coaching for deluxe subscribers here on TikTok. So as a deluxe subscriber, you can message me directly. I will do on-demand technical analysis for any project and help you set up your wallets with your portfolios and basically nudge you in the right direction to get you profitable. Everything that I offer pays for itself, okay? And I try to keep the amounts as minimal as possible. Invest into yourself and then invest into the market. And that's how you're going to become profitable very quickly. Everyone here that takes advantage of the subscriptions, takes advantage of the technical analysis class is printing money. Start printing money. You don't have to have a winning lottery ticket. You just need to learn to trade. And you will make the money not only faster, but more of it. So if you're looking for real money, you're looking for the big money in crypto, and you're buying and holding, you're doing it wrong. So become a deluxe subscriber, join the technical analysis class, and change your life. I'll see you guys all on Twitch. Have a good night. Remember, that's Ozthecryptogoat, all lower cases, no spaces. What's up, chat? How we doing? Let's see here. So how hard is going into XRP going to crash? I mean, it's pretty much done what it's gonna do. I think there's a possibility of a head and shoulders formation right here. So that would send it back down to like 247, 265, somewhere between there. Okay, I lied. I can't figure out the microphone, but I can talk in the chat and have commercials anyway because my boss is cheap and won't pay for the ad free. If you have Amazon Prime, you can get a free subscription through your Amazon Prime. I believe everyone has Amazon Prime. Can I be completely honest with you? No, absolutely not. Just kidding. Go ahead. I don't have Amazon Prime. Well, you can always just subscribe on Twitch as well. I will buy my deluxe tomorrow. Nice. Yeah, get the deluxe subscription. Take advantage of it. And remember, you get out of it what you put into it. All right. I have other people I'm coaching as well. So you have to, you know, message me and conversate with me, and it's not something that happens overnight. But it does happen, and it does happen quickly. And I'll tell you what, like the TA class, man, TA class is legit. You guys are going to learn a lot from there. I don't have Amazon. You need to cut those boys off after an hour because you guys were talking in circles and it was just going on, and you didn't do any TA, didn't go Uber over any news, and you have a set time limit to be aware of time. Yeah, you're right. Big Baller just gifted a tier 1 sub to Paul. Thank you, Big Baller. How do I send a sub to Jesse? I think you have to select Jesse's name when you go to gift a sub. Gift some subscriptions, guys. Help support the channel. Remember, when you guys send those subscriptions, that money goes to Jesse. To everyone who was on my side of the live and kept me entertained and we laughed and had fun, I appreciate you. Oh, Jesse. And look, Big Baller just gifted you a subscription. There you go, Jesse. You are locked in. See, Jesse, your boss did pay for a subscription for you. Jesse says thank you. And Big Baller, you never called me, bro. You got to call me tomorrow. We got to talk about some stuff. I got busy. Sorry I didn't call you, but when my phone rings, I'll answer it. All right, and we'll do some technical analysis because the Epstein stuff is there's not too much to go over, but we want to stay informed on what's going on with this because this is a big deal, man. I think this is the biggest deal. Children matter, right? And we need to do everything that we can to keep this relevant and keep people talking about it and fighting about it, because so long as it's being talked about here on the internet, they can't hide it. So Trump's deputy attorney general says he will meet with Elaine Maxwell again tomorrow. So Deputy General Todd Blanche said he will continue his interview with Ghislaine Maxwell tomorrow. Today I met with Ghislaine Maxwell and I will continue my interview with her tomorrow. He said in a post on X, the Department of Justice will share additional information about what we learned at the appropriate time. So they're interviewing her now. That's I'm wondering what's going to come about from that. Let's watch this little clip
Just tell
here.
CNN that U.S. Attorney General Bondi told President Trump that his name was in the Epstein files. Let's bring in CNN's Jeff Zeleny at the White House. Jeff?
Jake, we are learning this evening that the president was briefed, as you said, by his Attorney General Pam Bondi back in May, that his name was mentioned in the Epstein files. That is what we do know. What we do not know is the context in which his name appeared. Of course, it has long been established that the president was a longtime friend of Jeffrey Epstein back in the 1990s in New York. They were featured at many parties together. Jeffrey Epstein attended one of Donald Trump's weddings at least, and on from there. But what this does is return the questions, the unanswered questions, back to the White House. The White House, of course, has been working overtime trying to change the subject with the deflection, with the distraction. But what this shows is that Pam Bondi, the Attorney General, told the president that, look, your name is mentioned in here. Of course, several other names, many other names are mentioned in these volumes of files, but it does not answer the questions that still remain about this entire matter. Now, White House officials are telling us, look, this is not surprising. The president knew his name would be in there, but they are saying that he did nothing wrong. Of course, the president severed his relationship with Jeffrey Epstein over a real estate fight in Florida in the mid-2000s here. But what this does, again, return the conversation back to the president's name being in the files. Of course, the files have not been released. There's been an uproar over that, and many people are wondering if it is because of the Trump mentions in here. Again, we don't know the context of how many times his name appears, but we do know the president was briefed on this by his Attorney General.
Yeah, we should reiterate, this doesn't mean he did anything wrong. There's a lot of hearsay in investigative documents by definition, but it's sure interesting.
It sure is interesting, isn't it? And it kind of brings light to why he was like, why are we still talking about this Epstein guy? He died years ago. Why does anyone care? Obviously, he knows that it's bad for him. Whether he didn't do anything or not, his name is listed in there. The fact that they would not release the information just because of that, that's sickening. Okay? That's sickening, but I'm sure there is some kind of evidence, and maybe there's not. Maybe it gets sealed by the Secret Service. We don't find anything out about Trump. Jesse brings up a good point. She will cut a great deal if she says what they want to hear, and that's a problem. Okay? She has everything to gain from saying what they want to hear, right? So are we going to get the truth from her, or are we going to get some moon cheese just so that she can get out of prison? That's a problem. So that also raises more questions and concerns about this whole thing. Do I think Trump is implicated in this criminally? I think there's a high likelihood. Does anything come about it? Probably not, because it'll be sealed by the Secret Service. Jesse says, take them all down, listen to the victims. He and Epstein was deposed for SA, a 13-year-old. Yeah, I think there could be some evidence. You will never see any Epstein stuff come out. I don't think so. I think we'll get a fraction of what's supposed to come out. And let me tell you, these files that they have, this is the FBI files, all right? The CIA files, the NSA files, they're separate, and no one is ever going to get that, okay? And that's going to be more along the lines, was Epstein intelligence? Was this an operation that was happening? None of that information is going to come out because everyone's going to be focused on the FBI stuff. They're not going to realize that there's more to be had. And that's a problem as well. He's going to give Americans a lot of money to silence them. That's what I heard. You know, I'm telling you, like, that's all you got to do is lower the cost of food and make it so people can buy a house, and they will be too concerned with getting into their new house and moving to even question what's going on with the Epstein stuff. They will be distracted. Give them food and entertainment, and they will never revolt. August 1st is coming soon. We will see money soon. Stimulus checks. Ooh, that would be something, huh? I'll tell you what, stimulus checks would definitely pump the markets. Universal healthcare is what file? Exactly. Exactly. That's what it'll be. It'll be, oh, everyone's got their own home. Everyone's got something to keep them distracted. Everyone's happy, and they will all get tucked into sleep. I think stimulus checks won't be enough. I think they'll probably do that, and that'll be good for the market. But I think more or less, if people are moving into a new house and they're not paying for healthcare, that would be something that would change the narrative. At the same time, I don't think anyone ever gives up on this one. I won't. I'm not going to give up on this one. We're going to be screaming to high heaven about this for a long time. We're going to try to keep it as relevant as possible, keep you guys talking about it, and talking about it on TikTok as well, whatever we can say, and trying to keep it alive until we get the information we want. How much do you guys pay for healthcare? That's a good question. I'm not going to say. I think that's kind of private. But most people that have healthcare pay more than if they had like federal or state healthcare. It's usually more. House Democrats force Republicans to take vote after the vote on the Epstein files. Let's take a
Tonight,
look.
Attorney General Pam Bondi's top deputy meeting at a Florida courthouse with Ghislaine Maxwell, the convicted accomplice of notorious sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. Deputy Attorney General Todd Blanche meeting privately with Maxwell and her attorneys. Earlier this week, Blanche posted if Maxwell, quote, has information about anyone who has committed crimes against victims, the FBI and the DOJ will hear what she has to say. This tonight from Maxwell's attorney.
She answered all the questions truthfully, honestly, and to the best of her ability.
The Trump administration seeking to cool the ongoing firestorm over its handling of the DOJ's files on Epstein. Today's meeting blasted by Democrats.
There is every reason to fear that Donald Trump could offer Ghislaine Maxwell a pardon in exchange for silence or even worse, phony exoneration.
It comes 24 hours after the Wall Street Journal report, citing senior administration officials, that the president was briefed in May by Bondi that his name appears in the unreleased files. The Journal reporting the files contained what officials felt was unverified hearsay about many people, including Trump, who had socialized with Epstein in the past, and that being mentioned in the records is not a sign of wrongdoing. The White House calling the story fake news. NBC News has reviewed over 1,000 pages of documents tied to Epstein or related investigations and conducted interviews with dozens of victims and attorneys, and none has suggested Trump committed a crime. All as President Trump tonight toured the Federal Reserve's $2.5 billion building renovation, which has already run over budget, squabbling over its costs with Fed Chair Jerome Powell.
It looks like it's about $3.1 billion. It went up a little bit, or a lot. So the 2.7 is now 3.1.
I'm not aware of that.
Yeah, it just came out.
You just added in a third building is what that is. That's a third building.
Well, no, but it's a building that's being built.
No, it was built 5 years ago. We finished Martin 5 years ago.
So it's part of the overall work.
The president asked what Powell could do to get him to back off his criticism.
Well, I'd love him to lower interest rates. Other than that, what can I tell you?
Garrett joins us now live. Garrett, a lot of headlines involving President Trump tonight. The FCC has approved the $8 billion acquisition of Paramount, which also owns CBS.
Yeah, Tom, the sale to Skydance Media comes on the heels of that $16 million settlement between President Trump and CBS News over a 60 Minutes interview with then Vice President Harris. The FCC says Skydance will make significant changes to the CBS broadcast network to ensure, quote, diversity of viewpoints across the political spectrum. The FCC's lone Democrat dissenting with the decision, which she says threatens press freedom. Tom?
All right, Garrett Haake first. Garrett, thank you.
All right. I want to talk about the healthcare thing for a second. So we kind of, the Epstein thing, we don't really know what they're going to release. It's probably not going to be much, and people are going to fight over this no matter what comes out. But I do want to ask Shaz. Shaz is in Canada where they have free healthcare. Here's the issue with the free healthcare, okay? Yes, in the US, we pay out of pocket, but we have the options with private healthcare to get certain procedures done that are, like in Canada, a lot of people will be sick or dying or whatever, and there will be procedures that can help them, right? The problem is that the government pays for the healthcare. They won't pay for those procedures because it's too expensive. So they offer things like assisted suicide instead. That's a problem. Okay? If we have universal healthcare, we need to have access to any and all procedures that people want. Not true. I work in an ICU unit. It's not. Okay. Hear me out. Okay. It's not that that's the case, that it's a slippery slope, and that's the direction it's headed. Okay. And there are plenty of procedures that people could have that they can't get with that healthcare. That is the problem. I'm not saying that they're giving assisted suicide yet. Okay? But it's a slippery slope. Do I want to live in a world where there's procedures that can save someone's life and you can't have them because the government is saying no, we're not going to pay for it? That's the issue. Yes, we have to wait longer here and can go to the States and pay big dollars. Yeah, and I think people need the option. People need an option. Waiting for a knee replacement is 3 years. See, that's a problem. That's a problem. So it's a double-edged sword, okay? It's a double-edged sword. So there needs to be clarity in universal health care. It needs to be available in a timely manner, and it needs to be available in all aspects. And it needs to be where the person has the ability to choose and say, I want to have this procedure done, not that one. Because they have crazy advances in medicine, but they're not available to certain people because of the healthcare they have or the money they have. Universal healthcare needs to be universal. It doesn't matter how much money you have access to get certain whatever procedure done, and it done in a timely manner. Because what they'll do is they'll just wait you out. If there's a procedure that's too expensive for them to pay, but it needs to be done now, it ain't going to get done now, and it'll be too late, and then you'll be past the point of no return. That's a problem. It's a slippery slope. Just wait till you find out our hospitals are organ harvesting. Oh, yeah, that's... Dude. Yes. 100%. Don't be an organ donor. All right. If you go to the DMV, they ask you if you want to be an organ donor. They will literally kill you so that they can harvest your organs. You would have a chance to live or be resuscitated, and they won't resuscitate you just so that they can harvest your organs. Somebody is dying but has a good kidney, $100K for the hospital. Exactly. Exactly. The healthcare system is screwed up. It's all screwed up. Everything is messed up in this world right now. That's why we have this show. That's why we're trying to change things and make a positive change in the right direction. But like I said, it's a double-edged sword. We need to be more educated and more clear as the people of what it is that we want, and understand what we want and how it can be accomplished. And that's the problem, is most people are low information, don't know. Healthcare in America is only about profit, not about people, and we all know it. That's for sure. In the ICU, we deal with a lot of organ donations, and it's very emotional for all. Yeah. The organ situation is a problem too. That's why they want to do the cloning. They want to, what was that movie? The Island? They would clone the people and have them live on the island, and then it was like rich and powerful people, and then they would harvest their organs. My son needed emergency surgery, and they charged me $12,000 with a PPO. It's messed up. It's messed up. And the problem is we have the technology, we have the resources, but our hands are tied because the systems that we've chosen. That's the problem. We need to change the way things operate, the way things go. And even with that, it's a double-edged sword. How do we fix all these problems? What happens if you don't have insurance? Basically, they garnish your wages. They take your assets from you. Revolution. Jessica says revolution. It's all about greed. That's it in a nutshell. I know, right? And that's why I'm trying to like teach people about the markets to not be so greedy. Hopefully that transfers. When moon? Not tomorrow. I'll tell you though. Come beginning of August, if we get trade deals, we pump because of August 1st, right? But if we don't get trade deals, we dip hard. Y'all better buy. That's going to be your last opportunity this cycle to buy and get in at those low lows. Back to $2. Thought it wouldn't age well. 126. Here we come. On what? On XRP? Yeah, we shall see. We shall see. I don't know if they go that low. They pumped everything just right before. They knew what they were doing. They're going to keep it from falling that low. You still have the short, dude. That short is going to pay off at the end of the cycle. All right. Come November, you're going to get paid. End of November, baby. End of November. Maybe sooner. Maybe we get it on the 1st. Maybe things just drop like crazy. Maybe so. It depends on how bad the deals are. All right. DOJ seeks interview with Ghislaine Maxwell amid calls to release the Trump Epstein documents. All right. We already went over that. I'm not going to beat a dead horse with that one. Let's do some TA. What's happening in November? ISO supposedly gets adopted again. It gets its last pump November 22nd. And then I think it's all downhill from there. Retail will start selling off for Christmas. I have Beer Gator merch coming in. I need to get you some tanks in about 2 to 3 months. Yeah, we'll meet up, bro. Dude, the Beer Gator thing, I have aspirations. I have ideas. As you know, dude, I've got Raider Nation. Okay, I have like one of the, it's like a spider web of Raider Nation connections. Not only do I go to the Raider Nation car meets, because I do like the car club stuff, but also my security guard is like a crazy Raiders fan and knows every Raiders fan, all of them. They all know each other, and it's a community. He does his social media on, I think, Instagram or Facebook, but he is plugged in as well. And dude, he's down. He's on board, and I want to tailgate party this thing. Yeah, get us, dude. What I'm thinking is we go to the games and we tailgate party and we give out free beer, free alcohol. So I brew alcohol here too, right? So I have gallons and gallons of free alcohol to give out. I don't drink. I just do it for fun. So that'll be where we can kickstart it. You know, get it going. But dude, free beer and hot dogs, bro. I'm telling you right now, people are going to come for the free booze and the free food, and they're going to stay. They're going to get toasty to the mosty, and then they're all going to buy a Beer Gator. Guaranteed. It's going to be so easy. I already bought like a pop-up tent to do it, and I got CO2 coming in the mail. I'm gonna start testing the Beer Gator stuff, and then I want to get like some like sound equipment, do the DJ thing, and dude, basically all the games in Vegas, man. Be there, tailgating, and promoting Beer Gator, promoting the show. It's gonna be legit. We're gonna have Jesse out there giving out free beer. It'll be awesome. Yeah, call me tomorrow, man. I have ideas. I have infrastructure set up already. I have people and know-how. Basically, it's Whenever we're ready to pull the trigger, dude, I can make this thing happen. Can I come and help give out free beer? Absolutely. Absolutely. It'll be in Las Vegas. We'll be doing this. Especially if you're a female. If you're a female, we need you. Yeah, we need to work on the contract. We'll talk tomorrow, bro. Okay, let's talk tomorrow. We need to iron this thing out. In the meantime, let's do TA. What projects you want me to look at, guys? I'll tell you what, all the people on TikTok that didn't come over here missed out on TA. Sucks to be them. Kronos. Crow. Kronos. Is Kronos a meme coin? Help me out here. Oh, dude. Kronos hit that mark that we were saying, 13 cents to the cent. Is that what we say? I think it'll do 14, to be honest with you. That's that double bottom there too. That's that first spot right there. That's that first point of resistance. This one's going to 14, 15 cents. Saw a W for a win. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing. 14 to 15 cents. I think on the low side, 13. I think it's going to do better than that. I honestly think it'll do 15 cents. That's a psychological number. And that's just to get started. All right. That's just to get started. It could do way more. Way more. Yeah, I'm going to go with that. Somewhere around 15 cents, baby. Well, I can only TA what I see, right? So obviously it can go much higher. If this is the trend, $26, 25 cents. That's where I'm seeing. If that's the trend, and obviously it could go higher. Could be trended more like that, and that would put it at like 30. Oh yeah, everything's dumping. Dude, the red light's on. All right, everything is gonna dump. But I think long term, obviously this could come back down first, and it would probably hit 11 to 10 cents. Probably like 10.5 coming back down. If it did, and it could continue back up from there. Okay, but I think overall things are bullish. Yeah, I would say probably 10.5. 10.5 looks good. 10 or 11. 10.5 to 11 cents. Honestly, I think 11 cents is more like that sweet spot, but it may very well fall to 10.5. But that first spot is at 11 cents. But everything's going up, okay? Long term, everything's going up. So it really depends on your time frame on these things. So if you're looking to buy more, just buy the dips. Everything is pretty much, I think we're going into alt season, and pretty much August is going to be your last big dip, the beginning of August to buy again. That's going to be your last chance. Obviously, there'll be other chances, you know what I mean? But like to get the low. All right, Ethereum. That looks like a bull flag. Also kind of looks like a head and shoulders in the 1 hour. Which means it could come down to like 34. But I think this one's going to keep pumping. Four hours of descending channel played out. Coming back down. Hulk Hogan, wrong orange. Dude, do you think they murdered Hulk Hogan? You think he knows something? Tell you what, though. In the 1 day, we have a descending channel, which means we could, you know, come down, come up, come down over the next couple days. Looks like 35 is the bottom. It could go to 34, possibly. Here's the thing, okay? That fair value gap takes it to 31.5. If it does break downward, it's coming to 31.5. All right, just like XRP did, it'll do something similar. But XRP has ripple dumping on it, which is what's bringing it down to fill those fair value gaps. So this could potentially come all the way down here. But I think long term, if it breaks 4,000, it's like, if it breaks 42, it's going to go, its next spot up is going to be 44. I think it does 5,000 this cycle. I think it easily do 5,000 this cycle. At some point. That's where it could go. And I think even higher. It can go even higher. Welcome to the Matrix. Just keeps hanging a carrot in front of your face. Yeah. Any other projects? We got time. We got 10 more minutes. Any other projects? Is Hulk Hogan a coin? Tell me there's a Hulk Hogan coin. STX. Oh yeah, STX is about to pump, y'all. STX is about to pump. If you haven't bought STX right now, is a good buy. It could potentially go to like $74. It could potentially go to like 73, 75, 74. Okay. But this one is pretty much seems its bottom, and it's that double bottom. It's that double bottom like we've been seeing. Okay. This one should pump us up to $1.35 to $1.40 to get started. Yeah. The first zone of profits is going to be $1.25. And then it'll be $1.30. And then it'll be $1.40. Really? I did buy a little bit last week. Yeah, it's definitely a good buy right now. This one's a buy. It could potentially come down more, but yeah, this is what you want to see. This is what we're looking at. This one's going up. All right, and that's with the presumption that we're going into alt season. By the way, when you guys see the red light on, you shouldn't be selling. You should be buying. All right. When you see the green light on, you should be taking profits. You know? I mean, I guess this is okay. No, don't go off of that. Ask me. Okay, ask me. Ask me. Don't go off the light. Honestly, I should just keep the light white because it just depends on what we're looking at, right? Depends on what we're looking at. This one, though. This one looks like a solid buy. Obviously, it could definitely come down a bit more, but I think it's right there at the bottom. If it does come down more, it's not coming down much further. 74.5. The lowest it's going to come down is right here. If it does, it's going to be right there. 73.81, 74. 75. Yeah, pretty much where it's at, where it wicked to could definitely be the bottom of this one. This one looks prime. Like, hopefully alt season happens. I think it does. All this crazy cycle stuff, I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it. Can we talk about taking profits? I haven't done that yet. My thoughts, if you take profits in XRP, then I have less XRP. I'm not grasping the concept. Shaz, are you a deluxe subscriber on TikTok? And what I would recommend is also the technical analysis class. I think we get alt season, okay? And even if we don't get alt season, we'll get a form of alt season. It just won't be as phenomenal as what we've seen in the past. We're going to get something. Okay. As a deluxe subscriber, I offer coaching where I can teach you the taking the profits, and you can message me directly and I will help you. You can just say, hey, like, this is the project I have. Where should I be taking profits? How much? You got to tell me your situation. Everyone's different, you know. We can't do that in the live. There's not enough time. I got 5 minutes left. Can you see if I'm a deluxe? What's your name on TikTok? Actually, just send me a DM on TikTok. Okay? Send me a DM on TikTok. Sharon Strong. Okay, Sharon, I believe you're a deluxe subscriber. Send me a DM on TikTok and we'll hash it out, okay? I shall help you. I think we got time for 2 more. Oh, that's beautiful. I think SXT is a buy right now too. It could potentially fall lower. If it does fall any lower, it's not going past like 8 cents. But what I would predict is this is an imbalance. So this thing's definitely going up to 10.21, 10.5 for sure. Eventually, wherever it goes from its bottom. But here's the trend line right here. Bottom. So 0.85, 0.875, somewhere around there would probably be the bottom. This is a strong buy right here too. This is a strong buy. Creating higher highs. This should, when it pumps again, reach for higher. I would think that if it breaks 12.5 its highest and it goes again, it would wick up to like 13.5 would be the next spot. So it should go from where it's at now to like 13.5. And it could obviously go higher. Look at that nice green candle. We're starting to get those big green candles again. All right. That is beautiful. That's what we want. Okay. And the fact that it came back and it filled this again, like that's what we want. That swing trade. Boom. We're going to trade this thing as it goes up and down. Obviously, we got a cup and handle here. That pretty much played out. Now we got to see what else it does. If it doesn't run up and it just consolidates, then it's going to come back down, right? And it's going to come back down to like 7 cents, maybe 6.5. All right. I don't think it does that, to be honest with you. And don't forget, 50% of donations go to OperationUndergroundRailroad.org. That's the Tim Ballard Foundation, the founder of that foundation, to stop sex trafficking of children. Right? Everything going on with the Epstein stuff, we don't want that. Look at this, baby. SXT could very well stop right there at 883. I would say 888. It's pretty much there. This one's a buy right now, I think. I would buy this, and even if it does drop down lower, it's going to stop at 8 cents and then continue up from there. In my opinion, I think so. This one is getting narrative, okay? This one is getting traction right now, okay? There's a lot of stuff going on with data right now with AI and all kinds of different stuff. This one's about to get its narrative. All right, chat? This one's ready to take off. I think this one does 50 cents this cycle. That's a long way up here. That's definitely possible. I'm happy with 20 cents. If it goes to 20 cents, I'm absolutely happy with that. Let's set our mark for 20 cents. Yes, this is SXT, baby. This one is a buy. I would say right now almost. Obviously, it could fall down to 8 cents, okay? If this thing falls any lower than 8 cents and it goes to like 7 cents or 6 cents, buy it. Buy it, buy it, buy it, buy it. Okay? Anytime this thing falls below 8 cents, you better buy it. All right? And it's just a matter of time before you're able to get some profits out of it. It might take a little bit longer, but it's going to pay off big when it does pump. All right? This one, this is your golden goose right here. this is the project that is going to make me the most money. It's so new. So new. Because it's so new and unchartable, it's actually better. It's more likely to go up. It's going to be hard to get this thing above 16.5. But when it does go above 16.5, it's and after it goes up and it gets that pullback, it's going to shoot up to 20. This one right here, baby. This is what you want. This is what you want. All right, it's 9 o'clock. Thank you guys. Appreciate you. Today's live was a little bit different. We had a debate and we had Jesse on our live. A little bit different. And I don't know if we're going to continue it that way. I'm going to talk with Jesse about it. We're going to see. We shall figure it out, right? So appreciate you guys. Don't forget, take profits, send donations. Good night. Appreciate you. So yeah, we have a candidate running for Congress coming on the show today. It's going to be phenomenal. And you know, we're going to talk about, you know, where he stands with the Clarity Act and different issues and things. You know, it's going to be a little bit more political today. But this does pertain to crypto. You know, the current congressman in California is not pro-crypto. And it's very concerning what he wants to do. He wants to force KYC, chat. Ed Sherman wants to force KYC on all of you. That's not good. We don't want that. Yeah, we got to get rid of Ed Sherman. He's got to go. He's a problem. And obviously, a Democrat's going to win in California, right? Let's not be naive. So we're looking into the Democratic candidates because Ed Sherman has got to go. This is important for crypto, chat. We are fighting on the front lines of freedom for crypto right now. And so we're going to have Chris Ahuja. He is running for Congress. He's coming on the show today. And we're going to find out if he's pro-crypto or not, where he stands, and maybe we've got to educate him a little bit. I did talk with him a little bit already. We had several meetings, actually, where we've talked. And I'm not going to lie, this guy might be my top pick. We're going to find out if I have a few of the people running for Congress, and I've already had an interview with the congressman. He walked away halfway through my interview. Didn't even want to engage with me anymore. You know how I am and how I do my interviews. So, and I even warned Chris. I said, hey, man, I'm going to come at you. Be ready for it. And he's like, I'm not afraid, man. I got it. And so I'm like, all right, I appreciate that. You know, you guys know how I do. W's in the chat if you love the way Oz interviews people. W's in the chat. Let's see those W's in the chat right now. Everybody drop a W in the chat for me right now. Help me out. There they are. Yo, we got Doc, Crypto Tony, Red Dog, Country Black Soul. What's up? Country Black, my boy. John Whalen. What's going on, guys? So make sure you guys stick around, okay? Because we're having potentially the next congressman of California on the show. And, you know, we want to get pro-crypto people elected. Whether you're Democrat or Republican, Libertarian, it doesn't matter, right? Well, we care about crypto here, right? Like, California is going to vote in a Democrat. I'm going to tell you that right now. So if you're in California, you should run for office. Honestly, you should run for office. Honestly, I ran for office before I got elected in 2020 for the school board. Maybe I'll get it. Honestly, I prefer being the reporter in politics than actually being in politics. So I like being part of the media. Running for office is it's icky. It's icky. I don't like it. But you know what? I do have to say, a lot of these new people that are running, they're not, your everyday politicians that you're used to seeing, which is what I like the most. They're not your staunch, Democrat that you're used to seeing. So I do like it. Don't forget to share the live out, guys. We're going to get started here in a little bit. Let's do a little bit of technical analysis. We're going to be talking about Bitcoin, XRP, Solana. We're going to be talking about Canton and Cardano. Hey, yeah, you see the Canton hat? Yes. You guys like the hat, right? We're going to be talking about, whatever projects you want me to look into. We'll do a little technical analysis on it. My technical analysis for Bitcoin still remains. This is the same line drawn as before. And look at, we came up, touched right here, got rejected. It's respecting this line. I think we bounce at 50K. I do. That is my conviction. Now we could form a diamond bottom thing here maybe, but it's not really a diamond bottom. It's out of structure. This thing could potentially pump up to 78, 79. It could. But that would be the bull trap and it would send it back down. So I do not think the bottom is in yet. What's your thoughts on Sui, bro? So BTC is free. I will do BTC for you, but you gotta be a super fan if you want me to do a different project. And as a super fan, you could win this XRP cube right here. So become a super fan, help support the show, what we're doing here. But also, you could win this. We're gonna give this thing away to one of our super fans. So become a super fan. And if you want to know how to become a super fan, right up here, you send a heart me, and then you scroll down and it says click to become a super fan. You click that. That's all you got to do. Yeah, it's not free, but it's very cheap. This is one of a kind. This is an official Ripple product right here. And it's one of 20 made, and I own 2 of them, and you're going to be able to get one of them. So become a super fan. Crypto Tony, at least send a heart me. Crypto Tony, send me a heart me and I'll do it for you this one time because viewership's a little low right now. I got you. That's delicious. Bellstar is a super fan and she could potentially win this. Hey, Crypto Tony, thank you for the heart me. Bellstar, thank you for the gifts. Let's see, let's go through the gifts real quick and then I'll do Crypto Tony. So we got Bellstar, Delvana B, Vintnor, Bellstar, Crypto Tony, and Bellstar again with the gifts. Thank you guys so much. Appreciate you. Hey, no problem, Dave. It was good seeing you, man. I saw you were live and I was like, oh, I gotta go in and say what's up, man. I hadn't seen or heard from you in a little bit, and I was like, oh, I gotta go see what's up with him. All right, let's check this out. I think he wanted Sui, right? Yeah, dude, anytime I see somebody live, especially you're willing to come and support me, I always show up, I'm a cross supporter. I will support you whatever you're doing. If you're here and you're showing up and you're part of the community, absolutely. That's what's up, bro. Who was it? Crypto Tony? Crypto Tony, which one did you want me to look up? Which one was it? I can't remember which one you wanted, Crypto Tony. But thank you for the gifts. I appreciate it. Sui. All right. Let's look at the Sui. And don't forget to smash that like button, guys. Subscribe to the channel. Share the show with your friends. Follow me on all platforms at Ozthecryptogoat. All right. Let's see here. Guys, we need to get the viewership up today. I need you guys to like as much as possible. We have a guest coming on, so I need the likes and the gifts as much as you can help out with. If you can't send a gift, just hit the like button. It's absolutely free. Don't forget to follow me. Sui is a bear flag, bruh. Sui's a bear flag. That's still a bear flag on Sui. It's got some more up and down consolidation to go, but it's going to start tightening up. And then I imagine it drops down to 61 or lower. Let's see here. I mean, technically the flag is this long. Technically the pole is that long, but that just seems out of control. I mean, it could go to 25 cents, man. Like 25 cents is on the table. I don't think so. I think 46 to 50, 61 to 46 is going to be the zone it drops to and catches support. But I mean, it obviously could go down to 25 cents. But that's a bear flag, bro. Hey, no problem, man. Hey, make sure you guys tune in around 6 p.m. Pacific Standard Time. We have a special guest coming on the show. If you guys want to watch a good debate, make sure you come through. This one's going to be lit. It's going to be lit. Because I'll tell you what, right now, there's no way me and this politician are going to see eye to eye on everything. And if you know anything about me, I'm good at debating. There's some kind of like auto post thing happening on my show. That's what's going on. Oh yeah, let's post to X. Yeah, why not? Where else? Facebook. Yeah, I guess we should be doing this kind of stuff. Don't forget to smash that like button, guys. Subscribe to the channel. Share the show with your friends. Follow me on all platforms at Ozthecryptogoat. We're going to post this out to all the socials. Oh, Telegram fire. Yes. Telegrams were all my... Wait. I don't know if it worked or not. There's so many. So, chat, where are we at? What do we want to look at? Anybody got a project they want me to check out? And, hey, Crypto Tony, thank you for the GOAT. Appreciate you. If you become a super fan, you could win this. You could win this by becoming a super fan. We're going to give this away to one super fan. So this could be you. You could win this Xbox. It's an Xbox, chat. No, it's a XRP box. We're giving away the XRP box, and it could be yours. It could be all yours. You know, my eyes are just on fire right now. The lights are so bright in here. Yep, I need my sunglasses. It's just so bright in here with the lights. I gotta have sunglasses on. I can't do it. Guys, don't forget to follow. Let's look at XRP.
Now it's time to show what we can do. Goats can rap is something new. Making music with our minds, we're listening to all the signs. And even though it's the same crew, feels like it's getting smaller. Few, and will we make it? Who decides? Fuck it, I don't care, just bring a vibe.
Man, XRP is kind of a bear flag too, isn't it? There it is. XRP is not Ripple. I'm sorry to tell you, but XRP is not Ripple. And XRP will not go to 10K this cycle. I know you guys don't want to believe it, but XRP, baby, it's coming down, chat. It's coming down again. I'm thinking somewhere around 80, 75 cents, maybe 50, and that'll be the bottom. Honestly, I'm not sure if it sees 50 cents because people are just holding the shit out of this coin, right? It's just not going to go that low, but it will go low. When are we going to see like a $5, $10 XRP? Maybe in 2030, you know, but as for right now, we're just not there yet. XRP, it's all speculative too, like maybe it's gonna be adopted the way people are saying. I just don't think so. Like, I think there's a lot that needs to happen. You know what? It's so bright. I need my sunglasses. I'm putting on my Cardano glasses. I can't. It's just too bright. Oh, those are a little better. I need my other glasses. Where are my glasses at? Chat, hit the like button so my glasses will turn up. Everybody put a sunglasses emoji in the chat. I need sunglasses. It's too bright. Let me see. I gotta call the IT guy. Bruh. All right, they might be in the back room.
Are you an OG?
All right.
Man, shut the fuck up.
Yo, smash the like button. See, the thing is with these, I can't see the chat. I can't read. Is XRP cooked? Will it get to $5 this cycle? No. I think 360 was about the top for it this cycle. Next cycle, it could do $5, but that's, you know, a long ways away from now. Yeah, XRP is pretty much cooked for this cycle. XRP is worse than Ripple? Exactly. Like, when Ripple goes public, I'll definitely buy that. But we don't even know if they're even going to use XRP. Like, now that they have RLUSD, what's the point? Right? Like, why do they even need XRP? Like, it might have some use case, but not what people are thinking. It's not going to do what you think it's going to do. And the burn rate isn't going to be enough to give you the gains you're looking for. So, I hate to break it to you, but you were sold a bridge. Any exciting coins you've looked at aside from meme coins? I mean, yeah, like there's a lot of exciting stuff, but are these ready to buy yet? I think the only one that's ready to buy is like SXT. Bellstar says XLM is better. Yes, XLM is, I believe it's a publicly traded company. I'm not sure, but they don't hold all the supply of it. XLM is much better than XRP. Much better. But SXT, Space and Time, is a great project. It's really early. It could be at the bottom. But we'll have to wait and see. And don't forget to join the Discord. Let me put the Discord link in here for you guys. Let me put the Discord link. It's also in my bio, but you can join the Discord, and all the guests that we have come on are in the Discord. High profile people in crypto, politicians, they're all in the Discord. And so like after you see a guest come on the show and you're like, whoa, like that was really cool, I want to talk to that guy, they're in the Discord. They have to join the Discord in order to come on the show. That's the whole point. So there's a value. Yes, space and time. And I'll show you the chart. Space and time may be near the bottom. It could potentially go lower, but it's an accumulation. It's the utilities. What's up? Bellstar says, I love the Discord. Yeah, the Discord is goated too. So make sure you guys join the Discord and get engaged and, talk to people. There's a lot of people in there. Most people just kind of sit on the sidelines and listen to what I have to say. But there's a lot going on there. So look, we're at like 1 cent, right? Now this could add a zero to it, but it's not far from its all-time low. Exactly. Space and time, if you're looking at something to buy right now, it could go lower, but eventually this thing's going to take off again. It's just going to take time. Because of how low it's gone, I would say that maybe 2030 you might see a couple bucks, It's possible. Maybe not. Maybe we see 50 cents. Still, that's going to be crazy gains. Like, that's going to be a major win at 50 cents. Even 20 cents from right now would be like the most majorest win you ever had. Like, it doesn't take a lot. It would take I think we said like 10% of all the people that follow SXT on X to put in $1 to take it to like $1 price. Dewey says you look like my cousin. Well, I'm not. Hate to break it to you, I'm not your cousin, but I appreciate it though. But yeah, SXT, it's been kind of like curving and running sideways now. The more it runs sideways, the better. It could potentially go lower down to a penny, but I don't see it going much lower than that, and it'll probably just run sideways. So this is a good one to keep an eye on. What is the utility? Okay, so the partnerships are Microsoft, Avalanche, and it's off-chain data verification. So it's a security privacy type coin on the Ethereum network. So as you can see, I got Canton, Midnight, Space and Time. What's Canton? Canton is a privacy network as well. And we gave away a Canton t-shirt. I think I got another one to give away. But you got to be a super fan to get it. And guys, we're going to give away this XRP box. This is wireless, rechargeable, official Ripple product, one of 20 made. I own 2 of them, and you could win this. All you got to do is become a super fan. So become a super fan and you could win this. And we're going to be doing tons of giveaways for the super fans. Chances are, if you're a super fan, you're going to win something, and it's going to pay for itself. Thoughts on XRP in 2027? Somewhere between 75 cents and $1. Have you heard of ICP? Absolutely, I have. Insane Clown Posse, fire. No, ICP, yes, is interesting project. Absolutely. I'm not quite sure at the chart. I haven't looked at the chart in a while. What's the bottom for Link and Soul? Thanks. if you'd like me to do a TA for you, you gotta be a super fan, or at least send a heart me. So otherwise, you get what you get. But pretty much Bitcoin's free. But yeah, everything's dirt cheap right now. Now things could go lower, potentially lower, but if you're DCing in right now and you're just accumulating over the next couple years, you're going to do great come the next cycle. So just be patient. We're at that stage in the cycle where you can just buy stuff, and as long as you're patient, you're going to make money on it eventually. Just make sure you take out profits when it does go up. I'm going to load the fuck up with though. I hope Solana goes to 30. I don't think so. I could see like $50 for Solana, to be honest with you. Thoughts on XPT? Okay, so I don't know too much about it yet. I've been working with Mr. Yazdani. Do you know him? He talks a lot about XPT, a lot. I'm still learning, still looking into the project, have not invested into it yet. XPT is platinum, no? Are you talking about in the stock market or in crypto? In the stock market or in crypto? Guys, don't forget to smash the like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, share it all out. Share out the show and hit the like button, and don't forget to follow. XPT is platinum. No, I'm not sure about that. I think it's like proof of... Oh, I should know this. I'm still learning about it, but it is on my radar, I'll tell you that. Am I buying it yet? No. I'm still looking into the project and doing my research, as you should be too. But I was supposed to get on the show and talk about it a little bit today, but it just didn't happen. So next time we'll talk more about it. Right now, the spotlight for me in crypto is the legislation being passed. SXT is fully cooked, but $1 is prime accumulation. I agree. 1 cent. And that's pretty much where it's at right now. It's like at like 1.5 cents. So it could lose half cent. Who are the artists I'm listening to? That's Goat Tribe. That's who this is right now. That's at Ada Goats. Goattribe.io. They have NFTs. So here, let me fix the camera so you guys can see. They are big supporters of the show and everything we do here. So they sell the Goat Tribe rolling papers with the NFTs. So those are Goat NFTs. They've got the Goat Tribe roller, and we got the Goat Tribe mug, and then they also have like a grinder as well. I don't want to pull it out. I like the actual meaning behind it. Yeah, dude, the music is fire. I hold goats in my wallet, so I have rights to use the music. So their NFTs hold utility. Where can you buy SXT? What platform? Pretty much anywhere. It's on Coinbase. SXT is everywhere. But yeah, these the Goat Tribe is so lit. I love Goat Tribe. Honestly, I listen to it like all the time. What's the price for SXT? It's 1 penny. Like 1.0176. I'm probably gonna rewrite that. I've seen you on a lot of other lives in comments. Yeah, that's me. I'm all over the place. And this is our show, you know. We do like financial news media. So like that's why we're having the guy running for Congress coming on the show. Am I marketing? No. I just support these people. I don't get paid to support any of the stuff that I do. I do it because they support me. Like, I don't get anything out of it. When I see something good, I'm like, hey, I like this. I'm going to get behind it. And like, I don't charge anything to do that. Like, I'm just like I heard this Goat Tribe album and I was just like, this is so lit. This is good. It's crypto and goats. Like, how could I not fall in love with it? And every song on it is a banger. Like, how could I not? And I went to one of the events and I was like, hey man, you got to give me one of those posters. They don't give these out, but they gave me this because they knew I would support it. Hey, thank you for the heart me. Oski, appreciate it. Josh TV, thank you for the heart me as well. But I support my community. You know, I don't get anything out of it. You know, I do this because I believe in them. So I'll stand behind them. Yo, what's up, Oscar? How you doing? Hey, don't forget to become a super fan if you want to win this XRP Tesseract. We're giving this away to one super fan, but you got to become a super fan to win. Become a super fan today. If you click the little heart me button up here, there's a little heart right here. Click that button and send a heart me, and then you can scroll down and it says become a super fan. Click that and you could win this. Your style, your t-shirts, all alter, but you look okay. What do you mean? Oh, you're talking about like how I look like your cousin? I'm confused, Dewey. I'm confused what you're telling me. Guys, you got to put context in the chat. I don't know what to think. Sometimes you guys just say stuff and I'm just like, O-L-A, hola. Hola has an H in it. It's hola. I don't know what you're talking about, bro. You gotta give context in the chat. You gotta give me some context. Let's look at XRP again. I'm gonna start doing XRP as a freebie for you guys. What is OLLA? I don't know what you're asking me, bro. I don't know what you want from me. I don't know what you want from me. I'm trying, chat. I'm trying, and I don't know what you want. What am I supposed to do? I'm trying here. Chat, XRP is not Ripple, and XRP will not go to 10K this cycle. I hate to break it to you, but that's the cold, hard truth. You were lied to if you believed otherwise. You were lied to. Sorry to ask, but what's your thoughts on Polkadot? It's on my radar. If you want me to do technical analysis on it, you gotta be a super fan. But as a super fan, you could win this XRP cube right here. Morging dishing. What the bruh. I don't even know how to respond to that. Good morning. That's the best I got for you. I have no idea what you want from me. I feel like maybe there's a language barrier here. I am lost. Can XRP hit $50 by the end of the year? No way. No freaking way. You'd be lucky to see XRP hit $2 by the end of the year. By like October, November. You will be lucky to see $2 on XRP. All right? Lucky. And like, if it does, you guys better be taking out profits. I swear to God. Because I'm telling you, 50 to 80 cents is coming. I don't understand why it's not moving. It has a lot of banks behind it, correct? Absolutely not. So there are some banks that are behind Ripple, not XRP. And those banks have less than 100 customers, or excuse me, less than 100 employees. Small little baby banks. You've been lied to. No one is using this. No, there's like hardly any transactions happening. Like the XRPL transacts like less than 10% of what the Solana network does. or Bitcoin. Like, it's like virtually unused. Don't forget to smash that like button, guys. Everybody tap the screen right now. Smash the like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. What about Cardano? I love Cardano. Charles gave me this. Charles is a real one. Look at that. Isn't that beautiful? 24 karat gold. Nice chatting. Talk to you later. Absolutely. Thanks for showing up. Don't forget, we have possibly California's future congressman coming on the show here in just a few minutes here. So make sure you guys stick around, because in a few minutes we're gonna have an amazing guest come through, and we're gonna have a nice chat about crypto, and we're gonna talk about his name is, he's directly running against Brad Sherman here in California for Congress. I had a talk with Brad Sherman, and Brad Sherman wants you to KYC. He wants forced KYC. He wants to dissolve the Clarity Act. What he wants for crypto is astonishingly bad. Okay, and Chris Ahuja is coming on, and he's running and opposing Brad Sherman for Congress, and he's coming on the show here in about like 10-15 minutes. He'll be on the show, and we're going to talk about crypto, and we're going to talk about the direction he has for it and what his plans are. How do you feel about the new law, crypto for California? If you don't trade it, you lose it. So that's not true. Okay. If your wallet is stagnant for like 3 years, and this is a safety measure for people who get like locked out of their wallets and things like that. So what happens is they receive, the state takes custody of that wallet if it's stagnant for 3 years, but then you can reclaim it back. Okay, but yeah, there's some paperwork behind it, but I understand the reasoning behind it. But it doesn't mean they just take it from you. No, you can claim your wallet back if it sits stagnant for a few years. But honestly, all I would say is sign into your wallet every once in a while. That's all you got to do. Transact once in a while. How do you reclaim it back if you lost your keys or password? That would be a good question for the U.S. government. They should have a way of tracking it to you or your device or something like that. But it's a way that they can send you the funds back. So it's actually a safety measure to prevent dead wallets. You know? Yes, KYC as in know your customer. That's what he wants, is forced KYC, forced know your customer. In order to use it in California or in the US, in the United States, federally, you'll have to KYC. That's what they want. That is very bearish for crypto. Taxes KYC, exactly. They want, oh, you should have heard what he wants. He wants to tax the hell out of crypto. Thank you, Dewey. I appreciate that. But yes, Brad Sherman, current incumbent congressman in California, is going to cripple crypto. So be careful. We do not want this guy in California. And obviously, California is going to vote for a Democrat. So we're looking into a replacement for him on the Democratic side. I am not a Democrat. I am not a Republican. Okay. But what I am doing is being a realist who can actually win and beat this guy. And I'm not going to lie, Chris might be the guy. Now, I have a few other candidates that I want to bring on here, but from what I saw, Chris might be the guy to actually take it. And wait till you see the videos I have for you guys from the meetings. Dude, Chris did not give Brad Sherman a break. His name is Chris Ahuja, and he is on point. I actually really like the guy. I met him at like a random party and was just like talking to him. He's like, oh yeah, I'm running for Congress. I'm like, no shit. Okay, cool. And I'm like, let's talk some more. And so we've been talking. And then I invited him to a different party. He couldn't make it. He invited me to this meeting where I talked with the incumbent, Brad Sherman, and all the runner-ups, where they had like it wasn't quite a debate. It was basically a debate though. A discussion debate thing, and it was actually really good. I enjoyed it. I feel like there's hope for the world sometimes when you see good candidates running against the incumbent. The question is are people going to be smart enough to know who to vote for and who to be involved with? And that's why we want to bring on these people, because we're going to do the show live here, but it's going to be recorded and blasted across all platforms after, so everyone's going to be seeing this. Big somebody put alive in the chat for me, because I want to be blessed too. So 209 years ago? What do you mean? 200. I'm so lost. Dewey. What? I don't know what you want from me, man. I'm trying here. Everybody smash that like button, guys. Subscribe to the channel. Share the show with your friends. Follow me on all platforms. XRP is not Ripple, chat. I hate to break it to you, but XRP is not Ripple. And XRP will not go to 10K this cycle. I hate to break it to you. So what is XRP then? I would say it's a dead native token. Dead technology. We have RLUSD now. Does it really serve much of anything other than a liquidity pool? Pretty much. It gets its value from the people that hold it, not from money that flows through online banking transactions through Ripple. All that speculation you've heard. It's highly unlikely, and they may not even use XRP. Like Ripple is something different. Ripple just owns 44% of the supply of XRP. So every time it goes up, Ripple just sells it. That's what's the correlation is here. Hey Jesse, it's your song. You look like Roller Bro. Your surname is German. What do you mean my surname? The Crypto Goat? You don't know my real name. You look like Roller Bro. Who the hell is Roller Bro? What are you saying to me? I don't even know what you're saying to me. I'm so lost. Help me out, bro. Give me some context here. I don't even know how to respond to this. I'm hiding behind the cube. Become a super fan so that you can win this cube right here, okay? Become a super fan. I'm just going to hide here until Chris shows up, because I don't even know how to respond to you. Germany is cool. Yo, what up, TikTok seller? Any California Republican candidates for crypto running? Let me tell you this right now. There are no Republicans that are going to win in California. And that's just the facts. Okay? Can we wake up to it? But I'll tell you what. There are some good Democratic candidates that I would be willing to back as a libertarian. You know, so as a libertarian, right-leaning, there are some Democrats that I would vote for that are pro-crypto. And let me tell you this, if you're pro-crypto, you want a pro-crypto Democrat, because the Republicans aren't going to be the problem. Okay? The Democrats are. So getting a pro-Democrat congressman voted in California that's pro-crypto is going to be good. We just need to find the right one. You're tired of Dems? Well, that's why we're going to talk with Chris. Because I'm hoping that maybe I can enlighten him as maybe a smidgen. But he is not your average Democrat. I will tell you that right now. These aren't staunch Democrats like I'm used to seeing. They're not your what would you call staunch Democrats. They're more, you know, center leaning, if you ask me. And and we want to, in California, that's what we want to get past. I will reach out to the Republicans as well, but I'm telling you right now, California is not going to pass it. They're not going to win. It just, that's just what it is. So let's find someone that can win and back them. The problem is that reps are associating with Cheeto and will never happen. Exactly. They think that because Cheeto is backing crypto, that crypto is bad. And so they're like anti-crypto. So, you know, Dems are going to win in California. It just is what it is, right? So let's get a pro-crypto guy in there. I understand libertarians don't hold the power yet. And that's what I'm saying is like libertarians can run as either Democrats or Republicans. So just because it says a Democrat doesn't necessarily mean that they're not libertarian. He ain't backing it though. He's just saying he is. Yeah, I'm like independent. I'm libertarian is what I am. I'm libertarian. I always lean on the side of liberty and freedom. But I do, you know, I'm not naive to what politics is and how it works. And I just don't want to see Brad Sherman win. Brad Sherman winning in California would be the worst thing that could happen to crypto. And that's all I'm trying to say. Anyone but Brad Sherman. And I talked to every single one of these guys. I literally talked to our current congressman, Brad Sherman, about crypto. And he told me he wants to force you to KYC on the federal level. Bellstar says, I know how sausage is made. Yeah. He wants you to force you to KYC. And let me tell you right now, the Democrats are probably going to win the primaries. So that being said, if you don't want crypto to die, this is our chance. Okay? Any Democrat that gets put in that does a bad job can be replaced with a Republican later. But I'll tell you what, if they get in there and they start passing these laws, we're cooked. We are so cooked. That's why I'm not naive to the fact that, you know, we need to be pushing for a Democrat that is pro-crypto to win in California. I'm just saying, this could... I am not a Democrat. I am not a Republican, okay? What I am is smart enough to know when we're being played. That's all I'm trying to tell you, chat, is that we're going to get played if we don't come together and figure this out. Everybody smash that like button. Don't forget to send a gift. You know, we need some gifts. Our guest comes on in about 3 minutes. We need to get the viewership up. You can't say the K word on here, bro. Y'all are getting me in trouble. Why is viewership so low? It was doing so much better earlier. Everybody W's in the chat. W's in the chat right now. Help me out. Just start spamming the chat with W's or goats. That's what we need right now. We need to spam the chat. You bid me in Truebell. You bring me in Truebell? No, you're gonna get me in trouble by saying those words. You can't say certain words on TikTok. Our viewership has dropped dramatically. I might have to mute you. Can XRP reach $5 to $10 this year? Probably not. No. XRP is a liquidity coin, lost 40K on it. Exactly. XRP is going to wreck you. Okay, Ripple is not XRP. XRP is not Ripple. Two different things. Ripple is just going to keep selling on you. You'll be lucky to see. Yeah, XLM is better. Exactly. You will be lucky to see a $2 XRP again this cycle. You will be very lucky. It just ain't happening. We got 5 minutes for our special guest to come on. Chat, I need your help right now. Somebody spam me with a gift. How much does Ripple hold of XRP? 42% of the supply, or it's like 44% of the supply. It's a lot. Don't forget to send in your daily heart me's as well, guys. Don't forget to send your daily heart me's. I see inverted head and shoulders, so new all-time high. What inverted head and shoulders do you see? Yeah, you lost the plot, bro. Inverted head and shoulders. I see a double top. That's what I see. I see a more macro double top. Look, go into the weekly. That's a double top. That's a double top. So it's time for Super Saiyan 3. Hair long, yeah, you can't see electricity running around my body, man. Look at top, double top. Right here. There's your. There it is. Last line, I'm about to teleport. Yeah, the weekly looks insane. You're going to be lucky to see $2 again on XRP this year. Maybe you'll see that in October, November, but I doubt it. I think it probably won't go higher than like 166 to 180. 180 is going to be a strong resistance. Would you recommend to look on the charts weekly, daily, or 15 minute? It depends on what you're doing. If you're trading, you know, buying and selling constantly, you know, the 5 minute, 15 minute, 1 hour, and you should be cross-referencing those, right? But if you are looking to buy and hold, you should be looking at the daily and the weekly. It depends on what your style is and what you're trying to accomplish. That's how it works. So if you're looking for a long-term hold, you should be on the weekly. Yeah, honestly, I think we see, you know, selling may go away. $1 to 75 cents on XRP. That'll probably be around the bottom. It could go to 50 cents. I'm not sure if it does. but 118 to, you know, 1 cent or $1, that's the next zone to touch. So, and honestly, it could go lower than that. I think the very bottom will be 75 cents. That's what I think. And then the next time it pumps, it'll be even less. Where do you see DOT? What do you mean? Is that a project? Chat, I gotta send out the call. We're gonna have the guests come on. Don't go anywhere. Make sure you guys are smashing that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. We're gonna talk to the congressman, or our future congressman, hopefully, here in California. So stick around. Make sure you guys are liking, and then we'll get back into TA after we have a little conversation. So I'm going to send him out a video call here. And we're going to have the guests come on the show, and we're going to talk to, this is Chris Ahuja. And he is running for Congress in California. Don't forget to follow, guys. Don't forget to share the show out. Don't forget to hit the like button. Oh, XRP box, tell me more, Johnny. Hey, if you guys want to win this box right here, all you got to do is become a super fan and join the Discord. Chris is in the Discord as well, so if you have questions, you can reach out to him on the Discord. So I just put it right there in the chat for you. Join the Discord. We're gonna see where he's at. We're waiting for him to come on. Yes, become a super fan and you could win this Xbox. No, the XRP Tesseract. This could be yours, chat. All you got to do is become a super fan. And that could be all yours. And to become a super fan, you're going to click the little heart up here. There's a little heart right there. And you're going to send a heart me, and then you're going to scroll down and say, click to become a super fan. Is the Genesis block in there? It might be. You'll have to win it to find out. Where is Chris? We're still waiting on Chris to join, so we got a little bit of time. So make sure you guys become a super fan and get your chance to win the XRP box. And this is an official Ripple product, ladies and gentlemen. Official Ripple product. What a post that would be if it was. Oh my God, right? Make sure you guys stick around because we have an amazing guest coming on tonight. We're just waiting for him to get into the chat here, and we're going to talk to him. And we're going to talk about crypto. We're going to talk about the Clarity Act and different legislation that's coming up, and find out where he lies in crypto and talk about it. Hopefully he shows up soon. Let's try that again.
I won't give up this fight. It doesn't matter what time, morning, noon, or night. Every day is a good day when you say GM.
Chat. W's in the chat for Chris Ahuja. Chris Ahuja. Guys, W's in the chat right now. Everybody spam the chat. We've got an amazing guest coming on. He's running for Congress, ladies and gentlemen. Running for Congress. I believe he's pro-crypto. We're going to find out. We're going to find out. But I'll tell you what right now. Brad Sherman, the incumbent, is not pro-crypto. He wants to force you to KYC. He wants to tax you to hell with crypto. We need someone better. We need someone better here in California. And I tell you what, it's going to be a Democrat that wins in California. So let's find the right one. So if you're in California, you should be watching this. This is important. Bellstar, I'm talking to you. This is important. And I know maybe you're a Republican, right? And you're like, I don't want to do that. You got to win. We got to win this one right here. We do not want to lose to Ed Sherman. Ed Sherman is got to be the worst thing for crypto right now. Oh, there he is.
Brad Sherman.
Hold on. Let me get you pulled up here.
Oh, good, bro.
There he is.
I didn't comb my hair.
You know what? I got a Brad Sherman comb. You want it?
Oh, did you get it? Oh my God. Yeah, we've actually had, if you've been there for 30 years and you don't have any ideas on how to make things better for people, whether it's innovation, whether it's public transit, whether it's healthcare, and all you've been doing is handing out combs, man,
Facts.
30 years. We got hats though. We got hats.
Oh, dude, I love the hat, bro. I need one.
Okay, I'll get you one. Yeah, I'll get you. It's great to see you on what was that, Saturday? Yeah, Saturday.
Yeah, dude. I was actually really excited to be there, and because I kind of talked to you about this before. So like, I went up to Brad, and I questioned him a little bit, right? Yeah. And I was asking him about crypto and stuff, because I my main focus obviously with this show is crypto, but right. My politics goes way beyond that, right? So like, but I just asked him a couple questions about crypto, and I'm going to ask you some of the same questions as well, but he walked away halfway through my questioning and was like, I'm not doing this anymore, and walked away.
Was that at the end or was that at the beginning?
That was at the end.
Dude, when I got there, because we've been, we have been, basically, I ran in 2024, and so we never stopped campaigning, and that 2024 was, I didn't know what to expect. I got involved in public service back in like 2020, 2021, and I never stopped. And it's really important to give back to your community. And so we didn't stop that campaign. And where was I going with this? Anyway, so we've been attacking him. We've been calling him out. Just
I saw you, bro. Dude. I was like, holy crap. Like, even your opening argument was basically directed to him. Like, it was phenomenal. I can't wait to edit the footage and get it out there.
You got the whole thing, right?
Yeah, I got the whole thing.
I can't wait to see that, because I don't think the club has posted it yet. But and so we've been holding him accountable, and he came up to me before it started. I think you were right by me, and he literally just came up to me and it's like, "Hey, Chris, how's it going?" And I'm like, and I hear all this stuff behind the scenes, how he talks about me and things, and tries to intimidate people. And it's okay if he's listening. People talk. I know a lot of people in the community. And so I was cordial with him. And then he just said, what did he say? He said, "Oh, you're the only candidate that actually has," what's up, Artemis? My daughter. I want to go on the couch. Wants to go on the couch? Okay, you can put him on the couch.
Hi, kiddo.
That's my daughter. That's my daughter right here. You can unclick it, the leaf. You don't have to. Just give it a shot.
W's in the chat, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Follow me on all platforms at Ozthecryptogoat. We are talking with Chris Ahuja right now. He's running for Congress. We're going to give him just a minute. He's a father, and his children come first. And I actually I commend that he was willing to walk away from the show to take care of his family. Dude, family comes first, man. I'm actually really impressed that you got up and walked away and dealt with your family before this. Like That does wonders.
I
Question:
appreciate it.
Is there any way you can shut the blinds behind
Oh
you?
Jesus, you're right. That is crazy. Look at that. It's like a look at that. It's like
the
a Chris Nolan
sun.
movie. It's like here, let me.
So he cannot see the chat, but if you want a hat, Francesca, I'll see about getting you a hat.
Oh, absolutely, Francesca. We'll get you one.
Yeah, he says you can get a hat. We got you, chat.
We're gonna have. I think these hats are gonna be kind of popular. They're really
I like the color.
They're really cool. Yeah, I kind of wanted I didn't want a blue color. You know, I am a Democrat. I'm more of a Democrat socialist, Bernie Sanders kind of guy. And yeah, we found a great place, local place, support local business. And
That's a real snapback too.
my buddy, he actually did the logo. Larry Bimil. He's a badass like rocker dude. Oh, you got it right there. Yeah, that's Larry. And you know, we'll get you one, French. Just we'll get your information and but yeah, yeah, he came up to me just kind of making small talk and you know what was weird though the whole time? He started talking to me trying to like make me feel good or whatever. And then this little intern guy, whatever his name is, shout out to Ethan if that's what his name was. Get another job, buddy. And he was like literally holding the phone, secretly recording me. And I said, "Well, are you recording me? Like, really?"
I saw that guy. He when I went to go talk to him, he was like the reason, or he used him to get away from questioning me. You know what I mean?
Oh.
He had like a little signal he gave him, and then like basically like turned to him, and then was just like, "I'm out of here," and then like gone.
It was, it was surprising. I didn't think he would show up because there's really no reason for him to show up. He doesn't have to. But I think because of his ego, his entitlement,
And
he's
it's in
like,
Malibu. Who doesn't want to go to Malibu on,
it's a really
on
nice
their
day.
dime, right?
Yeah. Yeah, I forgot about that. Yeah, we actually paid for him to freaking drive there.
That's what I'm saying. So like, of course he went to that one. That's why I was like, oh, it's gonna be in Malibu. I was like, I'm gonna be there.
It was pretty. Yeah, I wanted to talk about the things. Literally, the place we were at. I've never been to that library. I've been to there's little stores and restaurants, like really expensive, like right next door. But there's so many people that were homeless, that were unhoused, that were living right there. Like
You
literally,
saw him in the front area. There was several of them right there.
there's three people. I was talking to them. I was telling them what I was doing, and I like to talk to everybody. And so, I don't care who you are. Like, you gotta know what's happening. The fact that nobody brought that up. I don't think anyone's doing a podcast except for us talking about this, but people, kind of ignore that it's literally happening outside of this public library, and then further down, which is like the LA County building, which there is like tents, there's pillows tucked inside there. That's the LA County building, and we didn't really talk about it a lot because they gave us questions,
That
6
they
different questions.
had
Yeah,
pre-set up or whatever. Yeah.
We didn't talk about the actual things that affect Malibu, where LA County and City of Malibu, and of course federal or state, but there's all these different organizations agencies that make it really difficult for things to kind of get done. And that's what I heard from one of the city council women who I spoke to like a month ago about the issues that Malibu faces. And so, I'm kind of segueing, but it's right in front of you. And Brad, they're ignoring it. Like there's people, and the 3 people who I spoke to, they were very cool. They don't have a house.
Spoke to them as well.
Right on.
One of them came up and was like, "Hey, that's your car?" And I'm like, "Yeah." He's like, "What year is it?" Oh, it's 75. And we're just talking. And he's like, "Oh yeah, when I was a kid, I wanted that car and this and that." And but they're just people. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I left my car unlocked. I'm not afraid of homeless people. My grandfather was a pastor, and in San Bernardino, he fed the homeless.
Are you from San Bernardino?
Yeah, so he fed the homeless from 1983 to 2007. Every Sunday, fed the homeless, and I was there with him.
Where in San Bernardino?
Right by the Carousel Mall, where the courthouse is, the clock tower.
Yeah, that's where I'm from.
Okay, yeah, same here.
Yeah, Carousel Mall, man, Carousel Mall, and then the Inland Center Mall.
Yeah.
That mall was left like empty. It's like one of those
Yeah.
abandoned. I love that stuff.
Yeah, I think it's cool that it's abandoned. I also think that it's kind of sad to see what prior Democratic, what's the word I'm looking for? Gosh, come to me. Prior Democrats, what they've done with, what was once a really amazing city, even back into like the 1800s, it was a thriving place to be, and it's just kind of gone downward. Obviously, Redlands is still kind of okay,
Where I went to high school, Redlands High School.
Yeah, I was born in Redlands, so
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, I gotta go outside real quick.
Go ahead.
Pay for the.
Oh, you gotta pay for the hats?
I pay for the hats. I'll be right back.
Hey, take your time, man. Guys, don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, follow me on all platforms at Ozthecryptogoat. While he's gone, we're going to talk about the campfire stuff too. So this is our campaign focus. Chris' abundance agenda is working class blueprint to build real prosperity from the ground up. That means investing in public infrastructure, innovation, and local businesses, putting people over profit and community over corporations. It's time for an economy where working families don't just get by, they actually get ahead. And so one of his first things is abolish ICE. And if you know anything about me, I actually like this one. Honestly, I don't know about abolish ICE, but maybe reform, because I'm afraid if we abolish ICE, what are we going to get instead? Gestapo? That's one thing that I'm worried about. But I mean, whatever they're doing right now is absolutely not what we voted for. If you voted for Trump, we were promised one thing and we got another. I don't want, criminals coming into this country. And if there are, I want to have them removed. Absolutely. But they're going after regular, everyday people. And we'll talk about this more with like Chris, but there was a young woman that was, about to become a U.S. citizen, was taken. She's still in custody right now and hasn't been released. And she was literally at her court date to become a U.S. citizen, and they arrested her. That's wrong. Like she went through the channels. She was doing all the steps, trying to get it done right. So we need a clear path for citizenship. That story really broke my heart, what happened to that lady. That's not the kind of deportations I think that even Republicans signed up for or wanted to see happen. Like that's inhuman, right? I think right now all it's been about is what are, getting the numbers to look like, oh, we deported tons and tons of people and they're all bad. Okay, they're drug dealers and they're doing all this bad stuff. We want to get rid of them. Okay, that's look at the numbers. They're so high. The most people removed in U.S. history is amazing. No, we don't want any of that, right? We want to get the right. If you shouldn't be here, you shouldn't be here. But like if you're trying to go through the actual process and you're literally about to become a citizen and they arrest you before you can, that's evil. That's evil. And this one's my favorite. Prosecute the Epstein class. Release the Epstein files. Prosecute every co-conspirator. No billionaire, politician, executive, or president, past or present, is above the law. If children or adults were trafficked, abused, or murdered, those responsible must face the maximum penalties under the federal law. Justice must apply equally. No exceptions. Oh my God. Round of applause. W's in the chat for Chris for this one. W's in the chat. I'll tell you what, Brad did not support this whatsoever. Makes you wonder what he's done. They have rules that they don't follow since Trump due process is for everyone. Exactly. W's in the chat if you want to see the Epstein files. W's in the chat if you want to see these bad characters prosecuted. W's in the chat if you think that everyone is accountable to the law. Let me see those W's in the chat. If you believe that everyone is accountable to the law, no matter what class you're in, whether you're a politician, billionaire, executive, or president, you should be prosecuted. All right, I'm gonna bring Chris back. He's back here, dude. That's my favorite one, man. I'm just reading your website right now, and we're talking about your different points. So, we were talking about previously before that. Obviously, the first thing up there is abolish ICE.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, and I brought that up. I just posted a video from Saturday where Brad Sherman was talking about, like, these Democrat values and supporting Democrats, but a couple of the Democrats that he had on, I forget the website, it was some sort of PAC, something for him and these other candidates, right?
Of course.
And these other Democrats pop up, and those are the ones who supported the bill, I think, end of January, to keep funding ICE. And we know, like, if you want to talk about leverage and using resources, and you talk about being a senior in Congress for 30 years, and that's why I called him out. The question, like, when I said the answer, the question was something totally different, but he had responded to something else about how he supports Democrats in swing districts. And I was like, no.
Right, he's using the PAC money to make sure that Democrats win. I ain't buying that load of crock. That's some bullshit.
And so I called him out, and then it's funny because in the videos he makes these faces like, I didn't know. Well, if you didn't know what you're doing with your money, maybe just go retire.
Yeah, you know what? I think that's a scapegoat thing. Oh, I didn't know. I just go and do whatever. Well, then you're not doing your job. It's your job to know.
Like, I literally have a job. I have another job. I do a lot of things. And so the fact that someone like him who tries to just literally, and you saw it, he just goes like this. He shrugs.
Right.
What's going on, Artemis? Here, come here, buddy. Okay. Now the dog's in here. Okay. Here, Apollo, come here. Oh, come here. Here's the dog. Here, come here. This dog used to be.
Let's see the dog.
This dog, I can't lift him up. I hurt my back earlier because I lifted him.
W's in the chat for the dog.
Okay, there we go. There's Apollo.
Look, Bellstar, he's got a puppy. You got to vote for him now.
Oh, man. Some troll, I don't know who it was or who they're working for, Oz, but they were saying Apollo's a bad name for a dog. They're trying to, like, attack me. They go, Apollo's a bad name because Apollo died in Rocky.
Oh, my God.
I don't like that.
It's not like he's a boxer. If his breed was a boxer, then...
Yeah, he's not a boxer. But just going back,
that's the kind of nonsense they throw at you as being a politician, man. It's wild. You can't even name your own dog.
Yeah, seriously. I do a lot of jujitsu, and I'm just walking over all the papers. Okay, all right, sit down, buddy. But I don't. You get scared. You can get intimidated a little bit, but these corporate politicians, honestly, whatever party they are, but if we're talking about corporate Democrats who are just kind of, he's walking. No.
He's getting comfy.
He's getting comfy. He's got an envelope.
Good
I don't know
boy.
what it's for.
Good
But
boy.
you have to call these people out. You have to say, hey, listen. And that's why every time I had a specific question I'm supposed to respond, and we only have 90 seconds, I was like, wait, I'm not going to answer this question. Let's just go back. And you saw this. I'm like, no. You don't get a free pass because most of the people in the audience, they're not going to go look all this stuff up.
Right.
They're not going to double check what he's done. They're not going to fact check. I've been fact checking this stuff for a long time now, so I know it by like heart, So
yeah, we have a whole team here. So we actually have a fact checker that works on site here. And so we dig into stuff, man. And it's crazy. Some of the stuff that's out there, you can't believe anything anymore right now. You got to look into stuff, and they'll even the fact checking sites that they have. It'll say oh, this article was not true, or whatever, and then you read it, and it's like the first line is not true, but the whole rest of it, the meat and potatoes of it, is all true, but that's not what they focus on. And they use like semantics in order to get around it. You can't even trust the fact-checking sites. It's ridiculous.
That's what Brad Sherman, here you go. Like Brad Sherman, he keeps saying, "Oh, I got these endorsements, from these different places." So that's why, like, for what we're doing, we're holding him accountable. And so it's unfortunate that you saw the last thing he said. He said everyone was picking on him, and everyone said he sucks.
Tried to make him out to be a victim. Yeah.
Right? Did you see that? That was,
and it's not even a victim thing. It's like, dude, you've been in power for a long time and you've done nothing to help anyone.
You just hit it. That's literally it. Like, we did a podcast, which, by the way, I should give a shout out, Reactionary Cousins. That's Dr. Derek Stafford. That's me. Dr. Derek Stafford's my strategist. He's also my cousin, PhD in political science, voter statistics, voter behaviors. And we talked about this, about other politicians, right? Like Nancy Pelosi, right? Maybe not a friend of the working people. However, in the amount of years that she was in office, she did build something. She did something. Like, there will not be a statue of Brad Sherman in the town hall of the 32nd district. Like, there will not be that.
Right.
Like, the fact that literally, if you ask somebody, what has he done? And
our community has been copy trading Nancy Pelosi for a while. And so we've been making a lot of money copy trading her.
Yeah, she's more successful than what, Charles Schwab? Like,
yeah, more successful than like any like major Wall Street mogul. Like
the records. You look at Brad's stuff. I think he's into the bonds. I think that's what his thing is.
Oh, okay.
I have some fun with that.
That's interesting. I'm gonna look into that because that's makes me wonder why he's so anti-crypto.
I think it's government bonds. I didn't spend too much time looking it up, but not nearly as successful as Nancy Pelosi.
Government bonds are not doing too well right now, I believe. It's not much anything's doing too well. But hey, let me kind of reel it in a little bit here. So there's a few of your policies that I want to talk to you about, get a little bit of clarification. And I think that word clarification is a good segue into the Clarity Act. Oh my God. Oh, that's funny. Chad, do you see that? It says impotent career Democrat disease.
Stop. Jesus. Sorry.
Brad Sherman. Wow, that's funny. So Bellstar, she lives here in California. She's a voter as well. And she wants to know about the fire victims and what's going on with that. What is your plan with that?
Well, in terms, I'm so distracted here. Fuck. Oh, I use F word. Are you gonna get fined? Man,
no, you're good.
No, you can't do that. You can't do that. No. Here, just take the fake horse.
Typical politician getting distracted when the tough questions come.
I know, right? Perfect timing. No, I think with the fires, I think if they're referring to Palisades, there's Malibu, Altadena. In our district is Palisades, Malibu, and we did a lot of videos about last January, last February, and there was hardly, and by the way, for context, Brad Sherman is representative. That's our district, 32nd.
Right.
It did change a little bit, so it was another representative before that, but there wasn't any really proactive fire legislation that could have prevented all this. So many people.
Right, there wasn't even any water to put out the fires.
And then that whole reservoir that was empty, and I don't think there's been a real clear answer on the person who was in charge of that, on what actually happened.
I can explain it to you. I've been looking into this a lot. So
in Jonas, right?
So what happens is we had more water, rainfall and we could have filled all of our reservoirs with it. But there's a piece of legislation that says that we have to empty those reservoirs out into the ocean to help some sort of freshwater fish.
Okay.
From dying.
Yeah.
And what's happened is so we every time it fills up, we just dump it. And is it really about the fish? Absolutely not. What it's about is keeping the prices of water high in California. That's what it's about. And so we continually, every time we fill up our reserve reservoirs, we instantly dump it back into the ocean so that we can have an artificial drought. Well, I wouldn't say it's artificial. Like we do have water issues here in California for sure. But we could be saving that water and using it for when there's a fire or, lowering water prices. But that wouldn't be beneficial to the water company.
Send me the some of that information that you have so I can really go into the
Absolutely.
deep dive.
Absolutely. And I'm sure there's a lot of issues that I could definitely bring some light to on this. Like I said, I have a whole team here of journalists and fact checkers and stuff, and we look into all this stuff. So
Really
I'd love to give you as much information as possible. That's my job here, and that's why I went to your meeting and why I went to the Stand with Crypto thing. My job is not only to be a journalist, but to be an educator in the space. Because if you get elected, you need to know the information, what's going on. Otherwise, what are we doing here? It's just the same revolving door.
And that's the part, the cool thing about whether it's Discord, whether it's Slack, whether it's YouTube, all these, Twitch, all these different platforms that literally give people power, give people the ability to communicate these things. Before you couldn't do any of these things. And that's what's really awesome. The good part of social media, obviously there's a bad part of social media. TikTok is very different than it was a year ago.
Right. I was very political, man. I was in politics in my union. My union actually supported Brad Sherman and still does. I don't support my union anymore. But I was active in politics in my union. I ran for school board in 2020 and got elected. I don't want to dox where I'm at.
Oh, God.
But, I dabbled in politics, and I just don't like being a politician. Because as you know, being a politician, sometimes you have to give up on things that you really stand by in order to get something else accomplished. And I did things that I'm not proud of, and made concessions in order to do amazing things. We turned one of the worst schools in my district into one of the best. And, we gave, disparaged children in a low economic city a chance to have a real education. And we lowered, it was 98% absentee rate. And we lowered that to 55 or 56% absentee rate. It was phenomenal, the things that we did. And all I had to do was fire 3 librarians that were just milking the system to get the money. It wasn't that hard, give the money to the kids and not the greedy little people, So that was a big part of it. But at the same time, I had to do something else that I don't even want to admit to doing anyway, that I'm not even allowed to talk about on here, that I.
Well, then don't.
Yeah, we'll talk about it in private because maybe we can do something to fix it.
I think that when you talk about these trade-offs or, House of Cards, the first few seasons were great. Those were great TV, great writing, great acting. Hopefully you can hear me still here.
I hear you.
And I think the first season where Corey Stoll's character, by the way, I own a talent agency, so that's my day job. And so that character, he has to basically sell out all these workers, like all of them, in order to do this thing with Kevin Spacey's character. And I think they're dramatizing it. And I did a case study with Harvard Kennedy School when I did my credential with them. And the case study was some elected official. It was about healthcare. He was in a Republican district. Being a Christian for that Republican, is a big part of his his background, and so he wanted healthcare. He wanted healthcare for his constituents, but I think it was with Obama, and he knew he wouldn't get reelected because the constituents were Republican. But for him as a Christian, healthcare is for everybody, and so forget his name. I'm simplifying it, and he didn't get reelected. That was it. But the trade-off was to make sure people had healthcare, and I think for us, for our campaign, we're grassroots. We're an underdog campaign. And that's okay. I like being an underdog. It's not that easy, but
I
you
think
try.
if
You try
anyone has a chance at beating Brad, it's going to be you.
I appreciate the support. I kind of look at it as it's just progress each week. What are we doing this week? Are we knocking on X amount of doors? Are we doing meet and greets? Are we trying to do some fundraiser? Bring in a little money to pay for hats and literature. And so I got involved because in 2020, I really don't have too bad ADHD. I'm being honest. I don't know what he's eating. But the thing is, I got involved because I could see, like, back in 2020 was crazy times, COVID times. My youngest daughter, she had gotten sick at 6 weeks old when she was born from another respiratory virus. She beat that, and then COVID happened like 2 weeks later. And so when that happened, I was like, you never want to see anybody on oxygen, let alone an infant. I was like, how do I get involved just locally? What do I do? And so I just kind of like looked around, and I found the neighborhood council over here, other environment organizations, a Bernie group, and then other things. And it's like, okay, these are what I'm passionate about. This is what I want to support. And then you still evolve, though. You still, I think if you're listening, if you have conversations like this, like I think on Saturday, Brad was talking about crypto industry, which is kind of implying everybody there on the stage was somehow a bad person. It was really weird. I think you saw that. But I think if you're closed-minded with innovation, with new possibilities, whether it's public transit, infrastructure, and if you're just stuck in a different time period, which that guy clearly is, it doesn't help us.
Right. I think it's time for the boomers to pass the torch, man.
He's a boomer, right? Or is he older than a boomer?
He might be older, man, but golly, it's the one generation that never passed the torch, man. It's time.
It really is, and it's like watching these guys, even seeing Mitch McConnell. That guy, I mean, Jesus Christ, this guy is like being wheeled in the wheelchair and he can't speak. Like that's like elder abuse.
Yeah. And they just refuse to, allow change, because they have control of the system the way it is now. And they've been, using it to enrich themselves, and it's become a problem. And, that goes to like the PAC money thing. So you're running and you're not taking any PAC money. If I'm correct.
We don't have any PAC money. We don't take PAC money. I assume if it's, if there was a PAC that's actually something that's helpful for people, maybe. I think someone brought it up in the meeting on Saturday, right? Like, if it's some sort of PAC that's preventing gun violence, if it's some sort of the actual tangible, strong values that is actually trying to help people, not the dark money, special interests. We don't APAC, those type of organizations. No, we're endorsed by Track APAC. Those type of organizations.
And I love that. Honestly, I think there should be some type of legislation that's passed that abolishes PACs from donating, because it's just lobbying, and it's just a way of getting around the rules that we already have in place. So that the rich stay in power. I don't agree with it whatsoever. But
it's hard for a grassroots candidate to. There's all this other stuff to just to do to even be eligible to participate, and even they just make it difficult. They make it really difficult for a grassroots candidate to compete, and that's why we have to use. You have this amazing space. There's these spaces out there that, as people, as I think most people are younger on these spaces. I'm 45, but
not really, man. Like, I'm young compared to most of my viewers. Like we range from the range is from 35 to 65.
Oh, okay. Well then, yeah. What generation is that? That's the
Millennials.
Z. But my point was being grassroots, not taking special interest money. Our average donation is like $28, and that's what Bernie did. Bernie's average is $27, and I think that's a big part of how you beat the system is by organizing, mobilizing people,
So
and using spaces like this.
I see a question in the chat, and this actually leads me to one thing that I wanted to talk with you about and kind of let you know what's going on. Because maybe you don't know, but one of the questions was, where do you stand with CCW permits?
Can you hear me okay, by the way? It's
I
so
hear you
loud in
fine.
my...
As long as you're
Okay.
face the camera, I can hear you.
Yeah. I might have to take him out in a second. He's like going crazy and it smells like he's about to take a shit. In terms of the permits, I think so. I don't know where that person's from or what state they live in.
They're
state,
here in California, and she's normally Republican. But one thing I've been educating because I'm not a Republican or a Democrat, and I've been educating people is that, like, we're pro crypto, and if Ed Sherman stays in office, we're cooked. Brad. Brad
Yeah,
Sherman.
I'm gonna take him outside real quick. I will be right back.
Hey guys, don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, follow me on all platforms at Ozthecryptogoat. Let's go look and see what he says about firearms, because it's on his website, and let's see if he's on the same. And he has a thing about criminal justice on here, and it's going to kind of go in. Firearm regulations. We support universal background checks, closing gun sale loopholes, and implementing red flag laws. The federal assault weapons ban, officially known as the Public Safety and Recreational Firearms Use Protection Act, was a provision of Violent Crime Control and Law Enforcement Act of 1994. Let's renew this law as it expired in 2004. All right, he's back. So,
yeah. So with CCW, I think first of all, firearms training. Everyone should have some basic training.
Absolutely, I think the training should be more for CCW.
Yeah,
but also the CCWs, the people that do get the training should have the ability to not have to have a reason to get that CCW.
Right.
We all have the right to defend ourselves. That should be reason enough.
Right. So in California, yeah, maybe I think LA County is probably one of the hardest places to get a CCW, and I do support the Second Amendment. I do support training. I do support if somebody does want to go through the proper channels and the proper training and maybe more training, like you said, to have a CCW, they should be able to. And I know one person, they have a CCW, I think in like almost in every state. And in LA County is very different than San Bernardino County, for example. San Bernardino County is probably, it might be easier to get CCW than LA County. And so it shouldn't be so difficult for someone who really wants to have a CCW for whatever reason.
Right.
And
It should be something that everyone should be able to acquire. There shouldn't have to be a reason, in my opinion.
I don't think just because if you're a Democrat and you say that, like, that shouldn't be some radical thing that you're saying.
Right.
You should be able to. The main thing, though, is there should be actual training.
Yeah, because people need to know, like, what's behind the thing they're shooting at. They need to know, like, I'm trained in firearms, and
Yeah, I've done training as well, and I don't. I should. I don't have a lot of time to practice, but the training, is really important, and safety. I remember going to somebody's house, and they were moving, and they left firearms on their table. They weren't loaded, but if I wasn't trained and just basic things, you know, it's good to double check. Go, hey, wait a minute, you're leaving firearms here, or God forbid, what if there was some bullet in there? Because they weren't paying any attention to it. So I think training, it's better to be prepared, trained, and not freak out
Right, but
as well.
also in your own home have access to. Imagine this: somebody goes and breaks into your home, right? You should be able to have a weapon within arm's reach and not have to fumble with putting in a code and loading a magazine and putting it in the gun, and then by the time that happens, you're already a victim. You know what I'm saying?
Well, I mean, if in terms of safe storage laws, those certain rules, I think
we shouldn't be telling people what to do in their own homes, but when things
Right.
happen, those people should be responsible for it.
And I think every single person, there's certain mental health, a lot of mental health situations where whether they're young people where they have gone into their parents' some sort of room and the firearms were not locked up. And so that's why they have some of those laws, because unfortunately,
And
I've
I
seen
agree with that. Like, it shouldn't be left, laying around if you're not there to keep an eye on it. But if it's your firearm, you're responsible for it. You should have access to it at any given moment. But if something were to happen like that, you should be responsible for it. If it's your gun, you're responsible for what comes out of that barrel.
And that's why, one of the people I was just talking about, they have firearms. They're all registered. They are trained. They teach courses, and they have them stored away responsibly. They're in California as well, different county. So I think part of it is it's awareness, it's education. There's other countries. I used Switzerland before. Switzerland, I think majority of people in Switzerland own a firearm. They have
Yeah, they're their
strong.
own army. They don't really have an actual army. It's the people.
Yeah, it's people, and they don't have the same prevalence of
Gun violence
gun.
like we do. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Let me tell you a little backstory about me. I was actually at the theater when the Batman shooting happened in Aurora.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So like
you were in that theater.
I wasn't in the theater, but I was at the theater. So I was in a
Yeah.
different theater, but I was like there, and like so I'm not uneducated in this stuff, and that happened when I was very young, and I've been around guns my whole life, and so I do understand that there is a systemic problem, but I don't think it boils down to whether it's locked or not, or whether we pass this law or that law. I think it comes from culture, and I think we need to change our culture, and we need to change the way we educate people about firearms. And I think that that's what the real root of the problem is where it really comes down to. Because we can try to pass this law and that law and try to make things safer, but really, when it all comes down to it, criminals don't abide by the law. It's just turning law-abiding citizens into criminals.
I think the NRA, they, I don't know what their status is now. And when you have an organization like that, where it turned out that they were just grifting and taking money for their own private pleasures and private jets, but when you have an organization like that, for the most part, if there's a mass shooting and they go right there the next day and say, "Don't take away our guns," that's not sensitive to the situation. And maybe that statement, maybe that people won't agree, but I think it comes down to training. It comes down to mental health, and CCW. What you just mentioned in Aurora, that I don't think that person has CCW, right?
Right, exactly. And whoever he got the firearm from should be held responsible. I think that that's part of it. You're responsible for your piece and what comes out of that barrel. I think that that's really what it should boil down to. I don't think there needs to be much more legislation than that. But like I said, culture is the issue. So I wanted to tell you a little story about something that happened to me personally. And, maybe this will bring a little bit of light to, and obviously you're going to do what you're going to do. I know how Democrats are with this stuff. I'm not a Democrat. I'm a libertarian. I will always lean on the side of liberty and freedom. But, I
like freedom too.
Yeah. I carried a gun for 10 years, every single day in my truck. Always had one, had it lawfully. I used to go to work, and on the way home, I'd go hit the range and do a couple hundred rounds and go home. And that was just normal. That every day, never broke the law, never did anything wrong. But in California, there seems to be a systemic problem with not only legislators and DAs, but also with law enforcement, that gun equals bad guy. Right. And I think that that's part of the culture that needs to change. So something happened to me in 2022. I had a podcast and people found out where I lived, and I was away in LA for work for 10 days. I came home and my house was being robbed. And I had a firearm with me in my truck. Did I have it in my hand? Absolutely not. Did I use it? Absolutely not. Did I do anything wrong? Absolutely not. However, there were 10 people in my house.
10 people.
10 people. They had multiple trucks. They were loading up everything out of my house.
Damn.
And like I said, I was gone for 10 days. They changed the locks. They basically claimed squatters' rights on my house. I showed up and they surrounded me in my truck. And one guy took his shirt off and mind you, these were cartel people. Okay.
Really?
And yes. And one guy took his shirt off and was about to get crazy. And I said, all I did was I said, stop, don't come any closer. I have a firearm. And they all ran in the house. I called the police. I went to jail for 4 months.
No shit.
And I had to sign away and take a felony because it was during COVID and the way it was. And I know one of your things is about criminal justice reform, and you had talked about things that are happening in the prison systems and in the ICE facilities. Was one of the things you talked about. And I experienced that firsthand. They locked me in a one-man cell for 15 days. And I had no TV, no phone, no shower, just locked me in there, threw away the key. The only way I could tell time was because my meals would be brought. I couldn't even get a Bible in there. And it was so bad. It was like a dungeon. And when I flushed the toilet, shit water went all over the floor. And that was like some of the good stuff and living in that facility.
Did you ever talk? Did you ever say what place this was?
This was Glen Helen.
Oh yeah, okay.
And West Valley. These places are bad. But the issue is because I had a firearm, it wasn't even on me. They found it in my truck. Okay. They claimed that I pointed a gun at them, which I probably should have had the right to do anyway, because they were threatening me. I was hauled off to jail because it was easier to arrest the one guy with a gun than the 10 people robbing my house. And they're like, well, they're claiming that they live here, so it's a civil issue with the living there, but they're saying it's 10 people. They say that you pointed a gun at them, so you're going to jail. And now I'm a felon. And I did nothing wrong. And I never even pointed a gun at anybody. And I had to, it would have taken, I would still be locked up right now fighting the case.
That's San Bernardino County, right?
Yes. But it's like that in LA too. It's like that everywhere. Everywhere in California. Law-abiding citizens are being turned into felons overnight to take away their gun rights in the name of gun control. And here's the thing is criminals do not follow the law. Law-abiding citizens do. And as you can see, I'm no criminal. Like, but you know, it was a very hard, difficult time for me. And then on top of it, the criminal justice system and inside those facilities, it is so corrupt. I literally slipped and fell and almost broke my hip. And I'm messed up for life now because of it. And there's no recourse to it because I slipped and fell on some water that was leaking. And they said they're not going to do anything about it, wouldn't give me any medical attention. And then I was like, hey, it's leaking or whatever. And they're like, oh, that just must have started. I'm like, there's a stalagmite and a stalactite forming. It's been like 30 years this has been dripping. That's the problem. And not only that, the water was brown and had toilet paper in it.
That's Glen Helen, right?
Yeah, and West Valley. And the ventilation is so bad sometimes because like they circulate the toilet water and clean it and give it back to you. They don't maintain the filtration. So every couple weeks, the entire ventilation would smell of shit and it would make you sick. It was so bad that it would make you physically sick, like sore throat and sinus infections and stuff. Yeah. And they're just allowing it to happen. And I complained. All of this is documented. I'm sure there's a way to pull it up. Nothing was ever done about it. They're treating people like animals in there. And most of those people belonged in there, but a lot of us didn't, especially me. And I had to take a felony for something I didn't do because the criminal justice system is so fucked up that it would have taken me 5 years just to get in front of a judge. They were so backed up from COVID, and they're still backed up now.
Fuck.
And so I took an L, man, because I needed to raise my kids.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
And here I am.
What happened to your house?
They took it. It's gone. I walked away from it. I just let them have it.
So those people still live there, or they probably sold it?
Who knows? I've never been back. I was only renting there. So I lost everything. And I built everything that I'm at now since I got out of jail with nothing but the clothes on my back. You know?
Yeah.
I'm very tenacious, but at the same time, like, I get, offers to go to Abu Dhabi and Canada and London and all these different places, and I can't go because I'm a felon now. I'm stuck here. My whole life,
bullshit. You can't. If you had a DUI, then you can't even travel to Canada.
Right.
That's the thing. I talked to somebody, a few times. I think today's Monday, so I spoke to someone. I think it was yesterday or Saturday. I don't remember. And they're like, "Yeah, I can't." They're like, "I can't vote. Can't vote."
Yeah.
There's another guy. We were like in Canoga Park, and then the guy, he's supported, but he's like, that was another guy. He's like, "I can't vote." And I can see he's a member of a big union. He's got his stuff. He's going to work, and that's ridiculous. That's ridiculous. That has to be changed. Yeah. You have these real criminals
that are robbing me.
The class, these people, just because you have $1 billion, that doesn't, and you wear a suit and you're white, that doesn't mean you're not a criminal.
Right.
Those are the people on these private prisons.
Yeah, and so like it kind of circles back to what I was talking about is like the gun reform, gun law stuff. I don't know how I feel about the red flag law because I've been red flag lawed before because I had an ex-wife that was a liar and they took my guns from me for no reason and I got them back, but it was just, kind of stupid. Honestly, I think there should be due process. And if there is a red flag, then there should be a due process that's maybe expedited, but don't just go right in and take something away from someone.
I think I don't have the legislation in front of me or what's been proposed or what was before. But I think, it has to have teeth to it. It should be fair. to people who are law-abiding citizens. And so even if you did have a felony, but if you don't have a record of things that show whatever it is that they go, hey, we're going to take these right now from you, I think it should be fair. It should be equitable versus, just taking. Because what could happen is, I think people were talking about this about Donald Trump, for example. Oh, no, he said it. Sorry. Donald Trump said it. He said something like, we'll take your guns.
Yeah. I
And
remember
so,
that.
right, that was like three months ago. And so
And he did the bump stock law too. And he's supposed to be this Republican, whatever. He's not, he doesn't know what he's doing.
He doesn't know. He's and so and you have to make sure, like, we have a constitution for a reason.
Exactly.
And so it's for a reason. It's
So
apolitical.
There needs to be, with the red flag law thing, I think that there should be maybe a certain type of due process that is done for that. But the way it is, or currently, and how it has been, it didn't work. It was just a way for people to harass law-abiding citizens. And obviously there's some cases where, it's bad or whatever. But, I go off of what Benjamin Franklin said, and he said it's better for 10. I say it's better for 100 guilty men to go free than for one innocent man to suffer.
Right. It's a good quote. It's a good quote. I think with gun legislation, you do want to have, you want to make sure that it's fair, it's to the Constitution, but we do have a systemic problem. And so you obviously want to solve it. I want to solve it. When we look at other countries and the situations they have, it's really only America that has been dealing with this. And we can't just shrug our shoulders and say, well, we don't know what to do. Like thoughts and prayers, but it's got to go beyond that. We do have to solve these problems. And so, legislation that is addressing the real issues and
not
trying to make some
law-abiding citizens into criminals overnight.
And the people that are actual criminals, that those people are held accountable. If somebody came into your house and took over your house, and there's 10 people there, and you just get home, you need to stand your ground. If that someone's about to kill you,
right?
And that's the situation. Then you have the flip side, is where people who have said that and they weren't, and they did just use it to kill people. And I think this is a tragedy.
A lot of the problem is it's culture, because it doesn't matter what the law says. What matters is what a man with a badge and a gun is willing to enforce. There are laws that say you can't set a pie on a windowsill on a Tuesday afternoon. Do they enforce it? Absolutely not. There are laws that say you can't honk at a horse or you'll be hung. That's here in California. But we don't enforce those laws. That's where it comes down, because the culture says, okay, that's a little ridiculous. I think that's what we need to do, is we need to change the culture and educate people. And just like you said, there's a systemic problem with gun violence in this country. And I think that comes down to culture in teaching children the severity of what these are, that these are tools, and they can be used for a force for good or a force for evil. And we need to, stop letting the system raise our children and raise our children ourselves, and teach them from a young age that responsibility. And I think that's really what it comes down to. It comes down to the parents. And there's no legislation you can write that can change or fix that.
Well, I think, I don't necessarily agree 100% with that, but I think I know what you mean. I think, parents, and if not every child has parents, but you have to have culture in terms of your family or whoever's watching the children. But also, there's still, I do think government has a large role in helping that situation where you can go, okay, yes, family is important to this equation. Listening to your children, talking to your children. Still, even if someone is a young child, they still might not understand what you just said about what this particular device does. But also, government's role in providing safety and doing things that good government can do.
Those who are willing to sacrifice freedom for safety and security will lose both.
And I'm not saying I'm not talking about Patriot Act. The people in the Patriot Act, those things, which Brad Sherman, he voted along with the Patriot Act. Bernie did not. Barbara Lee did not. No, you still can keep your freedoms. A really well-known acting teacher I know, who's in his 80s right now. He lost family in the Holocaust, and he talks about that, about not having firearms, and I think culture, everybody's from a different place, different time as well, and I think it's something we can solve. We can solve these things.
You know what I think could be the way to solve this? I don't know if you've ever heard this, but an armed society is a polite society. Have you heard that?
I don't think I've heard that one.
Okay, well, let me tell you this. If you know that everyone's packing, you're probably going to think twice about how you talk to somebody or how you go about doing something. You're probably not going to tailgate somebody, you know.
I like, and it's good to have these conversations. I like the mythology of that, but I like to look at data and statistics and go and look at the fine print. I don't think that's actually an accurate statement. I like the statement, but I don't think it's a true statement.
I got a book for you to read. It's called How to Lie with Statistics.
How to Lie with Statistics. I like that idea, but the thing is, if we look at states that do have pro firearm laws, and you see that, if you go, okay, if this particular state, if they're all packing, if they all have CCWs, but then bad things still continue to happen, it might not be, I'm not saying to say no to that, but it might not actually be solving the problem based on
and I think that also comes in line with is also, you know, training and education need to go with it. And I think with training, education, and culture, an armed society can be a polite society, but it does require those other things as well. I do agree with you.
100%. And remember Boogie Nights, that great scene, the donut shop?
No.
Oh, we just watch it on YouTube when you get a second. But, you know, it's a movie, but there's a character in the movie who's like, you know, proud gun owner. He's, you know, he's a hunter or something, but he's at a donut shop in Reseda. And another guy comes in there to rob the donut shop. That guy is there. He's reading Guns and Ammo. He's got his magazine there. He's got his donuts. He's got his coffee. And he's like going. He's like trying not to be too obvious. He's reaching over to get his firearm because it's right there in his side pocket. And then the donut shop owner sees him and is like, no, don't do that. And then the guy who's robbing the store, he's like, wait, what are you doing, man? What are you doing, man? And then Don Cheadle's in there looking at donuts. He's got an all white suit on. It's Christmas time. And then Don Cheadle's like, no. And then the hunter's like, I'm getting it. And then literally everyone dies except for Don Cheadle's character.
Wow.
And this is a random story. It doesn't really have anything to do with anything. It's just a great scene in a movie.
Right. And obviously, like, shit happens, bro. Like, we're not going to fix everything. But I do think that, like, school shootings, for example, I think that if we had trained, because I'm not a fan of bringing the police into the schools and having the metal detectors and all that crap.
That's a whole other thing, yeah.
Schools are already too much like prison. Let's not make them more like it, right? I think a better course of action is not requiring teachers to carry, but letting them have the option to carry. So that way there's this, maybe I shouldn't because my teacher might be packing.
I mean, I think, but the thing is, you know, I've read the different, you know, rationales for that, and like I remember, you know, was it 2 years ago or 3 years ago, the Uvalde one. The next day, you know, my kids are in school, and you know, other parents were talking about these things, and people were like, "Hey, this is what we need to have. This is what we need to have," and And yeah, I want to be idealistic. I want to be optimistic. Teachers, that should be the last thing that they're worried about. They should be focused on teaching and educating. And yes, of course, safety is extremely important. And so I think and I go, and you can send me that link you have about the book, the statistics, but there's other little things that can be done that actually can literally prevent a lot of these things, whether it is heights of certain walls, certain locks, certain safety measures around a school. And that way the teachers can feel safe, but to have a teacher that to force say, hey, you have to have a firearm to training.
Not have to, but you should have the option. The problem is this is like you go to a school, for instance, perfect example. It's a gun-free zone, right? So anyone can bring in a weapon in there, and it's like shooting fish in a barrel. But you add the element of, well, maybe they aren't unarmed. They might think twice. Maybe not a single teacher is packing, right? Maybe no one has one, but there's that option that maybe they are. That changes the playing field.
I don't think I know what you're saying, but I don't think most of the people who have committed these terrible, tragic, evil acts are even going into thinking like that. Because I think most of them, there is mental illness. They have access to a firearm wherever they live or whatever state, city it is. It's easy for them to get that when they shouldn't get it. But if we're talking about a rational criminal, that's different. A rational criminal, if they go, oh, this place, if they're robbing a store, if they're going to someone's home, they know no one's there, or they know where this person has firearms inside their house. But I think for a school, unfortunately, it seems like the majority are these individuals that they do have mental illness. There's consistent patterns of behavior and medication. I think some of them have been on different medication as well.
Right. And there are laws in place that are like, if you are on, medication, or if you're been deemed mentally unfit, you can't have a firearm. And those are already in place. And like Revolution, she's our fact checker. I'll give you a second. I think we're both right. We need a little bit of both, right? An equal medium. As you all know, I'm an avid fence sitter, very center line. So can we solve this problem? Who knows, right? But the fact that we're having this discussion right now is how we actually fix the problem, right?
Yeah, I think, there's a stigma, and I think training, education, mental health, investing in these different areas, not defunding them. Donald Trump defunded a few of these different agencies that took away. I'm glad I didn't cough on Saturday, by the way, Oz. It was pretty good. But when you're taking away funds and actually do have tangible results and help solve these problems, that's what Donald Trump does. He's been ripping things away from different agencies.
The ship is sinking and they're stealing the silverware.
Just like with ICE, with Christy Nome, that $200 million thing. Doge that motherfucker, okay? Doge these people. I don't care if you're Republican or Democrat. If you're fucking stealing from us, you got to be held accountable.
I agree.
And so that's part of the issue where you're taking even health benefits, Medicare. Sorry, you're for veterans, like for the VA, they don't have support. They just keep taking, and then they want to go to do another war. It's like, where's that money going?
Right. And Revolution says you're both right. And I think she is right. I think that leveling the playing field, and also at the same time, like you said, is addressing the mental health problem and getting to the root cause. I think it's both things need to happen. You know what I mean? I think this isn't something that gets solved overnight, obviously, but like I was saying earlier, is having these discussions helps us to get a broader spectrum, because like I said, I'm not a Democrat or a Republican. I'm known as the milk toast fence sitter, like that's what I do. Like,
and that's good, because the thing is, And that's a separate conversation about electoral politics on the party system, on just being on a ballot. There's this dude, I forgot his name. You probably saw his videos. He was like on his like deck somewhere, like think North Carolina, big American flag. He's like, "My name is Dave. I'm not MAGA. Don't scroll away." And he ran as an independent, but then he couldn't get on the ballot. He had like almost 1 million followers. Great, like just great everything, like really cool stuff. And I saw that just like 2 weeks ago. I'm like, fuck, I don't know the guy. We're in some of the same like endorsement group things. And I was like, damn, that guy's not out on the ballot. That's fucking sucks because he's independent. And so
Right.
whatever the rules are there, he didn't have the resources, the money to even get on the ballot. And that guy would have fucking won. Like he would have. Like,
But that's a big problem, man.
Yeah. So being independent, like,
And that's literally what I was just telling chat before, because like a lot of people that watch my show, they're Republicans, they're Democrats, they're Libertarians, because like I said, I'm a fence sitter, very milk toast.
Yeah.
When it comes to politics, especially. But one thing that we are concerned about is crypto. We want to get Brad out of there. And if we vote for a Republican, we're going to lose in California. It's got to be a Democrat because it's a two-party system.
Right. It's the top two. It's a jungle primary. And so I think there's one Republican running. But yeah. Oh, don't slip. I'll be right in about a minute. Yeah, he did that. He destroyed the whole thing. It seemed like I was trying to avoid questions, but the dog literally was biting everything.
I understand. And I know we've been talking for like an hour. There's just one more thing. Unless you can stay longer, but I don't want to keep you too long.
1 minute.
But obviously this is a crypto show. So one of my main concerns is getting Republicans willing to vote for you, a Democrat, right? And that's why we went over the gun issue, because everyone else is on board with everything else except for the gun issue. But it seems like you're not really pushing for anything new other than bringing back the legislation that ended in 2004. It was the 1999 Gun Safety Act or something like that.
Yeah, and then what's on the website, we can like it's just kind of a little synopsises of as much like there's I still have to add on there. I had a thing on blockchain on there. I got to add that on there with, in terms of blockchain, in terms of crypto. That's another thing. Like I took one class. I'm taking more classes. Like I personally like learning about different things in blockchain technology and innovation, smart contracts, all these other things. I really think it's cool. And so I don't have consultants to give me talking points about crypto. I enjoy learning, and I think
I would love to consult you with crypto, bro.
Absolutely.
I will be your crypto bro. Like people literally pay me like $500 to coach them in crypto. I will do it for you for free. All right.
I'm gonna start the Princeton course. They have it's a really cool course. But I like learning about technology. I like learning about business. And so when I took the blockchain, I did it like maybe 2 years ago, year and a half. I forget. I did my credential, Harvard Kennedy School, which was like leadership, policy, ethics, a lot of different things, and which was really cool. I met some really cool teachers, and I was like, oh, I want to learn some more stuff. So I was like, accounting, that's really kind of boring. I appreciate it. But then I was like, oh, I can take a blockchain class for the MBA program. Hell yeah.
Nice.
And it was fucking awesome. I fucking loved it. And it just touched the surface. And so I have here, hold on one second.
Oh, it's so deep, bro.
I got a whole class thing here. This isn't even my campaign stuff. This is just, going through the fundamentals, applied specialization, digital currencies, game theory, financial markets, fintech. I love stuff like that. And I think part of the thing is communicating to people about blockchain or crypto. And I think what Trump has done is he's kind of made it look like a grifting kind of thing, and kind of maybe we talked about this a few weeks ago. Technology is different than the person, and so the actual application is different. And so when you're talking about things that can help people, give people more control, power, because you have Wall Street banks who primarily fund Brad Sherman. So they don't. Go ahead.
I don't mean to cut you off, but these are some really important questions when it comes to crypto and blockchain technology. I I got a few questions and I need a solid answer from you, man. Where do
Yeah.
you stand on the Clarity Act?
So I haven't gone through all the legislation, but yeah, I would be more inclined to vote for the Clarity Act. I don't know which version, like how many versions there are of this particular bill.
So
There's how
as it stands right now, and unfortunately, the issue that everyone's talking about is they've rewritten the Clarity Act right now to where they get rid of APY because the banks are lobbying against it. But that's just the surface issue. That's the sleight of hand. See what this hand is doing so you don't see what this hand is doing. The main issue is this, is the way they are wording the legislation is it's great for institutions to come in to crypto, but it's bad for consumers and investors the way it's written right now. And this is why you see me at all the Stand With Crypto events. I'm there to troll them, to tell people not to sign their thing. Like, that's why I'm there.
the Stand With Crypto thing?
Yeah. I follow them everywhere they go, and then I can get and reach them. I bring them onto my podcast and I educate them in what the Clarity Act is, because they haven't even read it and they're trying to get people to sign this stuff.
Yeah.
And I'm there, I'm educating them and I'm teaching them. Right. Yeah. So like, that's my whole mission, is to educate you, because you could potentially win this thing, especially you out of everyone on that panel. I think the only other person that could beat you is Ann Wilding, because she's a woman. That's the only reason why.
Yeah, she won't be able to. But
I don't think so. I think you would win, to be honest with
you. It's not me. You know, it's when you're going against someone who's been there for 30 years. The statistics favor the incumbent, like 96%.
Oh, absolutely. And that's what I'm worried about. That's why I'm trying to get Republicans to vote Democrat who are here in California, so they don't throw their vote away.
The best thing for them, though, because they won't vote for a Democrat, is they can just sit this one out. Don't vote. And that will be very helpful.
Right.
But
that would actually... I'd like to see you win, man. I'm not ready to endorse anyone yet. But when I do, I will let you know if it's you. I have all of your competition coming on the show.
Oh, no kidding! Really?
Oh yeah. The only one that wouldn't do it was Brad.
Of course. Send me the most recent Clarity info.
Yes. And let me tell you this: there is a piece of legislation written. It's called the Boozman-Booker draft. It's a revision of the Clarity Act, and that's what is good for institutions and good for the people. Write it down, take a look at it. The Boozman-Booker draft. That's what we want to see.
Boozman-Booker?
Yeah. Boozman and Booker are congressmen on the Hill.
And by the way, the Stand With Crypto thing, I didn't even know. I went to that website like maybe a year or two ago. I forget when. And one of the people some person emailed, said, "Oh, fill out a questionnaire," like not too long ago. And I was like, "Yeah, sure, I'll look at the questionnaire." And then I went to the website. I'm like, "Oh, I have an A on there. I didn't even fill anything out." And I was like, "Why do I have an A on the website? I didn't do anything." But then I looked and I was like, "Oh, I tweeted like a year and a half ago about the class I took, and I thought it was dope. I tagged University of Illinois, and I had a couple positive tweets, so they gave me an A. I was like, all right, cool, whatever.
Yeah, I'm actually working with them to change the way they do their system, because there are some people that didn't vote for certain things, and so they're getting a bad ranking. But the reason they didn't vote for it is because, I don't want the Clarity Act to pass the way it is right now, because it's not good for me and everybody watching the show, and just because they didn't vote for that, they're getting a bad rating. And so I'm trying to work with Stand With Crypto to make a few changes, and they're receptive. They understand that I'm trying to do the right thing here. I'm trying to help, and I'm not really there to troll. I'm there to educate. That's what I do. And that's part of why I wanted to get you on the show, is to educate you about the Clarity Act. And if you have any questions about this technology or anything, feel free to reach out to me. Like I have the staff here. My resources are at your disposal, especially if you get elected, bro. Like, you need me, I will volunteer my time for you, bro.
Dude, I appreciate the opportunity. I'm glad I met you a few weeks back. and it was good to see you again the other day. And this was a good conversation. I didn't prepare anything. I know you're supposed to have like a consultant tell you what to say. I don't.
Yeah, I
I'll do that.
noticed that about you, man. Like there was one of the guys on the panel, and he just like read from a piece of paper, and you can tell who a puppet is and who's really passionate about what they're talking about. So,
sorry, I got this.
And I could see that. You know what I mean? And so it was awesome. I had a great time. I'm glad you invited me. And if you have another one of those, let me know.
Yeah. There's gonna be a few more. There's gonna be quite a bit.
Okay.
So it's great. Thank you for having me on the show. And if anybody is interested in a hat, just excuse me. Sorry.
Chris Ahuja, right? Ahuja,
yep.
ChrisAhuja.com. You can go check out his website there and read up on him, and
we'll put some things about things on there. But yeah, we'll
anybody but Brad is where I'm at right now.
The guys, he's so bad, but I'm gonna have a little clapping fit. Thank you so much, Oz. Really appreciate it.
I appreciate you, brother. And I'm looking forward to working more with you in the future. And like I said, feel free to reach out to me. My resources are at your disposal.
Thanks for sharing your personal stories about those things. All right, you guys, have a great night. Awesome. Keep doing the thing you're doing. It's really good these are the important spaces. So, all right, everybody there, have a great night, okay?
That's Chris Ahuja, guys, running for Congress in California. Great gentleman. Had the pleasure of meeting him several times and talking with him. Yeah, it's getting dark. Let him walk his dog. I know. I had to let him go. We kept him an hour and a half. He is a real trooper. We went 30 minutes over. What's happening tomorrow? What do you mean what's happening tomorrow? So here's his website right here. Go check it out. ChrisAhuja.com. Check him out. He's got different stuff going on. But I'll tell you what, I went to this website and I clicked contact and I wrote an email here and Chris responded to me. It was him. So that was really awesome. It seemed more genuine. But yeah, he did a great job in the debate, and I honestly, like, for a Democrat, he seems more libertarian to me, to be honest with you. But I mean, he's a Democrat if that's what he is. But like I said, if you live in California, you do not want Brad Sherman to win in California if you like crypto. I'm telling you right now, he is going to force you to KYC at the federal level. And he wants to raise taxes on crypto and overtax crypto. You do not want Brad Sherman in Congress if you like crypto. I will tell you that right now. And if you don't believe me, go do your research. Okay, it's not hard to find out where he stands. He is very anti-crypto. He thinks that you and I are all dealers and traffickers. He thinks everyday people, that those are the only people that use crypto. He is a boomer that has lost touch with reality and what's going on. He's got to go. But if you're a Republican and you're voting Republican in California, you're going to lose. So at least vote for someone that can win, a pro-Democrat or a pro-crypto Democrat, which is, there aren't many. There are not many of them. It's what we got to have done, unfortunately. And I'm not a Republican. I'm not a Democrat, okay? I'm just saying, if you don't want to get taxed like crazy on crypto, if you don't want to be forced to KYC on crypto, you better not let Brad win, or we're cooked, chat. So let's get some. Honestly, he didn't really come off as much of a Democrat to me. Like, I looked at all the different, talking points and things, and like, there's a few more things I'd like to talk to him about. And I'm sure we'll get another opportunity, because I kind of want to go through his whole thing. Hey, Mother Dragons, good to see you. But yeah, I'm sure we'll have more opportunity. If not, I'll go talk to him in person, and maybe I'll bring the camera and do a little interview in person or whatever. Figure something out. But hey, he took the time to come on the show. That's amazing. Hey guys, thank you for the gifts and the heart me's. Don't forget to send your daily heart me chat, and don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, follow me on all platforms at Ozthecryptogoat. We are giving away this XRP box. All right, this is an official Ripple product. Become a super fan and you could win this. This is one of 20 ever made, and I have 2 of them. I'm keeping one. I'm raffling this one off. You could win this. All you got to do is become a super fan. It's very easy. Just click the little heart right up here. There's a heart. You're going to click that. You're going to send a heart me. It's 1 penny. And then you're going to scroll down and you're going to click to become a super fan. You do that and you could win this. You could win this right here. It's wireless, rechargeable, and it's freaking awesome. Look at it. And it's an official Ripple product, okay? And if you want, I'll sign it for you. I will even autograph it for you. I got a pen right here. I will autograph it, just the GOAT on the top. So yeah, this could be yours. This is one of a kind. Like, they don't sell this, okay? Like, Ripple doesn't sell these, but this is an official Ripple one, right? So don't forget to smash that like button, guys. We're at 27K likes. Those are rookie numbers. We got to get those numbers up, chat. That's not fair. I can't win. Chat, should I let Revolution be able to win? Should I let Revolution be able to win? Let's ask the chat. If Revolution's Lady Long Term says no. I don't think the chat wants you to win. Not in this cycle, but when? Probably never, to be honest with you. Latina Living. You know what? Let's just edit this here. Will not go to 10K, period. Okay, XRP will not go to 10K. There. That's when. Oscar says yes. Okay, so it's 50-50 right now. All right, W's in the chat if you think Jessie should be able to win this. L's in the chat if you think she shouldn't. Jessie with a W. Of course Jessie wants to win. Oh, I see the W's. Jessie. They want you to win. I don't see enough W's though. And I don't see enough super fans voting. Remember, you have to be a super fan in order to win this. So if you're voting right now and you're not even a super fan, what are you doing with your life? Jesse, you're not even a super fan. How can you win? How can you even win? You got to be a super fan. So chat, if you want to win this, you got to be a super fan. Honestly, I think if Jesse's a super fan, she absolutely should be able to win, right? My boss doesn't pay me enough. I really don't. You need a raise. But unfortunately, Elon takes all the money. And I need Elon more than I need Jesse. This show doesn't exist without Elon. Oh, Lady Long Term sent a super fan box. One viewer can open it. Click the treasure box, chat. There's a treasure box up here. Click it and you can become a super fan for free. Jesse, you can become a super fan for free. Somebody click the box. Which side is it on? Is it on this side? Or is it on this side? Which side is it on? Is it above the XRP? I think it's right here, right? There's a treasure box. All you got to do is click on it. Whoever clicks on it first gets a free super fan subscription. You could become a super fan right now. This side. Okay. Click the treasure box. Click the treasure box, chat, and you could get a free super fan and a chance to win this for free. You don't even have to pay. Someone else paid for you. Click the treasure box. Someone do it. Oscar, you can click it. Oscar, click it and claim it. Oscar, click the treasure box and claim your free subscription. 1 minute. You guys have literally 30 seconds to a minute to click it. There's a treasure box. All you got to do is click it and you win for free. It's right up here. It looks like a treasure box. All you got to do is click it and you get a free subscription. Lady Long, how come you did not get a subscription for yourself? That was very selfless of you. It unlocks in a minute. Oh, it's not ready to unlock yet. I thought it was you only get 1 minute to click it. Oh, so you got to wait for the minute in order to click it. I looked, no treasure box. Oh, okay. I see. You got 45 seconds, chat. Whoever clicks it first, at Lady Long Term, give her the box. It give you a timer to wait. I see. 30 seconds as of right now, chat. 28, 27, 26, 25. I'll do the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. We're going to give away a free subscription. And with that subscription, you could win this XRP Cube Tesseract. Or you can also just message me for on-demand technical analysis and coaching. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's go. It should be available. The first person to click the treasure box up here gets a free subscription to have a chance to win the XRP box right here. Cooper just became a super fan. Thank you, Cooper. I appreciate it. Lady Long, thank you for gifting that. That's amazing. That is amazing. Jesse, I'm going to allow you to win this, but you got to become a super fan. You got to be a super fan in order to win it. All you got to do to become a super fan is to click the heart up here, send me a heart me, scroll down and click become a super fan. It's that easy, guys, and you could win the Xbox. You could win this. Look at how amazing this is. This is amazing. It's big. Look it. It's huge. I'd rather buy flour. Times are tough. Oh my god. What happened to the Red Hulk? Should I just keep him right there? Here. Hold on, let's see here. I had a guest on the show, so I had to be like a little more professional. There we go. All right, let's do a goal. Let's see here. Where are we at? We need heart me's. We need 5 heart me's, chat, to reach our goal. Just 5 heart me's. Remember, as a super fan, you can still send a heart me. It's 1 penny, chat. 1 penny. 1 penny. And I'll tell you this, we're going to be giving away a lot of different things to the super fans. This time change is fire. Man, I wish they would get rid of the time change. It's so stupid. Can we not and say we did? I hate it. It's so annoying. Twice a year they mess with your sleep schedule. Do you ship to Canada? I absolutely do. Anywhere in the world, I will send it to you. If you're in Abu Dhabi, I will send it to you. But you gotta be a super fan. You gotta be a super fan to win. Justin Kelly wants it now.
Welcome to the tribe.
No, I'm gonna pay for the shipping, chat. I'm gonna pay for it. All you gotta do is become a super fan. Tapping the screen doesn't work. Yeah, I'm not gonna charge you to ship this to you. If you win this, you won it. No charge. You're gonna get this. Yeah, obviously you paid to be a super fan. That's it. So, but like, you're supporting the show. Like, what you send to be a super fan, it goes to. I'd rather have a Teo Python Ondo box. Oh my god. Come on, bro. Support the show. At least send a heart me. And we're going to be giving away a lot of stuff. Not just this, right? Why can XRP not go to 10K? It's just not mathematically possible. It just can't happen. You'd be lucky to see it hit $10. Because math doesn't exist. Well, where'd you get that? I got this from Ripple. I got this at a official Ripple party that Ripple threw. And this is one of 20. I have 2 of them. And the others, no one else has. Like, I just grabbed them and walked out of the building. No one else has these. All right. These are one of a kind. Can you put it together a complete and logical explanation? Because market cap multiplier is not real. Okay? That's why. And it hasn't been proven. How does one acquire this? All you got to do is become a super fan. So click the little heart up here. Send a heart me, and then scroll down and click become a super fan. And it's that easy. You could win this right here. That's how you acquire one. This is a very rare thing to have. This is one of a kind, baby. One of a kind. There's only 20 in existence, and I have 2 of them. The rest are Ripple has them, and no one else has them. Yeah, dude. I'm telling you right now, XRP is not going to 10K anytime soon. Maybe in 100 years. You know, maybe. And that's with maybe in 1,000 years because of burn rate. You know? But yeah, it ain't happening in your lifetime. I'm going to tell you that right now. When will Brad flip the switch? He will not. There is no switch to flip. There is no switch. There is no switch, chat. Not seeing. So you have to click the heart, go down and click send heart me. Send the heart me and then scroll down and click become a super fan. It's that easy. So you have to click on the heart and then you have to click send heart me. And after you send the heart me, you have to scroll down and click become a super fan. What coins are my favorite? It depends on how much volume I'm trading with. You know, so if I'm trading with a lot of volume, it's going to be like a blue chip. If I'm trading with a little bit of volume, it's going to be a pink sheet. So it just depends. I feel XRP can be consolidating at 130 until 2050, then get delisted. I mean, it could get delisted. Honestly, I think I see $1 to 75 cents for XRP. I'm thinking 75 cents though will probably be around the bottom, maybe 50 cents. But honestly, I think 75 seems more legitimate. What do you mean, what broker do I use to trade? I use multiple exchanges. I'm not going to endorse any exchange. They don't pay me. I tried to send a heart me, but I get a message something went wrong. You might not have enough coins. Do you trade only or hold anything? I hold a little bit of moon bags, you know, but I mostly trade. I'm a trader. But, you know, when the time is right, which is very soon, I'll be buying and holding and accumulating over the next year or two. So I don't think we're just quite ready. I mean, it's time to start looking to buy, to hold, but we're not quite there yet. I think we got another move down first. And maybe things go up, but I think we got more downward movement, all right? Yeah, you don't need a broker with crypto. I mean, you do need an exchange, which is like a broker.
So come hit this grass, expand your mind. You don't owe me nothing, just chill and unwind.
Hold Doge for life because it's my first into the space, learning to trade now. Doge can perform, but honestly, liquidity is so spread out. Like Doge will never see an all-time high again. Like Doge is pretty much dead. October's the bottom. Maybe, honestly, I think June or August could be the bottom. Everyone's going to have some kind of rumor, some speculation or whatever. Honestly, I'm just waiting for fair value gaps to be filled, and then we'll know. You might like Vet. What do you mean? Like Corvette? Of course I like Corvettes. What about the Clarity Act? No reaction? Dude, we do not want the Clarity Act. You do not want that shit. At least the way it's written right now. It needs to be revised. The Clarity Act, the way it stands right now, is terrible for investors and great for institutions. Is that what you want? We don't want the Clarity Act the way it's written right now. That's why I'm, getting these congressmen to come on the show and talk to them. I don't care if it goes to zero. Expect nothing of it. It's the principle. Hold blue chips also long term. See way more upside in trading. Honestly, you're going to see way more upside if you're only holding like a couple grand in crypto. Your low market cap coins are going to perform much, much better. D-Chain's a good one. I like Link. Link is a good one. But the lower the market cap, the lower the coin supply, the more gains you're going to see. Those are going to perform well, but when they do take off, you're going to want to make sure you're taking profits because it won't last long. All right, let's check out Algo and ADA. Damn, Algo is at the bottom. Could you imagine if Algo goes lower? More than a couple grand. So if you're trading with like tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands, you're going to want to be in blue chips, not low cap coins. Honestly, man, Algo, this is wild. This is wild to see. Algo's at an all-time low. I would say that Algo's prime for accumulating right now. It could go lower. I could see Algo going to 5 cents. Why not, right? But I would say between 5 and 10 cents is a great accumulation zone. You know, at this price, you know, you're buying it up. It's probably going to start running sideways here pretty soon. It'll probably dip a little lower. 6 cents, 6, 7, somewhere around 6, 7 on Algorand. And accumulate in there. It's going to do this. And then maybe it spikes up again. Let's say it goes to 25. It's going to do that. That's what it's going to look like. Maybe it does it sooner. Maybe it does it here in September, October. Yeah, Algo looks like it's prime. It could go lower, but I would just, me personally, I'd DCA into it. Not financial advice. What was the price 2 years ago to the day? So today is what, the 17th? Or what's today's date? The 9th. 1 year ago, you say? What is it? Is it March 9th?
Are you an OG? Man, shut the fuck up. When I first got into crypto, G's told me what to buy. I thought that I would get rich.
It was like 25 cents. Somewhere around there. March 9th. Had to spend some time immersed, be bluffing if I lied. Wanted to earn respect, to be the same, not get direct, to make a name. I tried to turn the tide. Worked so hard and worked so long, and now I'm sure that goes. March 9th, its lowest price was 19 cents, its highest price was 22 cents. What is this music? This is Goat Tribe, right here. Goat Tribe, at Ada Goats, goattribe.io. You can get it on YouTube and Spotify. You rug man? Nah, I ain't no rug doctor. The only one that rugs around here is Brad Garlinghouse. And make sure you guys join the Discord. We're giving away stuff all the time. The Discord is linked right there. And become a super fan, and you could win this beautiful XRP Tesseract. We're going to be giving this away to one of our super fans. So become a super fan today, and you could win. And make sure you join the Discord, because that's where you're going to go to claim your prize. But we're giving away stuff in the Discord all the time. There's a little section in the Discord that says hashtag giveaways. And we'll be posting when we're going to be doing the giveaways. Let's see. Let's do Ada. Tacos and JPEG both are a must, but don't forget Anvil, a name you can trust. Cash put me on, he really a goat. Way up to shit, I won't sugarcoat. Drip drops and net maker, distributing coins. Demo and Maulers, man, those are my boys. Drips, Geek, and Dave, they doing the most. And Diet and I hold they laying down quotes. I hate to admit it, but there's even one more. Ooh. Never a bore. Vesper Eternal and Nami and Lace. Come drink her down on your wallets. That's kind of a head and shoulders, ain't it? Or like a triple top. I could see Ada coming back down to retest the 22 cents. Fluffy, what's up, my boy? Yo, hey, W's in the chat for my boy Fluffy. Bro, I miss you so much, bro. I can't wait to hang out again, man. I had so much fun with you guys. One of the best days of my life, bro. You're a legend, man. You are a legend. Fluffy, we're giving away... Oh, dude, I'm coming to Miami. I got the creator passes for Consensus, bro. Yeah, I'll be in Miami, bro. You know I'm gonna be in Miami. Cinco de Mayo in Miami? Bruh. Oh my God. It's gonna be fire. We're gonna have so much fun, man. I can't wait to see you. Yeah, bro, we in Miami, bro. I cannot wait. Oh my God, it's gonna be so much fun, dude. Oh, it's gonna be stupid fun. Oh yeah, I think Cardano we're gonna retrace back here to the 22 cents. Hey guys, make sure you guys give Fluffy a follow. Fluffy is actually on one of our shirts. Fluffy, check this out, bro. You're famous, bro. Look at Fluffy's on a mug. That's Fluffy right there. B-Doge, you gotta be a super fan. And then, dude, this is the front of the shirt you're on. And then this is the front of the mug that you're on. Right? You know what? Let me just go to the link here. Hold on. Bro. Check this out, bro. So you're on a hoodie right here. So it says no crying on the casino in the front, and then it's you. And it says, why did you sell on me, dog? You told me to buy and you sold on me, man. So you're on the hoodie. You're on the mug. You're on the t-shirt, bro. You're a legend, bro. That scene was like the most legendary ever. And hey, Fluffy, send me a DM, bro. I'll send you out like a t-shirt or a mug or something, bro. Because like you're my inspiration for this. So I gotta send you one. So send me your info, bro. I'll mail it out to you. I got you, bro. Don't worry, I won't dox you. Does it say I'm not a super fan? Yeah, it says you're not a super fan. B-Doge. Bro, Fluffy, thank you for the gifts, man. Dang, bro. Thank you so much. Freaking 238 slices of cake. My boy just paid for his t-shirt. Thank you, my friend. I appreciate you, bro. I appreciate that. Hey, bro. Let me know where I'm sending this shirt to, bro. Otherwise, I'm going to have to fly out with it to Consensus, I guess. I'm going to have to bring it with me. I guess it's probably good that I bring it with me, because then I can just have more room to fly back with more stuff, because I know I'm going to be a pack mule on the way home with all kinds of shit. Oh, B-Doge. There it is. All right, B-Doge, which one did you want? Which one did you need, B-Doge? I forget which one. Solana got you with the Sol. I'm going to tell you this right now. I think Sol bounces at 6.7 again. 6.7, 6.7. But I think the bottom for Sol could be around $50. No lie, bro. So Sol is this Head and Shoulders, which kind of technically played out. I don't think so yet. I think it needs to come back down to 6.7, 6.7 again. But it could potentially fall all the way here to about $48. 48 to $50 could be the bottom. However, it could come all the way down to $32. Yeah, 58 to 60. Honestly, like 6.7, 6.7, bro. That's where it last wicked to. I think 6-7 is the play right there. This is Solana, right? This is Solana, bro. I think 6-7 is the play on this one. Don't forget to join the Discord link in my bio. We're giving stuff away all the time. There's a section in there, hashtag giveaways. We give away cash, we give away merchandise, and we're giving away this XRP box cube Tesseract. You could win this, but you got to become a super fan to win this one. Now, if you're in the Discord, we're having other giveaways as well, and you'll learn how you can win those and when it'll be, but you got to join the Discord to find out. But if you want to win this right here, you got to be a super fan. Don't forget to smash that like button, guys. Subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, follow me on all platforms at Ozthecryptogoat. All lowercases, no spaces. We're everywhere. Honestly, I think Solana needs to come down. I wouldn't be surprised if it went to 40 bucks. But I'm thinking somewhere between 40, 50 bucks would be the bottom for this. Because it's Solana. Come on, right? However, it's inflationary. So as long as it's inflationary, expect it to be keep coming down. Especially if we if we stay in a bear market for a couple years. I wouldn't be surprised to see it come down to, you know, $8 to 20 bucks. That would be awful, but it could. It could. Let's go. But we're working our way down. We got a bear flag right here. So here's our flag. There's your bear flag, chat. That's an ascending wedge, which is bearish. It's going to come back down at least to 6-7, 6-7. So get ready. It's going to happen. I think it's going to bounce before it does. It'd probably go to like 95, and then it crashes down. So I think we get a move up first before a move down. But overall, it's a freaking head and shoulders, chat. So I wouldn't be surprised at going down to 40 bucks or lower. It could happen. Oh, my neck. Can you guys hear that? Oh. Yeah, that shit's cube looks fire. I know, right? I'm gonna keep the black cube though. What do you guys think? Which one looks better on the show? This one or the black one? I'm not sure which one I like better. Whichever one I like better, I'm going to be keeping. And then you guys will get the inverse. I think this one gets too bright for the camera. So I don't know. I'm probably going to give this one away because it's too bright for the camera. Keep the one on camera. You don't think it gets too bright? Hold on. Let's try out the other one. It looks perfect on your screen. Because we got this one. I kind of like this one. I don't know. I like this one. It looks so cool. Maybe the glowy one is better. I'm not sure. No, for real. I'm going to try out both of them for a while. It matches the goat tribe sign exactly, bro. The feng shui is better with the black one. It's just not as illuminating, which is like, wow, you know. I haven't decided yet. I will decide and we'll go from there. All right, chat. I have to pee. Viewership's pretty decent now, though. Hey, what did you guys think of our conversation with Chris today? What do you think? I'm out here fighting for you guys, you know? I'm talking to the congressman. All the shit I've been talking, right? Everything I've been saying for months now, like I'm backing it up with action. You know, I'm out here putting in the work and trying to fight the good fight. I'm not giving up. I'm not going to go without a fight, you know? Not going to go without a fight. You know, someone's got to do it. I was hearing someone today. They're like, y'all complain about this and that, but you don't do anything about it. And like, all you guys got to do is like write a letter, pick up the phone, right? It's not that hard, you know, but I decided I can't just be a guy that complains on the internet about everything. I'm going to take action. I'm actually going to do something about it. So that's where I'm at with it. You know, I'm not just going to sit on the sidelines and complain on the internet. I'm actually going to go out and do something, because there's another podcaster that I watch, and it's part of, you know, where I get my inspiration on how I do things on the show. And there's a couple others that I kind of like blended them into my own personal style of how I do things. But one thing he says all the time is like, I'm just a guy that complains on the internet, right? And I realized, I was like, I don't want to be the guy that just complains on the internet. I want to be the guy that takes action and actually does something about it to make it better. Because we can all complain. Anyone can complain. But who's actually doing something about it? So I'm not going to sit around. And that's the difference between like a politician, right? Politicians make change. They change policies to fix problems, right? Maybe I should be a politician. I don't know. But honestly, I would rather educate politicians as a reporter than actually run for office. But if I can't fix things that way, then I will run for office. We shall see. As you all know, like, I have connections. I'm making things happen with those connections. And it's really not hard. Anyone can make connections. It's just, you got to get off the couch, get off the doom scrolling in the TikTok, get out from behind the camera and actually, you know, put in the footwork, show up in person and meet people. And you will have some of the greatest times and meet some of the greatest people. Chat, I had so much fun this weekend. Wait till you see the videos from what we did. The crypto community is wild, bro. I had so much fun, man. Hanging out with crypto bros all weekend and politicians. The politicians was more work, right? The crypto bros, man, we were, oh my God. Wolf of Wall Street parties, bro. Like, we had a blast. Oh my God. I cannot wait for the next one. And you know what's awesome is I was going to these parties and I was the noob, right? You know how you're the new guy and no one really knows who you are and everybody's already kind of clicked up, you know? It's not like that for me anymore. They all know who I am. I just don't really know who everyone else is. I know a few people, but they all know who I am. Everyone knows, like, the GOAT is making waves and is doing big things. Like, and like, I met people in LA and they're like, yeah, I was at ETH Denver. I was like, oh, I was there too, you know? And but I just didn't even run into them in Denver. But great, I met him in LA. And he didn't even know I was a crypto bro until I took my jacket off and he saw the Shiba Inu shirt on. And then he was like, oh shit. Yeah, it's a lot of fun, man. I'm having fun out there, but I'm also putting in the work. I'm being responsible. I'll tell you what, chat, I could have easily not gone to that political thing. Everything was keeping me from doing it, right? Everything in the world that could possibly come at me to stop me from getting to that meeting with the congressman came across my path. And I didn't let it affect me. I didn't let it stop me. And I still made it. I could have easily just said, you know what? I'm tired. I was out all night. I'm going to go to sleep. Nope. You already know the goat don't sleep anyway. So that wasn't going to be what kept me from going, was sleep of all things. But then like the weather and like, dude, I hit a freaking ladder in the Corvette on the freeway and it didn't fuck anything up. And I just kept going. Like anything that could possibly, I'm telling you, the universe was trying to stop me from going. And I could feel that energy. I could feel it trying to stop me. I could feel the matrix. Yes, an aluminum ladder was hit by like a truck in the middle of the freeway and was scattered all across the freeway. And then the wind was blowing so crazy. There were giant palm tree limbs all over the freeway. And I'm in this like lowered Corvette, bro. Like there was a part of me that was like, I should probably not drive down this. Like I could fuck up the vet. And I said, no, I'm going to do this. This is important. I was like, if I blow a tire, then I'll call a tow truck and get an Uber. Like I was gonna go, nothing was gonna stop me. So like, that's how it went down. The Matrix was trying to stop me, chat. They tried.
What is real?
But they can't stop the goat. That's why I'm the goat, chat.
There is no spoon.
Question, man. How do you make your windowed tab look clear? For some reason, mine looks pixelated. What do you mean? My windowed tab, like this up here? Like when you streaming? What do you mean? I don't know what you're talking about. You're talking about on TikTok? I no, but what are you talking about? The windowed tab. Honestly, I don't know. I have an IT guy that I pay to make everything amazing. So like I have a staff here that does all that. When you stream, my charts do not look good, like pixelated. I got you. I don't know, man. My IT guy is a whiz and he knows how to set everything up. Yeah, sorry, man. Hey, but hey, don't forget to send me a follow. Maybe I can help you out. Join the Discord. I'll put the Discord link in here. And Elon, our IT guy, is in the Discord. Maybe you could reach out to him. He might be able to answer that question for you. Hey, thanks for the follow, man. But the Discord link right there. If you go into the Discord, Elon, our IT guy, is in the Discord. He actually manages and runs the whole Discord. So if you're just like, hey, Elon, this or whatever, he might respond to you, bro. I'm gonna assume that he will. I would assume that he will. So join the Discord, and we're giving away stuff. If you become a super fan, you could win this XRP Tesseract. We're giving away this XRP box right here that glows. This is an official Ripple product, one of 20 made. I own 2 of them. You could win this. All you got to do is become a super fan, and you could win this. So if you want to become a super fan, click up here. There's a little heart. Click on that heart. Click send heart me, and then click on it and scroll down where it says become super fan, and you can win this. We're going to give this away. So become a super fan, and you could win. I feel like maybe I should do where I don't give this away until we have like 100 super fans. Something like that. Once we have 100 super fans, then we'll give this away. How do you like these tunes, chat? This is Goat Tribe right here. Check him out at Ada Goats, goattribe.io. You can listen to him on YouTube, Spotify. Dope music. So dope. We love Ada Goats. And I'm going to leave you with this little bit right here. Let's see here. think it's his shorts.
Little bitch asshole. Go tribe, go tribe. Said I'm a badass bitch and I'm rich. Don't call me a little girl, I ain't switch. Size like it's nothing, you a snitch.
No moon for you, mother. None of you get any moon.
Crypto vibes on the track and you know we tryna stack. Bitcoin, Solana, and Ether, some ADA. Bitch, I am the alpha and you are the beta. You think you are great, I promise I'm greater. Just check my trade, check my wallet, the data. You mention me with the girls, that's gossip. And if you talk shit, you know you best watch it. Crypto
Maybe like 2 or 3 years we get a moon. Moon in a couple years.
Because I am bigger of a person and yeah, my ass thicker. Loyal to my man, you a hoe, you a stripper. So don't miss my words by the throw a no-hitter. Now this my last line before we go get dinner. Michelin restaurants, he pay, he a winner. Said I'm a badass bitch and I'm rich. Don't call me a little girl, I ain't switch. Size like it's nothing, you a snitch.
And join the Discord, guys. I'm gonna drop the link here.
Another verse, better take another lap. Around you putting Go Tribe on the map. It's a race, it's a fight, yeah, we bout to scrap. But you know I'm clever, so
Join the Discord chat. The most goated Discord ever.
Drama, yeah, I know that's a fact. I don't mean to provoke, don't mean to attack, but can't take anymore, boy, I gotta react. Or they take advantage of me, try and lie, spread these rumors about me, but they can't see. That bullshit sets me free. Girl, I decree you gone, you better flee. Yeah, I'm a wife, you know he put a ring on it, big ass rock.
Have a good night, guys. Enjoy the music.
Go Tribe to the moon, yeah, we bout to rock it. Say I'm a badass bitch and I'm rich. Don't call me a little girl, I ain't switch. Size like it's nothing, you a snitch. Wanna be like me, yeah, you wish.
I'll tell you what, SXT barely has to move to make a lot of money. You know what I mean? It barely has to move. I'm glad that you're winning, Mother. That makes me really happy. The trick, though, is you have to learn to take profits, because even if you're just going to buy and hold, unless you're taking profits, nothing's ever going to happen from that. You know, you got to take those profits. Hey, check out what I got. It's got a mustache. Hold on, let me see here. Fix the camera so you guys can see. It's got the mustache on it, chat. It's from Bored Apes. There's like a little chip on the bottom you can scan. It's pretty cool, right? But it's got the goat's mustache on it. I had to have it. Hey, thank you for the heartbeat, Mother. I appreciate it. Don't forget to smash the like button. Don't just tap it. Don't just click it, but smash it. Yo, what's up, Mar Lopez? How you doing, bro? Hey, thank you for the heart, me. Appreciate you. How's everybody doing today? W's in the chat if you're winning. Mother's got a W. She's winning. I feel like I need to put a W in the chat because I'm winning. You know what's great? Free money. Free money is so great, isn't it? I feel like we're going to have to do another giveaway soon. Give away some more free money. Who would want a giveaway? Obviously, you're going to have to be a super fan to get the giveaway. But we got a few super fans in the chat. Well, I accidentally sold my whole position, so now I have to get back in. Hey, that's all right. Just wait for it to dip. Let's take a look at it real quick. Let's fucking go. Let's take a look at it.
This one for all my rap and hip hop lovers. 32 originals, 9 doing covers. Trying to do something completely different from the others. Paint a picture for you now. Do you see the colors? Pink, blue, orange, and brown. Was that a zebra? All kinds of breeds around. Hanging out at Charles Ranch, a grassy pasture, a perfect match.
SXT, Space and Time. Let's take a look. Okay, where did you sell at? 2 cents or higher? You sell like 2.5. Where'd you sell at, mother? I was in at 0168. Out at where? Where'd you get out at?
I'm like a scribe, I focus in all the smallest things. We making art that's fit for kings. Like these lyrics, most details over your head. You won't catch me slipping, that's what I said, cause I wanna win. I strive to get ahead. There's room at the top, let's just break some bread. Damn, this verse is getting long. Let's hit the chorus before you click next song. We here and we chilling with the tribe. Got my grass and my hoodie and my light. Getting lit, come on, you know you wanna try. We doing good, bro, please don't kill my vibe. Said we here and we chilling with the tribe.
Mother, what position did you get out at though? Yo, what's up, Starks? How you doing, bro? You want to come chat with me? First sell at 25, then accidentally at 0.23. That's good. That's perfect. That's a perfect execution. You pulled all out of it, and then you should be able to get back in at the bottom, because it's probably going to come back down here to 017. Yeah, you're way winning. That's awesome. Let's look at the 1 hour on it real quick here. Yo, what up, Starks? Yeah.
How you doing, buddy?
I'm doing great, man. It's good to see you. So we have a bit of a descending wedge here. So this could potentially take off here at 0195. You might want to, put a little in there. I don't think so, though. You've seen how it does this before. Look at it spikes up and then it just dips back down to the bottom. That's probably what it's going to do. It might get a little pump here and then continue on downward. So I would be looking for an entry at 0.0167. That would be sweet. I have an order set. I'll watch it. That's awesome. You made some serious money on this one. That is so great. I'm so proud of you. What's going on, Starks? How you doing, buddy?
I'm just chilling here, mate. I've just been riding the waves on SXP the last week or so.
SXP?
Yeah.
Let's take a look at it. SXP, what is that one?
It's solar, I believe.
Solar. Have you heard of XPT?
No.
I think it's a meme coin, to be honest with you. I'm not too sure about it. I'm still trying to look at it. So SXP, huh? Tether.
Yeah.
Is this the chart? Ooh.
Yeah. What level are you looking at it on? Time frame?
This is on the daily.
Yeah. Yeah.
I see those spikes though.
Yeah, that's what I've been trading, them spikes.
Nice. Hey, you know what this kind of looks like?
Look at this at the 15-minute chart, bro. It's even nicer.
Let me see here. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, zap that up a bit. You're getting like 15-20% moves regularly.
Nice. Let's see, how many was that? That was in all today. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 solid moves.
That's your 100% done right there, bro.
Right. If you catch all 4 of those. And there's more in between there too.
No leverage.
Yeah. Mother says XPT is a pump fund coin. That's what I thought.
Yeah.
Yep. Interesting. You know what I see in here? Look at this on the daily, bro. All right. So
Yeah, this is flatline is ready to turn back up as well. It's getting to that point. That's why we're having these 20% fluctuations at the bottom.
It looks like the inverted tombstone.
Yeah.
So this thing might come up here to 46 and a half.
It's got a lot of prospects, bro. It's got a lot of prospects.
That's why you're seeing all that sell pressure. That's just people trying to get out. It's trying to make its way up.
Yeah, but it's not really going below 200. That's what I'm seeing at the moment.
And even this, look at this. Let's say that it is this inverted tombstone. Right here, right? That's still well within the trend here. It's got like a trend going on like this.
Yeah.
You know? So it's due for a turn up for sure, and then another drop back down. So I would definitely keep an eye on this one.
I mean, right now, what I'm looking at with this, right, is when Bitcoin's coming down, this is coming down as well, but when Bitcoin comes down further, this one's staying about 200.
Really?
Right? And when Bitcoin goes up a bit, you can see what it's doing. It's doing 15-20% fluctuations up and down. Right, that's indicating to me it wants to move back up now. It's just a case of waiting on Bitcoin to do a good maneuver.
Right. And it's like this descending channel right here. So that's bullish. So
Yeah.
I could see it going up to 35 cents, maybe even 40. It seems to go a little bit lower each time. So I would say probably about 39 cents it could potentially go up to. That'd be a hell of a move, man. Yo, what up, Cooper?
Yeah, this is one I've been trading for like 4 years. I mean, you see the big ones here, yeah, where the bull market was.
This
I
is
made
crazy.
money there, bro, on this.
2020,
I made money
2021.
Yeah.
It's a bummer. These kind of moves are just gone. We're just not going to see these anymore.
I'm not counting on it to go back to them same levels again. I'm just counting on it doing about 300%, 400% from where we are. And I'll be happy with that, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
If
absolutely.
that's what we get this bull cycle, I'll get a minimum 400 to 700%. I'll be happy with that.
I think a lot of people are like waiting for moves like this. You know what I mean? And they're never going to take out their profits until something like this happens, like a new all-time high. And it's just, we're probably never going to see that again. Not in like these low caps. There's too many of them.
Yeah. I mean, look how old this coin is as well, and it's still sustaining, you know.
Right.
It hasn't fizzled out. It's still there. It's still moving along with Bitcoin.
Even if it went up to like 80 cents, man, that would be one hell of a move on this.
Yeah, that's what you gotta watch out with this one, because when this one does fluctuations, it does some really nice fluctuations.
Yeah, it looks volatile as hell, which is great. That's what you want to see as a trader.
Yeah, for trading.
Yeah, and seeing how it just dropped and dropped and dropped, and now it's getting like flat and curving on the bottom. I would assume that this thing's ready to break out to the upside pretty soon here. Even if like nothing crazy, even just this little move right here, that's a lot. That's 100% right there, maybe 200%.
Yeah,
That's
this is
big.
what I'm saying, and I mean, people, this is a China coin, so
Got
not
you.
a lot of people know about these coins. But I mean, me,
I try to
as
stay away
Trump
from the
started
China coins, man. Personally.
Well, I'm doing the opposite to you, because any coin that Trump mentioned, I stay away from.
Facts.
Right? And these coins that are on the China thing, I mean, look at the percentages and the movements that we're getting, and then compare them to the coins that Trump mentioned. These
That's
are
true.
iterating in performance. And it's not a case of the price going up. Is how much can you trade it? How much money can you make on it day trading?
I mean, you can make a decent amount of money on a low cap coin like that. Do you know what the coin supply is on it?
I'm not at my computer at the moment.
Let me see here. I gotta change something. This thing is like automatically posting shit. I don't know how to change it. I don't know what happened. I changed some setting and now my live just automatically starts posting shit to my channel. I don't know how to change it back. I'm not a fan of it.
I'd love to help you, but I've got no idea.
Yeah. Let's see here. Maybe the system? No. I don't know. I'm gonna have to figure it out later. But don't forget to smash that like button, guys. Subscribe to the channel. Share the show with your friends. Follow me on all platforms at Ozthecryptogoat. XRP is not Ripple, and XRP will not go to 10K. Actually, I gotta change this to this cycle. It will not go to 10K. Maybe I should put anytime soon, because like maybe in like 1,000 years it will. You know.
To be honest, yeah, look at it this way. If by 2030, if Bitcoin hits, say, 500,000, right, that's gonna be almost a ×5 from where it is now.
Right, and that's doable.
From 100K, right, where XRP was round about $3. Yeah. So if you do a 5x on XRP, what you at? You're at 15.
Brook Odyssey says, "Wait till the world needs it." I kind of agree with that, but the thing is like, what if they don't need it? That's all I'm saying is, what if they don't need it?
I think the more important question is, how's it going to be used? Because if it's going to be used like a transport service, then the value's not going to be there. If it's going to be used like a currency, then I can see the value being there.
Right.
But from what I can tell, it's just like a bus service. It transports one currency from one spot to the other spot, then returns back to where it come from.
Right, because like I could see if, you know, we were using it like money to transact and everyone needed it, but like banks with like large transfer, I mean, there's obviously something going on with Ripple. There's going to be some sort of value there. If Ripple goes public, I'm definitely going to buy that. You know what I mean? But I don't know if XRP really correlates to what Ripple is doing, because it seems like what they're going to use is RLUSD, right? That would be the coin for transacting.
But here's the thing, what are you going to invest in? Are you going to invest in the product or the company? That's the decision you're going to make.
Yeah, I think I'd rather invest in the company than the product.
Exactly. Because right now, all the assets that they've been using XRP to buy belong to Ripple. So if they've got all the assets, then that's what I'm backing. I ain't going to back XRP.
Ripple, or I mean not Ripple. Brooke, come up here and talk to us. Come talk to us. There it is. Hey Brooke, how are you? We're just rage baiting you a little bit.
I was gonna show it kind of went away, but there is a nice little wall cloud.
I see it.
That storm has the tornado.
Oh man.
That looks lovely.
It looks so beautiful. I'm jealous. Grass doesn't grow
my
here.
little farm. Welcome to my farm. Anyway.
Love
okay,
it.
so how they're going to use it, guys, it's a whole infrastructure. Come on. It's a whole infrastructure. And each infrastructure is going to, each one's going to do its own different thing. It's going to have its own excuse. But how it's going to be used and utilized is what's called altogether the infrastructure that it's forming is called the Internet of Value. How the Internet of Value works is really Metcalfe's law. And so it's what is being used to transact across and the fees that are like micropayments, all of that. Everyone's obsessed with market cap. And I'm like, the thing that drives the price up of all of these utility tokens will be the use, the burn, whatever that is for each different project. Some of them have them, some of them don't, but it creates systems within a system. And so as Australia starts to maneuver their payments, XRP is also burned on the other end. How much that needs to be used, there's an ebb and flow. And that's not just XRP. That can be Wyoming building their stable coin off of HBAR. What people don't understand about stable coins is they have to have a base layer. They cannot operate alone and by themselves. And then everyone who says that stable coins are going to be the end all be all of the future, one, they're wrong. Two, the entity that determines that to be right or wrong also says you're wrong. They have an entire paper out there that talks about why and how stablecoins cannot be the main mechanism of any cross-border payment. And the Bank of International Settlements is the entity that will determine that. So when the Bank of International Settlements says stable coins have risks that pose, it's not a good mechanism for like all of these transactions, I listen.
You know, being a little hyperbolic here, I want people to sell their XRP so I can buy more.
But then also, let's look at the world setup. Okay, we are moving from a unipolar world to a multipolar world. There is a use case that is arising out of the solution of what's called, what's it called? Not Tesla. My goodness. It's the reason why we have to have a world reserve currency. Triffin dilemma. With the solution of the Triffin dilemma, allows for a new mechanism of money and a world reserve something to happen, because there has to be, especially in a multipolar world, and especially whenever our old world was maneuvering off of a trust-based system, we're moving to a trustless system. So now more than ever, especially in geopolitical and current events, there is a need for a neutral bridge currency with deep liquidity. I don't care what anyone says. It is hard to gain deep liquidity. It is hard to also get the infrastructure around you to also move that deep liquidity. There is not one single blockchain crypto company that has done anything close to what Ripple has done. And then you have the CEO of Ripple saying, XRP is the North Star to everything we do. And if you know that on the base layer, and then you look at the infrastructure and how really it's looking like, to me, XRP is setting up in the infrastructure as the neutral bridge currency and a bunch of other things. But we'll see.
Brooke, I would say this, okay? There's obviously something here with Ripple. Ripple's obviously making some serious moves. And I mean, like it says on the screen, XRP is not Ripple. However, there are correlated. There's a possibility, and I would say a probability that there's something here. And I do have my eye on it. That's why, you know, I mainly focus on XRP, because it is speculative, but there's some real tangible, you know, stuff to grasp here that with the moves that they're making in the world right now and the way they're changing the financial system. So I do believe that something's going on, right? My main thing that I say,
they're a part of the banking.
Right.
They're a part of the American Banking Association, which
the issue I
also,
have is like you had said that like what Brad said, right? I don't trust anything he says because he has everything to gain by pumping the price of this thing and just like dumping on people. And we've
But
seen
unequivocally, that's correct. No, 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 no. He said what he is saying. You can validate. Now there because people talk about their stable coins. It depends on now where you harbor that stable coin if you're running it on Ethereum or the XRPL. But how I see this happening is I think the market goes to efficiency and cost reduction. And so I think running anything, especially a stable coin on Ethereum, is impractical unless they solve their issues. So as Ripple creates these utility projects or suites for multiple institutions to adopt across platforms, you're talking about multiple use cases. And then the more it's used, the more is burned. And so, yeah, it might be fractions of a payment, but we're moving into a world where we're going to have micro payments and machine to machine payments and fractionalized real estate and fractionalized everything.
so
So
there'll be a lot
whenever
more
we talk about
transactions that are
money,
happening like all the time
yes, so that's
instantaneously.
where velocity,
Because it
yes,
won't be
so that's
like,
where
like
velocity
when you sell your
takes
home
over.
to someone else, it's like a transaction between the bank and the buyer, and like that's it, the escrow. And so you're talking about like with one home sell, it could potentially be 1,000 different transactions.
Yeah, with one host, yes.
That is
Or
interesting.
it could
I
be,
never
yeah,
really thought of it that way. That is definitely something. And I'm seeing this because one thing I'm into is like the car community, and I don't know if you know about on-chain media. They're working with Labo, I believe it's what it's called, and they have like supercars, and you can own a portion of like these supercars. Like they had at ETH Denver, it was what's his name from Fast and the Furious? I forget his name.
Vin Diesel.
No, the other guy, the one that died.
Oh.
Paul Walker's Ferrari they
Yeah.
had there.
Oh my
I got to take a picture with it and stuff, but they're like, tokenizing it right now. And so there's like tons of people that own keys to the car, basically, like they own a portion of it. But that's instead of just one transaction, that's like, thousands of transactions. So, and it's happening right now in real time. People are buying tokenized versions of that car right now. So, I think you might be onto something with more transactions. At the same time, is all that happening right now? Yes and no. I think, maybe 10, 20 years down the line, we're going to see more of that. But it's just kind of
I
like
think that's what
infant right now.
that's the future.
Absolutely.
But that's why you're so early. Like that is why like those micro payments and that's why velocity matters so much more in the internet of value in Metcalfe's law than market cap. Because I will say it again. Dissect what it means when they talk about the internet of value. One, what is an internet but linked systems, nodes? Okay, that's Metcalfe's law. When you think of internet, Metcalfe's law, okay, use case, and then you have the internet of value, the internet of money. So then when you have fractional, like you have micro payments going across these chains, and every little payment, some of these
Brooke, you cut out. There might be the storm.
marketplace does take off when institutions or whenever we have to, we're moving. I mean, we have WW3 on our doorsteps. Last time we had WW2, we went to Bretton Woods. That the post-World War Bretton Woods regime is falling away. You think they have something ready, guys? Come on.
I mean, the World War III thing, I definitely agree with you. That's my concern right now, is that because of that, we're going to experience more volatility, more downward movement. But I think after it's said and done, we'll see quick recovery, you know? So we'll see like big drops, big recovery. And like, if you look at history and how it's affected the markets in the past, that's generally what we see. Is we see like crashes, but then quick recoveries right after. So I think as a trader, there's going to be a lot of money to be made in trading. But I don't think that the bottom's quite in just yet. I think we're getting close. And that's all my concern is right now. Everyone chat, hear me out. And I know all last year I said, now's not the time to be buying and holding. It's time to be trading, shorting. Okay. I'm changing that sentiment. It's time to start looking for entries for long-term holds. We're moving into that section of where the cycle is. So I do
the accumulation zone.
yeah, it's time to start accumulating. This is the time where you DCA in, right? Not financial advice, but this is where I would start, putting 1%, 3%, 9% in to different levels as it drops and just holding it, forgetting about the price, forgetting about anything, just understanding what the speculation is and what the utility could possibly be, right? And so that's where I'm at with things. So for me, last year, I was really hard on XRP, and mainly that was for the reason of I knew a lot of people were going to buy the top and get wrecked. People only hear what they want to hear, and I want to help them to get a better position, right? That's what I'm about. I want to help people. And I'll tell you what, we're coming up on the verge of time to start loading up on these coins. Even XRP, even if it's just speculation, right? Let's say, Brooke, everything you're saying right now, we're speculating that 100%. We don't know. Honestly, I believe what you're saying. We are moving into that system. It is happening. But let's just say that that's just speculation and there's no proof behind it. Even if it's just speculative, it's still going to perform at some point. Now, is it going to do 1,000x? Probably not, because this is a blue chip. But I think you could see a 3 or 4x in the next couple of years. And if you start stacking, even XRP, anything, obviously I FUD XRP quite a bit. But you're going to perform very well on an asset like this because it's speculative, because we don't know what the actual use case will be, what will actually happen, but there's still potential to make money. Me personally, if I was going to do, a small amount of money invested, I would be into more of a low cap coin. But if you're going to be doing something, $10,000 or more, you want to be in a blue chip, something like XRP. So, now's the time to start really watching the charts. And it's sad to me that so many people, like, viewership's down, people are turned off to crypto, they don't care anymore, it's lost its luster. Now's the time to actually be involved and be active in this space. And 90% of the people that got wrecked because of it, and they're like, I'm never going to come back now, they're going to miss out on a great opportunity in the upcoming years to follow, because we are going to have another bull run. There is going to be another opportunity to make a lot of money. So it is kind of sad to see that so many people turned away. And that's part of why, I fudded so hard last year, because I knew that it was going to happen like this. I've seen this happen time and time again, bull run after bull run. So I wanted people to be patient and wait. And now, if you have been watching the show and you have been being patient, and you have been waiting, the time has finally come to accumulate. Anyway, that's all.
Can I just add something here? Now,
Go ahead.
I'm not a XRP maxi or anything of the sort. right? I do hold a little bit of XRP, but here's my concerns, right? XRP Ledger operates independently of Ripple corporate business, right? That's the first thing, because if it's operating independently of Ripple, then Ripple has just got access to the funds. It doesn't. It's not being controlled by Ripple. That's the first thing,
No,
because
but
it's
that's the
independent.
beauty of it. No, hold on. How is that not a benefit that it's separate from a company? Because Ripple then that is what gives me that's what makes me want to buy something like XRP and not necessarily invest in the company, because I can invest in companies anytime. But Ripple could go away, and what it does is already programmed to do what it needs to do, and it can go on trucking, and I can go on developing on it. It doesn't
Yeah,
matter what Ripple does.
here's the other problem that I'm seeing. All the companies that Ripple's been partnering with, right, using XRP to buy them, have got nothing to do with XRP. That's the other little problem that I have with this scenario. Now, I'm not saying it's a bad project. Maybe I'm not understanding it properly. That may be the case. But from what I can see at the moment, all these partnerships that are being paid for in XRP are with Ripple. And if Ripple is independent of XRP, then they've got no loyalties to XRP. So tomorrow
Their
they might say,
partnership, but their whole entire partnership is based on their suite of products that's built off the XRPL, the XRP, a bunch of different suites that go along with the XRPL. So so their entire base model is based off of this independent technology that then they utilize. And then it's interesting because it's so interesting. What does escrow actually mean? It's held in reserve for. So whenever one, quote unquote, they dump onto the market, they buy that back, and that escrow is then locked for 3 years. But then the other part of escrow is lots of times you're holding escrow for people. So just because it's quote unquote in Ripple's escrow, that doesn't mean that that escrow isn't divvied up between people
Well, I'll tell
and
you
between
this:
entities.
Ripple restructured their escrow April of last year, so they can dip into it however they please now. It's not like
Yeah,
it
through their
was.
yeah.
Right. And what they're doing now is they're not selling. They're selling portions, obviously to keep the lights on and whatnot, but they're not dumping at the first of the month. They're moving all of it. And at one point, it was like 5 million or 5 billion in tokens was moved to private wallets. That was in May of last year. So,
Yeah, which that's fascinating because who can hold those? Your Ripple's partnerships are with major countries, institutions. So those wallets, yeah, moving that escrow, that escrow could have belonged to them in the first place. But
right,
they
but it's
could like literally
concerning that they're
why
moving
you
it
would
into
do
these
that?
wallets, just waiting for the opportunity to sell. And Brad Garlinghouse himself said that the reason they hold like 40% of the supply is to keep the market less volatile and to control how the price of it raises or drops, right? And basically how it raises. If it's dropping, they're not going to sell.
What that tells me is they're not going to let XRP go above like $5.
That's what I
That's
think
what
too.
that tells me.
Maybe
right?
10.
I'm not being funny, right? But if they're controlling 40%, and even if they just use 10% to control the price, they can do that for a very, very, very long time.
Exactly. Now,
You don't want to put control on it because, and then once you have utilities take off, and I think, and then you can mark my words because, okay, listen, my theory, I've had this World War III theory 5 years ago. So my investment thesis, so my core investment thesis is playing out, and it's one I made 5 years ago. It's one people have trolled me across this platform and made fun of me for years and said I'm crazy. That's not happening. That's
Yeah,
not what it's going to be used for. But guess what? We have marched for the past 5 years
here's the thing.
right up that thesis.
There's other factors at play here. For example, one of the things that I did notice is when Kamala Harris got paid out for promoting XRP, the price fluctuated to like 75 cents, 80 cents, then come back down. When we had the fake XRP news that they've won the case, the price fluctuated to over $1 and then come back down. And then when we did get the actual news that they have won the case, right, nothing happened.
Well, they didn't win the
Right.
case.
But that's
The
that's not
SEC won.
utility.
So
No,
The SEC always wins. It's a pay to play.
what I meant
Right.
was they settled the case. The case has been now settled.
No. So there's two cases. There was the original case, SEC versus Ripple. That is still standing. Okay. And then there's the case where it's Ripple versus the SEC. The Ripple versus the SEC case has been dropped and is settled, and it's done. Ripple paid a fine, and the injunction is still in place from the original the original ruling that was on Ripple.
Yeah, the
So
original ruling from
the only thing that can change that now is either Ripple refiles another lawsuit that they can't win, or we change the law. And I think that's part of why the Clarity Act is, they're trying to change that. Is what would happen is Ripple would no longer be under the SEC, under the UFTC. The UFTC would probably issue new structure. There would be new bills that come in that change. It would be basically seen as a commodity and not a security, right? So they would no longer have that jurisdiction, and then we would see the injunction no longer in play. However, the way the Clarity Act is written right now, it would make it so that Ripple cannot hold more than 20% of the supply. So one of two things can happen. Either they dump 22% of their holdings, and which I find highly unlikely, but what would that do to the price, right? We would add a zero to this thing, right?
But hold on, that's why.
Hold on, let me finish.
Companies.
Let me finish. Or they will move it into private wallets like they've been doing, and they would still control the supply, but through a rat hole. So like Brad would hold a wallet, David would hold a wallet, all these different people that are, in power with Ripple would have some type of amount that they're holding, and they would probably, come together and collude on when to sell, and so we would still see the same type of manipulation we've been seeing now. That's my concern.
Yeah, what I was gonna say is, if what you're saying is right, and they can only hold 20%, then transferring to wallets is one thing. But what I think they're doing right now is they're buying up partnerships with other companies, right? So they can reduce the amount of XRP they hold, at the same time have an asset that's not going to be accounted for as XRP. Because it's with Ripple. There's many ways to look at this, right? And I mean, I'm hoping XRP does blow up now. There's no reason why it shouldn't, right? But at the same time, I see it as the most publicized cryptocurrency on social media. It's the one that's most talked about, even more than Bitcoin at certain times of the year.
But that's because it has that's because it is such a powerhouse. It's not being talked about across social media because it's driven by influencer hype. It's talked about across social media because we have regulations coming in. Well, XRP is one of the very few that has already gone through a lawsuit and is already regulatory. Then we have its massive amounts of acquisition that it's made, and it's not just to offload their XRP. The acquisitions and businesses that they have bought give them direct access to certain parts and levels of the financial system. So inadvertently, it's Ripple and XRP solutions creeping in through the back doors to launch this thing.
I mean, I do agree with that. Ripple is definitely making some serious moves in the banking sector. And that's why it's on my radar, because it's like, I'm not blind to the fact that Ripple is, you know, probably going to be something major in the whole focus of cryptocurrency on a global scale. I
Okay, hold
firmly
on.
believe that.
This and then this. Hold on. Then this. Do you remember whenever in okay, there's history here to layer on top. Much and we're living out our 70s, like the 70s. When Kissinger, the last time the world reserve currency was in chaos and we got the petrodollar, okay? A very interesting thing happened. I want people to bookmark it and note it. When Trump went to the UAE a few months ago, before all this stuff has happened, like this was last year, Trump made a very diplomatic public trip over to the UAE. At the exact same time, Ripple went with them and met with heads of state. Now, if you follow what is actually at stake in the war, you would know that it's actually a war against central banks. And you know that Iran is one of the only countries that is not adhered to the Rothschild central banking system. I have a feeling one of the reasons why they started launching things at the UAE is because a similar deal was meeting. Very similar to whenever Kissinger went across with the administration and hardered the petrodollar deal. So, and we're in that type of cycle. That wasn't a willy-nilly trip because now we have the world at war like it is. There's something happening, y'all.
There's definitely something happening. I agree with you 100%. I do think we're having a global financial shift, and with that comes, you know, hot war, and we're just seeing the tip of the iceberg right now. Um, the concern that I had, like I stated earlier, though, is how does that affect the market? Because we're just like dipping our toes into this world war scenario. So, you know, if it continues and it gets worse, we're going to see more volatility. We're going to see more massive drops and sell-offs.
Or do we see utility take off?
Yeah, but I think that's a little far down the
Or is it
road.
the
Okay.
opposite?
Well, Brooke, this is why I have this sentiment. So let me just explain to you. So like I'm going to a lot of these conferences and I'm talking to a lot of devs, and there's no one more bearish on crypto as far as adoption than developers, because the technology is just not ready. A lot of these, you know, companies and blockchains, they're, you know, promising a lot, but they're not really delivering much. And I'm seeing, you know, the coding and things happening. And so it seems like, you know, we just need more time. I agree with you. I think my timeline is just different. You know, I think we need another 10
But
years.
you need the infrastructure. They're not successful because whenever you're, hi, Crypto Callie, because I
Yo.
am a developer in my own little right. When you're building out these solutions, you hit a road where you're like, I need legal clarity and because what I'm building might be a security. I need the financial rails to be there and for money and transactions and all of this to be flowing. And
And I
it's
think
kind
that
of a
that takes
cart before
time. I think
developers
at
are the
least 10
cart
years,
before the
though.
horse.
I think 10 years
Oh,
until we're
no,
ready
like
for that.
we're talking 2030. This
Maybe.
tokenization of
That
an
would be the
asset,
soonest.
it doesn't I mean, or there comes whenever how what I have witnessed is for the past however long, more longer than I've been in the space, they have been developing these rails. They have been making the infrastructure, they have been connecting it for such a time as this. My theory is that's already like they already got it. And then when the problem happens, they're going to be like, voila, here's a solution. And we're going to have what's called a Catalonian renaissance, and it's going to be 0 to light speed
I
in
agree
terms
with
of
you. That's
autonomous
how
urban
adoption
economy.
happens. There's a problem, and then they're like, "Hey, we have a solution," and people come running with open arms. If you just tried to drop this today, you'd have a bunch of old timers saying, "No, that's the mark of the beast. I'll never do that." Meh. Right? But
They won't have a choice.
the moment you're like, "Hey, you have no 401k now, but if you click this little button, you get all your money back, and it's going to be all digital currency," they're going to be like, "Oh, thank you, my savior."
No, let me give you this scenario, okay? AI comes, there's a big job gap and da da da. You're at home, and now we have this system. This is how UBI gets adopted. What do you do? And this is how AI, this is how the surveillance state, it's the corporate, like you need money to surveil. You need to have a program that you can incentivize, um, manner or incentivize your actions if you have a populace without jobs sitting at home. So what I'm saying is there's even that scenario that they're planning on. The 15-minute cities that they've already piloted and implemented in Oxford in the UK, and digital ID and digital money all flows to this very
Right, but
centralized back
Brooke, what
valley.
I'm saying is in order to build 15-minute cities all over the world, that would take 20 years minimum just to build it, to make
No,
it
but they've already
happen.
started that, bro. They've started that from about 10, 15 years ago. They've been planning that.
I understand they've been planning it, and honestly, I think that that's where like the Palisades fires come from, because they're talking about building LA 2.0 and stuff like that. We saw Hawaii, the fires happened there as well, and they're
They did it for the Olympics, bro.
exactly. Well, the Olympics, but what I'm saying is like they're doing this to they're going to say whatever reason or oh, it was because of this or that. They are accumulating the land and they are planning the building, but think about this: like California's been building a high-speed rail system for the last 20 years and it's not even finished. Like this shit takes forever.
This is putting okay, 15-minute cities is not that hard. You can use your radio tower, you can use your stop signs, stop lights. They can mandate you have something on your car. What they're talking about, and you can look this up in Oxford, you have a certain radius that you can go, and you have so many times you can go outside of that radius for free. But as soon as you cross that radius, you're going to get charged. How are they going to charge you? How are they going to know?
Oh, I
Well,
get
they're
what
going
you're
to have a
saying.
sensor. They're
That's
going to
actually a
detect you.
thing in
Then they're going
LA
to
now.
ding.
So if you're traveling in LA and so many miles, you get like taxed for the miles you travel. So that gets implemented in like a couple years.
We get that in the UK.
What's up,
How
Callie?
is it possible they made those underground tunnels for the Teslas so quickly in Vegas, and we can't get these trains done over here?
Because those underground tunnels have been there since World War II.
That makes sense. And we haven't had any train tracks over here since how long?
Exactly. And it's just a road. And you have to understand the most expensive part is not building the rail or even acquiring the land. It's the electrical infrastructure and it's the rail car itself. It's the platforms for onloading and offloading people. It's the parking lots. Those are the big money items. It costs almost nothing to lay the rails, and they can't even get that done.
Look, you don't have to lay the rails. You just have to have a camera, and then you have to have a payment system that goes, oh, and that's how digital ID.
And that's what they're doing in LA now is they're going to be putting camera systems, kind of like how the fast track works in LA. And
they already are.
Yeah. And so if you drive so many miles, you're taxed extra for the extra miles you drive. So that's coming out like soon. It's already been passed and it's going to happen. The question is when is it actually implemented? But yeah, we're headed.
Actually voting for this hellhole. Like who
Exactly.
actually voted for the kill switch? Who actually whoever they are, go look at who votes for that stuff, and I don't care what party they're in.
They're
Blast them across
uneducated
social
voters.
media and say, don't.
You know,
Either that or they're just paid off, bro.
I think a lot of times when people vote for something, they think they're opposing it, and then vice versa. They don't even know. I think there should be an aptitude test to vote, to be honest with you. Like, you should at least know who you're voting for, you know something. There needs to be like a little quiz you take.
Oz, how many Congress people have you interviewed?
How many what? How many what people?
Oz?
Congress people?
How many? Yeah.
I've interviewed 4 personally, and 1 on the show so far.
So out of the 4, how many of them 4 had any idea of crypto?
Actually, all 4 of them knew about crypto and knew about AI and the big beautiful bill. The issue is they didn't have education in it. They didn't know much about it. And so like that's what we're going to try to do, is give them a little bit of education in what's going on, and so that they can understand it.
Well, this is what my point was. Yeah, you've interviewed 4 people. They have heard about crypto. They understand the functionality of crypto, but they don't understand the fundamentals of crypto and how it's supposed to operate, and how it should be a fair trade for everyone, not just the institutions. This is what I'm trying to say. It's like, out of the 4 people, all 4 have heard about crypto, but not one of them knows how it should really be adopted.
Exactly.
Right?
Let me tell you something.
People that are voting.
Of all the people in crypto, right? It's like less than 10% of the population in the entire world, right? Of all those people, less than 1% of them are educated. You being here in this live or being on this panel makes you part of the top 1% in the crypto space, because you have an education in it and you understand some of the technology more than most. 90% of the people that are actually into crypto, they buy Bitcoin and they know nothing about it. They think Bitcoin and crypto are the exact same thing.
Right now, here's my problem now. Right, this is my big problem with all of this and the Clarity Act now. Right, the problem is we've got all these Congress people that are going to be voting on something that they don't know much about. On the other side, you've got all the institutions that want to introduce legislation that benefits them more than anyone else, right? So if we haven't even got an even playing field to play on, and they're trying to weigh in their muscle, and they've got no one to argue against them, that's going to leave crypto in a bad place.
I agree with you 100%. And that's why I've been, talking with people at Standing with Crypto, like Cali Crypto, and telling them like, hey, we need like education tools for the legislators through Stand with Crypto, where they can go and they can get a higher score on there, because they get scored. And if they, take a little course and learn something, they could get a higher score. There could be something, Callie, I believe we talked about this, right?
Yeah, it's funny that this is coming up again, because after you and I had that conversation on Friday, Oz, I started asking some of my friends that are, a little bit more with going and talking to the government and in that circle, right? And I said, who is educating them? Because you had asked me, and I was like, that was a freaking great question, Oz. Who is educating our government? And you know what, Oz? It's you and I, bro. It's us, the regular people. So what we need to do, we need to keep making education. If you guys aren't following Cali Crypto Bear on IG or X, I mean, that's a bear that we're using as a mascot to be able to bring education content to not only the masses but the government too, because they're like a first grader or a kindergartner in crypto.
Dude, they're crypto infants,
very
man.
ignorant.
We got to change their
Infants,
diapers
bro.
and get them walking here, at least, And I agree
So
with
it's
you.
up to us, Oz.
Yeah, I know it
It's
is.
up to us.
That's why I've been like working so hard with you guys. Like even at ETH Denver, first thing I did was I went to Stand with Crypto table, introduced myself, and started talking to people. Had people from different presidents come on the show and talk to them, because Stand with Crypto, I believe, is the closest thing we have in the crypto space to get that job done. So like, that's why I'm trying to get involved. I know I give, everyone with Stand with Crypto a little bit of a hard time, but that comes out of love and not just for you guys, but for what crypto is, because I feel like if I can get your attention, you can get someone else's attention. You guys
Absolutely,
have,
bro.
people like Miss Nifty and dozens of other presidents that I've talked to. They're in these meeting rooms. They have the opportunity to give that knowledge that we have to them, and that needs to be part of the focus of what we're doing.
Right. So one of the meetings that took place today with all the presidents, the chapters of Stand with Crypto, that the banks are saying that the rewards and the yield is unethical right now. That's what they're saying about our stable coins and rewards right now, that it's unethical, and this is why we shouldn't have them. They don't want it to be fair for us.
So then they need to
people.
abolish Roth IRAs and CDs as well.
Thank you. That's exactly what I'm talking about. But it's also very important, Oz, and I hope you've been saying this, that there's strength in numbers, and it's signing up with standwithcrypto.org is a way to show the government numbers, because right now we got the #1 leading state in California that's adopted most people here into crypto and to Stand with Crypto in the nation, in the country. So if you guys haven't signed up with standwithcrypto.org, please do so, because it's a way of just showing the government strength in numbers. And we got about 365,000 people here alone in California. Let's go.
I know, and you don't even have to sign the letter or anything to join. You could just go on and join Stand with Crypto. I've joined Stand with Crypto myself. I did it. I got a pair of socks at ETH Denver for doing it. I got my Stand with Crypto socks, but
that's more than what I got, bro.
I want to get more involved too with Stand with Crypto. That's why I'm going to all the events and trying to talk with you guys. I want to be involved. I want to, possibly be an educator or help put together something, connect the dots. Anything I can do, I'm going to try to do it, because we got to do something.
Let's collab, bro. Let's collab. Let's make a content video together, or maybe we can be on our phones talking to each other, back to back on the content education. Maybe make it something fun but educational.
Absolutely. But it needs to be, something that can be given to the legislators. Like, obviously we can make something and people are going to watch it and it's going to help people, right? But we need something that's geared and focused towards educating the legislators.
Yeah, us. What we need, look, you've got a governing body for crypto, which is SEC, but you've got no one opposing the SEC. Now, in employment, you have something called a union, right?
Right.
Where's the union for crypto?
That's what Stand with Crypto is, basically. Stand with Crypto is the union for crypto.
Well, so what they need to do then, in that respect, is get it authorized and regulated by the government so that what they say matters, because at the moment, nothing matters.
I agree with that.
Where I'm coming from, you got to have a government backing to a certain degree.
But in order to that,
you can even have a say.
In order to have that, there has to be strength in numbers, like Callie said. So we have to come together as a body and say, we are all one, we all stand together, and these are the things we want. Now, do I necessarily agree with the Clarity Act the way it stands now? Absolutely not. But I do believe that it can be changed, and I can get behind it. And I believe that Stand with Crypto could be that force of the people's voice in crypto to get something positive done, to be the union structure. I'm a union man. Dude, I was IATSE Local 33 in Hollywood Stagehands for years, 17 years. So like, I understand how unions work, and that's where I first dipped my toes into politics, and what got me into where I'm at now. The set that you see and all the equipment and everything, that's my background. That's what I know. And so I know that things can be done. I've seen unions come together and make massive changes in my life. And I've also seen unions sell out their own people. So it's a slippery slope as well. We have to be careful that we're working together and that we don't
but you need
concede.
it in official capacity. That's what I'm trying to say. We need it in official capacity right now. We could have a people's union, but it's not our official capacity because what we say doesn't matter. It's not going to be recognized in government.
Maybe we should start a crypto union.
They have a national crypto association. You're not gonna like who heads it up.
The International Alliance of Crypto Holders. You know, something like that. But I get what you're saying though, Brooke. There are things, but like Stark said, we need something official, but we also need something that we can get behind as the people, where we can say we trust this entity, right? That's a big issue right now. Is crypto is a dirty, nasty place.
We should be about trusting the code. You don't have to trust an entity.
You talking about like a smart contract?
The problem here's the thing now.
People
right?
don't understand
Yes, in
code, though.
fact, I think that that's more important question, because in this shift, in this markup, we need to start talking about a declaration of digital independence. We need to start talking about, yeah, that's what I want to
I like that.
That's
A
exactly
crypto
what I'm saying, innit?
constitution.
We need something official.
Yes.
Because I don't want my behaviors to be dictated by, I know what this system can do. I know what it can do. And I know that they want, okay, so think about this. Our Constitution was a social contract between the people and the government. Now, that is under threat right now. You cannot convince me otherwise with the surveillance state coming. So I think if we really want to get organized, we need to start talking about how far do we want to be controlled? Do we want to be controlled? What is the social contract now between us and our government? Because it's not the Constitution anymore. I think that we should socially contract in the Constitution between us and our government, and we turn this system, this surveillance state, we know what it can do to us. Great social contract. We have law. You can subpoena it, blah, 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 blah.
Right.
However,
not guidelines for the
you guys
people,
have
but
run amok.
guidelines for the government, because that's what the Constitution
Guideline
is.
for the government. Darn
Yes.
straight. And now we can do a social contract with that. We can audit their butt up a pole, like,
Yeah,
come
and
on,
you know, this
guys,
is
like,
actually something very simple to do. Like, all they did was write a piece of paper and sign it, right? And declare that this is what it shall be, and these are the rules we shall follow, right? If we could do something like that in like a Discord or digitally, where just like Stand with Crypto is getting people to sign up for it, that could be something amazing. And I think that it's something that could be adapted to Stand with Crypto. You know, this is a new space, and everything is evolving daily. You know what I mean?
Whenever it comes to voting for this stuff, then we've already organized and we can be a voice of education.
Agreed.
And we can educate our peers instead of some talking head up there that's been paid by some blah, 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 blah. No, 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 no.
Right. We need these legislators part of this union or agreement or whatever we've decided to form, right? Have them a part of it and educated in it, and use it as a way for them to gain that position of power to represent us as the people.
Yep. Improve it. And I'll know where my money goes.
Exactly.
I'm just going to say one thing in regards to what's going on with the Clarity Act, right? People are absolutely right. They're not liking the yield rates and whatnot, yeah? The banks are not liking the yield rates, but
I think that's the bullshit. I think that's the bullshit reason to, you know, whatever. You like, that's the sleight of hand move.
No, look, what I'm trying to say to you is, right, that's the angle they're pushing it, but they've got no reason to push it because the banks don't pay the yield, the coin does.
Right.
So it's got no narrative with the bank that the bank's going to cost the bank money. The only narrative the bank's got is if they're going to be paying that much yield, we're going to look like idiots and no one's going to invest with us, right? So if that's the narrative and they're scared of losing their customers, right. Then why not incorporate all these yield coins into a banking system, tax them less, and let them have their yield?
God, I don't want anything TradFi and DeFi, bro. You're talking about bringing TradFi to DeFi, bro. I'm not about that life.
No,
They
I'm
will
just
be
saying. I mean,
though. It's so infuriating.
that would be a fair deal, but the problem is the banks don't want the public to get rich off
Fuck
the
the
yields.
banks.
Well,
The
they
banks
don't
have been
want
fucking us
to take
forever.
the money out of the savings and put it into Coinbase to get yield. That's
Because
what
they'll
they
go
don't
bankrupt.
want.
Every bank will collapse if
Mhm.
everyone starts putting all their money into stable coins.
Right. Facts.
Yeah. But that's why they don't want the yields right now. What's the incentive for you and me to invest in a
Hey,
bank
how
rather
do you
than
get
an
mass adoption in
exchange?
crypto? You cripple the banks. And how do you cripple the banks? You make people realize that the banks are worthless and you can make more money elsewhere.
Facts.
Plus,
Yeah,
with
that's
the banks are going to be
the
failing, that we're coming onto a banking crisis, and the banks will have no option but to adopt the technology.
We've
And
been
so
in a
then
banking
from there,
crisis
I
since
think that
2008.
banks.
I don't know. Hold on.
No,
The
It's
I know
banks will
inevitable,
never
bro.
that's their
fail.
death
It's
knell. That's
inevitable.
why they developed.
Hold on. The banks will never fail because every time a bank fails, yeah, a big bank, the government bails them out. It's been happening for donkey's years. So you're never going to be able to compete with the banks in that respect.
Right.
So
And
the
it's just
banks are
our
always
money
going to
paying
be
them.
there.
They're just stealing our money. So
Yes.
we're getting 2% yield if we're lucky from the bank. And then the bank goes belly up and then they get bailed out by our money. So are we even getting 2%? No, we're getting negative 2%.
We're getting more than negative 2%.
Exactly.
Well, this is what I'm trying to say, innit? So the only solution in this scenario is, yeah, to stop getting that negative 2% is have the crypto yields in a bank account, pay less tax to incentivize people to use a bank account, and then you can get somewhere. But people don't think like that. You can still utilize the banking system. If the banking system went against the crypto system right now, the banking system would win. Hands down. They've got a lot more money than what we got. That's for damn sure.
Well, that's why we need more people onboarded into crypto. But the reason we're not seeing those numbers is because we have creators and people in the space that are treating noobs like prey. That's part of the problem.
Yeah.
We got to stop getting greedy and start thinking long term here of what we're doing and what we're building, because we are marching in lockstep towards a dystopian future.
I agree. I
Yeah, we
agree.
are.
If we're gonna onboard people, we need to give them the orange pill and not be onboarding into meme coins and get rich quick schemes.
Thank
that doesn't
you.
work 90% of the time.
Yeah. I mean, that's like the disease of crypto, to be honest, and that's meme coins.
Oh, 100%. And I mean, a lot of people make money from meme coins, but they're OGs that have been in for a long time. They know what they're doing. The average everyday person, they don't know. They're like, oh, I'm going to go buy some Dogecoin because it's going to be the currency that we're going to use. No, it's a freaking meme coin. It's not going to be anything. Look at what happened with the World Liberty Financial coin. People bought that. They thought that it was going to be, you know, the new digital currency for the United States. It's a freaking meme coin, and World Liberty Financial is traded on the stock market.
Do you want to know what I think it might actually be, and what a scary scenario coming out of this, and utility from that project? And
Governance.
he might actually use it to, rebuild what is being blown up right now. He's a real estate man.
Right, but it's just a
builder.
governance
Think
coin.
about it.
It's like holding a
That's
Class
how
A
he-
share of World Liberty Financial on the stock market. But right now, when you buy that, you don't own a Class A share. So what you're buying is a share in voting rights for the direction.
Yeah.
That's all you're
it's
you're
like
buying.
that. But what I'm
It's like
saying
buying
is,
a
like,
level 2. It's like buying a level 2 coin on a blockchain which is supported by a layer 1 and the layer 1 supported by a layer 0. You know,
I think that man's strategic. I think that he has future use case for that, and I think that those deals and his children and Kushner, they're all brokering them.
I don't know. I feel like maybe he's just draining liquidity out of the markets. Like, look at the Trump coin and the Melania coin. He rugged every single one of those projects.
Yeah, because he can.
Exactly. There's no laws
No
against
one
it.
to stop him. There's no one to. I mean, look at it this way, yeah. I mean, now I'm not dogging on XRP. I'm just using it as an example, yeah. We know XRP has been, what's his name? Brad's been talking to Trump about cryptocurrency and that, yeah. And what if he's showed him a way? Well, you can do this and not be held accountable for, because there's no law saying at the moment that you're going to be held accountable for it. You know, so what if this is like a full liquidity grab? And this is precisely why I say,
well, they were even
that the Clarity Act ain't gonna come into effect until the last 3 months of the presidential year, where he's gonna be leaving office.
Even when they had proposed the bill to make it so that a U.S. standing president could not hold cryptocurrency, it was dated to be after Trump's term.
Yeah, this is what I'm trying to say to you. The whole purpose of this, Trump wants to be, now, don't get me wrong, Trump wants to be the president that's done the best for the country. Now, the only way he can do that is by doing large financial gains for the country. He's doing that from the crypto industry right now. The amount of liquidity
But also
that's been
for
sucked
himself,
out,
man.
it's crazy.
The ship is sinking and he's stealing the silverware.
Yeah, that's exactly what's going on. But he's going to
He's
be
a
recognized.
politician. Of course he is.
Right.
But
And I
he's
mean,
gonna
who
be
wouldn't?
recognized.
Me
He's gonna
personally,
be
I'm trying to get my
recognized.
family to the lifeboat. You know?
Look, he's going to be recognized as the best president in the United States ever because of what he's doing now for himself.
Well, history rewards the winners, right? So as long as he wins and continues, then yes, the books will be written that way. Unless something else happens, you know, we'll see how it's written. But it is an issue that Trump is, you know, sweeping liquidity out of the market. And that, how is that helping adoption and helping new people coming into crypto? Because they're getting rugged constantly. Like, how many times are you going to let this guy hurt you?
Do you want to know from a statistical view? People have very short memories, and
Oh, yeah.
they want they
Yeah,
want a master.
They can't
so
remember.
they will let him hurt you.
Yeah, people get
repeatedly,
entrenched.
and they'll stay.
No matter how long or what happens to somebody, they, even if something is right in front of their face to prove them that their narrative is wrong, they become more entrenched in their worldview. That's why debates don't
we're
work.
going to get rid of meme coins either, though, Oz. I mean, now that World Liberty Financial and Melania came out, I think that was just them saying, hey, the gates are open, and gates are going to stay open. So it's up to really just the education again.
Exactly.
And who's going to be championing the education? Well, it's got to be all of us. It can't be just one of us. It's got to be all of us.
And it can't just be us complaining on the internet. We have to get out from behind the phone and put boots on the ground and make something happen. We need to, like you said, we need to write a constitution. We need to get people to back it. We need to unionize.
The problem is, right, when, like, if I'm going to open a business, right, my business has to have a purpose. It has to have a way of making money, right? These meme coins have no way of making money other than taking other people's money that invest, right? That kind of trading should be banned completely. That is what should be in
I don't
the
think so.
Clarity Act.
I don't think there should be any legislation. I think it should be the Wild West, and it should be buyer beware. And people should educate themselves before they come into this market. This is what I tell everyone: is educate yourself and invest into yourself before you invest in the market.
Agreed. You do the same thing with TradFi, or are you just throwing money in there? Or are you actually looking into Apple, Tesla, whatever the stock is, right?
Exactly. There's no reason to legislate it. What we need is information tools. You know, there needs to be a course or something that's taught in college or in high school.
No, what I'm trying to say to you is, right, like, look at some of these coins. Yeah? Look at Conflux, for example. It's a mineable coin. It's got a utility. It's got a purpose, right? You've got XRP. That's got a purpose. It's not being utilized now, but it may be utilized in the future. That's got a purpose, right? Now, when it comes to meme coins, they have absolutely no utility. The only utility they got is their advertisement of how many people they can attract. That is the only thing. Stuff like that should be taken off. And then what you'll find is all these genuine altcoins that have got a purpose will regain their value, but they're never going to do that because that's where they're making their money.
Look at what Doug says in the chat. Doug says, I'm down 7K, so to me, crypto is currently a scam. LOL. That's what I'm talking about. That's a problem, is new people coming in and feeling like this is a scam when this is really actually the future of finance. But every new person gets turned away. They lose a bunch of money and then they walk away, and they'll never create generational wealth because they're being turned away by their own people. These are our people.
You lose if you sell, though. That's the mentality, though. Just because you're down doesn't mean you're out. It's only when you sell. When you quit is when you're down and out.
You know, and I tell people to trade. We're so early. We should be trading. You know, buying and holding, you know, only goes so far. Eventually you have to sell because we can't transact with this stuff yet. Right. So eventually you got to sell. You got to take profits. So hodling forever. I've round tripped so many bags, so many cycles. I've lost millions round tripping bags. Okay. I told myself never again. And, you know, you can hold. And I would say right now would be a good time. If you bought right now, you might want to hold on to it, you know, but when it freaking takes off, make sure you're taking profits, because we're not there yet where this is the money.
Take profits. You don't, for me, I will round trip it, and I got my ticket for the long way round because
And I understand.
I ain't got time.
Bitcoin, yeah.
So I'm just buying good projects.
She's talking about XRP though. I think you're diversified though, right? You're not just XRP.
No, I'm really diversified.
And I think that's good.
STC and all utility tokens, but I do try to focus on, so like there's multiple ways to accumulate wealth, and as Charlie Munger says, it's in the waiting where the big money is made, not necessarily in the trading. And in, for me, my thesis, and it's played out for 5 years, that's the thing, my thesis hasn't become more wrong, and I've been a lot down, a lot more down than 7,000, but it does not faze me whatsoever.
The issue with that is I agree with you. Yes, buying and holding, and eventually it will go up, but you got to take some profits at some point. And, you know, the longer you wait, you know, maybe it goes higher. But what I'm seeing right now is the longer you wait, the lower your returns are going to be, because the liquidity is more spread out than it's ever been. There's more coins and more projects than there's ever been. We're not going to see all-time highs like we used to.
But regulation, I think, will take care of a lot of that. And so that's when you want to buy the coins that looks like that they will survive the regulation that comes in. And as those survive regulation, it's smart to, and they look like they're being adopted by the entities that matter.
I'm not a fan of regulation. Every time the government gets their dirty, sticky, snotty fingers on something, they screw it up.
Oh, I know. I'm not a fan of that. I just know that it is necessary, and unfortunately, the future is regulated finance.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
I mean, I know that that's the direction we're going to go. Do I want it to happen? No, but that's why I'm doing what I'm doing, working with Stand With Crypto and working with politicians, is like, let's get this right. You know what I mean? Let's try to not force it and push it quickly, but take our time and make sure that the laws are written right. We can get a constitution where they can't write laws that go against it. You know, that's what we really need. And I've been talking about a crypto constitution for like 6 months now.
We need
I've been
something
talking about a declaration of
Citizens Crypto Act or something. That's what we need. Citizens Crypto Act, yeah, for the people.
The problem is we have multiple countries. Like you're in the UK, we're in the US, others are in Australia. We need some sort of thing like Stand with Crypto that's international, that like a union that can stand for those things.
You mean like a one world order? Sorry.
I mean, maybe like our own version. The problem is stuff like
Just
this
saying,
starts out
you know
as
where
good.
this all goes. My Bible talks about it.
Hey, we talk about this, and these types of things always start out as something positive and then end up as something negative. Somebody always gets their greasy, sticky, snotty fingers on it and messes it all up.
That's right.
Same with unions.
That's
right. Unions started out great. Now the unions, they're pocketing money from management and selling out the people. So yeah, it's a slippery slope.
Too. It's a group, being a group, and then so you'll see it. There'll be groups here that will form and be powerful, and they know that. And what's really interesting, especially with the release of the Epstein files or the files, and the whole BTC and XRP and XLM being mentioned in them and being a rivalry. In order for people, they know this, and you'll see it. Watch a disruptor. You'll see a really good grassroots, like it'll be taking off on here. Ask any group that's formed. It's very interesting because one little problem starter, a little fire starter will join the group and they will divide it. And so I've seen it so many times. It's good things happen. They send in operatives.
That's why it needs to be a document. It needs to be a living, breathing document, just like the Constitution. And it needs to be amendable.
All eyes are on the U.S., guys. I mean, I see Doug over here saying that it doesn't help that Australia basically banned crypto. Well, I think once the United States gets it together, a lot of other countries are going to be adopting what we do, and at least taking the blueprint and then tweaking it to their likings.
I agree with that. I think you're 100%, but at the same time, even if they pass something first, they will mold more to what we do. So we don't really need to rush it. What we need to do is make sure we get it right.
Look, they banned crypto, but then they built their central bank digital currency on the XRPL, guys. They're telling you what they're accepting and what they're not. Yeah, they banned crypto. Oh, crypto's over, crypto's... No. Australia built their new central bank digital currency on crypto. Come on.
2022 bear market, China banned crypto when Bitcoin was at 43K, I believe, on the way down, right? They then unbanned it when it hit 20K. And to me, it seemed like they were saving their citizens from the bear market blues. That's what it looked like.
Yeah, I couldn't get behind that.
But that's what happened. That's exactly what happened in China in the 2022 cycle.
I feel like that's what's happening with the Clarity Act is we're in the bear market blues. So like everybody wants the Clarity Act to get passed so that it'll pump their bags. And I'm like, hey, why don't you pump the brakes? Let's make sure it's written properly so that way we can get our APY. We can make sure that institutions can invest into it, and also so that consumers and investors are secure. Those are the only things that we really need to fix with it, you know, and
You're right.
And it's already written that way. The Boozman-Booker draft is already written and addresses those problems, but it's being swept under the rug and hidden from everyone. Every single one of these legislators that I talk to that are running for office never heard of the Boozman-Booker draft. This guy, Brad Sherman, running here in California, wants forced KYC, taxes up the wazoo on crypto, and wants no Clarity Act. Like, the dude's got to go in California. Brad Sherman has got to go. And
Gotta go, Brad.
Yeah, it's got to go.
What politician in California do we want to keep?
Well, honestly, I'm not done interviewing people, and I'm not ready to endorse anyone yet for a candidacy. However, if you haven't watched yesterday's episode, it will be on YouTube today. And we had Chris Ahuja on the show yesterday, and we talked about, you know, gun rights, and we talked about crypto. We talked about all the different, you know, talking points. And honestly, I don't think the guy's even a Democrat. I think he's more or less a libertarian, to be honest with you.
Well, maybe he was saying what you wanted to hear.
And that's a possibility. I agree with that. I do.
But at the same time, I was listening to that whole conversation, so I know what you're talking about and how he was talking and what context he was talking in. It seemed like he's a go with the flow kind of person, yeah? He didn't want to rock the boat too much, but at the same time, it did look more positive than negative, so I'll give him that.
Right. I think you did a good job. Like, because even Callie's been interviewed by me. He knows I don't ask easy questions. You know, you guys have seen the show, and I feel like he was very genuine in his answers. Am I ready to endorse him yet? Absolutely not. But
I'm running for California governor, Rubio, so you better vote for me. But no, in all honesty, Oz, it's a great topic. We do need a new governor, obviously, in California, and the whole nation, you know, to adopt cryptocurrency and the future of blockchain technology. It's super important that we all get behind it and also support one another, support Stand with Crypto, support the senators are actually thumbs up with cryptocurrency. On top of that, Oz, I was going to ask you, have you made any content or a YouTube video explaining what the Boozma, what you were talking about?
Boozman Booker draft? I should. You know, honestly, I do everything on a live show, right? I should. I don't really make recorded videos and dance for nickels on here. Like, you know, we're a podcast. But I should. And I think I will. Maybe I can get Jesse to work on it or something. I think that's a great idea.
Yes, sir. And then drop the link whenever you're ready.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Oz, that might be a very good point. That's a very good point, Callie. Yeah, it might be an idea. Yeah, just to go through the Booker's draft 1 page a day and go into detail on every topic that's mentioned.
That's a
on
great
that
idea.
1 page.
That's a great idea.
That would be fantastic. And then you can record it and you can put it as a record as well. That, you know, this is what everything entails, and you've got a record of it that you could refer back to and refer other people to as well.
Yeah, do like a series, like a 6-part series.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, that would be a really good idea. And that way everyone has got an idea of where they can go to get an idea of what's going on with the Booker draft. And that'd be you.
Just give me the meat and potatoes, bro.
I got you, bro. I'm going to actually start working on that this week. I think that's a great idea. I don't know why I didn't even think of that. I think it's more or less because that's not really what I do. My show is more or less meant for YT, not TikTok, but we're on TikTok because that's where we do the live show, and then it's posted on YT. So maybe I should do more TikTok style stuff. What was that, Brooke?
Friendly platform. I feel like TikTok is such a friendly platform.
Not for me.
You know what else?
I'm the most bananaed, silenced show on TikTok.
Aside from that, if it wasn't for the tyranny,
Yeah.
it would be a very good medium.
I
and
agree.
know that.
If we could just have free speech, and it's the problem is it's the only platform where your haters can actually attack your page with and actually do something about it and can actually mess you up, you know? So like anywhere else I post, no one can do anything. They can hate all they want, but all they're doing is creating engagement. Here though, they can get you removed off the platform like that. So it's a real problem.
I've got another idea for you.
Shoot.
When you're doing the Booker's draft, yeah? Right, when you're doing that, right, at the same time as you're going through it page by page, right, what you could do is have the Clarity Act on the side and show people where the Clarity Act's gone wrong and where the Booker's draft's gone right. Now you've got key points to negotiate with the Clarity Act.
You know
as
what?
Well.
I think that's exactly what we need to do, and that would be a great educational tool for Stand with Crypto to educate the people at Stand with Crypto and to educate the legislators.
That's a very good idea. Make a note of that for sure, because I think that it could be perfect, especially for the key points that you're talking about, Oz. I would love to get more in depth. If just understanding is half the battle for all of us, right?
Let's work
In
together,
anything.
because like you have reach. You can get to Wendy, and Wendy can really reach people. And like I don't care about the recognition. I care about the narrative, right? I don't need to get paid for it. I don't need to get anything out of it. I just need to get the message out there.
Let's do it. Let's make something happen.
We're going to work together. We're going to do something for sure, guys. You guys know me. I don't just stand by quietly and complain on the internet. I'm boots on the ground, and I'm trying to get shit done. So I think that this is what needs to be top priority here. I do agree with that.
Hey, I'll give you a hand with that if you want.
Anyone that wants to help.
Y'all in the UK are screwed.
Yeah, anyone that wants
Sorry.
to help with this, send me a DM. Join my Discord link in my bio and message me in Discord. If you message me here on TikTok, I'm probably not going to read it. I get a million spammers a day. It's going to be impossible to find. But if you join the Discord link, then you'll be able to do that. Let me drop it in the chat for you guys. That way you guys can find it.
You might be better off moving here. I've been following the UK since the get-go and looking at this, and you guys are Canada, UK, Australia. I arrived on this platform, and right off the bat, I had a bunch of UK crypto bros because I'm talking about CBDC, all of this stuff coming, right? Well, I'm just this crazy, stupid American over here. I don't know what I'm talking. That's never gonna happen. CBDCs are awesome. CBDCs are awesome. Do you remember those things?
Hey, Brooke, you never heard me say that. Okay.
I'm telling you, and then after that, they would have whole lies, or they would come in and a bunch of other. I was like, the UK people are gone. And then
Hey,
last
let me take a
year, I'm
moment
like,
to reset the room real quick. Guys, don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends, follow me on all platforms at Ozthecryptogoat. We've got Jem and Bellstar just joined the chat. What's going on, girls?
Hey, it's
Good
good to
morning,
see
good
everybody.
morning.
Fantastic interview yesterday, Oz. Fantastic.
Thank you.
And I funneled all my questions through you, and then Chris answered them. It was really an epic conversation. I don't think we scared him away.
I don't think we did either. And you know what? The first thing he did after the show, like I reached out to him and I said, hey, thanks for coming on and appreciate you taking your time. And the first response that he sent me was, we need to get that detention center shut down. And I was like blown away. Like, because
that would be cool.
What's that?
With this detention center? I don't know nothing about that.
Well, you guys got to go watch it. Go
Was
watch
that
it
with
on
Chris?
Yeah, that was with Chris yesterday.
Nice.
You
I'm gonna have
guys
to
can
watch
learn
that.
a little bit about me and
I caught
my
the back end of it, but
where I come from and what I went through, and it was a dark time for me. But honestly, part of the reason why I have a platform today is because of what I went through, and I wanted to bring to light what was going on so that way we could shut down that detention center. And I'll tell you what right now, if that detention center gets shut down because of this show, I will have accomplished my overall goal for being here on social media. So
Absolutely, bro.
I got to set the bar higher now. Got to set the bar
Sorry,
higher now.
talking-
Yeah,
there was
now you got that one on the way. Yeah, we can concentrate on this consumer rights
Right.
crypto act. You know,
Not to get sidetracked, but we talked about firearm things. We also talked about the California fires. We talked about water being a huge issue in the reservoirs, and the cost of water. You know,
Right. And
our
I'm going to be
homes.
sending him more materials because, like, I was talking to him, telling him things. Callie was flagged for dangerous activities. Callie, I got to drop you. You can't drive while you're on. I got to drop you from the panel. Love you, bro. Oh man,
Thanks.
we lost Callie.
You should be
Dangerous
listening.
activities. Can't be doing dangerous activities, guys. Be safe out there. But a special thanks
Talking
to
during a
Cali
tornado
Crypto for
dangerous?
coming on the show and talking with us. I've been working with the people at Stand With Crypto very closely and trying to make positive changes and help as much as I can. So and I love the fact that Cali is like, yeah, let's make this happen. Let's do something positive. Like let's make some changes. Like he's not like, oh, you're getting people to not want to sign my petition thing. I don't like you. No, he's receptive to it. So I appreciate and commend that very much. So hey, don't worry about it, Callie. You're good.
Kelly Crypto's a stand-up guy. I've known him
Oh
since
yeah.
day one on here. 5 years. He's great. Great guy.
Yeah, he is awesome. We've been hanging out a lot, having some good times and with good people. So it's been great. I just posted a new video too. He's in the video.
Sorry, I actually think that what crypto stood for before and what we could achieve as a community has really died off with a lot of this younger generation and Jeets that have come into the space. And I really think there has to be a big move from a lot of the KOLs and influencers to actually start bringing people back into the true meaning of what crypto is and why it started. And take it back to, I guess the wealth distribution and let them understand why crypto started in the first place.
Right. Because it was about financial freedom and freedom to bank without a bank and to have control of your money and how you use it,
Well, and wealth distribution, that not only the big guys are getting rich, that every little guy's got a shot. And I think they've lost that. I think they've lost the true meaning of
it's a quick rich quick scheme now to them.
Oh, it's disgusting. There is no value in it. There's no respect for what it means anymore. And I do blame a lot of the KOLs because all they did was push the, look at me, I'm in my Ferrari and I've got this and I've got girls and I'm on luxury ships. And it's like, yeah, you've just ended up doing the exact thing that rich guys do.
Yeah, all they're showing off is that they extracted your liquidity from them. You should hate them.
Yeah, and it's not giving back, and it's not doing anything to actually support the growth. And I'm more part of the only reason I'm still in this space, I'm not retired, is because there's still a lot of work to do for where we should be with crypto. But we're just letting the governments take over. We're letting the big boys come in and decide, well, we want a piece of this action, and all the little guys have just been scared off and
in the name of I want my bags to pump, that we're giving it away to the institutions and to the governments in the name of I want to make money. That's why I'm here, is to make money. No, the idea was, like B Rose said, it was about peer-to-peer transactions with no middleman. That was the idea. Yep. Do you think it's a coincidence that Satoshi came out with Bitcoin in 2008 after the market crash, the housing market crash in the U.S.? No.
Well, it was a global recession, right? We all felt it globally, even here in Australia.
I think that was actually a part of the plan, because your biggest critics, how do you get your biggest critics onto a system that they would right out of the gate automatically hate? You put up something like Bitcoin, you create the narrative, this is going to be freedom, and then you get all the freedom people on board, and then you can kind of like shift it over. I don't think it's a coincidence that it came out of the 2008 financial crisis. And then that is why I've been looking at, because I know, unfortunately, they will never, it's sovereign nations, the rulers of this world will never allow something like peer-to-peer transactions to happen. Now, what the biggest power that we can do, what they are doing, they're going to co-opt it. Unfortunately, there's no way that they will ever allow us to send
Let
money
me push back on you real quick on what you said, Brooke, real quick. They're going to try. Okay, since the beginning of time, there has always been men that have been trying to take over the world and have control of everything. And the people always overturn that ruling. We have an opportunity right now to not bend over and say, send it up there, buddy, no lube. You know, we have an opportunity to actually stand up and make something happen. So just saying that, well, the lobbyists have all the control and there's nothing we can do and shrug our shoulders, then yeah,
our
that's what we're
money
going to get.
system is outside of our government. No. Here's the thing. Here's where they're evil. Our Federal Reserve isn't a part of our government. They are changing the infrastructure from the base, and they will control it from there. So our real power, because I tried to look at every single option. How can we stop this from happening? How can we keep it peer to peer? Can we keep our sovereignty? One of the best ways is they will not allow this. They will not lose control of the system. But this is an open protocol system, and how they develop the world of our past and how it's structured is it stopped being a reciprocal system of I put in work, my boss, I'm responsible, I can have a family, I can have a house, I can have the dream. That is no longer it. We can now create ecosystems built off of these projects that do distribute, that do that
I'll tell you
you
this.
can make self-reciprocal ecosystems. And so the biggest thing you can do is develop an ecosystem and commerce and business of multiple like aspects and make it a self-reciprocal system within your ecosystem so that you have built something parallel to the control system that they have and you can live a freedom sovereign life. I'm building a project right now called the Wandering Footprint with a friend who, if we're going to have social credit scores, if we're not going to have jobs, why don't we set up communities around the world, around the nation, that you can like look on chain and you do have a social credit score, but it's more for like, are you going to fit into this little group? Do you like organic farming? You know, and so you have a choice in the lifestyle that you make.
Well, I want to say
you have an
this.
ecosystem that
Let me say this real quick.
Can I
Hold on,
just say something first,
hold on. So the sentiment seems to be, and I see in the chat, I see what you guys are saying, and it says the elites won't allow it. They will not give up control. This is the sentiment I keep hearing. But then I see this one message by Mark Carmichael, and it says houseofrepresentatives.gov/representative, find your representative. That link right there, you can pick up the phone, you can make a phone call, you can send an email, you can have your voice be heard, especially now before the primaries. It's an opportunity to do something. I'm not going to go quietly into the night and just bend over and say, well, they're not going to let it happen, so we might as well just go with the flow. Fuck that. I am going to go kicking and screaming and swinging.
Yes. So that's our biggest thing. The base layer is going to get changed to this no matter what. That's why these social, it's like, so then as between the people and your government with this new technology and what it can do, we have to educate the populace about what type of social contract and world do you want to use moving forward.
Right, but you have to understand that we're influencers, whether you believe it or not. Us being up here, we are influencing the people that watch this show and the people that watch us and the content we create and everything that we do. These people watch us. And when we just keep feeding them that there's nothing that we can do, they're going to sit by and say, hey, there's nothing we can do. But if you say, no, I'm not going to go quietly into the night and I will never acquiesce, then they're going to get that same sentiment and they're going to feel like they can do something as well. And that's how a revolution starts, with a small little spark. And we have to stop spreading that rhetoric that there's nothing we can do, because there's a lot we can do.
Hey, Oz, can I just add something here? Yeah, what you're saying is well and true, right? And talking about peer-to-peer transactions and stuff, right? You're absolutely right. But the problem is, right? They can't stop that functionality, but they can stop you accessing that functionality the same way. There's certain exchanges like Binance in the United States that you can't use because you're restricted. Right, so they can stop you from using them services because ultimately you're going to do them online, and that's going to be on their networks.
You know what I'm actually bothered by? I'm sorry, but the more time that I have spent on this side of crypto on TikTok, I'm noticing that almost every single influencer and KOL, you know, like are talking from their experience and talking about crypto based off the American laws. Now, I think everyone's missing the fact that crypto is global, and whatever's going on in the States is not overall what everybody is experiencing. So I'm really bothered by the fact that everybody is, it's almost like fear mongering because of the country that you live in. But you got to realize one thing with crypto is if you want to make a real difference and you want real freedom, get the fuck out of the country. You know, go to a country that's more crypto friendly.
Honestly,
Go
I've
to a
been looking
country
at
that's got no
Switzerland.
tax, no rules.
I've been looking at Switzerland.
And I don't
But the thing is this, it is a global infrastructure. But if we just stand by and do nothing, just like we were talking about earlier, is the U.S. will pave the way for the rest of the world. Other countries will march in lockstep along with it. We have to make sure that we do stand up for this and we do fight back. Otherwise, it will spread and you won't be able to run away from it.
Why would America pave the way for it? I don't understand. I mean,
Because
you've
other
got
countries
so many
will look to
countries.
the U.S. for guidance on what to do, and they'll kind of copy and paste. Okay, and then when
China
that
won't be
becomes,
doing that. Russia won't be doing that. The
I
Middle East
understand
won't
that,
be
but
doing that. Africa won't be doing that.
maybe
So
we go
I
to a
don't.
global structure. Maybe we're gonna be part of
It's not going to happen.
Galactic Federation. You know,
It's not going to happen. They can't even agree now that we're at war with other countries. You think they're going to agree to share a global financial system? It's not going to happen.
I mean, look at the way China regulates crypto now.
Yeah, the
Look at-
BIS is already running
There
pilot
are
projects like Project Agora and the M Bridge. So you guys want to check that out and see what the Bank of International Settlement is actually doing behind the scenes.
Yeah, the banks across the world are already agreeing to this. Like you said, Bank of International Settlements, which our New York Federal Reserve is member and part owner of. So, and the reason why people will look to America and why because right now, and yes,
Does
that is
America lead?
changing. We're
Is
going
the
from a
American dollar
unipolar
at the
world to
global
a
Hold on, let her
multipolar
finish
world.
talking, and then you can have the floor.
We're going to a unipolar world and a multipolar world. And the entities that transact those transactions between nations are telling us they are agreeing upon rails of which to send these messages and this money in a very new and different way.
Gen
And the
X?
reason why they're going to look at American regulation is because America is the biggest in commerce. We are the biggest economy, and we are the most financially influential country in the world. If we fall, it collapses the entire, actually, really anyone, because we're
That's not
so
true.
incestuously. No, it's
That's
true.
not true.
It's true. We
No,
are
it's
so, no,
not.
in 2000, no, 2008 was a very good indication that our entire global system, our financial system is like a house of cards built on top of each other. Right now, it's going to
Everything is
Japan is
interlinked.
about to fall.
However, if you
Yeah,
look at like
yeah.
the tariff issue, Australia's import exports are booming right now because of the U.S. tariffs on all the other countries. People have opted out of beef in the U.S. and they now buy it from Australia. So Australia's economy is doing quite well because of it. So I can understand why Jem has her perspective. However, we have to understand that it is a house of cards built on top of each other, and what happens in the US does affect other countries, even if there are adversaries. It is all a giant ecosystem and it's all interlocked. The issue is
Because of our petrodollar.
right, but we have to stick to the core argument here is that we can't just bend over and take it. We have to at least do something. Even if we lose, we have to try. That's all I'm saying. Is don't acquiesce, don't give up, okay? Because we have seen time and time again in history that when people rise up against tyrannical governments, against tyrannical institutions, against the fringe minority of rulers, the people always win. We can do this if we come
Or you
together and
vote with
believe
your
in
money.
ourselves.
You vote with
Hey,
your
the
money
only
and you
time
keep
evil
everything
wins is when good does
decentralized.
nothing.
Yes, Gen X, say that again. All it takes.
So
Go
the
ahead.
only time evil wins is when good does nothing.
Yes, all it takes for evil to win is for good men to do nothing. Absolutely. And I refuse to do nothing and add to the narrative of we're cooked, there's nothing we can do about it, might as well go with the flow. I will not
that as well.
I will not put
I will
that
never
leech worm into somebody's ear. I refuse to do it. I choose to tell people that you can fight back. You can have your voice heard. We can do something about this. Do not acquiesce and push. For God's sakes, get off your freaking phone, get off your couch, pick up your, or even do it from your phone. It's so easy now than ever. You can literally do it from your phone or your computer where you can fight back. But like, we should be taking to the streets.
Than I can send money right now.
Yeah,
you know,
there's a lot we can do. And to just say that there's
sound
nothing and that we're going to
corny.
lose, then we will.
that's giving up
We're
before
not
you
gonna
even started.
lose. I mean, it's like our
We're
people are already
pioneers.
building.
We're
Yep.
pioneers of the blockchain. We've all
Yep.
gotten here really, really early, and we're pushing back on the fringes of the wild west of crypto before it's all over. But we need to make rules and regulations to protect ourselves and figure what we still want to carve out.
Right, because like the Clarity
Before
Act,
it's
they're making
gone.
rules and regulations to protect their TradFi system and to protect their institutions. Like, you know, we need to make
100.
sure that we are pushing for something else. We need to let our legislators know, and I think we need to, because like we said, this is a global thing. I think it doesn't matter what country you're in. Unions are international. Stand With Crypto is international. Why can't we make an international alliance of crypto holders or whatever you want to call it, where we say these are the rules that can govern us and these are the rules that cannot?
Retail investors.
Yeah.
Retail investors.
Well, I wouldn't even say, yeah,
We don't need
retail
our own
investors.
country.
We don't have to operate in the same financial system as
Right.
like big money is.
We can literally create
providers aren't
an
providing
institution that has no borders, that is global, where it
That's what I was
affects
talking about.
anyone that's a
Like
member of it.
American nationals or sovereign citizens.
Right. Well, not like that. More or less like a union. So a union is governed, you know, by the union. So the union has its own president, has its own treasury. Yeah, it's its own sovereign entity that governs itself. Okay. And basically the government cannot make rules that infringe upon its constitution.
Build a parallel system. That's what I was talking
That's
about.
what I'm talking about.
We're building.
We need to, but we
Build a
got to
parallel
not just talk about it. We got to do it. We need to find people. I know a lot of union people. I'm going to start talking and making some connections, but we need to build this and we need to do it now because time is running short. I feel like we have months to get something done that could take years to do. So like, it's not something that we can sit on.
Well, come join the project.
What was that, Jim?
I'm going to send you an NDA to bring you in on something that I've been working on for a while. I've got lawyers globally putting their input in it at the moment. And I am looking for representatives in different countries. And it is along the lines of what you guys are talking about. However,
Let's do it.
The one thing that I do want to go back to is vote with your money, right? And at the end of the day, you got to remember, ETH can be shut down, yeah? They can just shut it. So think about where you're investing your money and where you're holding it. And if it's in an asset that can be controlled, you got to remember what, you know, at the end of the day, Bitcoin is the only decentralized. Only. everything else, every other network can
Controlled.
be
The
halted.
problem with Bitcoin is it's
Right?
becoming centralized because of people like Michael Saylor.
Yeah, exactly.
And
Well,
BlackRock
it could be
holding so much
manipulated, definitely. However, what we do need is potentially another decentralized platform, a proper decentralized platform, and for all the little guys to get in before the big guys again. So, I mean, but at the end
No,
of
the
the
big
day,
guys
so
can get in, but they got to play by the rules. You know what I mean? It's not about this hidden network front running, all this spoofing, BS liquidity grabs via over leveraged positions on currencies that doesn't even have anything to do with the market cap or the volume flow. It's just bullshit right now. So, yeah, we need to create
Litecoin's
a
very
platform.
affordable.
Schmack says
actually, you're
Monero
right,
has
Schmuck.
already
It's
built
so
it, gang.
fast.
You are so right, Schmuck. I'm not complete. I haven't had enough coffees, but Monero is one of my favorites.
Yeah.
Definitely.
Yeah, and Monero's one of the ones that they're doing a lot of that. I hate to say you guys, but a lot of the hackers and dark pool money is running on Monero. So that's great. I don't support like the dark web. That's where Monero money comes from.
I don't support it, but I understand that the world we live in, these things are happening. There's no reason that we give away our sovereignty just because of bad apples.
Truth. And that's why we got to create our own platform for sovereignty.
It's better that 1,000 innocent men go free than 1,000 guilty men go free than one innocent man be punished. Same goes with this. It's better that 1,000 people be able to have that freedom than for one bad apple to ruin it for everyone else.
Chillwell and I went through a whole list of privacy coins. There's a big list of them.
Right, but those are privacy, like where it just hides your, what you're doing on the blockchain. And I'm a big fan of, Midnight and Canton, SXT. These are all privacy protocols, and I love the idea of it, but people don't understand what the real use case for that is. It's so that like KFC has their secret recipe so that they can order stuff on the blockchain, but it not actually be tracked what they're actually buying.
I get it.
In other words, these current liquidity providers, the architect, developers, and partners that are of the Canton Network, like B2, C2, Flow Traders, Falcon X, Cumberland, DRW, these are the ones who are currently the front runners in the crypto market, who cause all this spoofing and liquidity grabs on retail. And they're the ones who are the core architect partnership developers for the Canton Network. And what they're doing is they're making all this spoofing shit that they're doing on the current market in the crypto. They're going to be doing that on the private with no eyes, no order books, no heat maps for retail to see how to possibly position themselves more safely.
And
so, yeah,
that's the double-edged sword.
It's all about privacy, and it's not retail privacy that they're trying to create the privacy for.
Institutions.
They're going to see all. Yeah, it's institutional privacy, 100%.
Exactly. It's KFC.
I sat in on I was sitting in on a CBDC talk with a bunch of different central banks at Consensus Austin, and this was their conversation. Like that was the topic for those central bank representatives on the platform was what privacy layers, what will be private, what will be public. Yeah. DTCC is a really good thing to go and research too, because their compressor X technology that they're using, and then overlay the infrastructure that they release. You'll see a few partners of people in there.
They can front run the whole. They're master front runners, and they're just really kind of, I want to say, mastering their art right now, and they're going to be able to deploy the mastery of their art on the Canton
and you know what? I've known about Canton Network because I've been butt deep in the research of the DTCC and the project, and so I was shocked whenever they made Canton a like one that you
A
can go and
pilot, like
buy.
started, yeah,
Yeah.
started piloting on it. Yeah, exactly.
Well, no,
I
and
was
made
too.
it available for us because for years I'm like, oh, what? Because I would go, look, what are they building on? It would be Canton Network. Can I go buy Canton? I can't. And so whenever they released it onto exchanges, I was like, ho ho ho.
I mean, we
And it
just had
doesn't
the
take,
New
and
York
that people are
Stock.
like, it's not XRP. Canton doesn't take care of the liquidity layer. Or in the other,
No, it
it
doesn't.
compresses a bunch of
It's
other layers to make the transactions.
Right.
It's really
yes,
cool.
and
And the
XRPL is
thing
going to be
is
one of the layers
can't
that you.
it could be any network, you know,
Yep.
that
I
you
think
could.
there's 3 networks they're piloting right now, and I don't want to, okay, the XRPL, the Stellar Network, and Hedera piloting.
Yep. They're telling you.
And those are the top
They're
ones.
telling you.
Those are the
Yeah,
ones that are most on my radar.
DTCC direct piloting with those ledgers.
Me
with those
personally, I think
tokens.
Hedera is better than the XRPL. But
Well,
I
it's got a
think
higher TPS.
the thing is, it's an ecosystem. There's going to be a use case for each thing. Each thing is going to have its own niche. There's not going to be some end all be all. Reach into a hat, write them all on a piece of paper, reach into a hat and pull one out, and it's probably going to be used for something, and it's going to do magnificent things in the future.
Here's an interesting part
For
of
the
each
record,
ecosystem I've found is like the XDC network, the Hedera Hashgraph, and the XRPL. They all have the XDC has a built-in EVM sidechain. Hedera network has a built-in EVM side, like EVM right into their layering. The XRPL had to open up the EVM sidechain in June of 2025. So all of these core infrastructure, I want to say payment railway systems that are going to be for global finance. We're talking probably real finance is going to be ran on the EVM. There's some sort of EVM compatibility and interoperability, programmability. The uses of the Solidity smart contract language that is going to be specific, I think, for the financial sector, whereas the Stellar network operates on a Soroban smart contract protocol, and they just had to upgrade it to protocol 25 just recently. There's also, it runs on the Rust language, so there's a different language for different financial sectors I see.
Yes.
Just something to look into. Whereas the XPR network, that whole Metallicus, they run on the Antelope protocol. So their smart contract and RWA tokenization infrastructure is the Antelope. So they're all different financial sectors are getting layering, different security measures, different smart contract layering. And I believe the Metallicus is going to be for the U.S. Credit Bureau or credit.
Yeah, Metallicus has been on my radar recently. That's going to be a big
for credit
player
bureaus
for sure.
Mm-hmm. And they're going to be operating, I believe, all the credit bureaus in America, all of our private credit
And other
banks.
things are going to be healthcare.
Schmack says Proton.
Mm-hmm.
I think what you need to look at with all of these is if any of them are a registered company and where are they registered out of. And a lot of people fail to dig deeper into protocols and projects and see whether or not there is some kind of control that, the governments can stop it, or, like they did with, what was that other one many years ago where they charged the guy that owned it? It was another privacy.
FTX?
No, FTX. What was it called? It was like a Tumblr.
B&B.
No.
CE says B&B.
It was similar to Monero. It was, oh my goodness. You know what? I haven't had a coffee.
Rose?
What was it called?
Chat, help us out.
The guy that built it. It was a tumbler, so you can wash your money. Damn,
I know
I've
they're
been in
doing
this
that with
industry
Pippin
for
right
far
now.
too long.
Tornado. Chat says Tornado.
Tornado Cash, thank you very much. They charged the owner of
Luna.
that, and no, it was Tornado Cash. So you got to be careful
That person
because
right there. Who said that? Follow that guy.
Oh, that's Run Up. Run Up is an OG. Run Up, come up here, bro.
Yeah, I don't run up. I don't run up. Damn you, run up. Good shit.
So again, you got to look out. You know, people might be creating all these things, but then they live in America and they've registered their company out of America, and before you know it, the government's going to come in and take over and shut it down or charge you. So be careful with looking into projects. Dig deeper than just what's in front of your face.
Absolutely.
Whereas if they're registered out as, you know, Seychelles or Dubai or, you know, any of the, you know, tax-free, government-free locations, and that's a different story.
Right. And I think, and like we were saying, like the core issue that we were talking about is are we defeated or can we fight back? And I think with a lot of these projects, it gives us that opportunity to have that sovereignty. But, you know, I mean, look at in the US right now, there's a lot of exchanges, especially for like leverage trading, that you can't access here in the US. So how do we get around that? I think by forming like a unionized version of
Well, that's because of the
crypto.
licensing. So
Right. But what I'm
the,
saying is like the
no,
union
with that,
is its own sovereign nation, basically. It's like Indian land, basically. So you would be able
regardless,
to
you won't be
access
able
it.
to access it from. No, so regardless, but I work with exchanges and getting corporate projects registered globally for licensing.
Right,
So
but
the
you
issue with
use
the
like
exchanges that
an
don't,
IP what do you call it? Where you like a proxy server,
yeah, which means you guys,
but then it's legal
yeah, but
because
you
you're a
guys will
union.
eventually get charged for it.
Yeah, but
Exactly.
you couldn't get charged for it if we had a sovereign entity that we operate underneath. That's what I'm saying is it wouldn't be illegal to do.
It wouldn't be the issue of the project if they're licensed elsewhere and under a different sovereignty. It's up to the individuals. Like for you as an individual, if you get caught using an IP and hiding and using an exchange, you're the one individually that can get
Right.
in
So
trouble,
what I'm
right?
I don't think you're grasping what I'm trying to say is if we like a union unionized internationally and we're like our own sovereign entity, right? We would operate under our own constitution and our own laws that operate outside of the jurisdiction of these countries financially on paper. So therefore, by using that IP proxy server, right, you would not be legally liable to the repercussions of it because you fall under a different set of laws.
Let me just wrap my mind around this real quick. So, like the what is it? The Vatican City is its own sovereign entity. The Bank of
Exactly.
International Settlement in Basel, Switzerland, is its own sovereign entity, even within a sovereign nation. So you're
Exactly.
saying
The
if we
Federal
create our own
Reserve.
sovereign you're saying we're creating our own sovereign platform
Yes.
on a global scale.
Yes.
I
Where
agree.
all
I
of
think
us, no matter
that's
what
doable.
country we live in, we say that we are governed in crypto by these laws and no government can infringe upon that.
Did you know you can
Could
kind of
they?
do that by being a postmaster? And by being a postmaster, you fall under different laws under shipping yourself around the world.
Exactly.
Just
Interesting.
And that's what I'm
I
talking about.
wonder, Oz, if then they can kick you out of the country, though.
I would say not, because technically you are that sovereign entity and you have the right to freely travel. You're still a citizen of the United States or wherever you may be, but financially you're governed under a different jurisdiction.
Admiral law or something like that.
Yeah, exactly. And so, like when you go into court, the first thing they ask you is they say, "Can you hear me?" What their meaning is not hear like can't audibly, but as like in a hearing. Am
Anyone
I allowed
on the
to?
Indian reservation?
But hold on, let me finish what I'm saying. What they're doing is they're establishing jurisdiction with that. They're using a different language to speak to you. And they're establishing that jurisdiction where if you agree and say, yes, I can hear you, then what you're basically saying is I agree to the jurisdiction
you acknowledge
that
court.
exactly, and I
You
acknowledge it.
jurisdiction. Mhm.
Exactly.
I
So the
think
first thing
you've
that
got the
any
issue.
court does is establish jurisdiction. So if there was something to come up legally, you could then go into court and say, I'm under different jurisdiction and I request to have a hearing based upon jurisdiction. You would then establish that we are our own sovereign entity financially, and that those laws we're not governed by, and then the case would be thrown out. Obviously, it'd be a few days in court.
Yeah, and that
Citizens
goes back to
United, though.
it goes to every individual states for you guys too, because every single
Right.
one's got a different law. So that's a bit of a difficult one for the United States because of different.
Well, it depends on who brings you to court. If it's federal, then you
Exactly.
go to the federal court. If it's state, you go to the state court. It's who filed against you. That's all. It just depends on what courthouse are you going to.
If it's the county, you would go to the county court.
Exactly. It's not that difficult.
Citizens United dictates that corporations are sovereign citizens.
Exactly.
Could they not incorporate?
Yes,
And then
that's what I'm talking about. Incorporating.
Okay. Yeah,
That's what
so you
I
could
was thinking
do it
about.
like that.
That's what I'm seeing. You know, make it also like, you know, these corporations run on their own sort of.
Because I grew up around a John Bircher Society people, so I grew up thinking a little different, even though I'm a little older Gen X. I've
Oh my
seen
goodness,
people
that's technically what I'm doing.
sign out and become, not a different kind of American national.
Right, and I get what
Oh.
you're saying.
Never mind.
Yeah.
That's a whole different.
Let's not repeal Citizens United. Let's use it. That's what we.
Yeah.
You know,
I think that's our breakthrough.
Yeah, I think that's
Not
our.
kidding.
I mean, I think that we
I'm
should take
agreeing with you,
back
bro.
our sovereignty
I'm
as
agreeing.
people in the U.S., but at the same time, we can.
It's time to reclaim our agency.
Yeah, exactly. But honestly, I don't think
Yeah.
it even has to go that deep. Maybe somebody doesn't even want to. Well, Mother Dragon says sovereign citizen. That's an oxymoron. It doesn't. It would be a sovereign national. So the only people that are sovereign citizens are police officers.
I would be the living man.
Yeah, exactly. So basically,
The man on the land.
the idea of incorporating or unionizing or whatever the term is that we would be using to do this, it allows people to choose whether they want to be a foreign national or a state national or a nationalist or whatever, or a citizen, but still fall under those laws financially. So it, like you said, like incorporation, I think is the answer. I need to talk to an attorney about this a little bit
They
more.
even have
Lawyers.
they even have different kinds of trust, not
Right.
your normal.
Well, the
Trust.
trust is like the
There's a whole
entity that
level
holds the rights to like property. What we're talking about is a governing body. So what laws and jurisdiction we fall under, because we want to write a constitution, correct? We want to have a way that we can say we declare this, and these are the laws that the government cannot infringe upon, right?
But most law dates back to maritime law.
That's
Well,
kinda
that
where we're going with this.
that's
And
lit- here we go down the
I would-
rabbit hole. So
I
that's
would be really, really careful. I would be really careful that they will end up changing. Okay, they might not be able to get you because you're under a different sovereignty, but we can kick you out of the country, right?
not if it's
I
incorporated.
would just think
Not if
that
it's a
they will
corporation.
find a way.
And you know, in
Yeah,
the
I feel
United
like you're
States,
operating.
we are sovereign, so they can't
I'm
just
just
kick
saying
you
we
out.
have a few options. We could go down this rabbit hole a few different ways if we have to. But we can start at the top, mellow, but
Right, and do some research on it and figure out what paperwork needs to be filed and how to get people the tools and resources to join it. Even if it's just
See,
you
I was-
personally by yourself,
I
you
was
can still
involved
operate
with
under
the
it.
State of Jefferson movement in Northern California and Southern Oregon too.
Exactly.
So I'm sorry if I went down the rabbit
No,
hole
it
a
can
little
be
fast.
done. It can be done.
Yeah.
And it's done all the time. Look at the way like um, the Indian reservations operate. It's the same idea.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's a really good idea because I mean, and you can when you're incorporated, you're still operating underneath the law and jurisdiction, but it offers you separate jurisdictional rights within your incorporated ecosystem. And so the structure and how we build that ecosystem within it, if we
Right. So
build a
that way we can operate
self-sustaining,
outside of the system. If they create a system of control and manipulation, we don't fall under that jurisdiction. So they can't freeze our assets. They can't tell us what we can and can't buy. They can't tell us anything. We do what we want.
perfect.
Because almost
And then
everyone wants to have some kind of generational wealth, their real estate and their holdings in a trust, and everyone wants to have like a family compound so we can feed our families nutritious food.
I mean, that's what we're doing out here. I don't own anything. It's all owned by the business and the trust. Okay. Everything is owned by Ozthecryptogoat Media LLC and the revocable trust. Like I don't own anything. And we have that here. We have all the land, and everybody here like either works on the show or helps out around here, and it's its own little community. It's very small,
that's
but
what
it
we're
is.
building. That's what we're building here too. And I did it for such a time as this to feed the community whenever they, become hard up because of inflation. And there's real power in that. And so we
Exactly.
could, and so even so, like think about if we had a network, because what we're building through Wondering Footprint is even an ecosystem of even transportation between these these different communities. So there's a like and so there's even projects that are transportation projects that have their own tokens and utility built around those tokens that then we can adopt into that to transport our goods from these sovereign communities to sovereign communities based on their own sovereign token. There's a guy, he built something called the blue collar dollar, and he's a truck driver. And so the people who were building this like network of networks and ecosystem parallel system with, we have transportation, project that's going to be incorporated to it. So you can build these really cool ecosystems with a bunch of different people's projects that they're passionate about. And that's what it is, like linking up networks and building your own rails because this is open protocol system. It's really exciting. Like you said, we can do really cool things if we're creative enough, if we're together enough.
Right. And we need to come together as a community here and, stop whining and complaining on the internet and actually taking action. I'm going to take
I
this.
won't do well in a 15-minute city.
Me
I'll tell you
neither.
that much.
Me neither. I'll do well on the countryside with a bunch of goats running around making cheese. I'll do great
Because I've
doing that.
always been a farmer and a construction person.
All right, guys, I'm going to take this moment to reset the room. Don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Follow me on all platforms at Ozthecryptogoat. What's up, TikTok seller? How you doing, buddy? Are you there? I don't even know if he knows he's on the panel. Anyway.
Hey, I gotta drop. Thank you for having me. Gotta put babies to bed. I
Hey,
will see
no
y'all
worries.
later.
TikTok seller said, oh my God, what?
Bye. Thanks for having me. Bye,
Hey,
guys.
absolutely.
Bye, Jen. Bye, Stars. Bye, Bella. Bye, Jen.
I think we're going to take this
Bye.
opportunity to call it a night. I think we had a great discussion, and thank you for everyone that put in your input. We wouldn't be able to build things like we're talking about without this community and us coming together to build. And I think it's amazing that everyone that came on here, I see action, not complaining, and that's what we need is we need action. We need to do something because we are marching in lockstep towards total control and manipulation. So these are some things I'm going to be working on. And anyone that wants to help out or is interested in getting involved with this, join my Discord. We're going to add a new section in the Discord for this project where people can leave ideas, information, things like that. You can reach out and DM me anything that you think that you can contribute or want to help on, or just have questions. How do I use it myself? How do I join? Maybe you don't have the background to build something like it, but you want to be utilizing it. We want to make sure that people have that resource. So I'm going to be doing that with the Discord. The Discord link is in my bio. I'm going to drop the Discord in the chat here as well, so you can use that link to join. Follow everyone on the panel, guys. These are great people, and thank you for this discussion. I think it went really well, and honestly, I wasn't sure about what I was going to talk about today. I knew we were going to talk a little bit about what I was doing this weekend, but this was incredible. And I think that we're paving the way towards freedom right now in this space. And I commend all of you. I salute you guys.
Yeah, as I just joined your Discord server, just having a look at it now.
Awesome. Yeah, I'll work on getting that set up on the Discord. We'll do a special section. I don't know what I'll call it just yet. Maybe it'll be #revolution, crypto revolution.
Yeah, proactive, not reactive.
Yeah, something like that.
Evie, we even had our agency here representing. Fantastic.
Yeah, Evie,
MVP.
thank you so much. Appreciate you. And thank you to everyone that sent gifts today. Let's go through the list of who gave.
Thank you. Hey, thank you.
Oh,
again.
TikTok seller, thank you for the galaxy.
What?
Thank
MVP,
you.
thank you for the gifts. Schmack, Revolution, Crypto Angel, Gen X Crypto, Starks, Cali Crypto. I'm Earl
you,
Henson,
MVP.
Mark Carmichael, Bellstar, Mother of Dragons, Josh TV, Brooke Odyssey, JFM, Starks, Lee, Tyler, Abundantly, Miss Evie, Jfinity, Xena, Mar Lopez. Thank you guys so much for your gifts. Oh, it looks like more are coming in. Thank you guys so much. Everything that you send to this show doesn't go to me. I give it to the staff here. They put in a lot of hard work. We have our IT guy. Jesse is coming back to the show as a fact checker soon, hopefully soon. It all depends on her availability, how that's going to happen. But she did reach out to me and tell me that she wants to come back on the show. So I don't have a date yet of when that will be, but hopefully soon, because I think that it's really good to have someone here to fact check things and look things up for us while we're in a discussion, so that way we're not sidetracked trying to, and we can still have that organic conversation. I think it's very important to what we do here. But the IT guy, man, he puts in work. He's running the Discord and moderating it as well. And also, you know, to our other moderators here in the chat as well, Mother Dragons, TikTok Seller, and so many others that put in a lot of work into this show. We would be nothing without you. And that's why I continue to work so hard for you guys, because of the hard work that you guys put in. And I appreciate everything that you do. And just know that everything that we get here in revenue, my goal is to give it back to you in one way or another, whether it's in, you know, giveaways and merchandise and gifts, or, you know, putting boots on the ground, putting people to work, and making things happen. So thank you. I appreciate you guys. We are the front lines of freedom. I'm going to go ahead and rug everybody, and you guys all have a good night.
Us.
Well, good night, bro.
Have a good night.
Good night.
I appreciate you guys. Oh.
Peace out.
I put Bellstar on the expanded, not the rug.
How did I get there?
I did it on accident. All right, have a good night. Thank you guys for the gifts, and don't forget to follow me on all platforms at Ozthecryptogoat. If you missed an episode, don't worry about it because it's all on YT. You can check it out there. And thank you, everyone. I'm going to leave you all with a little something before we go. Just a little something for you. Let's see here. Something that you'll enjoy. Little enjoyment to end the night, you know? That's how I like to do things here. So let's bring this over here. Where's it at? Oh, now it's gone. There it is. We're going to do this one.
What is real? How do you define real? There is no spoon.
What is real, what is human? This world got me questioning, consuming. Stuck in the matrix, feeling like I'm Truman. So upside down, disconnected from the human. But Morpheus is here now, you ready to go? The red or blue pill, you already know. Down the rabbit hole, we going below. Layers they can't see, I'm going to show you what is real, what is fake, take it slow. Been doing it for years and now I'm a pro. Fiat the fake, it's a sham, it's a scam. 2.3 trillion, a supply like goddamn. They print and they steal as much as they want. But old Uncle Sam, he's just runs a front for the shadiest scheme you've ever seen. Completely worthless, worse than a shit meme. Coin got us all stuck in the system. Crypto the fix, let me give you some wisdom. Bitcoin and Cardano use UTXOs. XRP and Solana for speed, I suppose. Assets that go up, not down overnight, but the system won't die without a big fight. That's why they delay, that's why they keep stalling, but nothing can stop destruction from falling. So let's quietly build and quietly stack. Let's exit the matrix, it's about to crack. Looking for the exit, but I'm feeling stuck in the matrix, just trying to make a buck. Sick of working, I ain't gon' slave away. All I'm offering's the truth, yeah, that's what we say. No more lies, no more fake shit. Man, I really can't take it. I know what is real, so please don't mistake it for new cars and new clothes with next level flows. I try to compose this life that we chose. The matrix is everywhere, it's all around us. Even in this room, it must surround us. You can't see it, you feel it, it's in your soul. Breaking the matrix, they losing control. Politicians and judges, they have the role to keep you in line. Yeah, that's the goal. But when you wake up and then you bake up, you must shake up the matrix and break up. You see the code, not Haskell or no, but the system they built, it's gonna explode. You're faster than this, so upgrade your mode. Don't think no, you are ancient knowledge bestowed. Don't listen to media, turn off the TV. Don't watch that fake news, they'll have you believe lie after lie. That's all that they doing to keep you from chasing that dream you're pursuing. Looking for the exit, but I'm feeling stuck in the matrix, just trying to make a buck. Sick of working, I ain't gon' slave away. All I'm offering is the truth, yeah, that's what we say. Only show you the door, you gotta walk through it. I'm scrolling Big D, now he got me confusing. The shape of the earth, no way that we moving. Long distance test, that's how he can prove it. Starting to be like my big homie Wiz. He thinks that his flat and handles his biz. You sound like the dumbest thing I ever heard. Read a book, check the net, just follow the herd. But Google be playing with your search results. They be gang, I'm sure just a cult. So no matter how many times they insult, we think for ourselves, not a stupid adult. Is it true, IDK? Yeah, I really wouldn't doubt it. Check the views on YouTube, they really ain't about it. On the news, blew a fuse, yeah, that's when the dreaded is controlled. No excuse, I swear they freaking the ladder. Break it through, no kung fu. Yeah, I see the matrix falling. Payphone crew, deja vu. With Agent Smith, I'm brawling. So don't give up, say what's up. If you still stuck in the matrix, the end is near. Have no fear, just keep building and lay bricks.
How's everybody doing today? Smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Welcome to the Ledger Lounge. I am Ozthecryptogoat, and we got some pretty exciting news for XRP today. Who saw the exciting news? Oh my goodness, can you believe it? Exciting, exciting news. Just breaking news like less than an hour ago or so. Breaking news on XRP. Yeah, it's pretty incredible. Pretty incredible. We're going to talk about it today. And we have Jesse here with us. Today, we have a special guest coming on. Hopefully more than one special guest. We shall see. We shall see how many guests we have today. But Francesca did confirm she is coming on the show today. I'm really excited. I've been waiting to speak with Francesca on here for weeks now. So it'll be really cool. It'll be really cool. And we're going to keep it light and casual. We're not talking anything White Rock today. I'm done with that. I'm walking away from it. I'm washing my hands. What needed to be done was done, and that's it for me. I have no reason to continue with any of that. So here we are. We want to talk about XRP, right? We all want to talk about XRP, don't we? This is the Ledger Lounge. It's based off of XRP. XRP is the cornerstone. You know what? I forgot to put up the little ghost. We got our little ghost guy here. He's been with us for a very long time. I wonder when he gets to go away. I can't wait till I can take the ghost down. I'm not gonna lie. The ghost has been on this screen for so freaking long. I'm ready to take him away. I'm ready to put this guy. I'm ready to put this guy right here. That's what I want. That's what we want to see, right? But I'm not quite ready for that yet. Not quite ready. Maybe we should have a different emoji. Maybe it should be this one. Maybe this should be the emoji. Maybe that's what we should have. Don't forget to smash that like button, subscribe to the channel, share the show with your friends. Everybody start liking away. I'm gonna put the Hulk back up here. What's up, Yubi? How you doing, man? Yubi, I have been meaning to reach out to you to have you on the show. I've been so busy. My brother, Yubi, is on point. If you don't follow Yubi, make sure you do. He's got some good stuff for sure. We're gonna put this guy up here. 10,000 likes, and Crypto Hulk goes to sleep. Good to see you, Yubi. I'm always happy to see a fellow creator. Send me a DM, Yubi, if you don't, and be expecting one from me. I've been meaning to reach out to you. I've been so busy. So busy. But I want to have Yubi on the show. Yubi's on point, man. I like the things you got to say. You're very fact-based. I like it, man. What's up, TikTok seller? How you doing? Everybody start liking. We got to get to 10K likes so we can go through the news and we can put the Hulk to sleep. Hulk is ready for bedtime. What do you think? You think the news is bullish, so we should have the green light on, maybe? Or maybe we should have the red light on. Or the white light. What are you guys thinking? I'm thinking this. think in this light. Which news? There's some saucy news about XRP that we're literally gonna discuss it as soon as we hit 10K likes. As soon as we hit those 10K likes, we are going to do the news. We gotta get the viewership up. We gotta hashtag FYP, hashtag must watch, hashtag crypto, hashtag live. All of these things in the chat. Let's get it rolling. I feel like we're not rage baiting enough here. I think we need to bring this back. I gotta try that again. Nope. And I'll tell you what, this'll strike a nerve today. With the news that came out. This'll get them talking. That's what's missing. That's what's missing. Okay, saw a funny argument on Discord. That's all I've gotten to see today. Yeah, we're gonna, I think Josh is coming on today. He's gonna come on and tell me I told you so. He's gonna come on and give me the big I told you so. I made some memes today. And let me tell you, the meme where the guys are like, yo, look at this, and then it shows the SEC case or whatever, and then everybody runs away. I got so many I told you so's from that today, and that's perfect. That's what it's designed to do. It's designed to be thought-provoking. It's designed to get you to think a little bit. Look, here it is. Where is it? Look at this. Is it. This is it. One more time.
Hey, y'all, come look at this.
I died when I made this. I died. I was laughing so hard.
Hey, y'all, come look at this.
Martel Let. We're going to go over that. As soon as we get to 10K likes, I'm going to tell you exactly what's going to happen with XRP. Look at this is me right now. When you want to buy something, but it's almost alt season. I want this so bad. I want this gas pump at the airport to fill up the airplanes. How beautiful would this be? I want these. I want a whole slew of these for the airplanes. And obviously I'm going to have to put longer hoses on them, but yeah, I want to put these at the gas station. Let's get those likes going. 3.2K. Thank you all. Thank you all for the likes. And don't forget to join the Discord. Join the Discord. Link is in my bio. You see we got the new little dancing Discord logo in the chat. I thought I'd add a little flair, a little pizzazz, a little sheen. This one was great too. Check out this one. This one.
I want to watch my show.
I was meme happy today. I was out at a doctor's appointment and I was just sitting in the waiting room for like 2 hours. I waited in the waiting room and I was like, you know what? I'm gonna make some memes. And I finally broken out of my meme writer's block, and finally I'm producing memes again, because there's been this meme that I want to create and I just can't do it because of copyright infringement. I cannot get a copy of the clip I want to use It just isn't possible. I can't, it's so copyrighted that I can't even point my phone at the screen and record it and then turn it into a meme. Ugh. But finally the writer's block is gone. So we got some rage bait here. A little XRP. I wish there wasn't a tombstone emoji. I wonder if there is. I don't understand why there's not a tombstone emoji. That seems like something that should exist. Why don't we have a tombstone emoji? And don't forget to spam the chat. Don't forget the hashtags, guys. Hashtag FYP, hashtag, crypto, hashtag, all the hashtags. Any hashtag you can think of. Hashtag fun works. The hashtags are really, really helpful. But when we get to 10K likes, we get into the FYP rather quickly. I'm just not seeing a tombstone emoji. Maybe I can make one. Maybe we can use this. Turn it upside down like that. How do we erase the bottom? Maybe some grass or something underneath it. Gotta be something we can do. I'm gonna make this happen. We need a tombstone emoji. Let's bring that down like this. And let's do, I mean, we're kind of close here. This needs like a bed of grass. Even like a black line would be perfect. Not just a black line to put underneath it. 10K this year. Oh, I know, right? Hashtag XRP 10K. How about broccoli? Broccoli do it? Maybe this. Lettuce. Whole bunch of lettuce stacked up. This might work. This could be fun. What do you think? Does that look like grass? Kind of looks like grass. Oh yeah, that works. I like it. And then what we'll do is we'll take the text, right? And we'll put a text in here. Weird. All right, let's see here. Let's do black text. And let's do, that's as big as it goes. Maybe we can shrink it. Get rid of this. 11K. Let's go. Let me finish my RIP tombstone, and then we'll be ready to rock and roll. Don't forget to spam the chat whenever we have a guest on, guys, and nothing's going in the chat. Make sure that you're spamming the chat with emojis or something. There we go. There's our tombstone. What do you think? I think we bring it down. I wonder if I can change the font. Nope. All right, I dig it. That works. Jason with the money. Jason, did you buy XRP today? Revolution with the moon cheese. All right, I'm going to get rid of the Hulk. So I've got the crazy lights on because the world is crazy right now. Truth is stranger than fiction. I did not expect this. I did not expect this. At the same time, I did expect it. I just didn't expect it so soon. I hate when these curtains get messed up. It's got to look nice. I'm very OCD about my curtains. I haven't bought XRP since last year. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I bought it once or twice since January, but that's about it. And I've cashed out since. XRP to 200 by 2030. Clock it. I could see $25 by 2030. That's possible. That's possible. Bruce Wayne, Batman. I raise you, Bruce Wayne, and I add you one Marvel. I'm actually more of a fan of DC anyway, buddy. So don't worry. I am Batman, by the way. In case you didn't know this, everyone, I am Batman. I am the Dark Knight. Yes, the Hulkinator. So, I've got the crazy lights on. All right. Oh, yeah, I got Yoda too. Yoda's right here with me. I got a new Yoda. I mean, I still have the old one, but this is my new Yoda for this show. I wanted to have him like hanging or like floating right here. I just haven't gotten to it. I don't have, and I want it to kind of like bob a little bit. Just kind of like float across. I bought 1K at 9 cents and sold at 70 cents. Oh, I bet you're kicking yourself right now. Where do I believe it's going? I believe it's going to probably like 221, 220, and then back down. And I'll give credit where credit's due. This creator said it first, but I agree with them. Golden Arches. And this was J-Dan. Back down, why? Oh, we're going to cover that. We're going to cover that, but we're saving the best for later. Make sure you stick around, especially if you're in XRP. You do not want to miss the coverage on XRP, okay? Make sure you stick around. We do have a special guest today. I'm hoping Josh comes on. All right, I really do. I hope Josh comes on so that way we can talk about it. And if you're watching on Twitch, click the link and sign up for HelloFresh and get 10 free meals on me when you use my promo code. And when you sign up for HelloFresh, not only do you get amazing, delicious meals delivered to your door, and it's going to save you time and money and make you healthy, you're also donating to the show. I receive $90 for every HelloFresh sign up. So make sure that you click that link on the screen. There's a link you can click, and it also comes up periodically in the chat. And when you click that link, you can get those HelloFresh for a amazing discount. And I'll tell you what, with the price of food right now, I have found that HelloFresh is actually very, not only you can set a set budget for your food and you know your meals are covered. It's going to save you time, money, energy. I'm surprised. So I get the HelloFresh here and I've lost weight. Okay. I was 250 pounds and I'm down to 205. It's pretty incredible. And it's good food. I got to tell you, it's good food. So make sure you click the link and you sign up. Delicious meals delivered right to your door. HelloFresh. Make sure you use my promo code or click on my link. At Jason14, good luck, bud. See you at the top. Yeah, XRP is going down. But hear me out, okay? I think it goes up first. Then it comes down. But it will have a run because everyone, let me tell you, with what the news that came out, even when we found out that the case was going to be dragged out for a long time, you know, everyone was still so bullish. And I was like, you know what? This is a good indication that it does not matter. People are going to buy XRP, and that means that people who are reluctant on XRP are still going to buy it too because it's going to move. What will it go to? I just put 10K into it. Oh, Big Baller, aren't you a deluxe subscriber? Why didn't you message me, bro? You might change your mind. I need a get out spot. I would say 220. 220. And then, all right. I'm going to tell you why. But I think you'll make some money. I definitely think you'll make some money. And I guess, you know, you bought the rumor news. It was kind of news. But, yeah. It's going to pump because of this. And then it's going to hit resistance at 220 and come way down. Especially when people find out the truth. Got in at 196. Oh, dude, you're looking beautiful right now then. You made some money. Good for you, man. I haven't seen a good entry. I mean, 190 was a decent entry. Okay? There was money to be made there. But I think it comes down more. I think we see at least 175, 180. At least. If not lower. Like, I think it hits, but it could potentially go to 150. But I'll tell you what, I doubt it goes like super low unless some crazy fear narrative comes out. And that's why they came out with the moon cheese today. FOMO has it hit. Oh, it's hitting right now. We're going to get FOMO up to 220 for sure. But I'll tell you what, who heard the news about XRP today? Who heard the news? Raise your hand, chat, if you've heard the news yet. Raise your hand. I literally took the time to create a tombstone emoji. So that should tell you something. Adam, what's going on, bro? The real or the fake one? 'Cause both. I mean, it's really not fake news. It's just misleading news. That's what I would call it. And that's what they do. They tell the truth with a lie. They tell the truth with a lie. XRP just needs to jump to 125 already and get it over with. Yeah. I'll be happy when XRP hits $1 or 75 cents, and then I'll be like, okay, I'm ready to buy more. I'm ready to start accumulating for the next time. If I even start buying it again, I may just keep moon bags that I've had for many years that have paid off every cycle, or I'll start looking into RWAs, which I'm leaning towards the RWAs. I'm really feeling like Solana, though. I feel like Solana is going to do really well. What number is Solana? Where is Solana at? Yeah, Solana is right under, it's number 6. Solana is going to do really well. Solana, Tron may or may not. I think people know about the shell company thing. Adam says we're not going to 125, bro. Dude, we're going to eventually go lower than that. Once the bull run's over, it will go below $1. Maybe at $1, but I think it hits 75 cents to 50 cents again. A lot of people are going to diamond hand the shit out of this thing. So I'm kind of leaning more towards the 75 cent to $1 once it is done. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It will see, but everyone keeps saying that, and that's the misinformation. People are like, oh, it can never go below that. Yes, it can. Yes, it can. Once the bull run is over, it's toasty to the mosty, baby. Everyone says it'll never drop below $2 again. It will. I just need to sell at 220. Yeah, I mean, I'd keep a little in there just in case of moon cheese, but I think it hits 220 and then it comes back down to 190, 180. When is the start of the bull run? The bull run started in what, like July last year? The bull run's on. We're like in the end of it. We've got a couple months left to bull run and then it's over. Maybe it's like this dragged out mega cycle. I doubt it. Yeah, I'm thinking September is the end, and then possibly we get a surprise next year. And I'll tell you what, if you missed the show yesterday, make sure everyone, if you watch the show regularly, especially, but if you missed yesterday's show, make sure you go on to YouTube and watch yesterday's show, okay? You guys need to see this, and this way you will understand what is happening in this bull run, and you can be prepared, okay? Because there is a potential for faces to be melted on the upside or the downside. Make sure you watch it. I implore you. Okay, it's not clickbaity, okay? It's not anything. You guys need to see this, okay? You guys need to see this. Yesterday's live was probably the most important live that we've had so far. If you're not in the right coins, it may feel like it hasn't started, but it has. Exactly, Jason. Exactly. So let's take a look at all the gifts. So TikTok seller with the 9 roses, Neo with the heart me, Neo with the 5 popular votes, Marco with the heart me as well. Don't forget to send in a heart me and 2 popular votes, or send in the community fests. Those are the best right now for the algorithm. I don't even see it anymore. Now it's a backing monkey. Oh, here it is. This is what we need. We need to get these right here. These right here are the best thing right now when you're getting these. And don't forget to click the little link up here, okay? There's a little link. It's right up here, and it's the community fest symbol, okay? click that link and send me some votes. It's completely free, okay? Send me votes for Community Fest. You can send more than one. I think you can send like 19 or 20 of them, okay? Send me votes for Community Fest. It doesn't cost anything. Thank you for the Community Fest symbols, but those are great. Those help. But you can actually vote for free by clicking. There's like a little banner up here. And you should be able to click that. It'll take you, and you have to do it while I'm going live. So you click that little banner up here, and that will send you, and you just click to vote. And you can vote as many times as you want, like a whole bunch of them. Make sure you do that. Big Baller with the 83 Community Fest. Big Baller with the Level Up Sparks. Revolution with the 10 Community Fest. Mother of Dragons with the popular vote and the Heart Me. Big Baller with a Heart Me. Marco with a Heart Me. Thank you guys so much. You guys are amazing. So let's see here. Bro, when Moon. We went and we are headed back home. We could potentially go to the moon again, okay? There could be another run. But if you are asking when moon, okay, you need to go onto YouTube and watch yesterday's show. It's the most recent show that's uploaded, okay? Go watch it. I'm telling you, you need to watch this. It's the one that says like alt season explained or something. I forget what it is. Let me pull it up here, actually. Why not? Let me pull it up. I'll show you which one it is. Make sure you go and you watch this video, okay? So you go to Ozthecryptogoat, at Ozthecryptogoat, same as TikTok, okay? And go to videos and look at it's XRP case settlement denied, altcoin season ? Okay? You need to watch this show right here. Okay? This one and the one before it, but definitely this one right here, okay? I just uploaded it. Watch it, okay? If you're asking when moon or will there be an altcoin season, it is all answered in this live. I'm not saying no moon. That's why I'm saying, Dan, you need to watch it. It will completely break down everything for you, and you will understand what is going on, and you will understand what you need to do to be prepared for what may happen, so that you can time things perfectly and make sure that you're lined up properly. Do not miss this one. Do watch it. I'm telling you. If you are asking when moon, are we having an altcoin season? And I get that question the most. Okay. This one answers it right here. It's this one. Okay. Look at him. Got the little Hulk guy up there. Okay. Watch it. I'm telling you. And this is on YouTube. Okay. These are, every live is recorded and uploaded onto YouTube. So if you miss something, you can go back and watch it. But it's titled XRP case settlement denied, altcoin season ? Okay. You need to watch this live. This is everything. This is the answers to all your questions. And it breaks it down so detailed. You're never going to ask that question again. You're going to know and understand what is going on. So don't miss out on that, okay? I implore you. I implore you. All right, everybody, tap away. Tap away. Let's get to 20K likes and we'll get into the news. I'm wondering when Francesca is supposed to be here. Let me send her a reminder. She may have So Francesca's supposed to be on the show in about 20 minutes. So let me make sure that she's ready to go and she's going to make it or whatever. I'll tell you what, a lot of creators cancel on me, and that's fine. I'll tell you who's been really consistent, though, is Josh. Anytime there's some good news for XRP, he does not skip a beat, man. I'll tell you what, though, I like the tombstone. The tombstone is legit. This is cool. How do you guys like the new little Discord thing? Right? Did you guys make sure you sign up for my Discord? And also, if you are having questions like when alt season, what should I be doing? How should I be trading? What should I do? All those questions, especially if you're new here, I recommend becoming a deluxe subscriber. Click the link. There's like a star. It's like down at the bottom here, okay? And it's a star with a circle around it. Click that link, become a deluxe subscriber, and I will coach you one-on-one. Nlock17 says, appeals withdrawn from Ripple. Did the SEC withdraw officially too? They will. The SEC will withdraw officially too, and they're going to split it up, okay? We're going to talk about it. I'm saving it for later because this is juicy. I know everybody wants to talk about it, but we got to have Josh on. Yes, the injunction stays. More than the injunction stays, but we're going to talk about it later. Maybe we should talk about it now. Jason, you want to come on the show as a guest and talk about it? Or anybody believe that XRP is going to the moon now? Anybody want to come on as a guest? Until Francesca comes on, if you guys want to talk about XRP, we can. Injunction means everything. What are you talking about? Nlock, come on. I need to hear it. Nlock, I need you to explain to me because I don't understand. Please explain it to me. Click the co-host. Let me see. They can sell it differently. Yeah, to retail. With family at the moment. All right. We're going to talk about it in a little bit, okay? But we can argue, okay? We can argue about this. I want to argue about it. I want you to prove me wrong. Change my mind. Make me bullish. I want to believe. Make me believe in the moon cheese and I will eat it all, okay? Let me tell you something right now. I've got massive sideline bags right now. Massive. Convince me to buy your coin because I am gearing up to buy. All right. Convince me to buy what you're in already because whatever I buy is going to create a massive God candle. All right. My buy orders create FOMO. So tell me what I should be buying. Convince me. Make me believe because I'm with the rest of the trillions of dollars that are sidelined right now. Okay? Make me believe. Bro, I have 100K to throw when you're ready, Oz. I know, right? I want to be bullish, man. I'll tell you what, the only one who has been minutely able to get me a little bit bullish are two people, okay? There are only two people that have got me sort of bullish, okay? And one is Mega Crypto, the other one is Cosmic Crypto, okay? Cosmic has done a better job, though. I'll tell you what, because Mega jumped on the bear train with me, all right? Cosmic is really, really working me hard, trying to get me to buy. XRP doesn't need an explanation. I need it. I need one. Tell me why it doesn't need an explanation. I have a lot of money, okay, that I don't want to lose. Why would I throw it at something that's make me believe? Okay? My explanation is I don't want to go back to work. I like being retired. So you got to convince me. You got to convince me to buy your project. I'm leaning towards Solana. Kodak says Solana, but I can't convince you. Yeah, I pretty much convinced myself that Solana is going to be a decent one because everyone's memed out right now. Everybody's in the trenches. When altcoin season starts, they'll all jump into Solana and FOMO on it. They're all those memers are about the Solana, man. Okay? The memers are going to buy it up. And I mean, I get it. That's cool. Like, that's why I'm like, okay, there's a strong sentiment behind it. So make me believe in your project. I want to buy it. Okay? I want to buy. I feel like we're nearing the end of this bear cycle. I wouldn't even call this a bear cycle. I think we're ending this bearish trend. Okay? So convince me what I should be buying. Ripple just has to register the sell with the SEC now before selling it to institutions. Wrong again. The injunction is still in place. Al Roadkill, how you doing? Glad to see you, buddy. Solana can do everything XRP can and faster. I know, right? That's why I'm thinking Sol. SOL. You know what's another one that's I think is a sleeping giant is Polygon. I think Polygon's gonna get something out of this one. Appeal has been sent in as well. We don't need that appeal though. Who sent in an appeal? The SEC dropped the appeal? Is that what you're saying? First ever crypto media or social media platform. Pump Fun, right? I think Pump Fun is crypto social media. Yes, but for unregistered sales, my guy. Exactly. You think Polygon's dead? I'm wondering. You know, everyone's saying the same thing about NFTs, but I don't think they're dead either. I think they're sleeping giants. I think a lot of NFT projects are dead, but I think that they're going to NFT certain things like deeds to real estate and things like that. And those will be valuable because there'll be a deed to real estate and you'll own the deed to something and it'll be backed by a real world asset. That's why I think that when RWAs actually become functional, they're going to need NFTs. If they register, they can sell. Injunction stops, unregistered sales, different roles altogether. Jesse, can we get a fact check on that? Can Ripple register with the SEC and then the injunction just goes away? Let me know when you're ready to come on. I already know the answer to this, but let's get some actual factual backed information. The question is, or they say, if Ripple registers with the SEC, they can sell and the injunction stops unregistered sales, different route altogether. So they're saying if Ripple registers with the SEC, then they can sell to institutions. Can Ripple sell to institutions if the injunction is in place, even though if they register first. Institutions will buy from exchanges. Here's the thing, okay? I believe in XRP. I'm not afraid to say it. You know what? That's why I think it's still going to run, because everyone, let me tell you, I understand why. You need it to. A lot of people bought at $3 or more, and they're living on a hope and a dream, and it is the hope of, I put $100 or $1,000 into something and it's going to change my life. People need hope right now because the world is hopeless. So I get it. I don't want to crush your dreams and destroy your hopium. I get it. But at the same time, I want you to actually become wealthy. I can actually help you become wealthy without the hopium, because the hopium is going to break your heart. All right, Jesse, go ahead. Talk to me.
Okay, so the question that you're asking is that with the injunction still in place, are they still able to sell to institutions? Is that what you were asking?
Yes. Can they file with or register with the SEC, and then they'll be allowed to sell to institutions? And then the injunction becomes null and void.
As long as the injunction that's in place is permanent, until that is addressed, it prohibits Ripple, from selling XRP to any institutional, any deals, because it would be a violation of security laws. And so until that injunction is sorted out, they can't do anything. And if they try to sell, it is now a criminal matter.
So if they register the sale, does that bypass the injunction?
Give me 1 minute.
Yep. I think longer than 6 months, bro.
No, they cannot simply bypass it. And not only that, the judge told them very blatantly, until it is settled, the injunction stays and it will not be bypassed.
There's your answer. You can speculate all you want, but the proof is right there. It's been fact checked. So that is wrong. Enlock, I hate to break your hopes and dreams, but no. Man, we have fly. I don't know how the flies got in here. I don't know. I got the little bug zapper off of the TikTok shop right here, and it works, but the screens are so bright that they're not attracted to it. Now, when the lights go off, yeah, it's going off like crazy. I thought there was a fire yesterday, and it was literally a fly burning to death. It was a fly was on fire in this thing. That I literally grabbed the fire extinguisher. It's right here now. I was like, you know what? I'm keeping a fire extinguisher next to me because I'm literally sitting in a fire death trap right now. Okay, this room is wall to wall padded with flammable foam. Okay, and then insulated with more foam. If it does catch on fire, it will burn hot. It will burn hot. It will disintegrate bones. There won't be nothing left but a bead of glass. Flies can see the white, so they get a white fly swatter or hat, and they go get real quick. Yeah, I'm thinking Maybe I should. Do you think the blue would work better? The blue light? Maybe I put the blue light at work. It's not as bright though. So I'm thinking that the white light is going to attract them better. Well, look I can see the one that got in here that just freaking got toasted. I can see where it just like caught on fire. He's toast. Toasty to the mosty. I think the bright. I think the bright. And you know, it's actually battery operated. I have it plugged in right now so it can just run 24/7. It works like a lantern too, like when you go camping, so it'll get like the skeeters and stuff. I don't make any money off this thing, but it's actually good. I like it. And it has like a auto thing on it, so it'll auto shut off when the sun comes up, but I just leave it running 24/7 just to make sure that there's no flies in here. Because this is a small room. The studio is small. The mission control area is bigger. It's still a mess right now. It's still under construction. This is the only part of the studio that's actually completely finished. I just haven't had time to finish everything. Ken, thank you for the Heart Me and the 5 popular votes. Fredrum, thank you for the level up. Fredrum, thank you for the Heart Me. TikTok Seller, thank you for the 10 roses. Enlock, thank you for the Heart Me. TikTok Seller, thank you for the 14 roses. Big Baller with 83 Community Fest, and Big Baller with a Sparks level up. Revolution, thank you for the 10 Community Fests. Cosmic Crypto backup. Yeah, that's not Cosmic Crypto, and do not contact them for investment assistance. They will wipe your wallet. It's already happening. What's already happening? What are you talking about? It's already happening. Talk to me, Goose. Talk to me. What's already happening? Are you still feeling pause about SXT? Heck yeah. But it could not take off until next year. Somebody's trying to come on. I'm gonna accept it. Hello, good sir. Welcome to the Ledger Lounge. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm there. How you doing?
Good, good. What can I do for you today, sir?
What do you think about SRP price?
XRP price? What do you mean, what do I think?
Yeah.
I think it's too high. I think I want to buy it cheaper.
Really?
Yeah, what do you think?
Since you say you're gonna buy it cheaper, that means I have to buy more.
I mean, it's gonna go up some. I think it goes up to about 220. Yeah, 220 and then back down. We'll get a nice golden arch pattern right here. Boom, and then back down to 190 and maybe lower.
So are you advising me to buy more?
I'm not advising you to do anything. This is my opinion. And I think I can only tell you what I see, okay? And the charts are telling me, okay, the charts are telling me that we're going to 220 and then back down to $2 to 190. And if we break 190, it's going down to 180, and then if it continues down from there, it's going to 175, and from there it would go down to 160 and then possibly 150.
Okay, that's great. That's great.
And I'll tell you what, it's still in a downward trend. Now, this is a descending channel. Maybe you want to call it a wedge, okay? Which means it should at some point break upward. But I think it comes down here to about 180 first, and that would be July 6th, 7th, July 4th, maybe. thinking July 6th. It hits here, and then it breaks upward, and then it would go up to about 260. I'm thinking more like 250, but 260 at the most. So, did you have something you want to add to the show, or anything more than just TA? Because you can ask that in the chat, by the way. What are your thoughts on XRP?
SRP is a really good coin. I have about $1 million SRP. That's why I really need to know if I have to buy more or should I get more on Solana.
Well, what I would recommend is I can't do that on live. Okay, I can't tell you that. But as a deluxe subscriber, you can message me directly, and we can come up with a strategy based on your specific needs. Because everybody got in at a different point. Okay, everybody has a different amount they're holding. So if you want to deluxe subscribe, there's a little star down on the bottom here somewhere, and click that, become a deluxe subscriber. All right, and I can coach you one-on-one. You message me directly after the show, and we'll go over all your information. I don't want to put it out here on the live, and I can't advise you, but what I can do is I can tell you what I think, and I can coach you in the right direction, if you get what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Right? So that's what I can offer you, is we can come up with a strategy that fits best with your specific situation, because everyone got in at a different price. Everyone's holding a certain amount. Everyone is in a different boat, you know? So what we will do is create a strategy for you. And this doesn't necessarily have to be on XRP. Whatever it is that you're interested in, I can do on-demand technical analysis for you. Whatever it is that your projects that you're looking for, you can message me. There's a lot of people, actually. All right, and I can even help you with FOMO training, things like that. There's only 2 things you need to become a successful trader, okay? And the first thing that you need is you need a good strategy. All right, you need a strategy that works and that is going to make you consistently profitable. The second thing you need is control over your emotions. So when you have the goat in your court, okay, and the goat helping you, the goat can help keep you on track and help you control your emotions, help keep you reeled in. Kodak knows what I'm talking about.
Wow, that's cool.
I would recommend it. I'll tell you what, there's no other creator that's going to give you one-on-one coaching for what I'm offering it for. It's only $9.99 a month. And it's going to pay for itself. Everyone that has it, that utilizes it and actually applies it, it's paid for itself, and they're going on vacations, they're remodeling their kitchens, they're doing all kinds of different crazy, amazing things. So that's what I would recommend for you.
Okay.
Sound good, buddy?
Yeah, you're good.
All right, man. Thanks for coming on the show.
Thank you so much.
No problem. I'll be
when we are done.
What's that?
Huh?
Oh, I was gonna say
when you're done on the live stream, then we can chat.
Well, you got to deluxe subscribe. I only chat with deluxe subscribers. So there's a link in the chat, or just below the chat or next to it. It's the star with the little circle around it. You click that, click deluxe subscribe, and then you're on. And then I see you here, and I make a note, and you send me a message, and then we work on it together. So hopefully you take advantage of that. You know, you get out of it what you put into it, okay? If you don't put anything into it, and it's not going to do anything for you. But if you reach out to me and you message me and you answer the questions that I ask you, we can come up with that strategy for you. Oh, he's back. All right, I'll bring you up one more time. One more time. Last question. What can I do for you? Do you have a question?
No.
Okay. Well, thank you for coming on the show. We're going to carry on now. But I recommend deluxe subscription, man. That's the best thing for you. Have a good one, man.
Okay, man.
All right. Where were we? Check rule 506B and C for Jesse, can you check that? Nlock17 just put it in the chat. It says check rule 506B and C for accredited investors institutions for selling XRP and registered with the SEC. Can you find out what that is and then fact check it and make sure that that's correct? Was that last guy perpetually washing a pan? I don't know, man. I don't know what he was doing. I think his laundry was going. Maybe he was I don't know. Who knows? But I'll tell you what. If you got $1 million in XRP and you can't afford a $10 subscription, I don't know how to help you, man. I can't help you. And same thing, someone reached out to me today and was like, hey, man, I need help. I need coaching. And I was like, okay, well, it's for deluxe subscribers. Become a deluxe subscriber. And he's like, I don't have any money. And I was like, what do you mean you don't have any money? He's like, I have no money to my name. And I was like, okay, well, you need money to invest. And I was like, do you have it like in other coins or something right now? He's like, no, I don't have any coins. I don't have anything. I don't know anything about crypto. I need you to teach me so that I can become rich. And I was like, okay, well, you have to have money to invest. Okay. So I was like, if you don't have $10 to pay me for a subscription, you don't have enough money to get rich, man. And I, I'm sorry, I want to help you, but you have to have capital. I said, I will give you this one for free. Go out and try to earn some money and put it aside and save it so that you can have something to invest. That's the best I can do for you, man. And he seemed a little disappointed, but I mean, I can only do so much, okay? I can't manifest capital for you to invest. I'm sorry. What's up, Danny? Danny Gibson, glad to see you. I guess Francesca's not coming on the show today. I don't know. It's only 10 minutes after. Maybe she's mad at me for the whole dead daddy thing. I'll tell you what, she messaged me and was like, hey, can you give me a list of questions and everything you're going to ask me? And I was like, well, I was really just going to wing it with you. And I wanted to talk about your experience in crypto and that. I was like, I don't want to talk about White Rock or anything like that. I was like, I just want to talk. And maybe that, I don't know. Armando A extended his subscription for 3 months. Thank you, Armando. Appreciate you. Make sure that if you do subscribe, that you are reaching out to me and asking me questions and giving me, I don't need your information like your keys or anything, but I need to know what you're holding, how much you got in, stuff like that. I need information, okay, so that we can set up a strategy for you. I can't just put a blanket thing on everybody. Everyone is different. So that's how it works. You get out of it what you put into it. Neo, thank you for the marvelous confettis ×2 and bumping up to level 17. Make sure you guys click the little banner up here. It's the what is it? The Heart Me Festival or something like that. There's a little banner up here. Okay, it's got like a heart TikTok thing going on. You click that and you can send me votes. Vote for me, guys. If you love this show and you love me and you love XRP or you love the Ghost or you love the Tombstone something, if you love HelloFresh, okay, click that, send me votes. You can send more than one. I think you can send like 20, 30, who knows? Like you can, and it's free. It's free to send those votes. And so send those for me. Help me out. That does help with the algorithm as well. Where do you see XRP headed in the next couple weeks? I think in the next couple days, we go to 220 and then back down to about $2 minimum, and then we'll see from there. Maybe 190 to maybe 160 at the lowest, somewhere in there. And we'll have to kind of just see as it goes. But what I'll be doing is looking for the right entry point. I think my limit order is set at 163 right now. Crypto trading investment, how you doing? Good to see you. Well, shoot. I thought Francesca was coming on the show today. So I didn't prepare a lot of news or anything. Let me see if I can get Josh on here. Let me pull up Discord. Could you chart Ethereum, please? Wanted some confirmation. I'll tell you this right now. Ethereum's a diamond top. Ethereum is a diamond top. I can't remember how to send a phone call again. I don't know if he's on. Here we go. There we go. Let's see if he answers. There's Francesca. Oh, you thought it was one more hour? Okay. I almost replaced you. Let me send you a request. All right, request sent. I was about to be sad. I was like, Francesca's not coming. I was like, I thought for sure she was coming. I was all upset right now. I almost cried. Hi, Francesca.
I'm so sorry.
It's okay. Chat, can you guys hear Francesca, or do I need to turn up the volume? Go ahead and speak. Let me see if that fixed it. Can you hear me? Aha, much better. How's it going? You made it. Oh, I'm sorry. If you don't want to do the show, you don't have to.
No, I'm fine. I can do the show.
Okay. Everyone says they can't hear. Do you have a mic on?
Go grab my other earbuds. 1 sec.
Okay. I can turn you up a little bit. What's first, $3 or $1? I think $1.50. I think 150 is first. And then possibly 250. We shall see. So Francesca is part of the wolf pack. I'm interested to know about that. I believe it's a technical analysis class. I think Bullish Babe does it. I don't really know much about it. So that's one of the things I'm going to ask her about for sure. How is July looking for us? I think down and then up. MVP Network, thank you for the heart me and the hand hearts. Eve, how are you doing? Glad to have you. Francesca is getting her earbud. Dala says, he says, where do you see XRP going for us? I said, down and then up. And then after that, probably back down, and then up again, and then back down, and then up, and then down. A cup of coffee, maybe a dab. What? Send me a private message for more information. Who is Hugo? I don't know what a dab is either. MVP, thank you so much for the DJ glasses ×2. Eve is our agent. And if you're a creator, she's actually Francesca's agent as well. So if you need an agent, if you're a creator or you want to become a creator, reach out to Eve. By the way, Eve, I think we're going to be adding another creator to this show. And they're going to be building a platform from the ground up. He's been on the live through Discord with me. And we want to get him set up because he's going to probably be a regular on the show and part of this show. And we're going to use this show to build his platform, more than likely. So I'll reach out to you about that. We'll talk about that. Yes, definitely. Cool kid, man. He's got some pipe dreams, but you know, just because somebody has a different opinion doesn't mean that we have to hate each other. You know what I mean? We need to normalize not hating each other because we have a difference of opinions, okay? We can all just get along, okay? Everyone is entitled to their opinion. Revolution, thank you for the 5 gifts to Francesca, and MVP sent gifts to Francesca as well. Learn from one another. Exactly. That's the idea, is to learn from each other, you know, because like I can be wrong, okay? I'm a human being too, okay? I do not know everything. I'm not going to begin to tell you that I know everything, all right? I know that I'm right a lot, and I research a lot of this stuff, and I don't just read headlines. I dig into it, and I deep dive into it, so I kind of know what I'm talking about, but I'm open to being wrong. Prove me wrong. I want to be proven wrong. Because I'm looking for information. I'm not looking to blow my head up and feel like I know everything, I'm better than you. I don't care what y'all think of me. What I care about is the information, because the more information that I get that's accurate, the better my trading is. And I make money because of it. What's up, Francesca?
Can you hear me now?
Holy cow. Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, good.
All right. So who are you? What do you do? Tell us about yourself.
What do you want to know?
How did you get into crypto?
I got into crypto from a coworker who was a janitor in corporate back in 2020.
2020. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Was that like in the bull run, after the bull run, before?
No, it wasn't in a bull run. I've never been in a bull run.
Well, I mean, we had the bull run in 2020.
Yeah, but I wasn't in the. I mean, I might have bought and was in the bull run, but I wasn't paying attention.
So you just
You know
bought
what
and
I'm
held.
saying? So I bought, and then it was hard to find stuff, and then you had to do like Reddit, and you had to do all this other stuff, and I just didn't have time during Ovid, to do all that stuff. So it kind of fell to the wayside. In January 2021, I did pick up some XRP on my mother's recommendation.
Okay.
But other than that, I really haven't been in it, paying attention until November, December when Trump got into office. And then this year, I've been diversifying.
Okay. What projects are you liking right now?
I really like this Aptos. I read about it today. I think I'm going to get some of it.
Jesse, can we get a fact check on that? Aptos, how do you spell it? What's the ticker on it?
APT.
APT. Now let's find out what kind of partnerships it has. Use case. Find out its market cap, coin supply. What turned you on about it? What stood out about it to you? Why is there a ghost? The ghost is there because XRP is scary right now. XRP is scary. It's uncertainty. Fredrum says, oh my God, most certainly. Rule 506 fact check. All right, we'll get to it. Maybe Jesse didn't hear me the first time. We'll talk about that when we get into the XRP stuff at the end of the show, Enlock. I got you. Don't worry. Jesse may have stepped out. I don't know what happened to Francesca. I know the internet has been acting up, so she may be having issues. There you are.
I'm sorry, Oz. I was trying to look for my notes.
Oh, okay. No worries. Take your time. Take your time. Yeah, and like we'll talk about it. We're gonna do a whole segment, and if you want, you can come up later, if you like. Let's everybody in the chat, a round of applause for Francesca. She's got notes she's prepared. I appreciate that. She actually messaged me before the live and was like, hey, like, what questions are we going to ask? And I was like, I'm pretty much going to wing it. Like, we're not going to talk
Like,
about
what
BlackRock or
topics are we
anything.
going to go over?
Yeah.
So I can somewhat kind of prep myself.
Right. Yeah, like, I don't want to talk about White Rock anymore, to be honest with you. I want to talk about your experience in crypto and what got you into it, what you're fascinated with right now, because that's kind of where we're at. We're looking for new projects, things that catch our eye, and you know why you're into it, and you know, I want you to sell me a coin. Tell me why I should be investing into it, because I'm getting ready to buy. Okay. And I want, other people to, give me their opinions on different projects, because I don't even have time to research these anymore. I'm doing the news and the show and everything. And I'm like, I need to make my research for coins part of the show. So that's a big part of it. But I also want to know about, I think it's called Queens of Crypto is something you got going on. I want to know more about that. And I want to get more of those creators on here.
Like, Queens of Crypto is a project that I started working on in May. And life has just been crazy this past month. I've had a lot of real life stuff going on top of trying to still support everyone here on TikTok. Are you still there, Oz?
Yeah, sorry. Jesse was talking to me. Somebody wanted to fact check earlier, and I actually missed Jesse in the chat because I was like talking to you and I was distracted. So, but I told her we'll cover it later after we're done talking. Sorry, didn't mean to get distracted. I'm a
No,
little.
it's all good. So did you look into APT?
So that's why she came in here. She's like, I'm already like working on something else. Like, now you want me to look at something else. She's a little frustrated with me. So let me pull it up here. APT. Crypto. What can you tell me about it?
I can tell you it's a layer 1 and
Okay.
that it's supposed to be lightning fast.
Interesting. APT Crypto News Today from Cointelegraph. Discover the latest news of Aptos, the next generation blockchain platform designed to deliver high performance and reliability for decentralized applications. It aims to offer improved security and scalability compared to earlier blockchain networks. Ooh, nice. The project has gained attention for its innovative consensus mechanism move, which facilitates fast transactions processing at and lower latency. Oh, that's good. Aptos native currency is APT, which is used for various purposes within the Aptos ecosystem, including transaction fees, staking, and governance. Okay, so it's a whole new blockchain. Next generation.
And if I can remember correctly, there is a Coin Act in the Senate that Collins put forward.
Really?
I read the article I read referenced it in with Aptos.
Let me look it up.
I believe it's called the Coin Act.
Let's see. The term Coin Act in relation to Aptos likely refers to Coin Client Class Aptos SDK. No. Let me see. Aptos. I don't see it. Maybe this is it. Let me see. Let's look up the Coin Act. Is it like a bill?
Yeah, and I'm sorry, it was Cynthia Loomis.
Cynthia Loomis. Oh, okay. I think she's okay. Coin Act introduced by Senator Adam Schiff aims to restrict government officials from profiting from digital assets and currencies. No, that can't be it. That's a cool one though. We shall see what happens with that. I'm not seeing Coin Act bill. Let's just try that. Maybe this is it.
The Coin Act bill has to do with the president and not being
Able to trade, right? Like they're trying to do that with Congress for stocks as well.
with crypto.
Right. And I actually kind of agree with that because that's insider trading. It's a tale as old as time. These politicians, they get into power and then they create laws that are in their best interest to make their coins pump.
And they never leave.
Yes. And that's a problem. We need people who are neutral making the laws. So I get that. At the same time, can it pass? Can something like that actually happen? Let's just say this, Francesca. Let's say that this is the financial future, right?
Right.
That mass adoption globally or everything becomes digital money. How would how would you be able to legislate someone out of banking? You know what I mean? You're basically saying because you hold a position of power, you can no longer use finances. I don't know if that's a slippery slope. You know what I mean? What do you think?
Yeah, I can see both sides of that, to where people wouldn't want someone in power, you know, benefiting or um, making changes to benefit them. But I
Right.
can also see the flip side where, you know, how do you block somebody from banking?
I'll tell you what the answer is, or at least in my opinion. I think that until regulation and structure is created, they should be barred from holding it and trading it. And then once it becomes adopted, then they should be allowed to use it, like financially. I think that would be a way to solve it. But I think maybe there should be like a provision, because obviously this is something that's going to change and evolve. So it needs to be something like, if you are in the legislative branch and you create legislation for things like this, when there is a bill to come into play, or a change to be made, you can't be holding anything. You have to, something like that. Obviously, that's a slippery slope too, forcing
Or,
people.
you know, or is it that your assets are frozen until the bill is passed?
Yeah, I like that. That's, you just hit the nail on the head, Francesca. That's the
You know.
answer. Because I think, you know, it's a slippery slope, you know, to definance someone just because they're in a position of power. At the same time, a person in a position of power, especially in something like this, somebody coming in and making those rules has everything to gain. And there's going to be, you know, corporations lobbying and throwing money at them and stuff. So, like, any way to mitigate that issue is definitely something that needs to be done. But I think you're right. I think there needs to be some sort of middle ground on this one. But I think in the
Yeah, there needs to
meantime,
be some. Oh, sorry.
no, go ahead, go ahead.
Yeah, you know, there needs to be some kind of middle ground. I mean, if you look at some of these politicians and their portfolios, take the CHIPS Act, you had several politicians that bought certain stocks. It passed, and they made a whole bunch of money. Instead of they had to sell it or it was frozen. No, they
Miss
couldn't
Eve
buy.
says Nancy. What was her name?
Yeah,
Nancy Pelosi. Yeah. Yeah. There were,
Yeah, she's one of the prime suspects.
right. Do you remember when people were copying her trading portfolio?
Yes.
It was like a big thing on X. I remember that. I don't even think it was X back then. It was like Twitter,
Well,
right?
she's her husband's like a rock star
Right.
in the stock market. He got, what was it, Visa or MasterCard? He sold it, and like the next day they were indicted for something.
Yeah, and they knew it. They knew what they were doing.
You know, it's like they don't even make it so it's not obvious.
I know, right? Because they're blatant. They've been doing it and getting away with it for so many years that they're just outlandish now. They don't care. It's about making the money. And if they get in trouble, they're like, oh, we'll get a slap on the wrist and we'll just go do it again.
Pretty much.
You know,
and
oh, go ahead.
nobody's really held accountable in Congress.
That's a big problem. Accountability.
You know, and that's both sides of the aisle. Nobody, I mean, they're censured, but some of the stuff that they've done, if you or I would have done that, we would have been in big trouble.
Oh, yeah. Prison. And, you know, it's crazy because they actually recently did something. I don't remember who it was, but there were two different people that were basically subpoenaed to testify in front of Congress. Both of them didn't show up, and there were two different scenarios. But one guy got like 20 years, I think, or basically got prison time for it, and the other guy got nothing for it. And I'm like, what the heck? and it was politically motivated why they went after one instead of the other. And I think that's not right. I think everyone needs to be held accountable equally under the law, you know?
Yeah, it should apply to both sides. And, anything you or I could get in trouble for, any congressman should be able to get in trouble for.
Uh, maybe I can't say this
You know,
on TikTok, but I feel like we need to bring back the firing squad.
ooh, yeah. That's been talked about. It was really talked about a lot in like 2020 and 2021.
Was that like the QAnon stuff, right?
Yeah, I like me a good rabbit hole.
Yeah, me too.
So
they were basically they were saying they were building a courthouse at Guantanamo Bay to hold military tribunals, and then
yes,
even deeper down the rabbit hole, they were basically saying that like Nancy Pelosi and like Obama and all of them,
already gone.
yeah, that they were already gone and they're using robots instead.
Right. Or like body doubles with
Yeah.
masks. I mean, that's why I say, like, I'll go down a rabbit hole. I'm just not hanging out down there.
Yeah, that's me too. I'll jump
Go
in, I'll jump out.
get the information, and get out.
I'll tell you this though.
Because
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
because the deeper you go, the more out there it gets.
You know, my cousin used to tell me this. He used to say, "Don't go too far down the rabbit hole." You know, he said, "You can take a peek, but don't go too far. You know, you'll get lost down there." But I'll tell you,
I have friends that told me they like owned homes down there.
oh my God, yeah, I have a vacation timeshare down the rabbit hole. I like to
Right.
go visit once in a while, but I don't live there.
Well, and like in crypto, like there's some rabbit holes in crypto.
I mean,
Like,
XRP, for instance. XRP is a massive
right.
rabbit hole. Tell me a
I'll
rabbit
tell
hole.
you what though.
I want to hear.
When is XRP actually gonna like let's go?
I mean, it did. It saw all-time highs.
Yeah, but like higher.
I know we all want that, right? I do. I got moon bags.
I mean, I'm not looking for, past the moon and Mars. I'm looking for like $3 and $5 and $10.
Yeah, and I think there's a possibility, but I don't know if you saw the live yesterday. But if you missed the live yesterday,
I did see bits and pieces of it.
Francesca, I implore you, go back and watch it on YouTube. Watch the whole thing, and not just like it needs to be shared. Like people need this information, and I'm glad that I finally covered it because I've been saying it for a long time, but I finally had someone on where we were talking about it, and everything just started coming out, and I was able to break it down and explain exactly what is happening, what is different in this cycle compared to every other cycle we've seen. So definitely go check that out for sure. And then
And the
come back on and we'll
disadvantage
talk
that
about
I
it.
have is I didn't get to experience all the bull run or because I was barely around.
Right.
I mean, I didn't really get like into crypto until January.
A lot of people did.
That's when I started diversifying into like the different coins, like for example, XTC, XLM, Doge, Shiba. You know what I mean? Like before that, it was just I had the little BTC, I had some XRP, and that was it.
Yeah. And I mean, if you have a small amount of money invested, it's better to stick to just a couple, 2-3 projects, because the gas fees, man, the gas fees kill you.
Oh God, Ethereum's gas fees used to be,
And
I think only recently they came down just a little bit, no?
well, I mean, it fluctuates. So it never stays down, but it's always been like the highest, but it's the most secure blockchain network. So I understand, you're paying for security.
Well, I was looking into possibly building a project and this and that. And I pulled up Solana, I pulled up Polygon, I pulled up Ethereum, Polkadot. Ethereum was the most expensive out of everybody.
Yeah. And
and mostly that was because of the gas fees.
that's why I'm afraid that it might be dead. I think it'll serve its purpose for security reasons. But speed and efficiency, there's just not enough electricity in the world to power Ethereum on a global scale.
Well, I mean, then you look at Bitcoin, it's kind of archaic when you compare to the newer coins.
I agree. But people are saying, well, that's why it's so good, because people will buy it and hold it for a long time, and it doesn't matter about it being fast. I think people want their money to be liquid. They want to be able to access it instantly.
Right? I don't remember, how long does a transaction with Bitcoin take?
That's a good question. Jesse, can you look up how long it takes for a transaction on Bitcoin to transact? Because I know XRP is like 4 seconds, and I think Solana is faster than that.
Usually really quick.
Solana's faster.
Pretty quick. Ethereum, I think it takes like 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And Dogecoin takes like 10, 12 minutes.
That's a long time. Think about it.
It is a long time.
Have you seen this? Let me pull it up. It's on my TikTok.
Breaking. Ripple just dropped their appeal.
It's cosmic.
Oops, not that one.
Let me see here. It's in one of my reposts, but it's from a while back, and it's a commercial for Algorand. But
so
it makes like perfect sense. Let me see if I can find it here, and we'll watch it. And you've probably seen it. Maybe you can tell me what you think.
Maybe.
Oh, here it is.
Hey, morning. Hey. Hello.
Hey.
You guys take Bitcoin, right? Sure do.
I'm gonna be paying with Ethereum if that's okay.
Okay, yep, no problems.
Good thing I'm paying with Solana.
You go ahead and tap.
And there we go.
Oh, it failed. Try it again. Oh, there's more. It looks like it's gonna be another 27 minutes before this transaction clears.
What?
27 minutes for Bitcoin.
$12. I have like 3 things.
Ethereum, they got that peak hour gas thing.
There you go.
Maybe one more time. What are you gonna do? Just wait right here, without the bag, without the bag.
I think it's gonna work.
Nope. Should have shot with Algorand.
How do we get in that line?
So Jesse says it takes 10 minutes to an hour to transact Bitcoin.
10 minutes to an hour. Jesus. Can you imagine if you were at the gas station, you're out of gas, and you're trying to pay with Bitcoin?
Imagine if you're at a electric car station and you got to wait an extra hour just for your card to go through.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
so how does that work? Do you go there and you just like scan your phone, or?
Well, actually, if you have Tesla, your phone is connected to, or not your phone, your card is connected to your Tesla account. And so it automatically charges your card when you go. So you don't have to do anything. You just pull up and you plug it in and you hang out.
Skip the gas station, plug in your car.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll tell you what, any place that has like I'd say like a shopping mall or like a outlet mall kind of thing and a charging station is going to do well. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because people are going to be like, shopping and doing stuff. And so think of the extra costs you're going to spend by wasting 2 to 4 hours of your time to charge your car.
Now, did you hear about this? I don't know if I read about it or I was flipping through and heard somebody talk about XRP interoperability and something about a wormhole.
Hold on a second. Well, let me adjust the track real quick. Caveman Fantasy says, Oz, does the XRP bridge make Bitcoin quicker? That's a question for Jesse. Jesse, can you answer that question? Can Bitcoin transact on the XRP ledger, and does it make Bitcoin transact faster? That's a good question, Caveman. That is a
Yeah,
great
well,
question.
because of that question made me think about what I heard about earlier with XRP interoperability and joining Wormhole, maybe? Can you help
Yeah,
me out, Caveman?
yeah, because I've actually heard like so SXT is one that I'm really into, and the reason I found it is because that I heard that SXT was going to be operating on the XRP ledger, and I was like, oh, okay, this is why I was into it. Then I looked into it, I was like, oh, it's on Ethereum network, but I'm like, okay, it's designed to be for security, so that would make sense that it's on Ethereum, but it seems like it's designed to also operate on the XRPL. I'm not sure about that. There's not a lot of information on it.
So it has that interoperability where it could go between.
Right. And so Revolution says, yes, it moves faster on the XRP ledger. So it sounds like there's a possibility that we are going to be using the ledger to transact these other slower coins and blockchain. So basically it's we're using a different blockchain altogether to transact the same coins. And I know that that happens because like,
so
go ahead.
Sorry, go ahead.
I was just going to say, like,
So
in my wallet, right? I have I have like a ton of wallets, right? So one of the wallets that I have, it's got, you know, Ethereum on the Optimism network. It's got Cardano on Optimism, and then it's got it on Ethereum network. And so I'm holding a lot of the same project because I bought these things years ago, and I just, whatever's in that wallet is just whatever, it's there. And you know, it just sits there, and I'm realizing, I'm like, okay, I have all these different coins and different things, and they're all on different networks. So it's like I have Ethereum like 4 different times on different networks, and then I have like other projects as well on different networks. So I'm like, and I bought them before because like it was like, oh, if you sign up and you buy this here with that or whatever, you get a discount and whatever. And I was doing all these things, and so like I do know that there's definitely interoperability. So Caveman, you just made me more bullish. Caveman for the win here. All I've ever been asking is for somebody to change my mind. Somebody make me believe. I want to believe. I love XRP. I love the idea of it, but I have to know that I need more clarity. I need more persuasion. You know, point me in the right direction, because I'm hearing so much FUD, and I'm hearing so much outlandish claims that I don't know what to believe anymore.
Hopium.
Yeah. I just want facts, man. That's why we created this show.
Yeah, you know what? Forrest does like a really good job of breaking stuff down.
Oh, I love Forrest.
Forrest Unfiltered.
Yes.
So, you know, I watch like Caveman's, I watch everybody's, but usually I see Forrest is first.
Yeah.
And I just love the way he breaks it down. He makes it simple.
I never get into either of their lives. You know, you know me, how I like to go into everyone's live and support and send gifts and everything, just like you do. You do the same, right? I do that, right? But I never get into their lives because I think we're on like different time zones. I never get in there and get a chance.
For Forrest, he doesn't really go live a lot.
Yeah, he's posting those videos. Yeah, so I see those videos.
So if you see him live, it's like a blue moon.
Got you. I was able to catch caveman's live with dead daddy, but I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to talk about that at all.
We're gonna go down the White Rock hole.
Nope.
How far you want to go?
Nope, not doing it. I'm done with that. Done with it
Okay, so
completely.
are you like me? You went in, you found out what you found out, and you said it's just not worth it.
Exactly. Exactly. That's what.
Awesome. Yeah.
And I don't, you know, I as a journalist, I want to do the right thing. Here we go down the rabbit hole. I want to do the right thing at the same time. At what cost? So it's best to just walk away from it and stick to other things. There's plenty other things out there to debate about. But I'll tell you what, right now, as far as White Rock goes, red flags all over the place. I'm good on it. Let's find something that's
I'm
good. You know?
You know, it would be like you go down this rabbit hole, there's a dead end, then there's a detour to the next rabbit hole. And yeah.
Exactly. Acido says SXT, accumulate that shit. That's where I'm at, bro. I am buying the heck out of SXT.
I'm gonna have to look into it. I've heard about it around the talk, but you know, you get nervous when you start hearing a coin over and over and over, unless you already hold it.
They're only talking about it because I started turning everybody onto it. Turned Mega onto it, and then I turned Wadi onto it, and I basically went out after I bought it, and I was like, hey, everybody, like, you guys need to look into this. You know, there's something here. But what really set me off with it is now it doesn't claim that it has military applications, but it does. And the fact that they're not even pushing that yet, it's just so new, and its interoperability with the XRPL, I'm like, okay, this is cool, right? But what it does is it's off-chain data verification. So it can verify data off the blockchain without putting the data on the blockchain so that it can remain private and unhackable.
Thank you, Jesse.
Which is really
That is
cool.
very cool.
Right? And I mean, that solves the quantum computing problem right there. And also it solves the speed issue as well, I believe, with Ethereum. And it's partnered with Chainlink, and it's partnered with Microsoft. So I'm like, okay, if it's partnered with Chainlink, it's going to be interoperable.
Yeah, because Chainlink kind of connects them all.
Right. So I'm like, as soon as I saw it, I was like, this is going to be big. And it's only been out since like May 8th, right? And it pretty much ran way down. Like, here, let me pull it up here. Check this out, Francesca. I'll tell you what, though.
I have to get my glasses.
Wait, I got the wrong one. SXT is space and time. And you know what made me trust it too is Coinbase is very picky about what it allows on its network, and it's on Coinbase. So I'm like, okay, like if it's on Coinbase, obviously I'm not going to buy it there, but it's on Coinbase, which gives it some validity. But look at this thing. It just ran down. But I bought it right here at 10.5 and literally, and I told chat about it. And literally the next day we got this massive God candle. And then we got our profits.
I might give Coinbase another shot.
It's too slow, and it signs you out. Like every time something's happening or you need to transact, it freezes up on you. It signs you out. It does something shady.
Well, my problem was I got locked out.
Yeah, and it does it right when you're like trying to buy or sell.
And there was some kind of suspicious bank account, so I quick deleted it and changed password, and it told me to lock it up. So I locked it up, and then I went to unlock it, and it wouldn't let me back in.
Jesse, our fact checker, just recently put in limit orders, right? And the limit orders would have filled and it canceled all of her limit orders. And
You're kidding.
I'm not kidding at all. This is just recent. Jesse, chime
Oh
in
my God.
in the chat and tell everyone that it happened. I'm not making this up. That's crazy to me. Like that you could set
That's
a limit order and it
ridiculous.
just cancels them. Because I believe. Okay, I'll bring Jesse on. She wants to talk. Go ahead, Jesse.
So I buy crypto through different things. Coinbase is like the easiest one because I'm busy. I'm either researching or, doing a million different things. And yesterday morning, I woke up to 5 emails telling me that all 5 of my limit orders had been canceled when they should have been filled. So instead of them buying in where I wanted to, they're like, oh, they're just all canceled. So I think I'm moving everything out of Coinbase because that's really messed up. I would have hit all the targets that I had put in place. So that just makes me very nervous.
Yeah, I just don't know what's going on because I've been locked out. A friend of mine on here was locked out. Somebody else couldn't buy. It locked them out.
It's done it to me a dozen times, as far as being locked out, signed out, or it's like I go to transact or do a market order and the server's down or the chart is down or something's down on it, always whenever it's busy. So that's definitely a problem. But let me play the devil's advocate here. Okay, Jesse, on Coinbase, when you set limit orders, there is a section when you set your order where you can customize how long that limit order stays. So you may have to change on there to where the order stays in place until canceled. Otherwise, sometimes they do have a time limit.
Oh, interesting. Okay.
So that could
I
be
know,
it.
you're the one who showed me.
Right. I taught Jessie everything she knows. So,
right.
But I want to be the devil's advocate here. But at the same time, there is been just problem after problem with Coinbase. I only recommend it to new people that don't understand crypto to just get them started. But even in their advanced side, it's subpar.
So where do you like to go?
I do not disclose that information. I'll tell you this, I'm using multiple platforms, but one, out of security, I don't want people to find my wallet or anything like that.
Right.
And
Correct.
2, I don't want to give out a recommendation to a platform and something happen and then I'd be held liable like what happened with FTX.
Right.
So it's a safety and a legal thing for me. But I will say this, I use multiple wallets. I use multiple platforms and I have a lot. So I keep it spread out a bit, and locked away, very secure. I actually have like a wallet that's designated for transacting with the exchanges. And then I transfer from that wallet to a secondary wallet that's never been connected to the internet. So it just connects wallet to wallet. So it's on the blockchain, it's there, but it's never been connected to anything, and so no one can ever access it or do anything with it. And that's where I hold my mass storage of everything.
That's the best place for it to be.
Exactly. And right now,
because on your phone, yeah.
Oh yeah.
On your phone.
And if you're gonna use like a device for, your wallet or whatever, or like if you're using Arculus, my recommendation is that you get a tablet or a phone or something that is specifically dedicated as a device for being your wallet. and you keep it on airplane mode when you're not using it.
Yeah.
And that's the best way. Caveman says 100% yes. Thank you, Caveman. Thank you, Caveman, for joining the live. Appreciate having you
So,
on, man.
do you think there's anybody that's been in the game? I've only diversifying for 6 months, but somebody who's been here a long time, do you think anybody is just on one exchange?
Oh, yeah, for sure.
Yeah?
Yeah, because people get their favorites, I'm sure more of us that are more well versed into it, that are highly advanced. They're probably using multiple because there's a lot of projects that you want to buy that you can't get on certain exchanges. So that's why I have multiple exchanges. Like I'm not gonna say what, but I don't want to shill any coins out.
Well, for example, you have like, what is that? MEX? MEXC?
MAXC? No, I haven't. Let me look into it.
I don't.
I'll tell you what. I am all about top 10
It
ISO
might be
coins
an.
only.
It might be an Aussie exchange.
Ooh, I like Aussie. What's it called? Again, what's the ticker?
I believe it's. Oh, it's not a coin.
Oh.
It's a exchange.
Oh.
MEXC. Yes.
Oh yeah.
There it is.
I know what you're talking about. MEXC. Okay. What do you usually get on that one? Is that what you're using all the time, or?
I'm not. Somebody recommended it to me, and I kind of peeked at it, but technically, it's not in the United States.
Oh, I wonder if it's in Mexico. I see it right here. MEXC.
You could probably peek at it if you have a VPN and you move it.
You can buy Fartcoin on MEXC. I'll tell you this, I will always hold Fartcoin just so that I can say I'm holding a fart.
You know what? Did you ever think that people would get excited about a fart coin?
Definitely. When I saw Fartcoin, I was like, this is gonna be one of the only meme coins that lasts forever. Because there's going to be newer people coming into crypto all the time, and they're going to see it and they're going to get a laugh and a chuckle out of it. People are going to be like, oh, hey, I'm going to send my friend a fart for his birthday. You know what I mean? And fart jokes have been around for like thousands of years. Like, farts aren't going anywhere. They'll always be funny. It'll always be a thing. So this is one coin that I will always hold, at least one, just so I can say I'm holding a fart. Come on.
Okay.
I think of all the meme coins, this one guaranteed will always be worth something. Will never go to zero. And I don't like meme coins, but I understand the sentiment behind it. You know what I mean? It's just.
Yeah, I don't really like them either. I just have my doggies.
Oh yeah, I bought Shiba Inu in May of 2020.
Oh, so you're doing just fine.
I'm doing just fine. I'll tell you this. I put $1,000 into it in May of 2020 and made a pile of money, and I actually lost money on it because I believe this is why I'm so like, make sure you take profits and make sure you do. I learned a very valuable lesson that bull run. And I was playing Call of Duty with my friend. I'm like, hey man, I'm a millionaire and all this stuff. And he's like, dude, you need to take that money out. I was like, no, dude, it's good. Like they're adopting crypto. It's going to be big. It's going to be all this stuff. I'm like, I'm going to be set for life. And he's like, you need to take some of it out. Even if it's just $100,000, he was like, take it out, buy a house with it, diversify it, do something with it. Right. And I didn't listen to him. Right. And it started dropping. It dropped very quickly. And so I was like, okay.
Oh my God.
I said, I'm going to buy the dip. And I was like, I'm diamond handing this thing. I'm going to buy the dip. And I bought the dip all the way down to the bottom and ended up losing money. And I learned a very valuable lesson.
With dollar cost averaging. Yes, it's great. But like you just said, you can lose a lot on the way down.
Yeah. it's better for like high frequency, low time frame trading, and for someone that's very advanced. But a lot of new people, and that's why I say everyone's situation is different, and that's why I'm like, become a deluxe subscriber and get one-on-one coaching with me, because everyone's situation is different. What works for someone else may not work for you. So that's the idea, is to, but I'll tell you this right now, I never condone DCing unless you've already been trading
no.
for a very long time.
So to add to your or expound on your point, I could hear the same information from you and two other people, and somebody else, I actually understand it. If that makes sense, like you told me and Caveman and somebody else. One of you, I understood it. The other two, I was like, oh, maybe I understand. Do you know what I mean? There's certain teachers that just jive with your way of thinking.
Yeah. Are you saying that about me? Like I jive?
I've been
Or not?
watching you for a while.
That's true.
I don't, you know, for me, it's like everything becomes a blur by the end of the day.
Mar Lopez says, isn't accumulating the same as DCAing, Oz? No, it is not. I believe in SXT, and I believe, and I know, just like everyone is about XRP, I'll buy it at any price. You know, when the money comes in and I feel like it's taking a dip, I'm going to buy some because I believe in it. So I believe that it's down at the bottom and it's going to do, you know, probably dollars, maybe 50 cents, who knows? But I think that it'll do dollars, maybe not this bull run, maybe the next one, maybe later on down the road. But I believe in it. And I think it's so advanced that it would take a long time for something to come along that's more advanced than it. So I think it's a good buy, and I continue to just accumulate it. But is that the same as DCing? No. DCing is a way to offset your losses when you make a bad trade. So when you bought in at a bad spot and it takes a dip, George Orwell, 1984, broke it down, and he uses the 139 method. So if you bought in for $1 at one position and then it drops down again, then you buy in at $3 for the next one, and then when it drops down again, you buy in at $9, and then when it moves up to the next line of resistance, it becomes a profitable trade. But I still don't recommend it. It's very risky, very risky. Sorry, Francesca, I had to.
Yeah, and there's also like the 369 theory as well.
Right. 369, and that's what me and Mega were calling it. We were calling it 369. He's like, no, 139, 139.
Okay, so it's 139.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I've heard 369, not 139. So okay, that's the proper.
Well, that's
Got
just
it.
that's how George Orwell does it. Okay.
All right.
So that's his strategy. Everyone has their own strategies, and no one's right or wrong. We all just, if you have a system that works for you and it is consistently profitable for you, stick with it. That's what I say. You know, if it works for you, do it. I have my own way.
Totally. You know, and you know, when I invest, I always try to get my initials back.
Yeah, exactly. I get my initials.
And then a little bit of profit.
Yeah, I like to take profits at each resistance zone on the way up, and if it's uncharted, I take it at psychological numbers. So like 333, 555, 007, things like that. Those are psychological numbers.
Well, yeah, you take your little bit of profit and then you just diamond hands the rest.
I'll tell you what, ever since what happened,
it's house money.
Yeah, exactly. I like to play with the house's money. But I'll tell you this, ever since Shiba broke my heart, I take way more profits now. I've learned my lesson. Yeah, I'm not, don't be too greedy.
When did you say you get in? 2020?
2020. At a lot. I think I had, I don't remember exactly how many Shiba coins I had, but I believe I was near the trillions, if not in the trillions.
Okay.
I have to go back and check and look at the history on it or whatever. But yeah, it was a lot. It was a lot, and I made a lot of money, and I was stupid. I didn't know, I didn't know what I was doing. I had seen other bull runs, and I knew about the bull cycle and everything. But because we were in 2020 with COVID and everything, and Donald Trump had
Right.
signed the Release of Suppressed Technologies bill, do you know what that is? A lot of people don't know about it. So Donald Trump signed a bill, and you can't even find it. It's been wiped from the internet now. But in 2020, he signed a bill that states that all suppressed technology is to be released and implemented into society by 2025. So when that happened, I thought, okay, this is happening because it's going to take 5 years for it to whatever. I was like, it's all uphill from here. It'll never come back down. I believed that we were in the new paradigm, which is the top of the cycle. And I got swept away. Hey,
Did
Caveman,
you get into Pepe?
we did this year. Yeah, we caught the bottom. We made a lot of money off of Pepe, that's for sure.
Yeah, there was a lot of young kids that made a lot of money on Pepe.
Yeah. Pepe did very well for us on this channel. Right when everything was just down, 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 and then it all like turned around, I knew that it was turning around, and I told everybody, I was like, hey man, spaghetti right now. I was like, you can pretty much buy anything and it's all going to stick to the wall right now. And I was like, write them all down on a piece of paper, throw them in a hat and pull one out, and you're going to do well. And a lot of people made money watching this show, which is awesome. That's what it's all about, is we want to help people,
Yeah, of course. We want everybody to win.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, I know for everybody to win is not possible because there will still be somebody holding on to the bags while everyone else is exiting.
Yeah. Caveman, I just want to address, I seen you in the chat and you bringing up a lot of things and stuff. Not that I'm ignoring you whatsoever, man. Love and appreciate you, brother. But we're just kind of get caught up in the conversation. So let's plan to have you on the show and we'll talk about it, bro. Because I've been meaning to have you on the show. So send me a DM. We'll set something up, bro. All right. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
Caveman is totally awesome.
Yeah, he's cool, man. I wish we could have hung out in Vegas. I was busy and doing stuff, and we just never got a chance to link up out there.
Well, it was crazy. I was in Vegas, and then everybody else showed up in Vegas. Wasn't it like the BTC and then XRP?
Yes, I was at the XRP one, and you were supposed to come meet me and hang out with me, and you didn't show up. And
I wasn't in town.
I cried.
I was already gone by then. I missed J-Heat by like 10, 15 minutes.
Dang. Yeah, but I had set up the meet and greet for after everything because I just had so much. I had meetings and I was like doing interviews and stuff, and I just did not have time to meet up with anybody. Yeah, there'll be next time for sure.
Oh yeah, next time. Oh yeah, better planning. Yep.
Exactly. It was kind of last minute for me, but I'll tell you what, like I'm excited for Rare Evo. That's going to be a lot of fun.
And you said that's in August?
Yeah, August 6th through the 10th. I got press passes. So
let's go.
Yeah, I'm going as a reporter. I was hired as a reporter to report on the event. So it's really awesome. Actually, you know what? I don't know if you heard, but Twitch reached out to me and they're probably going to have me speak at TwitchCon, which is just incredible. Like,
yeah, you were talking about that last night or Wednesday?
Yeah, they sent me an email. I'm supposed to know by July 16th. They said don't buy a ticket. Okay, don't buy a ticket. We're reviewing your stuff we sent you, and don't buy one yet because we're pretty sure you're going to be doing the show. And I'm like, holy crap, like that's crazy. Jesse actually
Well,
helped
that's
me
cool.
write the proposal, and it turned out really well. And Twitch is trying to grow the crypto space, and they're trying to branch out from just being about video games and like talking. So, and they're trying to become more relevant. So they're looking for new talent to expo on stage and to come and speak and talk about their platform, whatever. And I'm going to basically be talking about crypto and how it's changing the world and everything. So we're the #1 show for crypto on Twitch right now. Twitch,
Oh, that is so awesome.
but that's not saying much because all they have on Twitch is it's basically a camera pointed at the chart, no talking, no nothing, no narrative. Like so it's not much competition. So that's why we stuck
Right.
out, and I was able to like actually shine because I'm like, okay, here's good information and here's what we can do. And so like I stick out like a sore thumb.
Okay. Yeah, I'm not real familiar with like Twitch. What is it? Twitch. What's the one everyone on here is on? Discord.
Yeah. Harley Dan on Twitch says, did anyone else get dropped on TikTok? Yeah, the TikTok studio has been having a lot of issues. So a lot of people have been coming to watch on Twitch because it's not as glitchy and it doesn't cut out. So it's a more seamless stream, but it's also, I don't know, it has its own vibe there. It's more podcast friendly. You know what I mean? It's
Right.
designed for that. But I'll tell you what, TikTok, the algorithm, you can't beat it. The viewership is just so
No.
much better. But the people on
What's it,
Twitch,
the other?
the people on Twitch are loyal though. They come back all the time.
Wasn't it during like 2020 that Clapper was starting to get like a bunch of people to go over?
Was that what it was? I thought it was or are you talking about when they were gonna ban TikTok, or are you talking about
Yeah, it was like Clapper. I know Red Note was like huge in the news,
What's
but
up,
I seem to
crypto bro?
remember a lot of people going to Clapper.
Interesting. I
Thanks,
know,
Cosmic.
yeah, Cosmic, what's up, bro? Me and Cosmic are like friends now. He's the only
He's a
one
really
that's
good dude.
yeah, he's the only one that's managed to get me pretty bullish right now. Every time I talk to him, he's like, I hope you're just a little bit more bullish. I'm like, I'm getting there, bro. Not yet.
Yeah, and I feel bad because sometimes I'm in the comments and I'm a little bit of a bear sometimes. But I'm curious, because I go into all these different lives. I'm curious why you feel that way. Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, this is what I heard. What do you think about this?
Right. I'm a bit of a bear, okay? Only right now. Okay. I will be bearish when the time is necessary, and I will be bullish when the time is necessary. I just feel like there's one more fear narrative in their bag before things happen.
Is it one or maybe two?
Maybe 5.
Right?
Well, that's why I was saying, like, you should watch the show from yesterday on YouTube. It pretty much
Right.
maps out. Obviously, it's a bit speculative, but it's very informative of what is going on and why people are saying when moon and when alt season. Are we getting an alt season? It answers all those questions. And it gives basically, I have like 2 scenarios. Well, 3 scenarios. One, it's over. And then I have these 2 scenarios. One is basically that there's no alt season. And the other one, it maps out how a super mega cycle would actually happen and how people won't be prepared for it if it does. And that's the thing is, I'm not turned off to the idea that we could be in a mega cycle. But at the same time, I'm going to be cautious. Caveman, good night.
Right.
Thank you for coming out. Send me a DM, Caveman. Let's get you on the show. Sorry, didn't mean to cut you off.
No, go ahead. You were talking.
Yeah, I always try to give, the creators love when they come in and let them know everybody follow Caveman, everybody follow Cosmic Crypto, the guy with the little wolf emoji. Everybody follow Francesca. Follow these other creators, guys. Don't just listen to me, all right? It's very important that we get a broad perspective and we intake as much information as possible. Like Mega Crypto says, when we're doing technical analysis, every bit of information is an indicator, and it gives us more clarity of what's going on. And the more information you can gather, the better you can be at making an educated guess.
I would tend to agree.
Right? I love Mega. Mega is like the crypto gentleman.
Does he still have the pointer?
Like the little hand that he taps.
The little hand. And then he grabs like 5 of them.
Time to time, he doesn't go live as much as he used to. And I get it. He's busy.
You know what? Nobody really does.
I know.
I mean, Cosmic and Bullish do Monday through Friday, but you have creators like DeFi Mojo, who used to be on every morning. I haven't seen him in a couple weeks. I did talk to him. He said he's got some stuff going on in real life and some business ventures he's getting into. But I'm noticing that there's not as many people live during the day as there was a month ago.
Right. Wonder if I should change my times.
I don't know.
I've been playing with the idea of changing the thing, but I tell you what, I think a lot of people just fell off because ever since they changed the algorithm, I think it was in April, nothing's been the same, and there's no money in it. Like when I first started, I had maybe 20 people watching, but I had like 300 subscribers, and I was making massive amounts of money, and I was just starting, and I had like 1,000 followers, and I was making $200 to $400 a week, and I was like, oh, this is good, we're going to be profitable. And that's when I, hired a staff and built the studio. I was like, this is going to be big. I was like, we're just getting started. It's already big. And then all that happened. And it's like, wow, we've made $8.97 this live. And there's,
George and Callie were having I believe it was today, they were having a conversation about that TikTok is changing the rules again.
Yeah, they just changed it. I think it was in May. So Mega actually sent me an update on all the changes, and I had to fact check them a little bit because some of it was not true. But yeah,
what wasn't true?
The no green screens.
Okay.
So
yeah, George talked about no just green screens. That's why I was curious.
Yeah, so the green screens is still okay. Basically, let me pull it up here. I will tell you what the change was, what was different. Because there was a certain wording that was used, and I don't want to give out the wrong information. Okay, so green screens are not banned. They just don't want people using photo mode. So, no photo mode. That's like where you post something and it's just a picture and you're talking over it.
Right.
And that's pretty much to get them away from the, if you follow me, I'll follow you back. If you like me, I'll like yours back, and blah, 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 blah.
Right.
So that's what
and all the gingerbread men.
Yeah, exactly. Well, I mean, that's their filter. They're still allowing all that and the green screen stuff.
Oh, okay.
CapCut. It's all still good to go. It's just they don't want people just posting a photo, because they post a photo that's like half a second long, and so it makes the algorithm think that people are watching it 100% of the way through and watching it like 30 times, but it's not. They're just looking at a picture for a second. And it's usually like a picture where it says, "Oh, do you see it right here?" And then you're looking at it, trying to figure it out, and so it messes with the algorithm, makes them think, and so they're like, "Okay, we're doing away with that." I hope TikTok gets their act together. I'll tell you what, the biggest problem is the bots, the fake accounts. Like, hey, how's your crypto experience going? You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah, or howdy, or hey, you were in my live. Thanks so much for the support.
Right? Or they're like, I want to send you a gift.
I just crack up because I'll leave, for example, I'll leave like Bullish's live and I'll check my messages, and there'll be some bot in my filtered messages that was like, thanks for the support and can't wait to talk to you, blah, 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 Bullish babe. And I'm like, well, no, you're not really Bullish babe.
Yeah. I get a lot from Cosmic, the fake Cosmics. Ever since his account got banned, I see more of the fake ones trying to get me to add on to theirs. And Cosmic says Cosmic says the biggest problem is there's no real people working at TikTok. It's all AI agents. Yeah. And hey, I actually popped my cherry. I have a bunch of fake Oz the Crypto Goats now. So
Really? So I
yeah,
gotta watch out for your doppelgangers.
exactly. I got the doppelgangers running around. So I will never message you first. I will always tell you, especially like if you subscribe, to send me a message first. Okay, send me a message, subscribe, so that way you know that it's not the fake account. I will never reach out to you first. TikTok seller says there's a fake Oz on Discord. Yeah, there's actually more on Discord. I'll tell you what, I think a lot of them are coming from Discord, because I didn't get the fake accounts until I added Discord. Maybe there's a correlation there, maybe there's not. I'm just speculating. Cosmic Crypto says my copycats have taken over. Everybody, make sure you follow Cosmic Crypto. He's the real one in the chat right now. Make sure you guys go give him a follow. Give Francesca a follow as well, and any other creators. And if you like to shop on TikTok Shop, make sure you send TikTok Seller 444 a follow as well. He gets the best deals on TikTok Shop. I promise you. Nobody else gets as good a deals as him. I bought his charger. I think we bought like 5 of the chargers from him, because they were like $1.60 or something like that for a charger. They're freaking awesome. Like, he gets killer deals.
Really?
Yeah, I'm surprised at the deals he gets. And then there's been things where I'm like, oh, I want to buy this off TikTok Shop. So I message him, and then he adds it to his showcase. And then I can get a better deal on it by going through him. And then he gets the money, and he helps support the show.
Well, it makes it full circle, right?